As soon as I crossed into the parallel world, I was asked to fight the elves with mele 351 to 404. Chapter 351 Elf Egg. I really don't want to become a mature egg. Musashi, Kojiro, and Meow, as special action members who can report directly to Team Rocket leader Sakagi. Musashi is the second generation of the Rockets of Gen Hongmiaojung. Musashi's mother was the confidant of the previous Rockets leader. Kojiro, the heir to the big consortium, is also a worthy target for Sakagi, who considers himself a businessman. Meow, who used to be a secretary in front of Sakagi, and is also loyal to Sakagi. Although the fighting strength is average, the action quality of this trio is excellent, and they have also made a lot of credit for the Rockets, and they are highly valued by Sakagi. Leahy rubbed his chin and said to Lilia. You told the three of them. I founded this company. Speaking of which, they seem, as if, to know you. Lilia wondered. One of the store managers, Kojiro, wanted to decline, but Musashi and Meow Meow had a positive attitude. Well, I'll leave them alone for now. Leahy changed the topic. About the game, if you have any comments or suggestions, just send it to me directly. I've sorted it out, please take a look. Lilia was also welcome. After hanging up the phone. Opening the form sent by Lilia, Leahy studied it carefully. As expected of the daughter of the chairman of the Dewin Group, this is a bit of a level. In the elf combat power design of Elf Glory. After adjustment and changes, Lilia roughly divided the elves into three types. Early elves, heroes, late elves, heroes, and mid-elves, heroes. E.g. The worm-type elf green caterpillar, although the green caterpillar is weak, has the advantage of fast evolution. It can quickly gain experience and evolve by playing the jungle, killing enemies, and killing small soldiers. As in early stage elves, green caterpillars can completely play in the early stage and suppress the opponent's later stage elves, thus affecting the situation. Elves like the green caterpillar will not be left unattended. And the most classic post-elf, mini dragon. Although the mini dragon is powerful after evolution, it needs the assistance of wretched development and teammates. Otherwise, under the suppression of the elves in the early stage, the mini dragons that cannot develop successfully will not be able to change the situation of the battle. The final midterm sprite. It is in elves like the little fire dragon. Although after evolution, the combat power of the small fire dragon is not as good as that of the later elves such as the mini dragon, but it also has an advantage over the early elves. At the same time, the development time and required resources of the little fire dragon are also between the early elves and the later elves. Although it is only a preliminary design, it also balances the power gap between the elves, and Leahy is quite satisfied. After sending this initial design to Dr. Damu, Leahy added, "Excuse me for your guidance." After receiving Leahy's email, Dr. Damu called three researchers and asked, "What do you think?" Holding the initial design, three researchers studied it carefully. According to the initial design of Lee Pavilion, the original war chess game is very suitable for the popular science of the Trainer Elementary School. Through the method of entertaining and entertaining, the trainer students can subtly memorize the information of the elves. This war chess game can also be used as a turn-based simulated battle. For trainer students, the difficulty is just right. A researcher praised. The midterm version of Glory of the Elf adopts real-time system and adds team tactics, which is suitable for trainer colleges. The point is that it's free. Master Lee is trying to make money. He is clearly making a contribution to the future of the trainer. Listening to the feelings of the researchers, Dr. Damu nodded and agreed. Not only that, but with the latest technology, humans and elves can interact and play games on one platform. Through games, to deepen the understanding of people and elves, and to create a society in which people and elves coexist harmoniously, this must be the deep purpose of the owner of Shaoli. Looking at the message sent back by Daki, Leahy scratched his head and looked strange. I thought so. I just want to make some money. In the gaming space where card systems are rampant this month, no one has yet seen the terrible money-making power of free-to-play games. In order to balance the game, the launch of the war chess game is bound to undergo an internal test, but there are giant golden monster programmers in the game. There should be very few bugs in it. Log into a treasure again, and Leahy searches for the keyword, meow meow online shop. Entering the store, Leahy looked at the many positive comments with a subtle expression. 5-star praise. This plastic anti-static glove for Pikachu is very useful. Mom no longer has to worry about my Pikachu sending me to the ground. It's awesome. You actually sent me a robot that can fight Pikachu. It's hard to accept that this kind of magic shop is not popular. A lot of products are related to Pikachu. Isn't this store manager too obsessed with Pikachu? It's true love. Leahy coughed lightly. No. Musashi, Kojira, and Meow were able to develop this online store and supply all kinds of equipment called Pikachu killers. If one day, the 3 team members of the Rockets will become the master of subduing Pikachu, and the Pikachu of Xiaoji's family will be fully responsible. Lilia's progress is good. Leahy smiled slightly. Live delivery. Plus game streaming. One step closer to being able to enrich dragon attribute elves. Since Gengar started live broadcasting, in order to become a qualified anchor, Gengar has carried the banner of housework. Set out a stand-in for washing and cooking. A stand-in was given out to wash the clothes, and Ghost made an exquisite seafood dinner by himself. Other people's elves. Others Gengars have all-inclusive laundry, cooking and battles, and my Katie knows how to bite the sofa. Genghis, if you go on like this, you will put the owner of the Lee Pavilion to waste. After eating a whole big fish, Luwei patted his bulging belly and burped lazily. Omega, slip. Go hiss go hiss. The reception was poor. Elegantly wearing a tablecloth and a barrel-shaped body, Gengar touched his chest with one hand and bowed indifferently. After looking at the reward in the live broadcast room, Zhang Gui laughed again. The crustacean, this is mine. Filled down pointing triangle where hashed snort. In order to compete for grilled scallops, Shinado and crustacean glared at each other. Looking at the crustacean swallowing the shell, Shinado puffed out her cheeks. Using his superpower, Shinado's eyes flashed with blue light. The scallop shell opened automatically, and the scallop meat quickly flew into Shinado's mouth. Shinado, psi for all, psi. epsilon, O. Originally, it was easy to get excited during this period of time. Shinado subconsciously used a teleportation move to dodge, and Xiaofudan's elf egg, which was shaking on the sofa, suffered the disaster of the pond fish, and suffered a jet flame move. Leahy has become accustomed to it. Glancing indifferently, Leahy guessed. This should be the credit of those special dragon fire fruit. The power of the special dragon fire fruit stimulated the body of the crustacean, making the spark move logically advanced for the flame spray move. Finding that he had learned a new move, the crustacean's mood changed very quickly, and he shouted excitedly. Pan-o, ******, The Dragon Palace is indeed a genius. The elf egg of Xiaofudan, who suffered the disaster of the pond fish, shook, and the consciousness inside hurriedly made a series of exclamation marks in his mind. Little Fortune Egg's elf egg, red exclamation mark. It was because I was afraid of death and pain that I put all the defenses in place, but if it goes on like this, if it doesn't hatch, one day it will really become a boiled egg. Chapter 352 Leahy's egg is about to be born. Although Xiaofudan's elf egg relied on its tenacious hardening move, it resisted the crustacean dragon's fire spraying move. But the sofa was burnt to charcoal, and there was the Koga ninja frog, and the fire did not spread. While practicing surfing moves in the bathroom, Koga ninja is concerned about crustacea. With the hand pinching the seal, the Jahe forbearance frog thought. Here. Not very skilled surfing moves. A water arrow shot out, extinguishing the fire. Looking at the sofa that was shot through, Leahy was silent for a moment, and said. I don't think it's necessary to put out the fire so hard. Give me. Putting down his hands, Koga Ninja looked hesitant. Just a thought. I didn't even try. He glanced at the living room that was destroyed by the move. Leahy looked as usual and called the front desk. Hello, is it the front desk? Well, yes, it's me. Let your manager come up. Hanging up the phone, Leahy murmured. The trainer lives in a hotel, so don't destroy anything. Is this still a trainer? While waiting for the manager to come to the door, Leahy glanced at Gingwee's live broadcast room. Many netizens are still so talented. Did you see the 2 moves just now? My Kobe Beast told me confidently, that's all. Didn't I play with you? My Kobe Beast fought with these 2. Within 10 seconds, these 2 have to get on their knees and beg me not to enter the intensive care unit. Be confident, it doesn't take 10 seconds, 1 second is enough. What skills are you planning to use with my little fire dragon? Whoever has the skills will lie down faster than anyone else. HMPH, my green caterpillar is standing in front of them, and they don't dare to touch me, do you believe it? Received news from key customers. Sweaty, the manager pushed the door panting and entered. Originally, it would not be like this in the elevator. In order to make Leahy remember him, the manager deliberately did a few sets of push-ups in the elevator and sprinkled some water on his head by the way. It turned out to be a broken sofa. The manager was disappointed. Why didn't the room be demolished? Anyway, the insurance company will pay, and the manager hopes to leave an impression in the heart of the owner of the Red Lotus Gym. You don't need to worry about it, you still have to pay for this trivial matter. The manager said loudly. It is our honor that you can stay in our hotel, I will change you a room. In order to cope with this unexpected situation, the manager has already prepared several suites. Going out to the outside world, it is specially reserved for the gym owners. Seeing the manager's series of responses, the hotel nurturer was amazed. No wonder people can be managers, look at this level. After changing the room for Leahy, the manager didn't stay too long and politely resigned. Staying in the new room, Leahy patiently educated the crustacean. The tantrums weren't the crustacean's problem. But at this stage, the crustaceans can't control themselves normally. Listening to the conversation between the 2, Xiaofudan's elf egg shook slightly. Received the infusion of Gengar's life energy for so long. In addition, Leahy will also use the power of the waveguide to incubate the egg, and the life form in the elf egg is also growing rapidly. Snapped. It looked like a small fist hit the surface of the elf egg, and a tiny crack appeared. During the rest of the rest, Leahy led the crustacean to the Vortex Islands gym as a guest while visiting the owner of the Vortex Islands gym. In just 2 days, the giant claw crab was admitted to the hospital 8 times. Through the friendly discussion with giant claw crab, the power of Crustacea's Dragon Dive pseudo move is even higher. With the Tornado move, the flame of the Jet Flame move is wrapped around the surface of the body, and the Crustacean Dragon's Dragon Dive pseudo move also has a burn special effect. Looking at the Crustacea, who had smashed the giant claws into the air, and then kindly filled the giant claws with special medicine for burns, Leahy coughed dryly. My crustacean is kind-hearted. Yeah. My giant claw crab is also very polite, you see those who refuse to cry. The owner of the Whirlpool Islands gym said. Restart with the battle. Looking at the crustacean that slammed out, Leahy nodded seriously. If one day the crustacea became a giant claw crab killer, the responsibility rests with the giant claws. How do I feel that I haven't vented the crustacean's desire to fight? Leahy murmured. On the contrary, the crustacean is still more vigorous as it fights, and it even strengthened the Dragon's Dive pseudo move. 2 days. Crustacea not only did not fall into the boring time after the fierce battle, but also made great progress. Significantly more belligerent. Even his mental state is getting better and better. If it weren't for Zheng Gui and Lu Wei to save him, Leahy would almost be sent away by the crustacean. Happy times always pass quickly. On February 28, the Final 4 of the Whirlpool Islands competition started. In the battle, the Crustacea dragon swept the opponent once again with its fierce fighting will, and then relied on the powerful Dragon Dive pseudo move, which won the cheers of the audience. Listening to the shouting in the venue, the guests looked at each other. How do you feel? The top 4 seems to be easier than the top 8. Damn, for Li Guanju, the top 4 and 8, isn't it the same? However, the opponent is also an experienced water attribute coordination trainer, and he is also a veteran who has entered the gorgeous festival. Why is it like this? Looking around excitedly, the crustacean roared. The scratches on his body gradually disappeared due to the effect of the prayer move. Prayer move. Taunt after the fight. The opponent seems to have a desire to fight against the Master Li. Anchor. Anchor. Looking for a pendant with a carapace dragon's claw print or something. I want to ask for an amulet for the college entrance examination next year. Anchor. I have done a lot of research on the cultivation of crustaceans. You can tell Li Guanju, if he visits the hut 3 times, I may be able to leave the mountain. Anchor. I want to hear the anchor's lowly voice. Sitting in the auditorium, ignoring a bunch of barrages, watching the constantly refreshed captain, Shinedo's eyes flashed. Omega. Pooh. Money is such a dirty thing. This kind of source of all evil, I, Shinedo, have gritted my teeth on my shoulders. At the same time, in the same seat in the audience, Jeng the ghost gave a thumbs up to the live broadcast room. Go hiss. Did you see that? The crustacean was trained by this uncle. While the live broadcast, Zhang Gui was holding the elf egg. Seeing and learning blood off the field is also very important. Watching the crustacean battle, the consciousness inside the elf egg trembled. Follow this progress. In case of another attack from the crustacean, his entire egg may be gone. Struggling again. Snapped. 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 After 3 consecutive crisp sounds, 3 cracks appeared on the surface of the elf egg again. Go hiss. Glancing at it, Gengar grinned. Lihi's egg is about to be born. Presumably. It saw the heroic appearance of the crustacean, and it was full of emotions, and I can't wait to replace it. Aha! Supporting his chin with his claws, Gengar nodded in satisfaction. In the egg, there is such awareness. As expected of the little guy from my uncle's prenatal education. Chapter 353 Assists from the Rockets 2-in-1. Monday, March 1st. Another semifinal of the Whirlpool Islands competition was held at the Whirlpool Islands main venue. Today is not Lihi's job, so Lihi is holding potato chips and popcorn while watching live TV, chatting and laughing with Xiaojur. Bei Chuan Tong vs. Luo Shifeng. Lihi relished. You are an uncle in your 30s, bullying a teenage girl, do you feel sorry for it? While picking out the new version of the fashion sent by her agent, Xiaojur glanced at Lihi and smiled lightly. You, a master trainer, have also become a leak-cutting machine with no emotion. At the same time, at the main venue of the Whirlpool Islands, it was like a swarm of ants, the audience was full, and the voices were full of people. The second game of the semifinals. The host shouted. Player Luo Shifeng vs. Hitomi Baikwan. Fire-breathing dragon, rush for the Lord. Water arrow turtle, come on duck. Listening to the shouts of the audience, the owner of the Whirlpool Islands gym smiled and asked a guest. Master Baikwan, what do you think? Kita Kawasaki, the current owner of the Hokkaido gym in Dongying District. Kitagawa Hitomi, Kitagawa's niece, is also the most talented trainer of the Kitagawa family. This time Baikwan Hitomi participated in the Vortex Archipelago competition, which must be an experience of the Baikwan family for Baikwan Hitomi. Although he has never been to Dongying District, the owner of the Whirlpool Islands gym is not deaf. Luo Shifeng is only the 3rd runner-up of the last Shanao Regional Conference. That means he can't maintain a Mega Evolution state for a long time. With no expression on his face, he said. If this is the case, my niece may not have a chance of winning. The gym master of the Vortex Islands nodded. Although there is no corresponding Mega Evolution stone, the gym master of the Vortex Islands also has some understanding of Mega Evolution. Although Mega Evolution can temporarily improve the strength, it has a greater burden on the body of the elves. Even, it will cause a burden on the trainer's body. If the power of the Mega Evolution cannot be controlled, the elves will also fall into a state of violent chaos. Luo Shifeng should have only passed the initial stage. The fire-breathing dragon can initially grasp the amount of violence after the evolution of the Mega. If he can get over the hurdle after his opponent's Mega Evolution, and delay until the fire-breathing dragon quits Mega Evolution, Kitagawa Hitomi is not without a chance to win. Battle begins. Hearing the referee's order, the two stopped communicating and looked at the opposite battlefield. With a delicate little face and black hair hanging down her waist, Baikwan Hitomi was a cold-faced black-haired girl. After bowing to Luo Shifeng, Baikwan Hitomi released the absolute main force of the water arrow turtle. Boom! As the water arrow turtle entered the field, rolling dark clouds came, and the pouring rain poured down. Just begging for rain. Miss Baikwan Hitomi's water arrow turtle should have the characteristics of a rain disk, and it can slowly recover her physical strength in rainy weather. It seems that Miss Baikwan Hitomi is determined to play a war of attrition. War of attrition. Luo Shifeng held up his glasses and threw out the pokeball. In the continuous rain. The flames on the tail were burning, the fire-breathing dragon stared at the surroundings, the Mega Evolution stone on the chest was shining with magnificent brilliance, and the fire-breathing dragon roared in the sky. Roar! The rain stopped and the clouds dispersed. Under the dazzling sunlight, the fire-breathing dragon glanced at the water arrow turtle lightly. Big sunny day move. The water arrow turtle lost to the fire-breathing dragon in the battle for the weather. It's tit for tat. Luo Shifeng's fire-breathing dragon has the power of the sun. It can increase its attack power by reducing physical energy in sunny weather. Player Luo Shifeng chose the sunny weather. Facing the microphone, the commentator's eyes lit up. This means, is Luo Shifeng preparing for a quick battle? I beat you, you don't need to use Mega to evolve. Luo Shifeng's eyes under his glasses were sharp-edged. Fire-breathing dragon, flash charge. Even the third runner-up of the Shanao Regional Conference is too underestimated. Even if the tutor was good, there was a hint of anger in Baikwan Hitomi's expression. But as an excellent player, anger did not affect Hitomi Kitagawa's instructions. Water arrow turtle, dive into the water. I can't believe it, how dare a fire-breathing dragon enter the water? Looking at the diving water arrow turtle, Luo Shifeng waved indifferently. Follow it. Using a flashing charge move, a slight blue flame enveloped the fire-breathing dragon's body. Hearing the trainer's instructions, the fire-breathing dragon crashed into the water without hesitation. Unbelievable, the commentator shouted. Luo Shifeng's fire-breathing dragon actually plunged into the water. Humph! Bei Kawasaki, with a solemn expression, snorted coldly in the guest seat. Arrogant, our Baikwan family's underwater combat method is unparalleled in the world. The gym master of the Vortex Islands had a strange expression. Why do I feel that people are not arrogant, but confident? However, the main water arrow turtle, the heir to the dignified Hokkaido gym, will never be overturned by a fire-breathing dragon underwater, right? After a minute. A water arrow turtle that was burned to the point of coma was picked up by the fire-breathing dragon while it was strangled by the neck. Kita Kawasaki looked ugly, gritted his teeth and said. The fire-breathing dragon should have lost a lot of physical strength. Another minute and a half later. Completely ignoring the water vortex field, the fire-breathing dragon plunged into the water, and the lightning strike resulted in the remaining two elves of Hitomi Kitagawa. Hitomi Baikwan, who was flatly pushed by the fire-breathing dragon's 3 moves, flame charge, left the arena with a pale face. Looking at the silent Bei Kawasaki, the owner of the Whirlpool Islands gym thought that he was also the owner of a water-type gym, so he comforted. This fire-breathing dragon may be mutated, and its father or mother may be a tyrannosaur. Kita Kawasaki. Why don't you say that its father is a water arrow turtle? In a hotel room. After watching the performance of the fire-breathing dragon, Lee had a strange expression. Water storage fire-breathing dragon. It's not the ancestor of Kyogre, is it? Underwater combat capability so top. Kanto region. A secret base for Team Rocket was built on the belly of an island that was not marked on the map. In a dimly lit room, the terrifying man faced the sea and turned his back to the secretary Maya. Ignoring the cat boss who was meowing beside his legs, Sakagi frowned slightly, and his deep voice echoed in the room. Go to the Whirlpool Islands competition. Starting a company with 20 million funds, the principal is the eldest daughter of the Orange Group. Are you going to hire Kojira, Musashi, and Meow? Sakagi couldn't figure it out. What does this master trainer from Washa want to do? That man, he should know that Kojira, Musashi, and Meow Meow are from Team Rocket, but he still chooses to hire them. Secretary Mato calmly analyzed. Is it possible that this is releasing goodwill to us? Unlike other organizations, Team Rocket's ambition is to dominate the world, not to release destructive legendary elves to destroy the world. Therefore, for the huge Rocket team, the capital-based family secretly maintained a certain kind of goodwill towards the Rocket team. It's not that simple, Sakagi said slowly. The master who has been hidden in the Washa district of the Blue Star Alliance, the owner of the Red Lotus Gym in the Kanto Alliance, and is suspected of maintaining a close relationship with the owner of the Lewin Gym in the United Alliance, plus he is an advisor to the international police. Talking about these identities, Sakagi stretched his eyebrows and smiled deeply. How about the information I asked you to find? Did you find it? I found it. He really has his plans to subdue that Jahei ninja frog. Thinking of the information collected, Jen Bird secretly said in shock. Hundreds of years ago, the Koga ninja frog of Hanzo, a ninja master in the eastern region of the Blue Star Alliance, was able to undergo super evolution similar to mega evolution, which I originally thought was the beautification of future generations. But in the Sheno area several hidden ninja villages, our special ops team also found similar legends. According to the analysis of several doctors, some Koga ninja frogs may have specific qualities and have the potential to undergo mega evolution. True Bird asserts. Not surprisingly, that man's Koga ninja has such qualities. Then sort out the information collected and give them to Meow Meow and let them pass it on to him. Sakagi showed an inscrutable smile. Yes. The real bird froze for a moment and bowed. Raising her head, Maya understood what Sakagi meant, and her eyes showed admiration. The owner of the Red Lotus Gym is now not only powerful, but also well connected. It is not easy to attract, since if therefore, the Rockets also pretended to be confused and formed a relationship with him to convey benefits. The other side. In a coffee shop, after receiving the document sent by the real bird, Musashi looked impatient. What does this girl with watermelon skin glasses want to do? I said a long time ago not to have anything to do with that guy, but you didn't listen. Thinking of Lee's terrifying strength against Dream, Kojira complained. What did you say? I didn't hear it. Clenching his fists, Musashi smiled threateningly. Carrot v carrot. No, I didn't say anything. Kojira hurriedly refilled Musashi's coffee. The team members are clear at a glance. Wearing sunglasses, Meow Meow said slowly. Well, stop arguing Meow, you two, who made us owe a lot of money now. If we don't accept the conditions of that braided girl, how can we have the money to make robots to capture Pikachu? When will we be promoted if we don't capture Pikachu? Get a raise and become a cadre. Furthermore, Meow Meow, don't you feel wrong? Meow Meow pushed her sunglasses, her tone became more and more low, and a trace of light flashed in Meow Meow's eyes. Last time, it was clear that our two cadres were arrested by the master of the Red Lotus Gym. Look at this again, the watermelon skin glasses girl not only didn't say anything, but sent encrypted information to this Red Lotus Gym master through us, don't you understand? I suspect. The owner of the Red Lotus Gym is ours. Meow Meow, don't say it, it's really possible. Kojira pinched his chin and fell into contemplation. If that's the case, what level is this? Musashi's eyes lit up. Kojira speculated. Well, someone who can make the headquarters sacrifice 2 cadres and support them must be Deputy Leader, the 2 said in unison. The 3 looked at each other, all seeing the excitement in the other's eyes. If it is like this, doesn't it mean that the subtext of the headquarters this time is to let them follow this guy and work hard? Train them as reserve cadres. The 2 clinked glasses with each other. What a great feeling, Tilda. Looking at the sneaky 3 people, the female clerk found the store manager and whispered. Manager, is there something wrong with these 3 people? How is it possible? Look carefully, there is nothing strange except that the meow can speak human words. Besides, look, do the other 2 treat the meow equally? The unshaven store manager said faintly. Smile. A person who can treat elves as friends, even if it is bad, how bad can it be? The semi-finals of the Whirlpool Islands competition came to an end. The finals will be held in 3 days. During the rare vacation time, Leahy watched a short video while flicking his 6 tails. It's another video of hiding money from private houses. Hey, brother, didn't I tell you? What about the relationship between husband and wife? Is money important? Is private money still used to hide? My wife and I will never do this, since I know after my wife was afraid of worm-type spirits, I always put my money in silk nests made by green caterpillars. Huh, a girl who looks like a big-footed guy is married for 300 million, and a girl with an 8-point beauty is married for 30,000. Which one to choose? Does it still need to choose? It must be the first one. Money is not enough. The money is not important. The important thing is that, brother, I can take this one. Suddenly Lilia's news interrupted Leahy's fun time. Mr. Lee, the 3 managers of that online store want to contact you via video. Is it convenient for you? Let them call me, Leahy replied. It is good. A minute later, Leahy connected to the video of the Rockets trio. Looking at Leahy, who caressed the 6 tails with one hand and smiled, the trio whispered. Can't go wrong. Look at this elf's posture, it's exactly the same as Boss Sakagi, meow. Do you want to ask directly? I don't know where I took out a fan, and meow meow hit the back of Kojira's head with a fan. Are you stupid, meow? What if this kind of thing is leaked? What are you doing? Leahy was puzzled. Nothing, meow. That's right, it's been a long time since I saw your appearance. It's too shocking, and I haven't recovered from it for a long time. That's right. The 2 rubbed their hands in unison, hee, with a smile. Leahy. In a hurry to hook up, cough, in a hurry to talk to Xiao Jua about her ideals in life, Leahy coughed dryly. If you have nothing to do. No, I have something to do. Kojira glanced at his surroundings furtively, and said in a low voice. There is a document, we want to give it to you, can you send it directly to you? Then pass it to me directly. Thinking it was a purchase contract, Leahy casually said. In the future, you can find Lilia for these things. Watching the quick hang-up video communication. Speaking of Leahy, Kojira sighed. The speed of this video is the same as that of Boss Sakagi. Wait, if this is the deputy leader, isn't Lilia a competent subordinate in the eyes of the deputy leader? Meow meow rubbed her chin, her expression serious. No way, just that little girl with braids can be a cadre. Musashi said in surprise. No, I think what Meow Meow said makes sense. Otherwise, with so many online stores, why would she be able to lock us in so easily? Kojira thought seriously. Is it possible that our work has finally been appreciated? This so-called company is actually an important plan for our rockets. We have already participated in it. First get the cadre's approval, and finally if you can become this competent subordinate. The 3 eyes lit up and said in unison. Get promoted. What a great feeling. The other side. After hanging up the phone, Leahy looked at the document passed by Kojira. Intelligence conjecture about the evolution of the Koga Ninja Frog Mega and the secret volume of the Shenga Ryu in the Sheno area. PDF. Lee Heiyu slowly put a question mark in his mind. Leahy. Chapter 354 Acupuncture Moves, 3 paragraphs. Tuesday, March 2nd. Early in the morning, after waking up. After breakfast, Lee sat by the windowsill. After reading the information sent by Kojira, Lee murmured. It's pretty much what I guessed. In the TV animation, according to Lee's guess, the ability of Xiaoji's Koga Forbearance Frog to transform into a bond should be related to Xiaoji's own hidden terrifying waveguide power. Through the telepathy ability of the power of the waveguide, the Koga Ninja Frog should have borrowed the waveguide power of Xiaoji, successfully opened the fetters and transformed characteristics, and evolved into the Xiaoji version of the Koga Ninja Frog. After flipping through the first half again, Lee rubbed his chin and fell into contemplation. In addition to the Shengulu dense scroll in the second half, the core pointed to by the first half is telepathy. Dr. Ben judged that Mega Evolution must have something in common with the evolution of the Koga Ninja Frog. Since there is no Mega Evolution stone as a link and a bridge, it is necessary for the trainer and the elves to achieve a state of heart-to-heart. That is, the bond between the trainer and the elves is very demanding. Dr. Bobo's words are hard to agree with. The evolution of elves seems to be instantaneous, but in fact, it consumes the accumulation of the past. Forced evolution is just a body with a strong outer body and a middle trunk. The accumulation of power in Mega Evolution comes from the elves themselves. But for anything to evolve upward, it needs a step, and the Mega Evolution stone contains special factors that can stimulate the elves to undergo super evolution. It is also one of the sources of super evolutionary power. Regardless of strength, just talking about fetters is really empty. Bastard. How many times have I said that? The old man's name is Nambo. Looking at the two people who could actually quarrel with each other on the information, Lee had a strange expression. But the literacy of the rocket's researchers still made Lee secretly startled. Good guy. With the help of brain holes and analysis, these amazing research experts on the hairline are actually quite reliable. Although he wanted to try it immediately, Lee still called the owner of the Whirlpool Islands gym. Cough, Your Excellency, I want to borrow your dojo and try to practice a new move. Lee said politely. It's easy to talk, you are welcome at any time. The owner of the Whirlpool Islands gym replied cheerfully. Isn't it just practicing a new move? It's not easy. After half an hour. With the Koga Ninja Frog, Lee came to the Whirlpool Islands gym. In the center of the Whirlpool Islands gym, Koga Ninja nodded calmly towards Lee. Here. Standing on the edge of the field, Lee responded. Then I'll start. Begin. Isn't the Koga Ninja Frog going to practice moves? The owner of the Whirlpool Islands gym folded his arms and said to himself doubtfully. As the master of the water-type gymnasium, the master of the Whirlpool Islands gymnasium has also cultivated many water-type elves. Standing next to the master of the Whirlpool Islands gym, the water arrow turtle with a body size of nearly 2 meters has a solemn expression. Looking at Lee, there is a vigilance in the eyes of the water arrow turtle. Crack. This human being is not simple. Turtle, look at this human waveguide. Is he still a person? The wave missile move is a move that uses the power of the waveguide. As a water arrow turtle that has inherited the wave missile move, the ability to perceive the waveguide is also a talent of the water arrow turtle. What's the matter, old man? Just practice a move, don't be too nervous. Patting the shell of the water arrow turtle, the owner of the Whirlpool Islands gym laughed. Waveguide. Aiming the palm of his hand at the Jahei Ninja Frog, Lee's expression was serious. The power of the waveguide raised an invisible whirlwind, lifting up Lee's hair and the corners of his clothes. Rubbing his eyes, the owner of the Whirlpool Islands gym thought he was watching a martial arts movie. Flat for no reason, where did the wind come from? Lee's waveguide power acts as a bridge, connecting Lee and Jahei Ninja. Using the power of the waveguide as a medium, the perspectives of Lee and the Koga Ninja Frog merge into one. Give it. Feeling the wave guiding power being blessed on his body, Koga Ninja took a deep breath. Raising his hand, Koga Ninja Frog's lightning 2 fingers tapped on his chest. Second acupuncture move. Boom. For a time, the energy of the water attribute turned into a substantial water vortex, whirling wildly around the Koga ninja frog. Almost with the Koga ninja frog as the eye, a waterspout was formed. The expression of the owner of the Vortex Island's gym changed. There was a hint of horror in his eyes, and the gym master of the Vortex Islands quickly retreated. Water Arrow Turtle. Use it to defend. As the main elf following the master of the Whirlpool Islands gym, the Water Arrow Turtle is also powerful. Crack. With a low roar from the Water Arrow Turtle, it was like a glass cage, and 5 blue barriers blocked the Koga ninja frog in it. But after realizing that the second acupuncture state was not his limit, Koga ninja raised his finger, tapped his chest again, and clicked heavily. 3 acupuncture moves. Jahe ninja made this move, and Lihi's expression changed slightly. It was as if an invisible heavy object was pressing down on him. At the same time, the surging water energy turned into a turbulent wave, holding up the Koga ninja frog. With his hands around his chest, the Koga ninja frog's eyes were tightly closed, and as the red scarf around his neck fluttered in the wind, the huge waves under the Koga ninja frog's feet would hold the move and shoot out cracks. Seeing this scene, the owner of the Vortex Islands gym really wanted to complain. Can't stand the move. Are you here to practice your moves? It's clearly coming to tear down my house. Seeing this, Lihi was also startled. Quick, control it. Bang. After smashing and holding the move, the surfing move was like a ferocious beast raging around, and the Koga ninja frog suddenly opened his eyes. Here. As if the beast had not vented enough, the giant wave made an unwilling rumbling sound, and under the control of the Koga ninja frog, the surfing move came to an abrupt end. Wiping the water droplets on his face, the gym master of the Vortex Islands turned pale. If it weren't for the Water Arrow Turtle's guarding move, the gymnasium just now probably wouldn't be able to keep it. This is just the aftermath of the surf move. Is this a trick, or mega evolution? Okay. As Lihi put away the power of the waveguide, Koga ninja also withdrew from the state of 3 acupuncture moves. Here. Even with the physical strength and heritage of Koga ninja, there was a hint of tiredness in his pupils. 3 acupuncture moves can theoretically increase a certain ability of the Koga ninja frog by 6 times. If it weren't for Lihi's help sharing through the power of the waveguide, the Koga ninja couldn't resist such a terrifying improvement. This is the confidence of the master of the Li Pavilion. Using special means, the Koga ninja frog can use 3 pointing moves in a row. The owner of the Whirlpool Islands has a solemn expression. But looking at the ground shattered by the surf move, the gym master of the Vortex Islands smoked a cigarette and calmed down. Can't calm down. If it wasn't for the Water Arrow Turtle's defensive moves, his gym would be gone. This young man doesn't talk about martial arts, and he actually smashed all the wool on himself. Looking at the master of the Whirlpool Islands gym, Lihi coughed dryly. I really just came to practice a move. I didn't expect the destructive power to be a little big. If it wasn't for the feeling that he couldn't beat Lihi, the owner of the Whirlpool Islands gym really wanted to talk about life with Lihi. In your eyes, the surfing move that breaks all the holding moves is a little bit more destructive. It is a little bit big. Chapter 355 The Family Style of the Owner of the Red Lotus Taoist House. Although the complaints were made, the owner of the Whirlpool Islands gymnasium did not inquire about Lihi's tricks. In the auditorium around the venue, the apprentices' onlookers whispered. That should be a surfing move, right? Go on a ghost wave. Whose surfing moves are like that? Break the guard moves. The internet actually said that the master of the Red Lotus Gym is a master of the fire attribute. I believe you are a ghost. Different from the apprentices who complained, the little guys in the Lihi family had different expressions. Yo-yo oh, Sue. Six-Tails slapped the railing excitedly, his big dark eyes full of fighting intent. Six-Tails. After many years of waiting, Ben Yo-yo's career of begging for defeat has finally seen a glimmer of light. Although there is a qualitative difference in the level of strength, with the increase in quantity brought about by the 3 acupuncture moves, Koga Ninja's surfing moves should also be able to compete with the orange flames and blue lightning of the Six Tails. Goss goss. Holding his chin, Gengar looked serious. I'm coming. Old Age 3's backstab is here. Although Leahy was needed to assist, the Koga Ninja Frog in the 3-point acupuncture state still raised the combat effectiveness of Leahy's team to a new level. With wide eyes, the crustacean showed an expression of unyielding expression. Luba hollow bullet. Aiming at the giant pincer crab whose eyes were dodging, the crustacean showed a hideous smile of, kind and friendly. Filled down pointing triangle v filled down pointing triangle. Giant claw crab. Dangerous. D. At the same time, there is also Xiaofudan's elf egg who feels, dangerous. Although there are thoughts and actions that come out of the shell, the eggshell that has been hardened and polished is not something that Xiaofudan can easily break open. After watching the drill of the Koga Ninja Frog, the thoughts of the conscious body in the elf egg are, this is too strong. Glancing at the elf egg that was shaking desperately, the apprentices discussed in a low voice. So excited. Sure enough, it's not that the family does not enter the house. The belligerent personality is undoubtedly revealed. Is this the so-called family tradition of the owner of the Red Lotus Gym? Holding a mobile phone, an apprentice sent a video of the shaking elf egg to the internet. The family tradition of the owner of the Red Lotus Temple. During this time, the final promotion of the Whirlpool Islands competition once again put Leahy and Luo Shifeng into the top 3 on Twitter's hot search list. As the third runner-up of the last Shanao Regional Conference, Luo Shifeng's popularity is not inferior to that of some well-known coordination trainers. Under the repeated invitation of Twitter's official, Leahy finally showed his face in the Twitter live room. This Master Lee is so handsome. I feel that the average appearance of the masters has been raised. Hey, the world is getting worse, and a trainer who can rely on his face to eat has chosen to rely on talent. What does this make us aunties work hard to earn money? This face and this beauty, has it been corrected? Cough. Leahy coughed lightly. Is it all wrong for everyone? Which doctor can have this level? Besides, did I live broadcast by my face? It all depends on my character. I vomited. Character. Shocked. Li Guanju, the head of the new genre trainer who treats battles as a meal, actually said that he was able to get to where he is today because of his character. I think back then, when we watched the show, what kind of show were we watching? It was a goblin, watching a fight. And what kind of show is it now? Yes, the goblin took a trick from me to throw the armor and remove the armor. But the show that Li Guanju watched is estimated to be, Goblin, first take one of my tricks, throw the helmet and remove armor, and then watch the fight. Finally, eat it and wipe it clean. Give the goblin a trick to destroy the corpse and destroy the corpse. This is how the 3 views of Master Li are estimated to have been shaped. Ignoring a bunch of barrage, Leahy released the video of the game clip sent by Lilia. This is the game that is about to be tested. The number of places for the internal test. Let's draw a lottery in the background. There are not many places, so trading is prohibited. As the video played, Lee Hebian introduced. The first mode of this game is the War Chess mode, which is a turn-based system. What is the specific gameplay? It is estimated that when the game anchors broadcast it, you will all know it. As for the second mode, it's a 5v5 team battle real-time mode. As you can see, Shinado used a teleportation move to the center of the battle, and the magic space has enveloped both sides of the battle. Taking this opportunity, the speed of the slowest Huhu suddenly became faster. Huhu used a power trick move to exchange attack and defense. The basic attack became 230 Huhu with a single blow, the main output fire-breathing dragon in the opponent's team. As the video finished playing, Leahy casually said, "This game adopts a free system, and I hope everyone will support it more at that time. Fuck, this game feels very fun. Free, really free, I believe it now. Brother Lee has been able to get to where he is today, thanks to his character." Rookie, what game is this? Listen to what you just said. Is the anchor live streaming the game? After continuing to promote a wave of games, Lee Hegwang quickly downcast. Today's live broadcast is over. I'm not being lazy. I figured that tomorrow will be a week. Everyone has to go to work, go to school, etc. I'm definitely not trying to be lazy, I'm just thinking about everyone's liver and kidneys. Understood. The subtext is to make us burst into support of his game. Recharge your energy and play liver games. The anchor is so handsome when he lies. Turning off the camera, Lee's expression is subtle. Twitter is different from Station B. Compared with Station B, Twitter is very large. Just now, a few fans sent Bao Yang private messages. Shaking his head, Lee complained. Is my patriarch Lee like that? Pity. The owner of Lee, who was a year and a half earlier, might have followed. But now, give me hundreds of thousands of Lee Guanju a month. Even crustaceous snacks are not good enough. After the live broadcast for a long time, Lee was also very tired, but looking at the income in the backstage, Lee felt full of motivation again. Time to night. Six Tails are doing pre-war mobilization for Crustacea, Gengar, and Koga Ninja meeting. Yo-Yo carrot. Squatting on the closet, Lu-Wei flicked his tail with a serious expression. Sitting on the sofa, Lee's expression was subtle, and Lu-Wei's words were automatically translated in his mind. We are invincible ahead. Secondary boss voice line. Velu hollow bullet. The crustacean looked up, full of fighting intent. Go ni. Zhang Gui grinned as he gave a thumbs up to the live broadcast room. Hand it over to this uncle, all right. Cough, you don't have to be so serious. Just take it easy. Lee coughed slightly and said casually. Just hit 3-0. Look, this is Cao He's words. Cao He is still so good at talking, he really doesn't forget his original intention. Just kidding to activate the atmosphere. Finding that the live broadcast room of Station B was still harmonious, Lee said seriously. Winning or losing is a common thing for trainers, and the most important thing is not to get hurt. Give it to you. Hearing this, Jahe Ren Frog silently clenched his fists and his eyes were firm. With such a trainer, why not reward him with a championship? Chapter 356 Final Match. The next 2 days. Borrowing the venue of the Vortex Islands gym, under the leadership of Lu-Wei, the little guys practiced hard all night. Looking at the elves with high fighting spirit, Lee also became serious. Although Lee has a moderate attitude of neither supporting nor opposing the battle against the trainers. Formal battles can deepen the emotions between trainers and elves and form bonds. But the injury of the elf is also inevitable, Lee considered this and muttered. Since the Crustacea, Gengar, and Koga Ninja are all ready, I should take it seriously. Responding to the expectations of the elves, this must be the way of my trainer. Saturday, March 6th. According to the ancient calendar of the Whirlpool Islands, this day is an auspicious day. Appropriate, anything is fine. The rising sun hit the glass, and the warm, salty sea breeze blew into the house. Slip oh. Like arms, the two tails tied a red string on top of their head to symbolize victory. Lu-Wei's big dark eyes were full of excitement, and he jumped from Lee's face to the windowsill. Lu-Wei pulled the curtains open, and shouted several times in excitement. Lu-Wei, do you have a few lines about your tonnage? My face is made of collagen. Covering his face, Lee looked resentful. Should I, the owner of the Lee Pavilion, give myself a face and pay tens of millions of insurance? Slip, circle all but upper left quadrant filled, for all, circle all but upper left quadrant filled. Looking around again, Lee complained. What time is it? Are you all ready to go? Delicately put a lipstick on herself, Shinado. Omega, asterisk. Taking out the phone, Shinado holds the elf egg in one hand and the phone in the other. Today is 7:30 in the morning on March 6th. I didn't just open the live broadcast room now, it's the owner of the library who just woke up now. What can I do? Kiss him to wake him up. Not even a wake-up call. Bad review. Master Li just woke up. That Luo Shifeng player went out for a run at 6:30 in the morning with a group of elves. Could Master Li be called lazy? Master Li is so mature and prudent. He has the style of a general. After returning a few private messages to fans, Shinado said casually to Li He. By the way, the owner of Xiaojuer asked me to send you a message just now. They are going to pick up people at the nearby airport, so they set off early. I see, Li He replied while putting on his clothes. For the final match of the Vortex Islands competition, Chairman Zhou of the organizing committee of the conference also activated his personal connections and invited several heavyweight guests in a row. About to retire, President Zhou wants to give his career a perfect ending before retiring. Wearing sunglasses, Zhang Gui took the lead in pushing open the door. Go hiss. Lu Bai, dish. Crustacea rushed out impatiently. He released his hand, and the liquid water blade in his palm turned into a stream of water. Koga Ninja took a deep breath, and his eyes were firm. Here. Surrounded by Li He, the little guys rushed towards the main venue of the Whirlpool Islands aggressively. The salute exploded in the clear sky, and the audience around the venue was full of people. Fans of both players entered the arena early and hung banners on the railings at the front desk. The fire-breathing dragon rushes to the master. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Carapace mothers love you. Close black lens bracket. The aerial camera shuttled back and forth in the sky, and the mayor of the Vortex Islands lit the flame of the flame bird, a symbol of victory and perseverance. Looking at the holy fire burning in the huge stone basin, Lu Wei swallowed. Slip. Look at the swaying look of that flame, is it tempting Ben's yo-yo stomach? Standing on the podium, Li He coughed lightly while waving to the fans. Six Tails, can you accept your saliva? Almost got the owner's shoulders wet. The flame bird's holy flame that was brought in overnight is not for you to eat. Cough cough cough. Slightly fat, in a suit and leather shoes, the host walked up to the microphone, and the host shouted excitedly. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the finals of this Whirlpool Islands competition. Now standing on both sides of us are the finalists, Luo Shifeng, and Li He. The atmosphere was ignited, and the cheers of the audience overwhelmed the host's voice for a while. Luo Shifeng, come on. Master Li, where 3? Brother Li is forever God. At the guest seat, President Zhou rubbed his shaved chin and nodded with satisfaction. Both are very popular. Naturally, Lian, the owner of the Cypress Fan Gym in Cypress City, responded calmly when he arrived at the Whirlpool Islands this morning. It's not surprising that Luo Shifeng can win the third runner-up in the Shanao Regional Conference. Wearing a red tie, a white shirt and blue suit pants. He looked like a young man in his 20s, and Lian dressed like a college teacher. The casually combed black hair and fair complexion made Lian a little more bookish. Lian, the owner of the Cypress Fan Gym, nicknamed, the one who seeks the truth, the reason why he is the master of the Cypress Fan Gym, a general attribute gym, is because Lian believes that the general attribute has the least weakness. Although he is a gym owner of a general attribute gym, Lian specializes in multiple attributes, and is good at using the elf's attribute restraint, the characteristics of the elf, and the information of the elf to fight. While chatting with President Zhou, Lian glanced at Li He, and a ray of light flashed in his eyes. Sure enough, Lian came for Li He. Xiaojuer lightly smiled, keenly aware of Lian's abnormality. Because the two are very similar. Lian's way of being a trainer is to dig deep into the characteristics of elves, their characteristics, and their moves. Nazi was expressionless as she combed the doll's hair. In place of Nazi, the doll gave Lian a strange look and said. Presumably, for Master Li, a master on the same path, Lian is also eager to try it. Challenge the strong, this is the instinct of the trainer. Facing Pavilion Master Li, it is common sense for Lian to have a desire to fight. In addition to the host of the Hinoki Fan Gym, Lian was invited, and President Zhou also invited a popular idol. Lu Lia. As a popular idol, Lu Lia is also a coordination trainer. A girl who looks about 16 or 17 years old, wearing a short aqua blue skirt. Lulia looked around with a surprised expression, and muttered. It's not surprising that Luo Shifeng has such popularity after playing the Shanao Regional Conference. But why is this Li Guanju so popular? This popularity is not worse than the performance of the top coordination trainer. Born in the Fangyuan area and active in the Fangyuan area, Lulia focuses on coordinating the path of trainers and idols, and has no time to pay attention to things in the trainer world. In addition, there is a huge Hejiang area and several oceans between the Fangyuan area and the Huasha area of the Blue Star Alliance. Lulia only heard about the new owner of the Red Lotus Island from the agent. Lulia, who was busy with work, really didn't have the energy to pay attention. Since she can become a popular idol, Lulia's emotional intelligence is not bad. Coupled with the sweet voice and beautiful face, after a while, Lulia inquired about Lihi's resume from the guest next to him. Blue Star Alliance Huasha District Trainer of the Year, Red Lotus Gym Master, International Police Consultant. Lucia's eyes widened. This resume is too gorgeous. Chapter 357 Li Guanju's technique of borrowing a knife trick to kill fish. As the host introduced the two, the atmosphere reached a peak again. Let's kill Li Guanju in this round. Humph, I'm afraid you haven't seen the power of a mega fire-breathing dragon. The mere mega evolution, the gigantic transformation of my Kalo region is the pinnacle of the trainer's strength. Amidst the shouts of the audience, Li He and Luo Shifeng shook hands. Master Li, please advise. Luo Shifeng smiled and said politely. I don't dare to give advice and make progress with each other. Li He replied politely. Taking a deep look at Li He, Luo Shifeng walked back. Puff. 2 wisps of flames spewed out of his nostrils, and the fire-breathing dragon gave Li He a solemn look, then followed Luo Shifeng. From the trainer's attitude, the fire-breathing dragon also knows that this trainer with 6 tails is not easy to deal with. Even so, it is also his long-cherished wish to bring victory to the trainer and defeat the powerful enemy. Returning to the podium, Luo Shifeng looked at Li He again, with a flash of sharpness in his eyes. Fighting against the world's first-class gym owners is beyond expectation. At the same time, in the guest seat, Chairman Zhou smiled cheerfully and asked. Several, as usual. For example, who do you think has a better chance of winning? If Master Li made a full effort, Luo Shifeng would naturally have no hope of winning. He Lian asserted. Hearing this, President Zhou glanced at He Lian in surprise. Huh. So assert. Is it possible that the two people, the owner of the Li and the Hylian, know each other? But I haven't heard that Li Guanju has been to the Hejiang area. As the chairman of the organizing committee of the Whirlpool Islands competition, Chairman Zhou has a wide network of contacts and knows many gym owners. But President Zhou really doesn't know anything about the so-called master status of the master of Li Pavilion. After all, the members of the Battle Exchange Group are at least the acting masters of well-known gymnasiums, and the members of the group are well aware of Master Li's low profile. Naturally, it won't go out too much. Although you are the chairman of the organizing committee of the conference, Chairman Zhou is also an outsider to Hylian, and he does not need to point out the identity of Master Li as a master. But Master Li didn't do his best this time. He Lian added. Luo Shifeng's mega fire-breathing dragon is a tough bone, which is quite difficult to chew. Plus, without a mega evolution stone on his body, Zhenggui of Li Guanju naturally cannot mega evolution. Hearing this, Lu Lia interjected. In other words, is Luo Shifeng more likely to win this final match? That's not certain. The owner of the Whirlpool Islands gym looked at the Koga ninja. Let's not talk about the gap in tactical literacy among trainers. Master Li, but he's hiding a whole card. The battle is about to begin. Seeing the referee raise his hands, the audience held their breath. On one side is the now famous new generation gym owner. One side is the third runner-up of the Sheno Regional Conference, which is extremely difficult to challenge. Who will win? The audience can't wait. In the guest seat, Xiao Zhuer did not discuss with the other guests. She held her cheek with one hand, and Xiao Zhuer saw the referee wave suddenly. It started. Looking at the battlefield, Xiao Zhuer showed anticipation. As the words, "Battle Start," flashed on the big screen, Luo Shifeng's eyes suddenly became sharp and he shouted. Go, Thousand Needle Fish. Player Luo Shifeng's starting lineup is Thousand Needle Fish. The commentator shouted in surprise. Although the quality of elves like Thousand Needlefish are good, they are not good at swimming. Oh, player Lihe's starting lineup is Crustacea. I understand. Player Luo Shifeng intends to use Thousand Needlefish's poisonous spines to fight Crustacea. Are you going to lose both sides with the crustacean? Purple poisonous thorns protrude from the skin, floating on the water like thorny balloons. The excellent training of the trainer makes the Thousand Needlefish face the carapace dragon without fear. Ha ha. Lu Bai. Facing the Thousand Needlefish, the crustacean charged up and grabbed the move. Although its head is protected by a carapace, its sharp teeth are surrounded by black light. Looking at the crustacean, Luo Shifeng evoked a smile. Go, hit it hard. On the surface of the water, the Thousand Needlefish was full of fighting spirit. Facing the crustacean, the Thousand Needlefish actually launched an active attack. Hit the carapace of the crustacea several times in a row. Although the stinger couldn't penetrate the crustacean's body, Thousand Needlefish was not discouraged at all. Using the mobility of the water attack, the Thousand Needlefish attacked the crustacean dozens of times in a row. Thousand Needlefish is relying on a poisonous stinger. Does the crustacean dare not bite itself? Faced with the dragon-type elf, the crustacean, the Thousand Needlefish dares to press and fight. The commentator shouted. Bite, Lihe ordered. Observing the movements of Qianeu with a cold eye, the crustacean suddenly used a biting move, and the lightning bit the body of Qianeu. Aren't players Lihe afraid of the highly poisonous Thousand Needlefish? He even made the crustacea use a biting move. The commentator shouted in surprise. Contestant Lihe underestimated the poisonousness of the Thousand Needlefish. At the guest table, Lu Lia showed concern. If it is poisoned by the Thousand Needlefish, even if the crustacea can eliminate the Thousand Needlefish, the crustacea's own physical energy will be too much, and it will not be able to cope with the next battle. This is 1,000 damage to the enemy and 800 to oneself. But the crustacea will pray for moves, and it should still be able to fight the Thousand Needlefish. President Zhou analyzed. Seeing this, Hylian narrowed his eyes. It's not that simple. If he's not bad. Luo Shifeng is about to make a ruthless attack. Thousand Needlefish, get smaller. Big explosion. The expression on his face instantly changed from a solemn smile to a winning smile. Luo Shifeng raised his eyes. I have this piece of king fried. Presumably you, Li Guanju, did not expect it. It is always a hassle to keep the wish move of the crustacean. This solves it. The smaller move can make the Thousand Needlefish shrink in size. The big explosion move is a powerful self-destruction trick. The commentator spoke very quickly. What an amazing plan. After a long time, it turns out that Luo Shifeng has been waiting for this opportunity. So that the Thousand Needlefish can sneak into the crustacean's body, avoid the crustacean's defensive carapace, and carry out a critical strike. It's dangerous to come down, Li Guanju. What? Crustacean used a jet flame move. The Thousand Needlefish that was about to explode was pushed into the air by a powerful flame column and exploded with a bang. Seeing this scene, the crustacean smiled slyly, with smug eyes. Hey. Want to fuck me? Don't you look at who the trainer of this dragon palace is. Stuck in the gap between Thousand Needlefish's big explosion move, and quickly made crustacea change to use the jet flame move. The commentator was surprised. Is this a coincidence? Or is it that player Lihe has insight into player Luo Shifeng's intentions? The tactical literacy of the trainer is a judgment. This wave of Pavilion Master Li is standing in the atmosphere and taunting his opponent. Amidst the cheers, Lihe's expression was subtle. Even the Thousand Needlefish, exhausted to death, could not penetrate the defense of the crustacea. But the thousand needlefish is still desperately jumping beside the crustacean. Use this kind of trick to test my master Li. Is my patriarch Li such a person who can't stand the test? After losing the first battle, Luo Shifeng's expression was ugly, but he politely praised. Master Li's trick is really good. What is in my plan? I don't have much eyes, it's just a temporary reaction. Li Hechin said modestly. A new meme is here. Li Guanju said that he doesn't have much in mind. This trick is really cool to kill people with a knife. Ignoring the noise on the field, the fighting intent in He Lian's eyes was even stronger. In the end, the owner of the Li Pavilion is the owner of the Li Pavilion. If there was one word to describe He Lian's heart, it would be Master Li, you have successfully attracted my desire to fight. Chapter 358 Gengar vs Minos. After taking the thousand needlefish, Li He took back the crustacean. Smile. After the smile subsided, Li He's eyes narrowed. Gengar, go. The shadow under Li He's feet extended to the opposing battlefield. With ferocious triangular-shaped red pupils and sharp teeth gleaming with cold light, Gengar grinned, and his entire body emerged from the shadows. Filled down pointing triangle v filled down pointing triangle, go hiss. Standing in front of Li He, Zhang Ghost took off his glasses. With a sharp look in his eyes, Zhang Gui's smile reached the base of his ears, and the tyrannical life energy formed a substantial life force field, which continued to spread around. Seeing the waves of water oscillating towards the surroundings centered on Zhang Ghost, Li He coughed dryly. This kind of invisible I, the master of Li, will also. Master Li's power of waveguide raised a strong wind. He deliberately wore a white cape, and the pavilion master Li folded his chest with both hands, and under the gale, the cape fluttered in the wind. Master Li is very good. Very handsome. Is this going to bend us? Ms. Lulia, Ms. Lulia. In the guest seat, I heard the voice next to me, noticed that she was staring at Li He's face, and Lulia's face was slightly red. With a masked cough, Lulia said apologetically. Sorry, I just thought about things at work. Are you cheating? Slobber. The owner of the Whirlpool Islands gym reminded calmly. Ah, hearing this, Lulia raised her hand subconsciously. Halfway through, Lulia suddenly realized that she was deceived. Senior. After teasing the little girl, the owner of the Whirlpool Islands gym said seriously. Come on, guess, what will Luo Shifeng do next? Well, the current situation is not good for Luo Shifeng. If I were him, I should release the ace fire-breathing dragon to win this round first. Lulia gave the old senior a white look and thought about it. You underestimate Luo Shifeng. Do you think the Shanao Regional Conference can reach the third runner-up with just a mega fire-breathing dragon? President Zhou laughed dumbly. Gengar. To meet Zhang Gui's eyes, Luo Shifeng narrowed his eyes slightly. I originally wanted to calculate the crustacea, but I didn't expect to get on the thousand needlefish, which was really beyond Luo Shifeng's expectations. And the next action of Li He to take back the crustacean made Luo Shifeng firmly believe in his judgment. This Li Guanjuo predicted his own prediction. Staring at Li He, Luo Shifeng had a serious expression. Although Luo Shifeng was also under pressure when facing the champion of the last Shanao Regional Conference. But the pressure at that time was largely from the opponent's Mega Dragon. Right now, but it's from the owner of the Li Pavilion. This Red Lotus Gym Master. What an amazing tactical level and insight. After sighing, Luo Shifeng's eyes were sharp and he said solemnly. Go, Minos. Known as the most beautiful elf in the world, the main force of the current Fangyuan Regional Championship. Minos who looks like a mermaid. Oh. With an elegant voice resembling a soprano, Minos stared solemnly at Gengar with his cold eyes. At the same time, the data of Minos emerged in Luo Shifeng's heart. Head. Open black lens bracket Minos, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket props to carry, mysterious water droplets close black lens bracket. Characteristic. Aggressive when the ability is reduced, the attack power is greatly improved. Moves: Water Cannon, Self-Regeneration, Mirror Reflection, Hold, Curse. The elf item Mysterious Water Drop can enhance the power of Minos, water attribute moves. Coupled with Minos, natural strong defense and excellent speed, for Gengar, Minos is also a rare and powerful enemy. Curse: Luo Shifeng took the lead in ordering. Curse moves can reduce Minos, speed and increase Minos, attack and defense. The dark aura entangled Minos. Minos narrowed his eyes, and his aura suddenly rose. Oh! At the same time, as Minos' unyielding voice resounded throughout the audience, Minos' momentum climbed to the top. Using a curse move to trigger Minos' competitive characteristics greatly increases Minos' attack power. Xiao Zhuer nodded and smiled. Very clever use. The Whirlpool Island's gym master's expression became solemn. Minos' defensive power is not weak, and with the self-regeneration moves that can restore physical strength, Minos is resistant to energy milk. After using the curse move, Minos' attack power is even more amazing. Coupled with the Mysterious Water Drop, Minos Water Cannon move. The power is terrifying. As a trainer who is good at offensive warfare, Luo Shifeng showed his sharpness and shouted. "OL. Substitute." Li He ordered briefly. Minos locked onto Zhengui, and the water cannon that was ready to launch spit out fiercely. Go hiss. Filled square v filled square. Facing the water cannon move, Zhengui put on his sunglasses indifferently, with an indifferent look on his face. In the face of attack, be polite. A 2-meter diameter water cannon smashed Zhengui's body into pieces, and the castration continued. The terrifying power of the water cannon move directly penetrated the walls of the venue. Seeing this scene, the audience in the front row was shocked. We won't be hurt by mistake. Was it sent away? Like a moving turret, Minos cautiously spewed out one after another, water cannon, as if to smash Zhengui to scum. A stand-in move. I can't resist this kind of burst water cannon move. Can Zhengui's physical strength hold up? Zhengui can't be careless. Don't flash. 10 water cannons were sprayed in a row, and around Minos was also exhausted and panting, and a trace of exhaustion and excitement flashed in his eyes. Win. Win. All 10 water cannon moves were hit, and even I couldn't resist it. The water splashed down, just like no one. Zheng Ghost conjured up a glasses cloth with a Minos pattern, and focused on wiping the water droplets on the lenses. Although Gengar didn't speak, he already showed everything with his actions. That's it. Can't you? The showers for watering flowers last longer than you. In Li He's team, Gengar may not be the most aggressive elf. But with the strong life energy accumulated daily and the stand-in moves that he has practiced hard, Zhengui is definitely the most difficult one in Li He's team. Seeing this scene, Luo Shifeng frowned. Knowing that he had to change his style of play, Luo Shifeng ordered. Self-regenerate. The continuous water cannon moves cost Minos a lot of stamina, and the self-regeneration moves can quickly regenerate cells, thereby restoring Minos' stamina. However, staring at Gengar, Minos' eyes gradually turned red, and after shouting angrily, Minos attacked again. Eyelids twitched, Luo Shifeng took a deep breath. Good guy. It turns out that Gengar's action is not a mockery, but Gengar's provocative move. In a short period of time, Minos will be so angry that he loses his mind and can only attack frantically. Chapter 359 Koga Forbearance Frog vs Mega Evolution Fire Breathing Dragon. Amazing. As expected of a player Li He, Zhengui's move turned out to be a provocative move. Look how angry Minos is. His eyes are red. Invisible mockery, too deadly. Zhengui. Li He smiled slightly and gave the second order. Shadow Clone. Swish, swish, swish. The shadow clones covered the entire water attribute field, and many Zheng ghosts grinned, surrounding the angry Minos and blocking Luo Shifeng's retraction. With a ferocious water cannon blasting a clone, Minos gasped heavily, and his angry eyes quickly locked onto the next clone. Although the power of Minos's water cannon moves shocked the audience was even more chilled when they watched Gengar, who played Minos, with applause. As expected of the ghost-type elf Gengar, it's too evil. In short, in just 3 minutes, Minos fired nearly 30 terrifying water cannons. Even Menes, who is full of stamina, let out an uncomfortable and painful moan. Minos, the old lady's body was taken out of time. This picture can be used as an advertisement for kidney health care. Looking at Minos, who could no longer use the water cannon, the commentator shouted, "Under the strategy of Master Li, Minos is exhausted. Is this a battle? Is this torture? Quick, now there is an exhausted Minos, let's go up front." Hypnosis. Following Li's third order, Gengar floated towards Minos. Raising Minos' jaw with a ghost claw, Gengar grinned. Overbearing President Zheng Gui. As Minos being squeezed dry. A strange red light flashed across his pupils, and Zheng Gui's last move, hypnosis, made the exhausted Minos unable to hold on any longer and fainted. Holding the head of Minos, Gengar calmly put on his sunglasses. Thumbs up to the audience, Gengar. Quote opening parenthesis question mark. Filled square v filled square. Go hiss. Seeing this scene, the audience looked at each other in dismay. Under the command of Li Guanju, Zheng Gui's one active attack move was useless. 3 auxiliary moves took Minos down. This is even more outrageous than the second. A guest muttered in the guest seat. After a moment of silence, explosive cheers exploded. As expected of the owner of the Red Lotus Temple, Luo Shifeng sighed slightly in order to maintain his image. Deep down, Luo Shifeng complained wildly. This Gengar is using the clone move as a shadow clone move, right? Nazi's cheating tactics are not like this, right? To be able to assist Zheng Gui in practicing the stand-in moves to such an extent. This Master Li is outrageous. After relying on Tukao to relieve the pressure in his heart, Luo Shifeng and the fire-breathing dragon looked at each other. At the same time, seeing the vigorous fighting spirit in the eyes of the fire-breathing dragon trainer, the two smiled at each other. This Red Lotus Pavilion master is really strong. But the higher the mountain, the more people have the desire to climb, and only the super strong trainer has the value of transcendence. Luo Shifeng raised a smile, his eyes were full of fighting spirit. With a wave of his hand, Luo Shifeng shouted. Go, fire-breathing dragon. Luo Shifeng's last trump card is indeed the fire-breathing dragon. The narrator's enthusiastic voice resounded throughout the audience. Roar. Vibrating its wings, lightning strikes, the fire-breathing dragon stopped in midair, raised its head and spurted a column of flames. The fire-breathing dragon looked at Li He, the teeth of the entangled flames clenched, revealing a hideous smile. Looking at the Mega Evolution stone on the chest of the fire-breathing dragon, Li He looked serious. The power of Mega Evolution, even the gym owner dare not despise it. Jahei Ninja Frog. Li He snapped his fingers. Replacing Gengar, Koga Ninja Frog stood on the water vortex field with a solemn expression, and Koga Ninja Frog was already ready to meet the enemy. Fire-breathing dragon, Koga Ninja Frog. Turning her eyes to the battlefield, Nazi remained expressionless, but her eyes were a little more solemn. Is this the fire-breathing dragon who won the 3rd place in the Shanao Regional Conference for Luo Shifeng? Looking at this momentum, it really is completely different from an ordinary fire-breathing dragon. It can withstand the power of Mega Evolution. Xiao Zhuer commented. This fire-breathing dragon is no worse than the main force of the masters of the mainstream gymnasiums in the Shanao area. Fire-breathing dragon vs. Jahei Ninja. The commentator raised the microphone and shouted. Let's wait and see what the final result of this battle of water and fire will be. Facing the owner of the Li Pavilion, Luo Shifeng was unceremonious and preemptively ordered. Spray flames. The wall, which had been penetrated by the water cannon, was swept into ruins by a column of flames. Like a laser cannon, the flame column swept towards the Koga Ninja Frog, exhaling a terrifyingly powerful jet flame move, and the fire-breathing dragon's cold and stern gaze hit the Koga Ninja Frog, as if to burn the Koga Ninja Frog to slag. The shuriken of Koga flowing water. Quote question mark. Oh, back quote. A purple-black shuriken, which was formed by the fusion of multiple attribute energies, with a cyclone around the edge, appeared in his hand. Jet flame, a knife in the middle. The castration continued, the shuriken spun at a high speed, and the lightning struck the fire-breathing dragon. As his eyes narrowed, Luo Shifeng saw the terrifying power of this move, and did not dare to neglect. Flash charge. The whole body was quickly wrapped in light blue flames, and the fire-breathing dragon roared and slammed into the face. Boom. The shuriken was smashed, and the fire-breathing dragon was knocked out. A tiny bloodstain appeared in the middle of the fire-breathing dragon's forehead. Feeling the tingling pain in his forehead, the fire-breathing dragon was not only not afraid, but roared in excitement. Then, in the broken water whirlpool field, the two were fierce war. The walls around the field were either blown up by flames or pierced by jet-black shuriken. Hearing bursts of roaring explosions, the audience in the front row was frightened. It's a fight, it won't hurt the audience, right? Okay, so strong. The elves of the two players did not give in to each other, and they launched a fierce confrontation. Shocked by the strength of the two elves, the commentators shouted excitedly. It's amazing. At the guest seat, Lulia swallowed her saliva. Without Mega Evolution, the fire-breathing dragon has such strength. What about after Mega Evolution? After a fierce confrontation, the figures of the two elves retreated from the smoke of the explosion at the same time. Stopping on the tumbling water, the Koga Ninja Frog slowly stood up straight and looked at the fire-breathing dragon with awe. At the same time, he flapped his wings vigorously to stop his retreat, and the fire-breathing dragon stared at the Koga Ninja Frog. Fighting intent is like firewood, making the fire-breathing dragon's pupils burn like fire. Colorful rainbow light scatters from the Mega Evolution stone at the chest of the fire-breathing dragon. Seeing this scene, Lulia was stunned for a moment, and soon, realizing what it was, Lulia murmured. This is Mega Evolution. The owner of the Vortex Islands gym sighed. The emotions of the trainer and the elves are turned into keys, unlocking the wonderful power contained in the keystone and the Mega Evolution stone, and allowing the elves to show their true posture. This is Mega Evolution. The Mega Evolution that can greatly enhance the ability of the elves. Master Li, be careful. Showing the keystone embedded in the metal wristband, Luo Shifeng said solemnly, word by word. This is the full force of me and the fire-breathing dragon. Mega Evolution. The colorful rainbow light all poured into the fire-breathing dragon's body, and a ferocious figure ripped apart the rainbow light and appeared. Spitting out blue flames, flapping its hideous black wings. The aura of the two attributes of fire and dragon pervades the surroundings. A mega fire-breathing dragon like a black dragon X. Chapter 360. Have you ever seen the ultimate in speed? 2-in-1, please subscribe. Roar. The rolling heat wave hit him. Leahy narrowed his eyes, and the information of Mega Charizard X flashed in his mind. Open black lens bracket Mega Fire-Breathing Dragon X. Attributes. Dragon, Fire Dual Attributes. Feature. Hard Claw. When using contact moves such as Dragon Claw, the power of the move is increased. After the Mega Evolution, the basic qualities of the Mega Fire-Breathing Dragon X have been greatly increased. In terms of attack power and defense power, Mega Charizard X is far superior to Charizard. Although the duration will not be too long, the power of Mega Charizard X is extremely tyrannical. The current Koga Ninja Frog should not be able to resist the attack of the Mega Fire-Breathing Dragon X. Leahy murmured. In order to withstand the pressure brought by Mega, Luo Shifeng frowned and shouted. Dragon Claw. The Hard Claw feature can increase the power of Dragon Claw moves. With the terrifying power of Mega Fire-Breathing Dragon X, even if Natsizhudi is here, he has to retreat temporarily. The Scarlet Dragon eyes locked on the Jahei Ninja Frog, and the Mega Fire-Breathing Dragon X looked cold and severe. With a roar, blue flames converged on the claws of Mega Charizard X. Waving the huge blue flame dragon claws, the Mega Fire-breathing Dragon X flaps its wings and strikes with lightning, as if to shred the claws of the Koga Ninja Frog. This is the Dragon Claw move of the Mega Fire-breathing Dragon X. At the guest seat, Lulia murmured with a shocked expression. Yeah, the owner of the Whirlpool Islands gym had a serious expression. The Mega Evolution has brought a lot of burden to Luo Shifeng and the Fire-breathing Dragon. If it is a chance to win, Li Guanju must delay until the Fire-breathing Dragon is exhausted. With another sigh, the owner of the Whirlpool Islands gym shook his head. But it's easier said than done. The speed of the Mega Fire-breathing Dragon X is not much worse than that of the Koga Ninja Frog. If there is a slight difference, once it is hit by a move, the Koga Ninja Frog will fall. At the same time, Yan back, Luo Shifeng hurriedly ordered again on the way to the Mega Fire-breathing Dragon X's attack. Even if the Fire-breathing Dragon Mega has evolved, in terms of speed, the Koga Ninja Frog has the advantage. Therefore, Luo Shifeng played a time lag and let the Mega Fire-breathing Dragon X suddenly use the Yan returning move, not giving Lihi and Jahei Ninja a chance to react. Master Li, I won't give you a chance to escape or fight a guerrilla war. Luo Shifeng muttered while looking down at the battle situation with his eyes like a falcon. Time is precious to me, so I have to deal with the Koga Ninja Frog in one move, and then push down Gengar and Crustacean. As a flying type move, the Yan back move can increase the speed of the elf in a short time. Let the elves attack the opponent with lightning speed. Continuously flapping its wings, Mega Charizard X's speed surged. Seeing this scene, Xiaojuer showed concern, trouble. As the Mega Fire-breathing Dragon X dived, a large amount of blue flames gathered on the dragon's claw, forming a car-sized blue flame dragon claw. The raging heat wave spurted out from the Mega Charizard X, distorting the surrounding light. Roar! Kill! In just an instant, the Mega Fire-breathing Dragon X struck the sky above the Koga Ninja Frog with lightning. Seeing this scene, Lihi closed his eyes and murmured, I should also. At this moment, through the waveguide, Lihi saw the ferocious Mega Fire-breathing Dragon X. Seeing Xiaojuer with worried eyes in the guest seat. I saw the blue flame dragon claws cut through the air, leaving behind a stream of white steam. I saw the Koga Ninja Frog who was ready and had a determined expression. Suddenly opening his eyes, Lihi looked serious. Go all out. 3-point acupuncture moves, strengthen attack power. Boom, boom, boom. As the Koga Ninja Frog tapped 3 times in a row, water columns exploded from around the Koga Ninja Frog's body. The whole body sank rapidly, and the body of the Koga Ninja Frog fell into the center of the water flow. The surrounding water continued to rise, converging into a surging giant wave. Surf. Under the control of Koga Ninja Frog's surge of mental power, the water flow in the entire venue rioted, like the angry giant claws of the sea monster, slapped upwards. Boom. Luo Shifeng's expression changed drastically. How could the Koga Ninja Frog suddenly burst out with such a strong power? Although he did not perform Mega, Lihi's waveguide power shared the pressure of the Koga Ninja Frog, allowing the Koga Ninja Frog to use acupuncture moves to increase the attack power. Elevated to a terrifying level. Facing the violent counterattack of Koga Ninja, Mega Charizard X's pupils shrunk into pinpoint shapes. Although he sensed the threat of Koga Ninja's move, but in a hurry, Mega Charizard X didn't have time to change his move. Waving the blue flame dragon claws, the Mega Fire-breathing Dragon X roared angrily and went up to meet him. Roar! The blue flame dragon claws cut through the water, evaporating the water, but more water rushed in immediately. After submerging the blue flame on the dragon's claw with a huge body, the surfing move collided with the dragon claw move of the Mega Fire-breathing Dragon X head-on. At the same time, hidden in the surfing move, the power of Koga Ninja's supernatural power move, like an invisible shuriken, stabs the brain of Mega Fire-breathing Dragon X fiercely. In an instant, a loud bang exploded. Devour everything with a surfing move that gathers the currents of the entire venue. The dilapidated field was completely destroyed by the huge impact. The sea outside is exposed. Stones were lifted, banners were blown away, and a circle of air waves and strong winds, wrapped in water vapor, continuously oscillated from the center of the explosion. After half a sound. Bang! Fluttering its wings, the body of Mega Charizard X flew upside down into the air. The two black dragon claws trembled slightly, and the Mega Fire-breathing Dragon X gasped heavily. At the same time, under the support of the current, Koga Ninja stood on the top of the tide, with his arms folded on his chest. The pressure of Mega Evolution is shared by the trainer and the elves. Once the state of the elves deteriorates, the trainer will naturally have to bear more pressure. Like a heavy weight on his shoulders, Luo Shifeng gritted his teeth, his face dignified, and a line of sweat slid down his temples. Grinning his teeth, Luo Shifeng roared. Flash Charge. In the Mega Evolution state, the Flash Charge move is the strongest move of the Mega Fire-breathing Dragon X. With the blessing of the Hard Claw feature, the power of this move will be 30% stronger. It can't be delayed any longer. We must kill the Koga Ninja Frog with one blow. Roar. The failure of the Dragon Claw move also made Mega Fire-breathing Dragon X extremely angry. The blood-filled pupils stared at the Koga Ninja Frog, and the whole body of the Mega Fire-breathing Dragon X was wrapped in blue flames. The heat wave radiated to the surroundings like a torrent. However, in terms of speed of move, Koga Ninja is faster. Try the limit, 3 acupuncture moves. Strengthen speed. Here. Locking the Koga Ninja Frog, the Mega Fire-breathing Dragon X made a move, Flash Charge, but it hit nothing. The Koga Ninja Frog is gone. Mega Charizard X looked blank. Looking around, Mega Charizard X found that the Koga Ninja was missing. Where's the Koga Ninja Frog? I don't know. It seems to have disappeared suddenly. The over-attentive audience members were confused and talked about it. Where did Jahei Ninja go? At the guest seat, Lulia showed the excellent qualities of a 3-good student, and asked if she didn't understand. Closing her eyes, Natsi sensed the field with her superpower, and said lightly. The Koga Ninja Frog has always been there, but you can't see it. On the podium, under enormous pressure, Li He looked at Luo Shifeng. Have you ever seen the ultimate in speed? The voice fell. Roar. There were knife marks on his body, and the Mega Fire-breathing Dragon X let out an angry roar. The 2 dragon claws waved wildly, but to no avail. The next moment, seeing the appearance of the Koga Ninja Frog, the Mega Fire-breathing Dragon X killed it with one move, but the dragon claws passed over the figure of the Koga Ninja Frog, and did not cause any damage to the figure of the Koga Ninja Frog at all. As the wounds on his body increased and the wounds became deeper, the angry roar of Mega Charizard X was also mixed with a bit of fear. Why does the fire-breathing dragon seem to be cut by countless lily swords? This is not a shadow clone move. What kind of move is this? Under the enormous pressure, Luo Shifeng's hands and feet were cold, and the fine cold sweat wetted the ends of his hair. It's not a move. It's not a move. This is... The Koga Ninja Frog is too fast. It's approaching a terrifying level, and even the Mega Fire-breathing Dragon X captures only the pause of vision of the Koga Ninja Frog. Note: persistence of vision. When an object moves rapidly, after the image seen by the eye disappears, the eye can still retain its image for a short period of time. As if being cut by countless lily swords at the same time, the injuries of Mega Charizard X have accumulated to a certain extent. With a thud, Mega Fire-breathing Dragon X knelt down on one knee, horribly injured. With a rapid breathing sound, Mega Charizard X's vision gradually blurred. You're still so hurt and still don't admit defeat. Hey, is the Koga Ninja Frog of Pavilion Master Li so terrifying? Just crush it. In order to show his respect, Koga Ninja stopped. As if stepping out of the void, Koga Ninja struggled to control his speed and slowly walked towards the Mega Fire-breathing Dragon X. Stopping in front of Mega Charizard X, Koga Ninja nodded respectfully. He stretched out his frog's palm and flipped his hand to cover the Tianling cover of Mega Charizard X. With a single move slap, the Mega Charizard X was knocked to the ground. Boom. Water splashes. While exiting the Mega Evolution state, the fire-breathing dragon fell on the muddy field. The original water whirlpool site has lost its appearance. In a silent venue. The referee blew the whistle immediately. Fire-breathing dragons can't fight. The winner, Lee contestant. After a moment of silence. The main venue of the Vortex Islands competition was completely boiling. In the face of Mega Fire-breathing Dragon X, he still has the advantage. Facing the third runner-up of the last Shanao Regional Conference, they won by 3-0. With his artistic commanding skills, coupled with his super first-class cultivation strength, the owner of the Red Lotus Gym, Lee, left a deep impression on the audience. World-class name. True to its name. Looking up at the blue sky, Luo Shifeng sighed, feeling complicated. Is this the so-called strength of a world-class gym owner? Bang. Luo Shifeng was exhausted. Luo Shifeng's eyes went black and he fainted on the podium. Seeing this scene, the staff were immediately busy. Even the opponent's trainer has been ravaged. 3-0. Really killed. Cheers resounding like a tsunami resounded through the sky. At the same time, in the official live broadcast room of the Whirlpool Islands competition, the whole screen was covered with the word, brilliant. I see. In fact, Master Lee specializes in water attributes. The Vortex Archipelago competition, a special event where the fire-type gym master and the water-type elves dominate the water-type trainers. I'm torn apart. Well, in one wave, the opponent's trainers are sent away, which is very Lee Pavilion Master. In front of the screen, invariably, fans showed shocked expressions. To be able to defeat the third runner-up in the last Shanao Regional Conference, doesn't it mean that even if the main force of the Six Tails is not dispatched, Li Guanju has the qualifications to compete for the championship? Even a gym owner, not just any gym owner, can win the championship of the Shanao Regional Conference. Under the salute music, the host of the conference was full of passion. Ladies and gentlemen, the champion of this Whirlpool Island competition is born. Congratulations to Lee He, who will win the title of the champion of the Vortex Islands competition in the next year. Within 1 year, all travel expenses of contestant Lee He in the Whirlpool Islands area will be reimbursed by the Fund Committee of the Whirlpool Islands Competition Organizing Committee. So there is still this benefit. Lee He took back the Jahei Ninja Frog, and Lee He was stunned for a moment. The aerial camera accurately captured Lee's expression. Expression pack get. The expert at picking up the wool is the owner of the Lee Pavilion. In the frenzy of shouting, Chairman Zhou of the Whirlpool Islands Competition Committee presented Lee He with the championship trophy and certificate in person. Master Lee, congratulations. Shake hands with Lee He, Zhou Wei. While waving to the audience, Chang said in a low voice. According to your current popularity, in the next reputation survey, the Red Lotus Gym will return to the ranks of the world's first-rate gymnasiums. There should be no problem at all. As the champion of the competition, Li Guanju inevitably has to deal with the interviews and questions of the press team. Master Li, let's ask for the public. Everyone wants to know, is the last outbreak of the Jahei Ninja Frog a secret of the Red Lotus Gym? The representative of the press team pointed the microphone at Lee He. That's right. Lee He nodded and admitted, it's the biggest secret of the Red Lotus Gym. The bond between the trainer and the elves. The representative of the press corps was stunned for a moment, and showed an expression of admiration. Good guy. The Master Lee is so knowledgeable. This sentence suddenly became a hot topic again, and boarded the hot search list of major platforms. Hearing this, Nazi. Fetters. Open your eyes and talk nonsense. You can describe the power of the waveguide as a bond. Then what are I and Hudi? Xiao Zhuer held her white chin and smiled. Fetters. After the interview, the Vortex Islands competition, which took nearly a month, officially came to an end. As the champion of the Whirlpool Islands competition, the owner of Li Guanju talked about the bondage will forever remain in the hearts of the audience. As soon as he stepped off the podium, a system prompt appeared in front of Leahy. Quest progress update. Congratulations, you are only one step away from the Mega Evolution Stone. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Get a special title. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. First class in the world. Close black lens bracket. First class at that time. As a celebrity gym owner recognized by the public, in the hearts of many fans, you are a legend. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Get special rewards. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The secret biography of the double return. Close black lens bracket. Double return move. The damage received from the opponent will be doubled back to the opponent. Close black lens bracket. Remarks. This is the experience gained by Guan Wang in countless bloody battles. The secret biography also wrote that only Guan Wang can understand it himself. The reason why I am so good at this trick is that the boy named Xiaogito and his Pikachu, elves, have to take full responsibility. Close black lens bracket. Leahy was stunned for a moment. This is the elf from Team Rocket, Shirley Wang. Guoshan's experience. If Little Fortune eggs are perfected. Egg God. Take a day off, as in the title. Take a break and start the next paragraph. Chapter 361. Six Tales. I have a scientific method of hatching eggs. Thursday, March 8th. Early in the morning, after breakfast. Following Chairman Zhou of the organizing committee of the Vortex Islands competition, Leahy came to the warehouse of the Vortex Islands conference. Xiao Zhou, you open the warehouse door and let the owner of the library choose the championship prize. After instructing the staff, President Zhou turned his head and described to Leahy. According to the tax law here, the after-tax bonus of nearly 830,000 has already been paid. Master Li, pay attention to check it. Leahy nodded painfully. Damn, my patriarch Li has worked so hard to get people to pay 170,000 in taxes. If it is not the guest's hotel room and board expenses, the conference organizing committee is all-inclusive. Just to participate in the conference for more than a month, you have to spend 50,000 yuan. The net income of the Whirlpool Islands competition is about 800,000 yuan, and even the dragon gems that are fed to the baby dragon in the middle cannot be bought. Cough. Seeing Leahy's expression, President Zhou realized something. Master Li, your situation is too small. The bonus is just a bonus. The fame brought by the champion of the Whirlpool Islands tournament is invaluable. Leahy knew that there was nothing wrong with what President Zhou said. But the problem is, I, the owner of Li, is not short of fame, but lacks serious money. There are all kinds of elf items in the collection. According to the rules, the 3 participating elves can choose an elf item at will. Pointing to the open warehouse, Chairman Zhou said with a smile. Master Li, this is the big head. The elf item is priceless. Leahy secretly complained. Pull the calf. With the latest development technology of the Scallion Duck Group, the mass production of the elf item, Scallion, has been completely achieved. A green onion is priced at 998. And the city is priceless. That depends on what kind of elf item it is. Among the piles of props, after turning around for a long time, Zheng Ghost's eyes lit up. Go hiss. It's up to you. Pulling out a red hood, Jengar grinned around the elf egg. After looking at it and feeling that it fits quite well, Zheng Gui nodded with satisfaction. Goss goss. As expected of me, the clothes are so good. The momentum belt, Leahy said in surprise. Momentum belt. After carrying it, even if it is attacked by a terrible attack that may cause incapacitation, the elves will sometimes retain the last trace of physical strength to survive. Since I have the momentum belt, I go bankrupt faster. Close black lens bracket. Then, in a pile of after looking around for a long time, Leahy chose a pair of black glasses for Jahei Ninja. Black glasses. It looks like glasses worn by gangsters. After wearing it, the power of evil type moves will increase. The villain without glasses is not necessarily weak, but the villain with glasses will not be weak. Close black lens bracket. At last. Lu by circle dot operator hollow down pointing triangle circle dot operator. After flipping through the props for a long time, the crustacea grabbed a strange hat. As expected, it is the crustacean dragon of Li Guanju, such a powerful perception. Chairman Zhou praised. This convex helmet is a rare item of excellent quality. The staff nodded in agreement. Concave helmet. After being carried by the elf, when it is attacked by a blow move, it can inflict counter injury to the opponent. Come on, if you have the ability, hurt each other with me. Close black lens bracket. You picked this, do you want to give it? Li pointed to the elf egg with a strange expression. Lu by ******. The dragon palace covers it. Slip. He glanced at the momentum belt, and then at the bulging helmet. The six-tailed big dark eyes lit up slightly, and exclaimed excitedly. Armor is here. Life-saving tools are also available. In this way, you can exercise with confidence. Touching the elf egg with his tail, Lu said in a heartfelt prenatal education. Yo, as a mature elf egg, it's time for you to exercise. Real gold is not afraid of fire, and the elf egg is the same. Hearing this sentence, Xiao Fudan's elf egg slowly inserted a picture in the consciousness. Open black lens bracket omelette with chopped green onion. JPG close black lens bracket. Elf egg, hollow circle, greater than less than, hollow circle. Put a convex helmet on the young elf egg. It looks like a yellow construction hat, and the hat is covered with brown rock-like protrusions. As an elf prop, the convex helmet automatically gets stuck on the elf egg. After giving the elf egg a good momentum belt, Li's expression was subtle. Although the elf egg is still the elf egg, the defense might be stronger than that of my pavilion master, right? Coupled with the anti-injury effect of the elf prop convex helmet. This is an elf egg standing at the peak of egg production. Looking at the fully armed elf egg, President Zhou listened to a guest Dr. Elf talking about the egg in the guest seat. Knowing that this is a wonderful egg with amazing defense, President Zhou smacked his tongue secretly. Wearing these two elf props, if ordinary wild elves attack it, they will be counter-injured and defeated by the special effects of the convex helmet, right? Is this still an elf egg? Really 3 words. Demon. Even though the competition has ended for 2 days, the broadcast of the Vortex Islands competition still caused a lot of heated discussion. Fuck, Koga Ninja tortured the mega fire-breathing dragon X to death. Isn't this fire-breathing dragon of Big Brother Luo a water-storing old spray? I don't understand the last paragraph. How come the fire-breathing dragon is so scarred? Is the Koga Ninja frog hanging? I don't believe it. There may be an inside story. How could an elves without a mega be able to beat a mega fire-breathing dragon? That's ridiculous. Hey, I don't believe in others, but I believe in Master Li. To be honest, even in the international masters, Master Li can make it into the top 5. The outstanding performance of Li Guanju's Jahei Ninja was even more shocking to the Eastern Ying district of the Blue Star Alliance. According to reports, the principal of Kyoto University, Inoue, regretted preparing to use his main force, sword monster with a strong shield, to stage a suicide scene. After the battle, Li received numerous blind date invitations. An invitation to Koga Ninja on a blind date. Back home, looking at the phone that was almost blown up, Li swallowed. Let Koga Ninja go on a blind date with King Howler. This is not an egg group, right? When Li was having a headache dealing with all kinds of blind date information. The little ones gather in the kitchen. Goxi, looking at the pot of water, and then the elf egg put into the pot, Zheng Gui scratched his head. Go hiss. Eldest sister, are you sure this method of hatching eggs will work? Yo, circle all but upper left quadrant filled, for all, circle all but upper left quadrant filled. Six Tails nodded seriously. After taking out a bunch of egg hatching videos, Lu proudly raised his head. Slip. I've been studying the animal world while you guys are fighting. After Six-Tail observation. That's the key to hatching eggs. Heat. Immediately afterwards, Lu Wei opened the video. Mr. Hudi teaches you to learn physical chemistry and enters into the column of thermal expansion and cold contraction, and called out a few times. Yo-yo, caret caret asterisk. As long as there is enough heat, the elf egg will swell. Lu Bai, degree Omicron degree. Big sister is so amazing. Rubbing his chin, Gengar nodded slowly. Go hiss. It turns out that it is. Go hiss. This is very scientific. The little guys here are discussing, and the elf egg in the pot over there is shaking violently. In the end, it was the Koga ninja frog that couldn't stand it anymore and couldn't bear it. The heart beats the prestige of the six tails. Raising his finger, Koga ninja gave the elf egg secretly. Acupuncture move enhance attack power. Click. Dazzling white light pierced from the kitchen. This is. Suddenly, Li He was stunned for a moment. On the contrary, Shinado, who is live streaming, responded very quickly. Shinado's eyes lit up, and he said a sentence to the live broadcast room. Fans. Li He's egg. Exploded. Li He. Chapter 362 Xiaofuden, feel the backstab of how long. The top was punched through by a small pink flesh, and the elf egg emitted a dazzling white light. Subsequently, Bakuku. After piercing the eggshell with his fist, the pink figure was castrated and slammed into the ceiling with a vigorous punch. Looking at the falling concrete and gravel, a bunch of crying troughs flashed in the live broadcast room. Are you sure it's a newly hatched elf? Damn, is this mango soup expired? I'm sure, I'm going to say a few thousand less with this punch. Well, it's a cub that I can't afford. The two short legs were swaying, and the pink little guy was hanging on the ceiling trying to break free. Go hiss, asterisk carrot dish carrot asterisk. A ghost claw rescued Xiaofuden. Zhang Gui grinned and nodded in satisfaction. Confirmed the move, it is the spirit of our Li family. Although he was just born, Xiaofuden is not afraid of being born. The egg looks like a pink egg, and the lower body is surrounded by a white and powder eggshell skirt. Xiaofuden pointed to the cooking pot and complained angrily. Bu buku. Carrot. My little lucky egg was not born for you to eat. Go hiss. Zhang Gui was delighted. Yo, how dare to talk back to the uncle at such a young age, there is a future, I like it. Six Tails nodded proudly. Yo-yo. From today onwards, my Six Tails are also a mature elf who has successfully hatched eggs. Baku's he, winking face. Glancing at Lu Wei, Xiaofuden put his hands on his hips, his expression subtle. It's my little lucky egg. If I change the egg, it would have been turned into a hard-boiled egg by you guys. Excitedly rushing towards Xiaofuden, the crustacean. Beilu, the dragon palace will cover you in the future. Startled, Xiaofuden reached out and grabbed the crustacean with a terrifying force. Crustacean. Seeing this scene, Li He murmured. It seems that there is no need to ask the master to move things in the future. It's a pity that I don't need to go to work now, or I will drive. It was decided that it was you, Xiaofuden. It is completely possible to be carried by Xiaofuden into the company. Looking at the lively and cheerful Xiaofuden, Koga Ninja nodded happily. The Lord has added another hero seed, and the future can be expected. The little guys were having a good time, and Li He recorded the video. After sending it to Dr. Damu, Li He uploaded it to the Circle of Friends, the Battle Exchange Group, and the editors of major platforms. Li Ma, you don't have to come back for the new year this year, just come back this little baby. Dad Li, I listen to your mother. It's really personal. After replying, Li He received a text message from Dr. Damu. Dr. Damu, you look quite healthy. As expected of you, Li He, next time this happens, I will continue to look for you. Li He looked strange. I'm not a nursery here. After dealing with the major editors, Li He opened the Battle Exchange group. Around Xiaofuden's video, the group chat was hot. Sharona, well, as lively as Li Bite Lu Shark was when he was a child, smiles. Xiaosha, Why doesn't this little lucky egg have eggs? With profound attainments in the cultivator profession, Xiaoging explained aloud. The egg in the belly of Xiaofuden is not actually an egg, but a special elf item, stone of perfect circle. This kind of stone looks like an egg and is decorated with various patterns. It has special power, and the evolution of Xiaofuden is inseparable from the help of the round stone picture. Stone of perfect circle. I dug a storehouse for this kind of stone, and someone will give it to it Baifeng Daddy in a while. Dao glanced at the picture Xiaoging sent, and said flatly. Speaking of which, I'm quite interested in the game you developed. Give me an invitation code then. Definitely, Li He said. Games. Xiaoxia was stunned for a moment, and quickly chatted with Xiaoging privately. What game? It seems to be an elf team battle game. Xiaoging hesitated. Busy with taking care of the gym, younger siblings, Xiaoging has no time to play games. Xiaoxia's eyes lit up. If Miss Ben beat him in the game developed by the great Baifeng, wouldn't she be embarrassed? Guessing what Xiaoxia was thinking, Xiaoging sighed and said bluntly, the game attaches great importance to tactics, layout, and psychological warfare. You, forget it. Xiaoxia, sometimes, it is very important to recognize yourself. The anger started from the heart. Xiaoxia clenched her fists, and rubbed it up to the duck's head. Damn, who is looking down on it? I tell you. Don't bully the poor girl. Seeing Xiaoxia's, don't bully the poor girl, Li He's expression was complicated. The owner of the pavilion is still very pure enough to not contract embarrassing cancer. For the newly hatched elves, the first meal should be fed with eggshells. Li He still has some common sense. Picking up an eggshell, Li He handed it to Xiaofuden's mouth and said with a smile. Eat. Bu carrot oh carrot. Taking the eggshell, Xiaofu egg broke in half, and happily distributed it to Li He. Bu circle all but upper left quadrant filled, for all, circle all but upper left quadrant filled, half of you. Holding an eggshell that was harder than a steel shovel, Li He had a weird expression. Can this thing be used as a weapon? However, according to Xiaofuden's habits, being able to share things with you means that Xiaofuden recognizes you. Thinking of this, Li He smiled. He touched Xiaofuden's round head again, and the data of Xiaofuden was passed along with the warm body temperature. Open black lens bracket Xiaofuden, female sign close black lens bracket. Characteristics. Hercules, small body, but contains a lot of strength. When using moves, the damage caused by physical attacks is doubled. Close black lens bracket. Attribute. General, close black lens bracket. Movements. Harden, slap, coquettish, imitate, hold on. Close black lens bracket. The effect of holding the move is similar to that of the elf item Chi momentum belt. Even if attacked, using the power of holding on to the move, Xiaofuden can have the last fight. Sure enough, it is indeed a defensive temperament. Xiaofuden actually inherited the hold-up move from his parents. From this point of view, the convex helmet with the anti-injury special effect is a perfect match for Xiaofuden. But the little Fuden with the characteristics of Hercules wears a convex helmet, and then cooperates with coquettish moves and slap moves. Li He imagined a picture in his mind. Facing Xiaofuden with cute eyes, Meow Meow rubbed her hands with heart and smiled. Next moment. With the blessing of Hercules' characteristics, the power of slap moves is doubled. Xiaofuden slapped out and slapped Meow Meow in a 360-degree Thomas turn. My savage. Xiaofuden. Li He had a strange expression. The time for play went by in a flash. In the afternoon, Li He walked out of the hotel room. Looking at the scene in the corridor, Li He's expression changed. In the cheering sound of Luwei, Xiaofuden was actually fighting against the monkey monster of the fighter guest in the next room. The monkey monster in a state of anger has no martial virtue at all, and pounces in front of Xiaofuden. The monkey monster aims at Xiaofuden's head and claws out in a series. Ing dish, ing cube scree. Random catch moves. Wearing a convex helmet, Xiaofuden faced the battle for the first time. His eyes were tense, and Xiao Fudan used the hardening move in succession. The random grasping moves can make the monkey monsters attack continuously, accompanied by angry shouts. The monkey monsters are frantically grasping. With the anti-injury special effect of the convex helmet taking effect, the monkey monster's claws trembled. Finally, after staggering a few steps, the monkey monster turned pale and knelt on one knee. Bakuku bakuku. Xiao Fudan breathed a sigh of relief with a solemn expression. As expected of the outside world, it actually felt a little pain in the face of the monkey monster's attack. If the monkey monster's strength was 180 times stronger, it might be broken. Dangerous. Too dangerous. Hearing Xiao Fudan's murmur, the monkey monster was in a hurry, rolled his eyes, and the monkey monster fainted and fell to the ground. Looking at the fainted monkey monster, Li He swallowed his saliva. This is the first kill. At this time, the fighters watching the battle grinned. Master Li, this little lucky egg of yours is fine. As a fighter, he didn't care about the little fights between elves, and the fighter asked curiously. However, I've never heard of you cultivating Xiao Fudan before. You are hiding it quite deeply. Are you planning to use Xiao Fudan as a secret weapon? No, Li He said casually. It just hatched this morning. The talkative fighter fell into silence. Li He, brother, what's wrong? Suddenly this expression. The fighter looked constipated. My monkey monster has been bred for a month. Li He. Fighter. Let me know, it will be updated at noon tomorrow. Tonight at noon tomorrow. Chapter 363 One Punch Little Blessed Egg, Honorary Professor, Li He. 4,400 words, 2 in 1. Li He, as the champion of the Whirlpool Islands competition, the organizing committee of the Whirlpool Islands competition is willing to be responsible for all his expenses in the Whirlpool Islands. As the master of the Red Lotus Gym, will the owner of the Lee Pavilion care about a chance to prostitute? Certainly. Meeting. On the Whirlpool Islands, the next few days. During the day, Li He accompanied Xiao Fudan, who was optimistic and cheerful, to the elf hospital for free physical examination. In the evening, I would accompany Xiao Juer to the karst cave attractions in the Whirlpool Islands for a walk. The owner of Lee Pavilion was reluctant to think about Shu. At night, swarms of lanternfish illuminated the sea, Laplace's ethereal cry washed his heart, and the hazy moonlight shone on Xiao Juer's delicate profile. Li He couldn't hold back, and leaned over and kissed it. Buku equals degree D degree equals. Xiao Fudan originally wanted to wake Li He up, but he was startled by the attack of the Devil's Kiss, attacked by Li Guanju, and Xiao Fudan subconsciously used the slap move. The pink and tender little fist punched through the blue waveguide shield and almost hit Li He's eye socket. A drop of cold sweat fell from Li He's forehead. Good guy. Almost didn't send me away. How many days have you been born? You just punched through my waveguide shield. Don't I lose face as an amateur waveguide messenger? Glancing at Xiao Fudan, who almost didn't send him away, Li He glared at the opposite room with resentment. If it wasn't for the light bulb Nazi, I would have made my dream come true. Are you Nazi taking full responsibility for delaying my happiness? Looking at the time, Li He murmured. It's March 15th. Happy times always fly by. Bouquet Yu Shuku, putting the broken waveguide shield into his mouth as a snack, Xiao Fudan remembered the advice of the Six Tails. Lifting Li He with one hand, Xiao Fudan ran into the bathroom and urged. Baku's he, winking face. Yesterday, I made an appointment with Lu Wei and the others. Today is the day to go to the training ground for routine training. Li He glanced at the empty room. Guessing that the little guys passed by early, Li He replied vaguely while brushing his teeth. I know, I'll go right there. Did Zhang Ghost make you breakfast? After making the bed, Xiao Fudan raised his head proudly. Pointing to the fried egg on the table, Xiao Fudan patted his little chest. Bouquet Yu Buku, circle all but upper left quadrant filled, for all, circle all but upper left quadrant filled. Fried egg with chopped green onion, how can I still get my little lucky egg? After breakfast, Li He took Xiaofudan to the largest training hall on the Whirlpool Islands. After walking in, "Isn't that the champion of the Vortex Islands tournament? Very handsome. What a small little egg, so cute." Even the well-informed young lady at the front desk was stunned when she saw that Li Guanju had ordered a charming face, and then hurriedly asked, "Hello, are you going to the private training ground, or?" Glancing at Xiaofudan, Li He casually said, "No, just the kind with combat training facilities. By the way, arrange another melee coach for me. Please make a note to spar with Xiaofudan." The original price of 4,000 sparring guide package, because the owner of Li is the champion of the Whirlpool Islands competition, the bill is recorded on the Whirlpool Islands municipal government. Whirlpool Islands training ground, coach rest area. Seeing the latest background notification, the female coaches collectively fry the pot. Jimei, the opportunity is here. Hey, Master Li, forget it, forget it. Although it's really delicious, he's too young to handle it. He's only 20 years old, right? He only wears open crotch pants when my mother is flirting with others. Unfortunately, it's assigned to Sister Nguyen Nguyen, but yes, this kind of customer must be treated as VVVIP. However, Sister Nguyen Nguyen is not here now. Otherwise, who will go over to support the scene first? Glancing at the eager and perfect female sparring partner around him, the tall male coach with an inverted triangle figure was a little appetizing, and said sourly, "Isn't it just training a little lucky egg? I need Sister Nguyen Nguyen. I can do it too." "Then Bot, you can deal with it first, and Nguyen Nguyen will take over after a while." After taking a look at the situation, the manager arranged, "Come on, don't let the owner of the house, Li, wait for a long time." Faced with the little lucky egg from the owner of Li Pavilion, "Can you do it?" a male sparring jokingly asked. "It can still knock my iron-boned native to the ground with one punch." Botter returned angrily. "Okay, don't make trouble." The manager interrupted by clapping his hands, and then glanced at Bot. The manager thought about it, and said euphemistically, "Master Li's little fortune egg has only hatched for a few days, and people are distressed. You have to be careful when you start." I understand, they are VIPs. As a sparring partner, I still have some basic work literacy," Bert said seriously. Although he is quite fond of Li Guanju's popularity, his personal emotions are private emotions, and Bot will not let his emotions affect his work. Come to the venue. After seeing Li He himself, Bot found that the owner of the Li Pavilion was very polite. Even if there are personal feelings, Bot has to admit, Li Guanju really has his own demeanor. Taking out his work attitude, Bot asked, "I'm here to feed tricks? To be a sparring partner? Or to learn from each other normally?" Li He thought for a while. "It hasn't hatched for a long time, and it is better at defense, so let's train the mastery of the moves, and learn from each other normally." From the chat, Li He learned that the sparring elf was Iron-Bone Native Man. Iron-Bone Natives, fighting-type elves, habitually carrying a piece of red steel as a weapon. Iron-Bone Natives, as humanoid elves, are quite powerful. Holding the steel bars and his muscles bulging, the iron-boned native looked at Xiaofudan with a solemn expression and nodded slightly. "I didn't underestimate Xiaofu egg just because it was just hatched and weak." The iron-boned natives were not impatient, and they had a rigorous work attitude. Buku, hollow bullet. Looking at the red steel bars, Xiaofudan's face was tense. This guy is actually armed. If he is hit by a steel bar, he may not be able to defend himself. With such worries, Xiaofudan chose to take the initiative to attack. Buku, With a serious expression, Xiaofudan punched out. With the blessing of Hercules' characteristics, this slap move is quite powerful. I didn't expect that the newly hatched Xiaofudan would have such strength, and the iron-boned natives blocked it with steel bars. Clang! Feeling the shock from the steel bars, the iron-boned native increased his strength, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. What a lot of strength! The two elves competed. Clang clang! At the same time, Dr. Damu Research Institute. Just after finishing an experiment, Dr. Damu suddenly remembered and murmured. I told Leahy no, that little lucky egg is likely to have inherited the collection great trick of its father's generation. The treasured move is different from the game. In reality, the elves can only use this move when they are exhausted, feel a crisis, hold the mentality of breaking the boat, and struggling to the death. The basic power index of the treasured move is 140, even Xiaofuden cannot exert the full power of this move. But with the double bonus of the Hercules characteristics, if this trick is used unexpectedly, Xiaofuden will punch it out. The father of this little lucky egg is known as a one-punch egg. Dr. Damu felt that it would be better to ventilate with Li Hedong. Although Xiaofuden is still small, using the treasure move, Xiaofuden punches down. Meanwhile, on the training ground. After fighting for a long time, the experienced iron-boned natives used steel bars, and the defense was not leaking. Xiaofuden, who had almost zero combat experience, was panting and sweating profusely. Looking at the iron-boned native who was calm and relaxed, Xiaofuden was under a lot of pressure. This guy is so powerful, if he waits for this guy to fight back, I'm afraid I can't stop it. With such fear, Xiaofuden raised his hand and suddenly threw out a straight fist. The Tiegu Turin originally thought that Xiaofuden's gesture of waving his pink fist was cute, but at this moment, the Tiegu Turin's expression froze. As an elf who often likes to watch martial arts movies, a word flashed in the mind of the iron-boned native. Could it be that this is a boxing style? Hee hee. Bang. Hearing the explosive sound of Xiaofuden's punch, the Tiegu Turin's eyes widened. Is this a move that a newly hatched elf can do? Is that a lie? This is a rejuvenated monster, right? Obviously so strong, but pretending to be a newbie to deceive me, this sincere elf. Does your conscience not hurt? In a hurry, the iron-boned native could only pick up the steel bars and block in front of him. The entire fist was shrouded in white light, and Xiaofuden smashed the steel bar with one punch. It was as if a flash of thunder exploded, engulfing half of the steel bars in the hands of the iron-boned natives. After a while, the fist stopped, and Xiaofuden, who had consumed too much energy, was dizzy. Looking at the steel bar that was broken by a punch in his hand, a line of cold sweat fell from the forehead of the iron-boned native. Looking at the pretend to be tired Xiaofuden, the iron-boned native. You act, you continue to act. You almost sent me away without a punch, and you still touch me. Seeing this scene, Bot swallowed. Looking at Master Li again, Bot finally understood. Why are many people complaining about whether Li Guanju can be a person on the internet? Xiaofuden, who smashed the steel bar of the iron-boned native with one punch, you tell me it is good at defense. Please be yourself. Li also felt lingering fears at this moment. If only in the morning, I would face this punch. I can receive the first and last flower in my life, the owner of the library. I'm gone. After regaining some strength, Xiaofuden glanced at the iron-boned native. Although this time it was a punch that broke the steel bar. But too tiring, Xiaofuden. There is no joy in standing still and letting the other party beat each other to death. The training with the iron-boned natives once again strengthened Xiaofuden's determination. Sticking to the point of defense is the right way. I don't want to be a one-punch little lucky egg. During the morning exercise, Li received a call from Dr. Damu. After a while, Li hung up the phone with a weird expression. Actually, he has inherited a treasured move. This little guy hides quite deeply. It must be that the battle stimulated Xiaofuden's body and awakened the treasured move. On the battlefield, after being punched by Xiaofuden to break the steel bar, the iron-boned natives were like a formidable enemy. Be careful when sparring with Xiaofuden. The iron-boned native is afraid that Xiaofuden, who is suspected of rejuvenating his youth, will suddenly give himself another punch and give himself a ride. Looking at the iron-boned native who was beaten by Xiaofuden's psychological shadow, Bot was seriously suspicious. Could this be a newly hatched elf? Just this manager is still afraid that I will make some problems. Who is the problem with whom? Master Lee, this little lucky egg of yours. Watching now, with his arms folded over his chest, the manager couldn't help but ask. It's really just hatched, and it's good at defense. Lee's expression is subtle. Actually, I also want to have a serious discussion with the trainer of Xiao Fudan's parents. How did the parents of this little lucky egg bred? How violent is it being her mom? Can Xiao Fudan be inherited like this? Judging that Lee was telling the truth, the manager was embarrassed to talk about the compensation for steel bars, sighed, and the manager said. Let Xiao Fudan come back first, and I'll change you a sparring partner. This sparring is very good. Lee was surprised. Manager. Okay. Didn't you see that the sparring and the iron-boned natives were about to accompany you to a psychological shadow? After a morning of practice, although Xiao Fudan did not awaken any new moves. But for slapping moves and mastery of melee skills, Xiao Fudan is making rapid progress. Halfway through, the little guys were watching. After returning to the hotel, Lee received a call. Looking at the caller ID, Lee was stunned for a moment, and then said in surprise. The owner of Qingjiang Pavilion. Lee, congratulations, winning the Vortex Islands competition. After the greeting, the owner of the Qingjiang Pavilion smiled. I don't know if you've heard that this time, Blue Star Alliance University is going to hire an honorary professor in order to guide some international students. What does this have to do with me? President Shui, one of the 3 principals of the Blue Star Alliance University, asked me to invite you. Although Yuhong Elf University is known as the #1 university in the world, the Blue Star Alliance University can also rank in the top 3, and the competition with Yuhong Elf University is very fierce. Such world-class universities often hire some gym owners as honorary professors. As a top gym owner, Natsi also serves as an honorary professor at Yuhong University. Being able to issue an invitation to Lee is also a recognition of the Red Lotus Gym. I'm just a middleman. Principal Shui will call you in person in a while. Let's talk. As soon as he hung up the phone vibrated again. After connecting, Lee tentatively asked. Principal Water. A burst of laughter came from the other side of the phone. Master Lee, right. Excuse me, I'm the director of the Blue Star Alliance University against Shui Yingji here. Principal Shui said bluntly after a small greeting. I'm a person who speaks more directly. To be honest, the honorary professor's money is not much, and it is only $1 million in a year. 1 million, Lee nodded and said sincerely. It's really not much. Ding dong, a text message came. Turning on the external voice, Lee was talking to Principal Shui while reading the text messages. Little Jewel, there is a God Stone in the Museum of the Blue Star Alliance University. Single quote. Lee's heart moved. 6 Tails can master Blue Lightning, which is related to the God Stone. Thinking of this, Lee continued to talk to Principal Shui and said righteously. But there is more money and less money. It doesn't matter whether you give money or not. The important thing is for education and for the next generation of trainers. It is my honor that you can give me this opportunity. Hearing this, Principal Shui restrained his smile and looked solemn. Originally, I didn't expect to be able to hire the owner of Lee Pavilion with money, but I didn't expect, he actually agreed. Does it matter whether you give money or not? I really didn't expect that there are such highly conscious young masters today. Principal Shui murmured. Lee's remarks made Principal Shui feel ashamed. Little Lee, with a friendly tone, Principal Shui said seriously. I can call you this, don't worry, I promise. Although it is an honorary professorship, the benefits given to you are definitely the best. If there is a place for a cherished elves in the Blue Star Alliance University, I will definitely I'll get one for you. As for the tricks, this thing is waiting for you. Come and talk, you can see. Lee. You don't need to have any psychological burden. Principal Shui said loudly. There's something wrong with the current atmosphere. In fact, in my opinion, the more willing professors are to give their students an education, the more they should be rewarded. Don't worry, I won't let you guys down. Lee Hee. Did you misunderstand something? Chapter 364, Hitaki Little Fortune Egg. In Lee Hee's mind, 3 question marks hurriedly appeared. As far as my embarrassment in the early stage of starting a business is concerned, you still have to give me tricks and elves. Isn't this worse? This is not equivalent. In the case that I can't support a bunch of main palaces, will you add another concubine to me? Lee Hee glanced at the balance of less than 1 million in the bank card. He glanced at Lu Wei, who was practicing swordsmanship with charcoal, and Koga Ninja, Zhengui, who were teaching Xiaofudan to learn iron sand palms, and Crustacea, who was doing weightlifting exercises with Mindhammer. Lee Hee couldn't help but sigh. Sigh. Principal Shui, no, Brother Shui, there's no need, you're too polite. In my current state, a little rich woman with a fortune of over 100 million can't support me. Another gold-swallowing beast, elf. I am afraid that the owner of the Lee Pavilion will have to find a few rich women to support me together. This is definitely not because I have no morals, it's all for the little guys. You're welcome, it should be. As one of the principals of the Blue Star Alliance University, Principal Shui could naturally tell that Lee Hee was telling the truth. Rare. Really rare. The elves cultivated within the Blue Star Alliance University, even the gym owner would be envious. This Master Lee. So rare. But precisely because of this, it is more difficult to let people who are willing to devote themselves to education be chilled. Principal Shui patted his chest and said proudly. Don't worry, I will personally say hello to Principal Noche, who is in charge of training, and I will show you the one with the best qualifications. Generally speaking, aptitude is proportional to consumption, and the better the aptitude of the elves, the more nourishment they need. Thinking of this, Lee Hee couldn't help shivering. I really thank you. You're welcome. Principal Shui's tone became more and more kind, and his hometown dialect came out. It's a pity, my girl got married early, otherwise. But my granddaughter is now in junior high school, why don't you two talk? Master Lee, you're not even 20 years old, right? As long as you have eyesight, this age difference is not a big problem. Principal Shui became more and more excited as he talked, and a text message sent his granddaughter's W signal. After Lee Hee dealt with this matter with superb social skills, Principal Shui hung up the phone with satisfaction. I'm only in junior high school, so young. Sitting on the sofa, Xiao Juer was holding coffee. Glancing at Lee Hee, she raised her slender thighs, and Xiao Juer smiled and said, Is this granddaughter of Principal Shui cute? This is a trap question, and I will never answer it. Lee Hee's expression remained unchanged, and he said cautiously, I can't talk to the little girl, why don't I start a group and let the 3 of us chat in the group? Xiao Juer blinked. It is good. After avoiding the trap perfectly, Lee Hee groomed Lu Wei for an hour. By the way, I gave Lu Wei another massage. After a long period of training, Lee Hee's massage skills finally rose to the top. Massage LV Max. A man with the hand of God, your hand is already a hand that can enchant the elves and make the elves look radiant. Close black lens bracket. Top-level massage skills can use massage and massage skills to wash away the fatigue after hard training. Using this move, Lee Hee successfully won the favor of Xiao Juer's Mama Il King. Enjoying the great health care provided by Master Lee, Mama Il King slumped comfortably on the sofa. Opening parenthesis question mark. Well, if you think about it, this man is not bad. Anyway, the trainer wants to get married, so it seems good to marry a comfortable guy. After lunch. Although he is the youngest in the family, Xiaofudan is the most diligent one. Bu ku shu ku. Tilde. Xiaofudan happily sang a song while holding a rag to wipe the floor. Lifting the sofa with one hand, together with Lu Wei, Lee Hee, Xiao Juer, and Mama Il King, Xiaofudan continued to clean. Xiaojue held on to the armrest of the sofa with a surprised expression. Has Xiaofudan's strength increased again? Li He swallowed his saliva. Seems to be. The problem is, I haven't cultivated it much. Li He murmured. Could it be that my usual massage is so good? Glancing at Xiaofudan, Lu Wei nodded in satisfaction. Yo-yo o *w *o. Master so soon the essence of Li's training method. Bring training to life. This little guy has a bright future. Before cleaning the TV, Xiaofudan glanced at the electric dragon playing games and hesitated. Bakuku. Although he has a cheerful disposition and is not afraid of life, in the face of outsiders, Xiaofudan did not act directly. Buku. Xiaofudan gave Dianlong a tearful look. Open black lens bracket playing coquettish close black lens bracket move. A strong sense of guilt caused Dianlong to move a position, and the splash in Xiaofudan's eyes disappeared instantly. Looking at Xiaofudan who was happily cleaning up again, Dianlong scratched his head suspiciously. Slip. I actually got hit. Like a father who made a documentary for his child, Zheng Gui happily held up his mobile phone and followed behind Xiaofudan's ass. Hollow square o *dish go niu. Ah, AWSL. Little Fudan is so cute. The girl's heart of the old man. After Xiaofudan finished cleaning the ground, the crustacean bit the Xiaofudan. Luba, backquote. Carrying Xiaofudan on his back, the crustacean floated up using the mind hammer move, allowing Xiaofudan to reach the ceiling. Buku, backquote. Lubai ***. Although the economic pressure was great, Li He couldn't help but smile at the scene in front of him. Although we are cultivating elves, elves are also a piece of the puzzle in our hearts, a support point. Xiaojue was deeply touched by this. Yes, Li He nodded. Jahe Ninja stood in front of Li He, taller than Li He. Jahe Ninja folded his arms, and there was a hint of softness in his eyes. Xiaofudan is very talented and is suitable for practicing iron sand palms. As the elf of the Lord, sharing the worries for the Lord is one's own responsibility. Happy times are fleeting. In the afternoon, before Li He's lunch break, he glanced at the Jahe Ninja frog who was instructing Xiaofudan to practice the iron sand palm, and Li He shook his head. Xiaofudan doesn't like attacking moves very much. I'm afraid Jahe Ninja's teaching road will not be smooth. Thinking of this, you don't have to worry about the demolition of Li He's peace of mind. But Xiaofudan has its own brain circuit. If you want to practice hardening moves, do you need external force? What if I find an outsider and hurt myself? Originally, I was afraid of pain, so I put all the defenses on it. Wouldn't that put the cart before the horse? Then, with a flash of inspiration, Xiaofudan came up with a bold idea. Hit yourself. Control the intensity by hitting your own way. Practicing hardening moves without causing pain. Eyes lit up, Xiaofudan. Baku. ***. My little Fudan is a genius. Wow. The effect of imitating moves is to allow Xiaofudan to imitate the moves made by the opponent. Using imitation moves, Xiaofudan learns the iron sand palm to make rapid progress. Boom. Hearing the sound, Li He quickly got up. What's the situation? Turning his head to look, Xiaofudan's pink fist fell into the iron pot filled with iron sand. Looking at the fist mark on the iron pot, Li He immediately sobered up, and his expression was unavoidable. This learned. Looking at Xiaofudan, Li He's expression was complicated. Don't you like being defensive? Why is it related to Hitaki who loves ninjutsu for free? Chapter 365 Dear, your paranoia is too strong. Saturday, March 17th. The wind is sunny and the sea breeze seeps in from the window. Early in the morning, Li He was awakened by the knock on the door of the courier. Too lazy to get up, Li He licked his 6 tails. Lu Wei, go pick up the courier. Slip, Su Omega *tilde, 6 tails knocked Li He's hand off with his tail. Putting his head in the bed, Lu Wei expressed with action. No road race, no road race, no road race. Voice of Rai Nails. Unable to move the 6 tails, Li He yawned. Zheng Gui, go and pick up the courier. During this time, Li He did not buy anything. The courier should be the logistics staff of Dewin Group. After half a sound. Coming in with a courier box, Gengar curiously opened it. Pulling out a beautiful oval pebble, Gengar has a weird expression. Go hiss. That's the round stone, a birth gift for Xiao Fudan, Li He explained. After getting up slowly, Li He sent a message to Dao. Li He, the stone of perfect circle has been received. Daigo, okay. Daigo, I'm mining, I'll have another game night picture when I have time. In the picture, the handsome face is plastered covered, wearing a yellow helmet, and wearing a yellow miner's uniform. Dao grinned at the camera and gave a thumbs up. Looking at the picture, Li He murmured. The prince and the former champion, who is worth over 1 trillion and the richest man in the Fengyuan area, has no girlfriend. What does this mean? Illustrate. Girlfriend will affect Dao's mining speed. Calling Xiao Fudan, who was frying eggs in the kitchen, Li He handed over the round stone. Holding the round stone, Xiao Fudan wiped the small apron, and a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. Bu ku shu ku at carat at no. At this stage, Xiao Fudan can't lay eggs yet, and it is Xiao Fudan's nature to like round things. Putting the round stone on his chest, a sense of security filled Xiao Fudan's heart. With this thing, the defense of the chest is enhanced again. Wow, asterisk, backquote asterisk. Glancing at Li He again, Xiao Fudan glanced at his waistline and said vigorously. Bu ku carat o carat. Look at this skinny, delicious omelette master. When the master is raised to be fat and strong, the master's defense will also rise. At that time, the owner will be happy too. Noon, after lunch. With the little guys, Li He came to the Vortex Islands Training Center again. Different from the last time, this time the training hall introduced an elite professional trainer to Li He to provide appropriate help and training to Xiao Fudan. The trainer's name is Su Nuanyuan, a native of Huasha district. She works part-time as a sparring partner on the Whirlpool Islands and travels. She is a tall, sweet-looking woman. Conversation is casual and communication is easy. After a few chats between the two, Li He knew that Su Nuanyuan wanted to travel all over the world by traveling while part-time. I really envy you, Master Li, you don't have to think about it so much, you can go wherever you want. Su Nuanyuan sighed and smiled. Glancing at Su Nuanyuan, Li He looked up at the sky. You do not understand. The current economic growth of my patriarchy is completely negative, and the distance from economic freedom is completely farther and farther away. You can do self-media while traveling, live broadcast and bring goods or something. Li He suggested casually. After chatting for 2 more sentences, the two entered the topic. Although it is a part-time job, Su Nuanyuan is very experienced. After Li He called Xiao Fudan, he warned. Just train the iron sand palm, don't be too reluctant. Under the guidance of Koga Ninja, Xiao Fudan has already combined the iron sand palm with the slap move, coupled with the hardening move that Xiao Fudan is best at. Looking at Xiao Fudan's pink fist, Li He's expression was subtle. Whereas Xiaochuan punching your chest, it's clearly Xiaochuan punching your ribs. Although the hardening move is a defensive move, it has no attack effect. But after using the hardening move, Xiao Fudan's fist was like a piece of tofu turned into steel. It also increases the power of slap moves. Looking at Xiao Fudan, Su Nuanyuan murmured. It's really small, and it's really cute. After taking a few glances, Su Nuanyuan released a big rock snake. Against physical attacks, the big rock snake has an amazing defense. Taking another look at Xiao Fudan, Su Nuanyuan warned. I'll let the big rock snake attack with the falling stone move, don't force it, don't hurt yourself. Rock fall is a rock attribute move. With this move, the big rock snake can create rock blocks to attack the opponent. Touching the round stone on his chest, Xiaofudan felt an overwhelming sense of security, and nodded quite ambitiously. Then I'll start. After entering the state, Su Nuanyuan's eyes were sharp and she shouted. Falling rocks. Roar. With a low roar, the big rock snake looked down at Xiaofudan, and spewed a stone cone from the pitch-black mouth of the abyss. Being able to work part-time at the Vortex Islands Training Center as the top VIP customer service, Su Nuanyuan's strength is not bad, and her big rock snake's rock-falling moves are also fast and powerful. However, under the guidance of Koga Ninja, Xiaofudan is not what it used to be. Buku, Delta, ing cubed. Xiaofudan was ready to go, and when the stone cone got close, Xiaofudan raised his hand and hit the stone cone with a precise punch. With the support of Hercules' characteristics and iron sand palm, Xiaofudan's slap move will defeat the rock-falling move head-on. Su Nuanyuan raised her eyebrows in surprise. Although Big Rock Snake didn't use all her strength, but she is an elite trainer after all. Even though Li He is the master of the gym, how many days has this been cultivated? Can Xiaofudan be able to fight the Big Rock Snake head-on? Bakuku. After smashing the rock-falling move, Xiaofudan was full of confidence. The small breasts straightened up immediately. Li He nodded. Continue. Then I've added strength. Su Nuanyuan suppressed the shaking in her heart. After receiving the trainer's wink, Big Rock Snake's eyes narrowed slightly. Keeping an eye on Xiaofudan, the Big Rock Snake used the rock collapse move this time. One piece more the big stone cone hits Xiaofudan. This rock collapse move can use the power of the rock burst to attack the opponent. This rock collapse move was made by the Big Rock Snake, and Xiaofudan might not be able to completely block it. Su Nuanyuan's expression was serious, and she prepared the wound medicine, but she saw that Xiaofudan actually went up to meet him. Not to mention the rock collapse move with a punch, Xiaofudan escaped unscathed from the blasting effect of the rock collapse move. Baku. Patting the dust on his body, Xiaofudan glanced at the white marks on his fists with tears in his small eyes. This Big Rock Snake doesn't play cards according to the routine. Wow, this move will actually explode. This battle is really more dangerous every time. For fear that the Big Rock Snake would use another move and severely injured his other fist. With such fear, Xiaofudan rushed out with a sliding shovel and gave Big Rock Snake an uppercut. Open black lens bracket collection close black lens bracket. The first strike is strong, and the second strike suffers. As long as you are seriously injured first, then you have no chance of seriously injuring my little lucky egg. With the addition of the iron sand palm, the characteristics of Hercules, and the skill of slapping moves, Xiaofudan perfectly exerted the tyrannical power of the treasured moves. Boom! With an uppercut, half of Big Rock Snake's body was smashed into the ceiling, leaving only half of its tail hanging down weakly. The cute little cherry mouth subconsciously opened into an "oh" shape. Su Nuanyuan's face looked like a ghost. Never imagined that this would be the result. The sparring Big Rock Snake was actually given to the Kobo by the student Xiaofudan. Looking at Xiaofudan's tears and the scratches on his pink fist, Li He looked complicated. A little scratch can force out a treasured move. How strong is this child's persecution delusion? After Su Nuanyuan recovered, she glanced at Xiaofudan's tears. Looking at the Big Rock Snake, hanging on the ceiling by Xiaofudan, Su Nuanyuan was depressed. Who is bullying who? Watching all this, Bot swallowed hard. My God, this little lucky egg from the owner of the Lee Pavilion is too good at acting, right? Simply a future Oscar winner. At this time, the phone rang. Glancing at the remarks, Bottle calmed down and answered the phone. Hello, manager. Vote, I called Nguyen and she didn't answer. You go to the training ground to see how the situation is going. Although Nguyen is reliable, the Big Rock Snake is a little insignificant. I'm afraid of an accident, but it's a dignified Red Lotus. Master of the gymnasium, what if you hurt someone's baby? You hurry up. Manager, I'm here now. Are you here? How is it now? By the way, prepare the wound medicine. Is Lee's little lucky egg alright? Master Lee's little blessed egg is fine. Both glanced at the big rock snake, licked his dry lips, and said honestly, "That's right, it's the big rock snake that has an accident. It was hit into the ceiling by Xiao Fudan's uppercut, as if it seems to have lost consciousness." Chapter 366 New Project, Even PUBG. The same treasured move. However, based on the iron sandpalm, the slap move, and the hardening move, this punch from Xiao Fudan clearly exerted the tyrannical power of the basic attack power of the treasured move, 140. In addition to the double increase of Hercules' characteristics and the increase of the key attack of Big Rock Snake's chin attack, the power of Xiao Fudan's blow is equivalent to a big explosion. Li He glanced at Su Nuanyuan, who hurriedly took back the big rock snake. Looking at Xiao Fudan, who was sitting on the ground again, Li He murmured, "I was wrong. You're a Tsunade template. The punch just now, is it possible that it was the legendary Taiju, strange power?" Chincho Xiao Fudan. Slip. Lu Wei rushed out, patted Xiao Fudan's head with his orange tail, and Lu Wei nodded excitedly. Lu Bai. He rushed towards Xiao Fudan excitedly, but the crustacean scared Xiao Fudan so quickly that he reached out his hand to block it. Greater than less than, Shuku. Don't bump into it. Looking at this scene, Zhang Gui and Jahei Ninja, the two elves looked at each other and smiled, showing a father-like smile. Remember, when the Six Tails were training the magic knife slashing move, the Six Tails also used the magic knife slashing move to slash a large rock snake with bruises all over the body. Li He Yangtian sighed. Is this the so-called pass on fire from generation to generation? The little guys were having a good time, but the old man Li He had to wipe their ass. Walking to Su Nuanyuan, Li He coughed dryly and said, "Coach Su, seriously no, I have reimbursed the medical expenses." It's okay. The big rock snake's defense is very strong, but it was suddenly hit by Xiao Fudan and passed out. Su Nuanyuan sighed. The luck is that the big rock snake is good at physical defense. If it is replaced by other elves, they will not be sent to the intensive care unit. Xiao Fudan is not intentional, it's an unintentional mistake. I'll have to trouble you next training. Li He guilt-rode. Su Nuanyuan's eyes were strange. Wasn't it intentional to beat the big rock snake like this? If that's intentional, what's the point? No, Li Guanju, how did you cultivate this little lucky egg? This is too much, Su Nuanyuan complained. Is this attack power too exaggerated? Are you going to cultivate it in the direction of the attacking hand? No, Xiao Fudan likes to defend, and my training direction is also all-point defense. You see, I have prepared the convex helmet, the momentum belt, and the secret of the double return move. Li He said in surprise. Su Nuanyuan. You call the power of a punch to knock out the big rock snake called full-point defense. On behalf of Big Rock Snake, I really want to give you a collision move. Looking at Li He, Su Nuanyuan saw the sincerity in Li He's eyes. This must be it. The highest level of brazenness. When I speak, I believe it. In the afternoon, the manager of the training hall sent a new sparring partner. While looking at the little guys who were training hard, Li He pondered and murmured. My dear, I have raised a martial arts cultivator, the Six Tails of the Primordial Spirit, a Uchiha Jengui with blood eyes, and a Whirlpool Jahei Ninja Frog. The only normal one is the only flying crustacean, and now there's a 1,000-handed little lucky egg. Li He rubbed his chin. Could it be? Is this really my cultivation level is too high? At night, Li He and Lilia discussed the issue of the first closed beta test of Glory of the Elf. With the cooperation of programmers from top manufacturers and giant gold monsters, the game, Glory of the Elf, is about to undergo its first internal test. In the video, with dark circles under her eyes, Lilia strives for Li He's opinion. Mr. Li, I think it's the first internal beta test. Do we have to hold an event? It's a blast to promote it like this. I've thought about it. First integrate the map package and get a big map. Then put every 100 internal beta places into this map. Li He stretched out 3 fingers and smiled. First, randomly assign teams to teams of 2 to compete against each other. The winning team can get a Red Lotus gym badge and a 100,000 cash reward. Second, randomly place some elf props on the map, which can be freely picked up, dropped, and configured for the player's elf. Finally and thirdly, in order to make the competition more intense, human intervention can be carried out. For example, some powerful moves such as Destruction Light can be launched at fixed times and let players compete. With a talent for making games, Lilia's eyes sparkle. These put-in moves can also be dropped. Even the moves on the elf that the players initially chose can be dropped and exchanged for themselves. Thinking about it carefully, Lilia blushed with excitement. Mr. Lee, this is an event. It can be made into a new project in our Glory of the Elf game. After calming down, Lilia took a deep breath. Mr. Lee, I think this project has great potential, but if you want to make it, you need more advanced equipment. I'm going to pull investment here. Please give me the plan first. At present, we still launch 2 games, Elf War Chess, and Elf Glory. At that time, please broadcast it in your live broadcast room first. Lilia will naturally not let go of the traffic resources on her boss. Okay, Lee nodded. After hanging up the phone, Lee took out his mobile phone and immersed himself in the planning of this new game. Spirit absolutely survive. As a game leading a new trend, the popularity and economic benefits of PUBG do not need to be repeated at all. If you want to successfully make this game, you can completely reproduce it by applying the technology of the current wizard age. It can also use projection technology and virtual reality technology to make, even Jedi survival, more sophisticated. Edited here, Lee pondered for a moment and made a background story. You are a professional level trainer who is about to be dispatched to islands and other maps for field survival training. This time, there is only one wizard you can command. In the case of limited 4 moves, please show your tactics and command and win to the end. Close black lens bracket. Please note, although the companion is your loyal backing, the backstab from the companion is also the most dangerous. Please be careful of the big explosion of the companion. Close black lens bracket. The next step is to design the resources on the map. Lee muttered. The first is to randomly place some common trick cheats and wound medicines on the map. Next, after each player selects the elf, they can only set 3 popular moves, and the last move must be collected on the map. Finally, the uninterrupted empty throw in some treasures, resurrection medicine that can revive teammates, and powerful moves such as Destruction Light. After the preliminary planning was completed, Lee was keenly aware. The burrowing move will become the first choice of some old yin. If combined with the Big Bang move, some old men can turn this game into a mine war. Unconsciously, a preliminary draft of nearly 10,000 words was edited by Lee and sent to Lilia. After stretching, Lee looked strange. With such a large amount of tasks, Lilia won't be oppressed to become bald, right? Otherwise. In the future, set up a hairline insurance within the company. If you dare to be bald, I will give you money from the owner of Li Guan. Chapter 367. Why are you meeting again soon? In the blink of an eye, a week passed. Saturday, March 24th. Early morning. As soon as he woke up, Lee made a video with Lilia. Mr. Lee, we have used 8 giant golden monsters and tested them. There should be no new bugs. We will release the internal test at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. How about the internal test quota? Remember, we have to go the way of the scalpers, so that the scalpers have nowhere to go, and we can't let the scalpers lick our wool. The internal beta quotas have been distributed. Except for some gym owners, they were given to some game anchors. Lilia really admires Mr. Lee's popularity and traffic. Using Lee's network of contacts, the promotion of the game, Elf Glory, did not cost money, but it achieved better results than spending money to promote it. Titled, Li Guanju's First Game, many fans topped the top 8 in the hot search list. Which game producer is this? Why haven't you heard of it? Did you buy a hot search? Master Lee is a gym owner, and he knows how to make games. However, it looks like a lot of fun. Let's play and see. I'm relying on it. There are no more places for the internal test on the game online. The scalper sells 10,000 places. Grab the money. This is it. Abandon it and abandon it. Although relying on the fame of Lee Guanju, the two linked games, Elf Glory, and Elf Battle Chess, have been hotly searched. But can a gym owner make a good game? Reasonable netizens are still skeptical. As for spending money to buy an internal beta quota of 10,000 from scalpers, it is even more impossible. However, after seeing the free column again, all kinds of support voices have grown rapidly. Dr. Damu has posted that this game is completely entertaining and entertaining. It is recommended that major trainer schools list this game as an elective course. Really? So awesome. It's so true, then it's awesome to be free. Is Master Lee giving back to the society? Of course, in the era when paid games are rampant, a free game naturally touches the interests of many people. How well can a game for people to play for free be made? It's free. After entering, it is estimated that there are various props malls. If you don't consume it, you are dreaming. The online battle of various naval forces has made the popularity of the game, Glory of the Spirits, soar again. For the promotion of the game, Lee also logged on to the Platform B station, Twitter and other platforms to conduct synchronous live broadcast. When the internal test of the game starts, I will broadcast a live broadcast to everyone. Lee said into the microphone. Tomorrow at 10 o'clock, I will see you all. Not to mention, I have made an appointment to have dinner with the master of Raven's Gym. Master Lee, Old Versailles. Wait, it seems that the owner of Shaojuer is in the Whirlpool Islands. I saw the owner of Shaojuer also posted a post to support Elf Glory this morning. I'm going. No way. I'm a kryptonite with this CP. Sunday, March 25th. At 8 o'clock in the morning, it was only 2 hours before the closed beta test of Glory of the Spirits began. The news about Lee Guanju's first game is still on the hot search list. At the risk of being discovered by my daughter-in-law, I embezzled my daughter-in-law's money to buy cosmetics to buy a quota for the first test. If it's not fun, I'll be in the live broadcast room of Lee Guanju, and I will live broadcast for everyone. Ja Bei. My mood right now is just as excited as when I saw an online dating partner and found out that the online dating partner was not only cheating, but also sexually cheating. How did he know that I would be fine with me? If this game isn't fun, I'll go to the gate of the Red Lotus Gym, hold a banner, and write a large letter. Master Lee not only deceived my innocence, but also played with a fresh life. Go sizzle. Sitting in front of the computer, Zheng Gui grinned, pushed his sunglasses, and Zheng Gui was broadcasting live. Two eyes dancing on red tongue, Gengar. Good guy. This is a horror live broadcast. At the same time. Swish. Appearing suddenly behind Gengar, Koga Ninja put on his black glasses. Give it to you. After wearing these glasses, it is even more handy to use evil energy. Turning his head in surprise, Gengar scratched his head. Go see. Dish. Is it my uncle's delusion? How do you feel? The movements of the third frog are getting more and more mysterious. In the living room, after breakfast. Six Tails squatted on the closet, condescending, and Six Tails shouted excitedly, arranging a training plan for Crustacea and Xiaofuden. The plan is simple. Crustaceans like to bump. Wearing a convex helmet and a momentum belt, Xiaofuden likes to defend. These two hit it off. Plus. Yo-yo. Lu Wei glanced at Xiaofuden's momentum belt. With this elf item, I'm not afraid that the crustacean will knock Xiaofuden unconscious. Coupled with Xiaofuden's hold-up move, Lu Wei's training concept is the core of the Li family's training concept. Practice to death, practice to death. Buku, Delta. Facing the Six Tails training plan, Xiaofuden straightened his helmet, saluting cutely, and responded. In order to practice the double return move, my little lucky egg gave it up. The pain now is all for defense. Yo 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 carrot carrot asterisk. Ben Yo-Yo is optimistic about you. Li-He looked strange. In the past few days, under the leadership of Lu-Wei, Zhengui, and Koga Ninja, Xiaofudan is learning the double return move, that's right. But the rockets are really Wang, Guoshan, that's how many tricks, 100,000 volts, have to be practiced. To you. Why are you meeting again soon? Li-He opened Xiaofudan's message. Below Xiaofudan's move list. A double return move is looming, as if it's the final touch. Glancing at the Jahei Ninja Frog again, Li-He. Using the power of the evil-type elf item, Black Glasses, Koga Ninja really understood the use of evil-type power. Surprising blow. Quietly approach the opponent and attack while he is not prepared. Close black lens bracket. With the talent of Koga Ninja Frog and the evil attribute item, Black Glasses, it is natural for Koga Ninja Frog to awaken evil attribute moves. Strange. Looking at the crustacean dragon who replaced the Koga Ninja Frog and wore black glasses, Li-He swallowed hard. Under the blessing of the power of Black Glasses. The whole body is composed of black mist, and a pair of ferocious fangs appear in front of the mouth of the crustacean. Filled down pointing triangle dish hash. Lube, hash, dish. The fangs condensed from evil attribute energy exude an ominous aura, as if preparing to choose someone to devour. This is clearly a sign of the bite move to the bite move. Crushing move. Attacks by smashing the opponent with terrifying fangs. Sometimes it reduces the opponent's defense. Compared with the bite move, the power of the bite move is 30% stronger. Seeing this scene, Li-He looked up at the sky. Your talent is too strong. Doesn't it seem? My patriarch Li is too good and shows his sharp edge. This makes other people's minds how to balance. Well. Chapter 368 Inches Elf Glory, officially released. March 25, 9:50 a.m. Bu-ku caret o caret. The hard-working Xiaofudan wiped the keyboard and mouse on the desktop, and Li-He started the live broadcast while stroking Lu Tai. Due to the early fermentation, even people outside the trainer industry have a strong interest in the game, Elf Glory. As soon as Master Li started broadcasting, his popularity exceeded 500 W. The barrage is even more dense and endless. Xiaofudan is so cute, greater than you, less than. Good guy. Look at this rocket and the captain's brush. A big gentleman anchor, and he doesn't play traditional women's clothing. Can you also rush? Master Li really knows how to play games. It looks like he's playing for real this time. Following Brother Li for more than 10 years, don't you know that Brother Li's hair transplant was done by our fans who raised money to help him? Cough, there are too many barrages, so I won't thank all the water friends. Anyway, I know that my strength is mediocre, and everyone is probably here for my appearance, voice, and 8-pack abs, I understand. Li-He replied to the barrage while opening the Elf Glory game. As for Xiaofudan, my Xiaofudan can go to the hall and the kitchen. If anyone has a fast dragon or something, I can also consider booking a place for a concubine. I have never seen such a brazen person before. This shameless level is comparable to Matsuko, the game anchor with millions of fans next door. Li-He's face was not red and his heart was not beating. Who is Songzi? I've never heard of Li Guanju, a person as innocent as me who has no research on the culture of Donggying district at all. Cough, no more nonsense, I will enter the game ahead of time. While clicking into the game, Li-He explained seriously. As soon as you enter the game, there will be a specific process guide. The seiyuu here is the famous movie star Lu Lia, who happened to know each other at the Vortex Islands competition last time. She doesn't want a penny, alas, presumably, this is the character strength. The barrage exploded. Here will be pregnant series. Don't say anything, just rush to the voice of my family Lu Lia, I rush. I'll skip the guidance process here and go directly to the game. It's not easy to expose my identity, so just pick an id. Li-He casually entered, I'm a man you can't afford to support, and continued to introduce. There are only 151 elves that can be selected initially. If you want to unlock them, one is to draw cards, and the other is to unlock them by playing elf battle chess. There will be weekly free elves for everyone to choose from every week. I will choose Happy Egg this time. Happy Egg has many ways to play. This time I will show you the classic defensive counterattack tactics. There are only 4 moves I can use. I will use double return, hold on, lay an egg, and stand as a substitute. The raw egg move can restore half of physical fitness, and it is a must-have move for Team Milk. Everyone understands the rest of the moves, so I won't repeat the nonsense. Cut into the game screen. Leahy matched to the most classic field venue. This field, as you can see in the picture, is divided into 3 ways: upper, middle and lower. The game wins or loses. In the preliminary internal test, 2 modes are adopted. One is which side's Pokemon Center is destroyed, which side lose. The second is to destroy the opponent's 5 elves, and you can also win. Of course, this is only a preliminary strategy. In the later stage, for balance, we will definitely optimize it again. Clicking on the match again, Leahy matched the ID, Songzi, and 3 teammates. The hoodie that Mitsuko chose as a classic role as an assistant and a special attacker. The rest of the Big Needlebee, the Wind Speed Dog, and the Strange Force are quite satisfactory. The live broadcast room exclaimed. "This pine nut, is that pine nut? You'll know when you hear the sound." Following the match again, Leahy was stunned when he glanced at the configuration on the opposite side. ID, Mazishi, Gym Master of Dryleaf City, Raichu. ID, Ninja from Light Red City, Crossbat. ID, Windy Boy, Fire-Breathing Dragon. ID, Yaya, Anchor Tuanzi, Zhenggui. ID, sooner or later the scalper will be killed, ABO Strange. The live broadcast room burst into flames. This Mazishi is really the master of the Dryleaf City Gym. No way, would the master of the gym name himself like this? It's impossible. You haven't challenged the Dryleaf Gym, have you? Describe the owner of the Dryleaf Gym, Mazishi, in one word, drag. At the same time, the magic capital of China. In a professional live broadcast room, the anchor Mitsuko is warming up the atmosphere. Casually wearing a large black t-shirt, with delicate facial features, Pine Nuts said vaguely while eating nuts. "Why don't I be a good-looking anchor? It's not that I'm afraid that you will be jealous of me. My live broadcast of Songzi depends entirely on technology. Otherwise, you will not dance or sing when you watch me. You come to my live broadcast room, not for my skills, but for my exquisite face and perfect figure." Right. The barrage suddenly flashed a bunch of fucking troughs. Looking at the matching results again, Mitsuko's eyes widened. Let me utter foul language, damn it. The master of the gymnasium opposite. What kind of configuration is this? Look at me again, what the hell is this? Can this win? The live broadcast room was instantly happy. Panic. Tang technical anchor Mitsuko panicked. Songzi. I am the anchor of Songzi Technology. After meeting my opponent, Songzi, I panicked a lot. Wait, I'll contact my teammates first and formulate a careful strategy. Mitsuko said. This one is under my command. No, you listen to me. Hearing the voice of I am a man you can't afford, Mitsuko was not convinced. Why, you listen to me. In Leahy's live broadcast room. Wow, Brother Lee, I don't know you on the other side, so I'm not convinced. It's embarrassing. Cough. Leahy coughed dryly. What should I do in such a situation? I will popularize the solution for everyone. We have to have a friendly discussion. Leahy sent a message in the past. Don't you dare to listen to me. I will not only send people's heads, but also amplify explosive moves behind you. Pine Nuts. Is this brother so rigid? Good guy. Mitsuko looked strange. He caught my attention. Wow, ha, da omega da, Pine Nuts also have today. I can't help it. I'm a professional anchor, so how can I get along with other elementary school students? Now let Hudai bring up the exchange moves. I'll let you use them in a while, so you can use them. Just hum if you understand. Lee he arranged. Yeah, Mitsuko responded and cleared his throat. Brother, do you have gaming experience? I don't have much experience. I rarely play games, that is, I usually run around the country. Stop talking, okay, can we concentrate on playing games? I'm a man you can't afford. After thinking about the configuration on the opposite side again, Lee he rubbed Lui's small head with a subtle expression, and muttered. Just a mazishi. I'm not killing me. Chapter 369 I predicted your prediction. Kanto. Dead Leaf City. As the owner of the Dry Leaf City Gym, Mazishi sits in the Dry Leaf Gym all the year round. Little devil, do you want to get the badge of the Dry Leaf Gym? Facing the defeated challenger, Mazishi folded his arms and laughed. Go back first and let Pikachu evolve, then challenge me again. Raichu, backquote, hollow bullet. Flicking his lightning-like tail, Raichu glanced at the bruised Pikachu. As the owner of the Dry Leaf Gym, Mazishi's reputation is not good, but his real strength is also at the peak of the Kanto region. Therefore, regarding the Dead Leaves Gym, the gym supervision committee also turned a blind eye. Back in the room, the man in the army green camouflage uniform, Mazishi looked at the computer screen, narrowed his eyes, and muttered. This is the game developed by the Master Lee who defeated Nazi. Every top trainer has his own philosophy. Let me see what your philosophy is. Mazishi grinned. By understanding the trainer's philosophy, you can see his tactical weaknesses. He, Mazishi, is interested in this kind of powerhouse. Looking at the matching result, Mazishi listened to the voice coming from the earphone, leaned back on the chair, and Mazishi sent a voice to ID Ninja from Light Red City. Little girl in the Light Red Gymnasium, don't disturb the rhythm of this uncle for a while. Others can't recognize this ID and voice, but Mazishi can recognize it. All the ninjas in the Light Red City come from the Light Red Gymnasium. And now the person in charge of the Light Red Gym is a Xing from the Light Red Gym. Inheriting the title of her father, although A Xing was named the owner of the Light Red Gymnasium, she was not in the eyes of Mazishi. In the Light Red Road Hall in Light Red City. Dressed like a ninja, the Light Red Gym owner A Xing raised her brows. Although secretly angry, Mazishi said the truth. As a famous gym in the Gwandu area, the head of the Light Red Gym was originally a Jew. However, a Jew was promoted to the Queen of the Four Heavens, and although A Xing had little qualifications, she was also nominated as the current owner of the Light Red Gym. Although the strength is not as good as Mazishi, as the owner of the Light Red Gym, A Xing wants to maintain the reputation of the Light Red Gym. A Xing refused to admit defeat and said, according to my apprentice, the ID on the opposite side, I am a man you can't afford to support, is the trumpet of the owner of the Red Lotus Gym. Subtext. In the face of the now famous Red Lotus Gym owner, do you Mazishi make sure you can win? This is really getting more and more interesting. It was originally a casual attitude, but when he heard the words, Mazishi immediately straightened his body and became serious. Little girl, if you are afraid, stand back, and don't become a burden to this uncle for a while. After warning A Xing, Mazishi looked eager. Although it is a game. But in a battle with the owner of the Red Lotus Gym, I, Mazishi, could not ask for anything. In the 5-on-5 team battle, after taking command, Mazishi immediately launched a fierce attack in the middle. The fire-breathing dragon spit out jet flame at a distance, a Bombman released venom, and Raichu swept the battlefield with all his 100,000-volt moves. On Lihi's side, the wind speed dog who rushed forward was instantly beaten with blood by the concentrated fire, although the wind speed dog's player yelled to retreat. However, A Xing was quick-witted and seized the opportunity to give orders. Under A Xing's order, the bat is like the poison blade of the ninja's assassination target, taking the head of the wind speed dog with one move, surprising strike. I'm going. The players of the cross-shaped bat are so quick and bold. Is this possible? This game is not good for the heart, my palms are sweaty. Now 5 on 4, Master Li's blood won't be handed over, right? Looking at the barrage, Li said calmly. What are you panicking about? Haven't you heard an old saying in our Washa district? If you want to destroy it, you must first make it crazy. If you want to make it crazy, you must give him some sweetness. This is all a layout. Ha ha ha, here we come, the traditional mode of Li's patriarch, talking against the wind. Brother, can you do it? The opposite side is advancing. If we retreat, we will retreat to the nest. Songzi was dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, the two players on the opposite side of Raichu and Forkbat are so fierce. With a strong fighting spirit flashing in his eyes, Ma Zishi grinned and roared. Don't slack, Abo, your defense is weak, retreat to the middle first, don't rush in. Fire-breathing dragon, you and I resist in the front row, always get ready to hold on. Gengar and Forkbat, you stand on the flanks, waiting for the opportunity to make up for the knife, hold on. Having experienced the charm of this game, Ma Zishi took it up. She was silent and did not respond. Although she hated being called by Ma Zishi, A Xing had to admit it. The senior in charge of the dry leaf gym does indeed have a set. Seeing that he was about to retreat to his old nest, Li suddenly shouted. Hudi, used teleportation to go in the past, and first use the predictive future move to kill the Abo monster. Before, Songzi's Hudi didn't do anything, just waiting for the opportunity to gather strength to predict future moves. With Hudi's high attack and low defense against Abo, there is a high possibility of one-hit kill. Good guy. It turned out to be a hidden hand. Above the monster, and then quickly withdraw. But Ma Zishi was already prepared and grinned. Fire-breathing dragon, give it the flame vortex move. Let Hudi come and go. At the same time, Abaway, use the bite move, don't be afraid, it's a big deal for you and Hudi, we can still win. Using the teleportation move, Hudi just appeared beside Abo monster, and he faced the blockade of the flame vortex move and Abo monster's fierce bite. I'm going. Hudi's raid has become a gift. Ha ha ha, Master Li didn't expect it. Although Master Ma Zishi is tall and big, he can play tactics, and the budget is enough for Hudi's actions. Seeing this scene, Songzi secretly sighed. This time, it's hard to say whether Hudi and Abagwai can change each other. Don't be stupid, use the exchange venue. Quick, swap with me, Li shouted hastily. Note, swap field moves. Use magical power to swap the positions of yourself and your partner. At this time, when he heard Li's words, as a game anchor, Mitsuko responded very quickly. In the face of Abo monster's smashing move, Hudi broke through the blockade of the flame vortex move by using the swapping move. Hudi and Happy Egg exchanged figures. Facing the attack of the Abo, Happy Egg raised his arm and resisted with awe. Subsequently, the double return move is activated. A violent force counterattacked Abo monster's body, and Abo monster's figure was blown to pieces. Fuck, can you still do this? Good guy. It turns out that the owner of the library is waiting here. You think you are plotting against me? Don't you know that everything about you is under my control? Wonderful. This wave, Master Li is really high. Chapter 376 Tales. Little 5, have you understood it? The situation reversed in an instant. Fire-breathing dragon, Zheng Gui, first use the flame-throwing move and the shadow ball move to destroy the double of Happy Egg. Then set the fire to kill it. Although the master of Li Guan took a step, but after Ma Zishi was calm, drink. Let's go together. Just a Happy Egg can destroy our group. I didn't see it. The owner of the dry leaf gym is so thoughtful. After all, he is the master of the dry leaf gym. However, facing the siege of the 4 elves, Li's Happy Egg took time to fill up his stamina with a recruiting egg move. Happy Egg blocked the 3 attacks of fire-breathing dragon, Gengar, and Raichu by using the imposing cloak, abundant physical energy, and stand-in moves. Facing the surprising blow of the cross-shaped bat, Happy Egg grinned and used a hold-up move. After resisting, Happy Egg made a backhand move, double repayment, to hit the bat with the remaining blood. Hoodie smoothed out the knife and took the head of the bat. Seeing this, Aishing bit her lip regretfully. It's over. It's a majestic shawl. The owner of the Li Pavilion is too calculating. So many eyes. Facing Ma Zishifang's remaining 3 elves, Happy Egg put his hands on his hips. Back quote. Ha ha ha, Happy Egg, my Happy Egg surrounds you all. This time it's 4 against 3. Next, Li He said indifferently. Hold on. After using the hold move again, Happy Egg resisted Raichu's 100,000 volt move. With the support of Hoodie's exchange field moves, Happy Egg successfully left the battlefield. Next, Li He smiled slightly. Strange Force, please use the most powerful melee combat move to attack my Happy Egg. Under the cover of Hoodie and Big Needlebee, Happy Egg used the egg-laying move to recover his physical strength, and then used the hold-up move again. Happy Egg took the teammate's strange power move Close Combat. Afterwards, under Hoodie's exchange venue move, Hoodie and Happy Egg exchanged figures. The Happy Egg replaced Hoodie, and suddenly appeared in front of the fire-breathing dragon. The Happy Egg grinned, and with a ready-to-go double return move, the Happy Egg threw a punch. The terrifying power equivalent to twice that melee combat moves directly blew the fire-breathing dragon to pieces. Fuck, can you still use the double return move like this? Violence. The Happy Egg under the command of Li Guanju is too mighty. There's only one Gengar and Raichu left. Even if Ma Zishi is the owner of the Dry Leaf Gym. Facing the siege of the 4 elves headed by Happy Egg, Raichu and Gengar were unable to resist. After Raichu was hit by Happy Egg with a double return move, the only remaining Gengar had no choice but to take away the Big Needlebee who made up the knife with the same move. In the end, under the command of Li He, Li Hefeng won the game with a 3-0 advantage. Good guy. This is a defensive counterattack. This is obviously a punch. I like it. This game is so enjoyable. Fantasy, will there be a legendary match in the future? If Miss Joys all over the world breed Happy Eggs like this. Violent Joy is okay, laughs. This defensive counterattack strategy is as simple as possible, but it really shows Li Guanju's terrible commanding skills. The commanding like flowing clouds, the unfathomable plan, and the calm psychological quality during the temporary war. Sure enough, he is indeed the man of the day among the gym owners, the Red Lotus gym owner. In addition, the stable and cute Happy Egg in the audience's impression has been played with such a violent side. The violent aesthetics of this Happy Egg makes fans addicted. It also shows the unique charm of elf glory. This game is going to explode. Wait, it's free. Damn it, why don't you let him pay gold? How can this show his identity? Strongly demand gold. After watching this live broadcast just now, my girlfriend said that if I can't play, I'll break up, so. May I ask which young lady would like to form a CP with me? It seems that the commander of the cross-shaped bat is the owner of the light red gym, and the owner of Li has crushed 2 gym owners this time. This wave is too strong. Nonsense. Is it true that the owner of the Li house depends on his character and appearance to eat soft rice? People eat hard rice and soft rice together. Li He looked calm. The above is one of the ways to play team battles in this game. In the future, if you have any suggestions, please download the official game center. Just as he was about to quit the game, Li He received a voice. Brother, you really caught my attention. Add AW letter. While texting Li He, Mitsuko guessed Li He's identity. Li He pondered. How old are you? 24. What should I do? Mitsuko felt inexplicable. 24. Ah. The real mental age is close to 30, Li He sighed. You're only 24, so you're a cell when I play Pokemon cards. When I nurtured elves playing Pokemon games, you were crying in your mother's arms. Forget it, forget it. Bar. Mitsuko. Ha ha ha, look at Mitsuko's confused expression. Screenshots and screenshots, another emoji. Mitsuko, I am a tech anchor. Mitsuko, damn, don't want my thighs. Laughing miserably. After the live broadcast, the popularity of the live broadcast room reached a peak, close to 43 million. A large number of barrages and rewards, like a waterfall, swipe down the screen. Every passing minute, there will be 100 more captains on the platform of Station B. The turnover of nearly 10,000 in 1 minute directly put Leahy's account at the top of the Krypton Gold list. After roughly calculating the running water of each platform, Leahy had a strange expression. Good guy. This live broadcast will net 100 W. This is much easier than playing the Whirlpool Islands tournament. At the same time, after watching the live broadcast, Lu Wei patted Xiaofudan's head seriously. Yo yo yo, Xiao Wu, do you understand? Leahy, this is opening a small stove for you. Blinking his eyes, Xiaofudan nodded cutely with a serious expression. Bu ku carrot. Is the master showing me how to use the double return move in disguise and trying to stimulate my desire to learn? Glancing at Leahy, Xiaofudan clenched his fists with gratitude. The painstaking work of the master. My little lucky egg got it. Kanto region. Dead Leaves Gym. In front of the computer, the man who tasted the setback lit a cigarette for himself. Ma Zishi sighed and muttered. From the beginning, have you been plotting against me and that girl, Sheng? Squeezing out the cigarette butts, Ma Zishi grinned. Strong enough. Such a strong person has transcendence value. Leo, omega, O. Knowing that the owner of the house is not so easily frustrated, Raichu stared at the director of the house in the live broadcast with a belligerent light in his eyes. However, if you lose, you lose. I, Ma Zishi, is the owner of the Withered Leaves Pavilion. I can't let Nazi and the others see jokes. Ma Zishi got up and shouted. This uncle can afford to lose. Come here, prepare the gym badge of the Dry Leaf Gym, and the secret legend of the Thunder Fist move, and send it to Master Li through the Carp King Express the next day. Chapter 371 The Conscience of the Industry, Master Li. Ma Zishi, the owner of the Dry Leaf Gym. Master Li, this time I have learned from Ma Zishi. According to the rules, the badge of the Dry Leaf Gym and a secret biography will be sent to your mansion on another day. Close black lens bracket. Ma Zishi, the owner of Dead Leaves Gym, if you have the opportunity, ask for advice in person. Close black lens bracket. Looking at the Chinese language translated by the translation software that comes with the game, 3 big question marks popped up in Leahy's mind. I'm not ready to challenge the gym, and I'm not ready to participate in the regional conference. What do you give me badges? By the way, can this badge be sold? Leahy murmured, hang it on Shanyu. Unfortunately, badges bought online are often only of collectible value. In fact, the badges issued by the gym are on the record with the competition organizing committee. Trying to rely on the purchased badges to participate in the review of the regional conference is simply not feasible. Open black lens bracket ding. Participating in regional conventions can effectively increase your prestige again. Close black lens bracket. Complete the prestige task, the final reward, random Mega Evolution Stone 1. Close black lens bracket. Damn system, tempt me again. Am I that easily shaken? Yes. However, I just used the money from the live broadcast to buy a normal attribute gem to make up for Xiaofudan's body. Looking at the interface of the live broadcast room again, Leahy muttered. Thanks to I'm really technical anchor Matsuko, a Shing of the Light Red Gymnasium, Auntie Lee, please appreciate your price for the super captain. Leahy coughed lightly. This aunt, I'm easy to take care of, my elves are not very easy to take care of, I'm afraid of delaying you. After talking about the previous boss again, Leahy was stunned for a moment. A Shing from the Light Red Gymnasium. The precious daughter of a Jew, the poisonous king of Guandu. A Shing, the daughter of the king of heaven. That's right, auntie, I'm taking the liberty. Good guy. Didn't the master of Lehigh say to have dinner with the master of Lei Wendao yesterday? Lehigh Wang beast. Songzi. I used to laugh at the tenderness of the old lady, but now I'm looking for a more tender one, grab the bamboo shoots. A drop of cold sweat dripped from Lihi's forehead. What is this? The poisonous king, a Jew, won't bother me, the owner of the Li Pavilion, will he? Chengdu area, deep in Baiyan Mountain. Although Lihi has also been to the Chindu No Man's Land Forest, the Chindu No Man's Land Forest is completely incomparable with Baiyan Mountain. Towering into the clouds, the altitude of Baiyan Mountain is second only to the Everest Mountains of the Blue Star Alliance and Tianguan Mountain, which is known as bordering the sky. As one of the rare sightings of Bankulas, the Silver Mountains not only have large evolution stone ore veins, natural hot springs, and treasured elves, but also a unique breeding and training place for powerful trainers. In an extinct volcano, with a ferocious face, a turquoise body, and a Godzilla-like appearance, Banguras struggled hard, but was suppressed by the dense group of bats. Like a dark purple cloud, the swarm of bats flew past Bankulas. Boom! This Bankulas was heavily poisoned and fell unconscious. Very good. The man in ninja costume and face mask folded his arms and nodded. Suspended in midair, the male's back stretched out wings composed of a swarm of cross-shaped bats. This man is one of the 4 heavenly kings in the current Chengdu area, the poisonous heavenly king, Ju. It is spring, when all things germinate, and Bankulas will also be affected by the genes in the body. Prompted by the desire to reproduce, the wild Bankulas will emerge from the depths of Silver Mountain. The highly destructive Bankulas will affect the surrounding ecosystem. As the 4 heavenly kings of the city, Ju also did it with ease, pacifying the manic Bankulas. Next one. Upon receiving Ju's order, the bat swarm, like an attacking sandstorm, devoured the other, larger Bankulas in the blink of an eye. After finishing the business, Ju calmly took out his mobile phone and connected A Xing's call. Girl, what's the matter? I lost to the master of the Red Lotus Gymnasium. Xing said brokenly. The owner of the Mazishi Pavilion was very loud. He went with me, but it didn't mean that he lost to others together. Master of the Red Lotus Gym. Ju said casually while feeding the bat swarm with fruit. You and Mazishi, it's normal to lose. After all, that's a trainer who can draw a tie with Dao Zvqi, and draw Zirna and Wanlong tactically. What? A lie. A Xing widened her eyes and exclaimed. Dai Dao, Your Excellency, when did it happen? How come I don't know anything? It's normal that you, a little girl, don't know about the gossip in our circle. Ju laughed dumbly. Is it possible that the private contest between the two of them will be publicized? This, hasn't the owner of the Red Lotus Taoist debuted for less than a year? Just draw Dao. A Xing felt as if she had lived on Katie, winking face, was offended. Haha, what's going on here is not something you should consider as a little girl. As for Lihi's identity, Ju found that he couldn't find anything unusual. But this is the biggest exception. The water in here is very deep. It's you, when are you going to go on a blind date? How good was it when I introduced you to that person last time? You actually dislike their weak strength. Ju immediately changed the subject. I don't want a blind date. If you can find it yourself, why should I worry about it? Xing. What the truth? Since you lose, just follow the rules, give the light red gym badge to everyone, and then copy the secret copy of the Venom Shock move that the gym treasures, and send it over together. Ju warned. Next time, if I have time. Ajia looked straight into the distance while stroking the bat that was eating the fruit. Come and visit again. At the same time. After the 2 games, Elf Glory, and Elf War Chess, were launched. Many people truly believe that Li Guanju has actually made a novel Pokemon game. Many people just tried it out at first. After all, how innovative and attractive a game can be made by a gym owner in his spare time. Result. Really fragrant. Too high. As the secretary and chief executive officer of Lihi. For the internal test of the game, Lilia paid close attention to the whole process. Opening the game evaluation platform Chi-Chi 3 again, Lilia searched for Elf Battle Chess and Elf Glory. Because compared with the card games on the market, the innovation of Elf War Chess is not outstanding. Even if there is a free bonus, the score of Even War Chess is only 8.2 points. But the game, Elf Glory, has reached an astonishing 9.6 points. Fuck, this kind of picture quality, this kind of effect, is actually free. Master Lee is too conscientious. Although I kneeled 10 times in a row, I have to say, it's too high. There are no advertisements. Can this game continue to operate? Why don't we crowdfund it? The first internal test of Ghost Glory made Lee Guanju top the hot search list as a game producer. Genius Game Maker. The conscience of the industry. Chapter 372. Master Lee's concept 2-in-1, 4,550 words. Friday, March 26. After a spring rain, the sea style of the Whirlpool Islands is comfortable. Go see ***where**** subset of Z's superset. Only grilled sausages, poor reception. Wearing a macho-colored green apron, Gengar grinned and served a plate of grilled sausages. The golden crispy skin, coupled with the attractive aroma of grilled meat, this plate of sausages is not inferior to the special sausages of star-rated restaurants in Russia. Bang! After bowing gracefully, Zhang Gui opened a bottle of Kuola of 1982 and poured a glass for Li He and Xiao Zhuer each. Go sizzle. Carrot dish carrot, oh, cheers. Master Li, your school is pretty good. Xiao Zhuer couldn't help laughing, and teased with a smile. As we all know, after staying with the trainer for a long time, the elves will become more and more like the trainer. Therefore, Li He gave Zhang Gui a B look and continued. It must be my usual goodbye words and deeds. Xiao Zhuer glanced at Li He with a smile, but did not answer. Rarely had a good drink. After cutting another piece of sausage and chewing it slowly, Xiao Zhuer praised Zhang Gui. Delicious. Oh, Su go hiss. Picking up the tissue, Xiao Zhuer wiped the corner of her mouth. Picking up the hair from her ear, a thought popped into Xiao Zhuer's mind. This kind of life seems not bad. As Raven City Gym Master, coupled with a part-time model, Xiao Zhuer doesn't have much time in her personal life. Therefore, it is not easy to find someone who can truly understand the nature of her life. Xiao Zhuer held up her delicate profile and glanced at Li He. What's wrong? Is there something dirty on my face? Li He said. When she came back to her senses, Xiao Zhuer smiled slightly. Nothing. He wiped the ketchup from Li He's mouth with his index finger, and Xiao Zhuer continued to eat as if nothing had happened. Old Li He blushed. Am I being teased? Li He and Zhang Gui entertained Xiao Zhuer at the dinner table, while Lu Wei and Dianlong whispered while playing games. Yo-yo. The hair on his whole body seemed to be dyed by snow. Sixtails practiced his ice attribute power while playing Elf Glory with the Electric Dragon. Since the release of the game, Electric Dragon has obtained the internal beta version of the Elf gamepad specially made by the Orange Label Group. After losing, the Electric Dragon snapped, dropped the handle on the ground, and said angrily. Lu convex *0 feet convex. Send. This happiness egg players really regard the support as the main C. Can you give me a sip of the Electric Dragon? Yo, me, no, cried out in a soft and waxy voice, and Dianlong was covered in fur. The golden yellow static electricity flickered slightly, and the Electric Dragon almost didn't make a move, thunder blasting the projector into slag. The glory of the spirits is fun, but it is more expensive. Slip katakana middle dot no. Underscore. Backquote. The icy tail rested on the Electric Dragon's head, and the six tails comforted the Electric Dragon with strange eyes. Is this the top? After the losing streak, Dianlong lay on the ground with an expression of no love. Underscore. Slip. After resting for a while, Dianlong suddenly said. Yo-yo underscore. Lu Wei, you said, if our trainers are together, who is the older and who is younger? Flicking his tail, Lu Wei gave Dianlong a white look, and then looked at Xiaofuden and Crustacean. In the spacious aisle, the crustacea used the smashing move it had already learned, and bit the little lucky egg fiercely. Lu Bai, fuck duck. The pitch-black energy teeth gnawed at Xiaofuden's body. Xiaofuden. Greater than mu less than buku shuku. It hurts a bit, but for the sake of the master, Xiaofuden, come on, be. Hold on to your moves. Double return move. Resisting the ferocious smashing move, Xiaofuden smashed the smashing move with a backhand punch. Taking advantage of the situation, Xiaofuden pressed it up. The crustacean was hit in the head by a punch, and its body flew out. Shinado, who rolled his eyes, raised his hand and blocked it with his superpower. Shinado murmured, I'm Shinado, I'm not Lihi's tool wizard to prevent the demolition of the hotel. Shaking his head, the crustacean grinned, and his expression became even more excited. Bailu. Strong enough. Come again. Thanks to each other, Crustacean and Xiaofuden have been able to use the new moves of comprehension proficiently. Looking back, Lu Wei sighed. Slip. If Lihi and Xiaojue are together, there will be a little Lihi. A picture appeared in my mind. With saliva and open crotch pants, the mythical beast Xiao Lihi threw himself on him, tugged at his ears, and shouted, drive, drive. Still can't fight back. Thinking of this, 6 tails. None. Glancing at the cute Dianlong, Lu Taiyu called out earnestly. Slip, slip, if Lihi and Xiaojue are together. The bear child is the king of the king, the tyrant, the king of the family slip. Because he was going to entertain Xiaojue, Zhengui couldn't live broadcast, so Jahe Ninja was sitting on the sofa. Jahe Ninja scratched his head, and didn't know what to say to the mobile phone live broadcast room. But this kind of coolness has attracted the appetite of some fans. So handsome, backquote. My Gotha duck has a fever. I'm going. Are the 6 tails and the electric dragon playing elf glory? It turns out that the elf can also play this thing. As soon as the topic changed, fans had a heated discussion around glory of the elf. Dude, I didn't expect it. It's an internal model of the Orange Label Group's synchronous test. It's only given to a small number of people, and the elves of these people can help test it. You thought it was just the handle. Wrong, it was a status symbol. Don't mention this game. The game is fun, but it costs a little computer. My monkey monster has already smashed 3 units. Haha, the cow upstairs, if you dare to play this game for the monkey monster, you are not afraid of being demolished. Everyone may not believe it. Yesterday, my monkey monster was too angry to play a game. I realized the anger removing move. This game is amazing. Carlos region, the city of Nier. As the central city of the Carlos region, Nier regularly hosts game fairs. Giants from all walks of life will gather, and the famous game industry analysis company, Zero, will release its own internal analysis report. Over time, this month when Zero released the game analysis report, the industry insiders in the game industry will spontaneously gather to discuss the new games that are listed. Also because the Game Expo was held in Nier City, Lilia leaned a little towards Nier City when placing the quota for the closed beta. At the same time, Nier City Capital Trainer School. Ah, damn it, how come there are so few places for the closed beta of this game broadcasted by Li Guanju? Can't I just spend money to buy it? Don't think about it, although the publisher of this game is just an ordinary company with a registered capital of 10 million yuan, but it is related to the Orange Label Group. The legal department directly issued an official document, and will prosecute all those who buy and sell the internal beta account for legal responsibility. To safeguard the legitimate rights and interests of all internal beta players. No, I'm going to die if I can't play. Yesterday I went to Yawen's house to play for a day. Damn, his father is in the Orange Label Group. It is said that this is the company's welfare. As the class bell rang, in front of the classroom door, a man with a double ponytail stepped into the air. Gentle young female teacher. Wow, this is teacher Reina who came from Chifeng City to exchange and study. So cute. I am so envious of the trainer school in Chifeng City. Shish. It seems that he is still the master of the gymnasium in Kaifeng City. This teacher is not easy to mess with. Class. Rena shouted sassily, looking around. About 16 or 17 years old, wearing a white shirt and blue tie, Rena narrowed her eyes. Looking at a dozing male student, Rena glanced at the class list at hand and smiled. Student Yawen, please answer the attributes, characteristics of Majula, and what you think is the best move configuration for Marjula. Classmate Yawen, school is over. School. Like a robot who heard the command, Yawen stood up and picked up her school bag. Stunned. Looking at Reina on the stage, Yawen smiled shyly. Teacher, anger is not good for your skin. If it hurts your skin because of me, I can't bear it. Teacher, please spare Yawen, he was forced to come to school. Yeah, he doesn't want to be a trainer. In a burst of laughter, Yawen's deskmate wrote Reina's question in the notebook, and after poking Yawen with his elbow, Yawen's deskmate gave him a can't help expression. Elves like Marula are not very common. In addition to attributes and characteristics, you can also rely on memorization, but the configuration of moves. This involves the cultivation of Majula. Reina teacher asked a very tricky question. Majula, special attacker Majula. A strange color flashed in Yawen's eyes, and he replied subconsciously. Majula, the attributes are evil and ice. The characteristic oppression can speed up the opponent's physical energy consumption when using the move, and the leave the sheep ability can steal the opponent's items. If you are playing the single assassin, choose the leave the sheep ability, which can avoid the opponent's momentum. Headbands and other life-saving and anti-kill items. If you use Maroon to fight in a team fight, the oppression feature is more useful. If you go on for a long time, you can drag the opponent to death. I haven't unlocked too many moves at the moment. I can only combine the staring move, the lightning flash move, and the malicious pursuit move together. The staring move can reduce the opponent's defense, and then use the lightning flash move to instantly kill, while if the opponent is injured, add another malicious pursuit move. Because of the special effects of the malicious pursuit move, the power of this attack will be doubled. The more Yawen said, the more excited. I haven't unlocked the stand-in move yet, so I have to defend the move. So I also have a feint move, which can effectively disintegrate the opponent's defending move. It maximizes the advantages of Majula's assassin style and one-hit kill style. The whole classroom was silent. Reina gave Yawen a surprised look. Not bad. Given your current age and experience, it's already pretty good. Do you like Maruna? Or are you just cultivating an elves like Maruna? No, you should like it, right? Sit down, everyone should learn more from Yawen classmates. Even if you haven't conquered such elves now, it doesn't prevent you from researching in advance and being a prepared person. This sentence is universal no matter where it is. After sitting down, Yawen scratched his head blankly. As a poor student in the class, he has never been praised by the teacher. Knowing that his ambition is not here, the teacher is too lazy to urge him. Usually, he doesn't feel anything when he sees the teacher complimenting other students. But today, I'm going. You bastard. Didn't you agree that we would all be scumbags together? You actually study secretly. The same table glanced at Yawen and complained. Although the tablemate felt a little uncomfortable about his friends sneaking away, the friendship between the two still made him very gratified. This elm head is finally enlightened. What's the situation? Hide the boss. Bathed in the surprise, envy, jealousy, and exclamation of his classmates, Yawen's expression was subtle. This feeling. It seems pretty good. After coughing, Yawen replied in a low voice to the tablemate. I just suddenly discovered that being a trainer seems to be quite interesting. Deskmate, what? This is no longer enlightened, this is soul-changing, right? Or was there something wrong with the head from a blow from my aunt? On the podium, after calling the names, Reina introduced herself. My name is Reina, you can just call me Teacher Reina. At the invitation of your principal, I will come over to teach a few classes on my behalf. As for me, I am also good at cultivating ice-type elves, so if any of you have any questions, try to come here. Ask. Yawen muttered at the same table. Good guy, just like the owner of Lee, another master of the Versailles track, are you good at it? That's a specialization, okay. Student Yawen Fangkai put forward his own ideas for cultivating elves like Marula. I think it's very good. Trainers and elves are mutually dependent, so you must also believe in your own ideas. Ignoring the whispers below, Reina beckoned to Yawen and said with a smile. Can you please tell me how you came up with this idea? Don't be nervous. In fact, teacher, I was very nervous when I gave you a lecture. Yawen was really nervous at first, but after seeing teacher Reina's gentle smile, Yawen breathed a sigh of relief, got up and said. Actually, when I was playing a game, how should I put it, I just didn't want to lose, and then I searched the school's online library, played the game and experimented, and finally got it. Reina blinked her eyes in surprise and murmured. Play games. Does this work too? After class. As a teacher, Reina has a natural hostility towards games. Although games are decompressed, for students, games will delay their studies. It's just a game, so amazing. Reina was a little unconvinced. When she came to the principal's office, Reina pushed it open. Seeing the old principal who was playing games, Reina widened her eyes. Principal, how can you take the lead in playing games? Cough, this game is different. I want to make time to make this game an extracurricular activity for the students. With a white head and full of energy, the principal beckoned and invited. Come on, you'll know when you play. I got it with great difficulty. But it's on top. It's just a game, so what? Reina sighed. 10 minutes later. 3 kills. Win. Staring at the screen, Reina's eyes lit up. As a child of someone else's family since she was a child, Reina had no experience with games at all. For Reina, elf glory is like a gate to a new world. Cough, Reina-sensei, is it my turn? The principal looked at him eagerly. Don't. I promised to change it only after I lost, and I didn't lose. Reina. It's up. Sunset. Asia Pacific goes home. During the family reunion dinner of the three, Asia Pacific put down his bowls and chopsticks. I'm stuffed. When approaching the door, Asia Pacific turned around and said seriously. Dad, Mom, I want to go to the trainer school for a while and try. As soon as he finished speaking, he was not very good at communicating with his parents, and Asia Pacific scratched his head awkwardly. That's it. Looking at the child who disappeared behind the door, the Asia Pacific mother's eyes lit up. I'll just say it. How could the son of my dignified elite trainer not want to be a trainer? Look. Facing Asia Pacific father, Asia Pacific mother smiled proudly. You said I forced him. This is the effect. Yes, what you said is right. The essence of the sentence, wife is happy, everyone is happy, Asia Pacific's father replied casually. In the evening, while Yatai's mother was doing housework, Yatai's father murmured. This child, has sex changed? No, I have to ask. Picking up the phone, Asia Pacific's father contacted the school. After half a sound. Putting down the phone and learning of what happened today, Asia Pacific's father said with emotion. I didn't expect that this game actually. After the emotion, the father of Asia Pacific was thoughtful. Hard to do. Is this the philosophy of the Master Lee? Through games, let more children understand the profession of trainer, so as to embark on the road of trainer. Master Lee. What a noble idea. What a grand ambition. Chapter 373 The industry has changed. 2-in-1, 4,200 words. Saturday, March 27th. Whirlpool Islands. The weather after the spring rain, the sky is clear. A courier broke the leisure of the morning. Looking at the signature, Lee had a complicated expression. Delivery party, Light Red Road Hall. Open black lens bracket. The secret of Venom impact move. Close black lens bracket. Venom shock move. Is that Venom shock move? Lee sucked in a breath. Venom shock move. Throw a special venom on the opponent, and the power will be doubled to the opponent who is in a poison state. Combined with Gengar's highly poisonous move, the Venom impact move can be said to have an explosion of damage. But, is this special venom sold by the milliliter? Or is it sold by the microliter? Holding the card of the purchasing department of the light red gym in his hand, Lee looked up at the sky. I just said, I hit the daughter of King Aju, why did they keep silent? It turned out to be here waiting for me, the owner of the Lee Pavilion. It seems that this is going to slaughter me hard. Lee murmured. That's what it means to save me from bankruptcy. Looking at another courier, Lee sighed after opening it. Delivery party. Dead Leaves Gym. Open black lens bracket. The secret biography of Thunder Fist moves. Close black lens bracket. Thunder Fist move. Attack with a fistful of electricity. Hit the opponent. Sometimes the opponent is paralyzed. In the real world, the lightning fist move is to attach the lightning to the fist, and the elf punches out again. If it is combined with Zheng Gui's elusive shadow fist move. A ghost claw quietly protruded from the ground, suddenly grabbed the opponent's ankle, and a strong electric current swept out to paralyze the opponent. At this time, the poison is released from the other ghost claw, eroding the opponent. Then cooperate with the Misery Never Comes Alone move, and the Venom Shock move. In the real world, the abnormal state will continue to be superimposed, and the poison on the opponent will erode into the opponent's whole body as the opponent's physical strength weakens. In this way, the power of Misery Never Comes Alone and Venom Shock moves will be maximized. When I think of the opponent being paralyzed and being hit by very poison, Zheng Gui will come back to Misfortunes Never Come Alone and Venom Shock. The damage of the explosion will probably make the opponent cry. Good guy, if you learn Frozen Fist moves again, and then freeze your opponent. Lee couldn't help but shivered. Dirty. 3 punches of the farmer, combined with the highly poisonous move, the Venom Shock move, and the double whammy move, it's really dirty. But, looking at the balance of the account, Li Guanju was full of tears. The 20 million deposit was thrown into the company, and now I have not seen any feedback. It is impossible to train Thunderbolt Fist moves and Venom Impact moves without kryptonite. Sitting on the seat on the windowsill, Lee logged into the battle group and contacted Wanlong. As a heavenly king who cultivated ghost-type elves, Wanlong stepped on countless pits. He was also a trainer who jumped left and right on the poor red line. It was right to ask Wanlong if he had anything. After making a voice call, it took several minutes before Lee contacted Wanlong. What's the matter? I just fell asleep a few minutes ago, Wanlong said resentfully. Yesterday, the editor called to say that the deadline for the manuscript was advanced. How can there be such a thing? I almost didn't let the crystal light pass, and let the editorial department take a collective vacation for a while. Good at playing with life energy, the crystal light and fire spirit can quietly absorb a trace of human life energy, making the other party weak. Be careful not to go bald. I think sudden death is more likely, Wanlong said casually. What's the matter? Are you borrowing money? Some time ago, I purchased a fire attribute gem with a very high purity for Crystal Lantern. I want to ask, how much does it cost to learn the Venom Impact move? Lee coughed dryly. This depends on the composition of the special venom. The ordinary ones are not effective. The best special venom on the market has been monopolized by the light red gem. Wanlong yawned and said. It's not expensive. If Zheng Gui wants to practice, it will only cost around 2 or 3 million. Good guy. It's not really expensive. Lee breathed a sigh of relief. It's just my 10 minutes of live streaming. Since the last live broadcast minute salary exceeded 10,000, Lee has swelled. If it's a big deal, go to the live broadcast again and ask the audience for a wave. My pavilion owner Lee has millions of fans anyway. If one fan supports me, I will return to the tens of millions. By the way, after training, in order to enhance the power of the Venom Shock move, it is best to buy some poisonous orbs for Zheng Gui, poisonous gems and other tonics. A poisonous orb of 10 million. Li He. Depressed mentality. Just as he was about to fall asleep, Wan Long suddenly thought. By the way, does the game you developed still have an internal beta? My little nephew wants it. Have. When I wake up, we can let Zheng Gui and Crystal Lantern play games together to enhance our relationship. Wan Long suggested. It is good. At the same time, in place of Li He, Lilia attended the Game Expo in Nier, located in the Carlos region. Arriving at the huge hall on the 32nd floor, Lilia saw the receptionist standing on the edge of the aisle as soon as she got out of the elevator. He enthusiastically led Lilia to a seat in the hall. Not good at communication, Lilia sat quietly in her seat, waiting for the exposition to start. At the expo, Zero Inc. will announce their new game predictions. Even for the big game companies, Zero's forecast is a top priority. For small game studios, Zero's new game forecast report is enough to determine the life and death of the studio. At 2:30 in the afternoon, the staff pushed the dining car in and filled various positions with drinks and snacks. On the huge screen, last year's game revenue report also began to play. Even Virtual Battle is far ahead. Tisk tisk tisk. In December last year, it actually made 5 billion in revenue. At this level, this is still the case that this game is not for the purpose of making money. If it opens the fee, it's hard to imagine the model. Normal, after all, this is carried out by multiple multinational groups. The trainer of the Battalion Shang games has won the support of the major alliances, which is incomparable. However, the second place is really, even New Century. It is said that the mobile game mode and card mode have now been released. Good guy, 2 billion a month. In last year's performance report, almost all of the top 10 games were related to Pokemon. Standing at the entrance of the venue, the director of the expo glanced at his watch and looked a little anxious. Is producer Lou here? Not yet, I called just now, and producer Lou's secretary said they would be there soon. The staff replied. The exposition director nodded. According to the process, the producer Lou had to be invited to share his views on the industry. As a game producer who has been in the game for 10 years, producer Lou has not created any phenomenal works. However, with the help of a card game template that does not change the soup but not the medicine, and professional planning methods to absorb Krypton, producer Lou has also produced a number of Pokemon card games with a total marketing of tens of millions. Is one of the invited guests of the expo. 10 minutes later, the director of the fair led a middle-aged man and sat in the front row together. As soon as he sat down, the middle-aged man danced well with long sleeves and greeted the people around him. Finally, facing the fair director, the middle-aged man smiled and said, Sorry, I wasted a bit of time on the road. There are too many promotional activities for the newly released card game, so I'm rushing around. It's okay, producer Lou, if you can come, you're welcome. The director of the expo lowered his stance and said politely. Well, at this stage, the Pokemon theme is also calm. Looking at last year's performance report, Lu Feng shook his head slightly. Every newcomer is rushing to this theme, thinking that it can become popular with the popularity of the theme, but I don't think about it. The Pokemon theme is so popular, the content that can be produced has long been researched, and newcomers should be honest. Learn from experience, start slowly, but too much ambition is a big no-no. After 10 years of research on the subject of Pokemon, Lu Feng considers himself a producer on the wave. Wait until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. After the meeting officially started, new games were introduced in order on the large projection screen and the scores and hot comments of the new games were announced. In the first quarter, Zero Company screened a total of 56 new games. Even if the audience is huge, among these 56 games, there are very few games that can run until next year. The vast majority of new games, after a week of popularity, will gradually lose customers, and finally stop the service. A few minutes later, the game, Pokemon Nation, appeared on the screen. Rating: 7.8. Lu Feng. It's an old producer. The standard is quite satisfactory. There is nothing novel and there is nothing wrong with it. I think it's fun, huh? I'm about to vomit. It's another metaphysical drawing. For the evaluation, Lu Feng did not care at all. What kind of creature is a Krypton Gold player? It was a group that scolded in their mouths, but still filled their money honestly. Congratulations, Brother Lu, it seems to be stable this year. Congratulations. Hey, what's there to congratulate? The lifeline is estimated to be only 2 or 3 years old, and Zhang Lang will be exhausted as he grows old. Producer Lu said this, but he was quite content in his heart. In the sluggish market of Pokemon card games, Pokemon Nation can have such a rating, which is enough to demonstrate his superb production methods. But the content on the big screen after that made the entire venue dead silent. Spirit Glory. Rating: 9.4. Dad, is there so few places in the internal test? The biggest disadvantage of this game is, it's too high. Tearful support. Because of this game, my son finally has the intention to become a trainer. Thank you, Master Lee, for developing a life-changing game. After a while, the venue was fried. Good guy, the drop in ratings is because you can't play. Hey, this rating, the Navy can't get it out, right? This game seems to be made by the owner of the Lee Pavilion and the daughter of the Orange Group, right? Is it still free? After calming down, Lu Feng took a sip of wine and said with a smile. It is said that they also started a relationship and invited Dr. Damu and a lot of popular people to promote it. It's really amazing. Lu Feng didn't take it seriously when he praised him. To have such a rating, it is estimated that there are too many brainless iron powders. Coupled with the two gimmicks of free and hunger marketing. Is this game still free? When the fee is charged, the game rating will definitely plummet. Soon, 56 games flashed across the big screen in sequence. The staff pushed the dining cart again to refill the tea and meals for the participants. Lu Zhuan, have you made a revenue budget for this new game in advance? The expo director asked, recovering from the surprise after seeing the score of Elf Glory just now. After a year, the peak is estimated to be tens of millions. Lu Feng sighed and waved his hand. After all, the card mode, now, how should I put it, players are tired of this mode. After a few chats between the two, Zero Company directly and concisely used a data graph to show the revenue forecast of 56 new games. Seeing the revenue of 540 W in the first month of Nation of the Elf, Lu Feng was sure. Although it didn't meet the expectations, it was still passable. When he saw Glory of the Elf again, Lu Feng, his pupils suddenly shrank. Elf Glory, the first month's forecast revenue is 1.37 billion. How is this possible? Lu Feng stood up subconsciously. Back then, Elf Virtual Battle only had this data. Realizing the gaffe, Lu Feng hurriedly sat down. Fortunately, shocked by this data, even the director of the expo was staring at the screen and had no time to think about other things. A free game, how is it possible? Could it be that Zero Company was also influenced by Li Guanzhu's huge network of contacts? Impossible. There is only one possibility. With the plan provided by Elf Glory, Zero Company really predicted that the game, Elf Glory, could reach 1.37 billion revenue data in the first month. This is only the beta phase. His heart was beating rapidly, his hand holding the wine glass trembled slightly. Lu Feng stared at the 1.37 billion data, and his brain became dizzy like a hypoxia. After barely drinking, Lu Feng coughed again. Good guy. Today's wine is extraordinarily spicy. 1.37 billion. Needless to say, this year's dark horse must be this game. Contact the board of directors immediately, and be sure to grab the right to co-brand this game. Wait, where's the person in charge of this game? Listening to the discussions around him, Lu Feng sighed and murmured. The industry is about to change. At this time, Lilia, who was desperately sought by everyone, came to the bathroom. Suppressing her excitement, Lilia dialed Lee's video phone and said excitedly, "Mr. Lee, we succeeded. According to the plan, we should be able to achieve 1.3 billion revenue in the first month." Manager Lee is not very interested in money. If it weren't for the fact that the little guys were spending too much money, the owner of the museum wouldn't be able to spend 100,000 yuan a year. 1.3 billion, is it okay? Lee said indifferently. I can finally afford poison orbs and poison gems. Hearing this, Lilia regained her composure. As the daughter of the Orange Label Group, Lilia is also someone who has seen big scenes. Seeing President Lee's indifferent attitude again, Lilia's eyes flashed with admiration. With this result, Mr. Lee must have expected it long ago. What a mere 1.3 billion. Wait until Ghost Glory is released to the world. Again. Is it a question of money? Mr. Lee, I'm sorry, I'm too immature. Lilia said ashamed. I should be more prudent. Yes, it's just a revenue during the closed beta period, 1.3 billion, but it's just the beginning of Elf Glory. Using the game, Glory of the Spirits, as a medium to link the world, open up cultural barriers, and change this era, this must be your idea. I, Lilia, will definitely be your right and left hand to assist you in accomplishing this goal. Lee. How did you just come up with this stuff? Chapter 374 Zhenggui, are you going to cross the robbery? Well, it's good that you can recognize this. Lee changed the subject. But the most important thing is. Leaning forward, Lee stared at Lilia's pupils earnestly, and smiled in a low voice. Thank you for your hard work, Lilia. The success of all this is inseparable from your efforts, thank you. Lilia, who had calmed down, blushed. The ponytails rubbed up, Lilia waved her hands in a panic, and said shyly. No, all this is due to your good guidance, I didn't. Mr. Lee. Obviously so talented, yet so humble and considerate. Yeah, omega asterisk. Taking another peek at Lee, Lilia's head seemed to be steaming. After coughing a few times, Lilia bowed. This is what I should do as a secretary. Looking at Lilia, who hung up the phone in a hurry, Lee rubbed his chin and muttered. Young people are easy to coax, cross out, and young people are ambitious. Suddenly, a smiling voice came from behind. What a cute little secretary. Leaning against the door, Xiao Zhuer smiled. Just after taking a bath, Xiao Zhuer was wearing a light yellow dress, her slender legs were staggered. The slender body of the top model is unmistakably revealed. Actually, my company still lacks a partner, the boss's wife. No, think about it. Lee coughed dryly. Well, partner, what exactly are you going to do? Xiao Zhuer asked curiously. Lee glanced at Xiao Zhuer's figure. I, the owner of Lee, is not an LSP. I am studying the law between human body curve and hormone secretion. Seriously. You don't have to do anything, just talk about the future, in the middle of the night, usually participate in the company's team building, soak in hot springs, and finally work together for the company's team building, trying to build people. Even scumbags have pure feelings, Master Lee said. Next time. Xiao Zhuer smiled. It is good. As the main producer of the game, Lee has the responsibility to test Ghost Glory. The owner of Lee Pavilion is definitely not to enjoy the joy of cruelty. The chicken is so cute, how could the owner of Lee have the heart to abuse the vegetables? Watching Master Lee play the game, Xiaofuden lay on the keyboard, nodding earnestly, learning the battle experience. In order not to be hurt, you have to learn which moves will hurt yourself in advance. Xiaofuden equals my little Fuden is too smart. Fortunately, Glory of the Elf can also be played with a special handle. Lee is operating a happy egg to kill, and his expression is subtle. I've only heard that there will be cats and cats on the keyboard. I didn't expect that there will be little eggs on the keyboard. I'm going. This happy egg is going crazy. It's quite the style of Pavilion Master Lee. Could it be a trumpet? Pavilion Master Lee can definitely do such a thing. Please don't kill. We are afraid. Give us a head. April 1st, April Fool's Day. At 8 o'clock in the morning, at the headquarters of Orange Label Group, the board meeting was held. It was jointly recommended by many gym owners and was certified by the Dr. Damu Institute. Known as a game that can change life, 0, company's new game recommendation top list. Looking at the game data of the just launched game, Elf Glory, the conference room was silent for a while. This game was made by our producer. Can you please invite the legal department? The male director with a big belly and excellent clothes, but inexplicably greasy, said tentatively. Are you sure you want to seize the development rights of part of this game in this way? Another director sneered. Is it true that the person behind this game is to make money and will only play with you according to your game rules? Don't forget, he is the owner of the Red Lotus Gym, and he has a wide network of people behind him. The male director, who was a little excited at first, calmed down immediately. At their level, money is sometimes just a number. There are so many things that money can't do. Money alone cannot shake those upper-level trainers. I made a blunder. The male director apologized. The other directors didn't blame it, because the stakes in Glory of the Genie were too great. They can't say that they haven't had crooked thoughts. After all, the market is like a battlefield, and interests and money are like ammunition. A free game, the first month's revenue can reach 1.3 billion in the internal beta stage. It is conservatively estimated that after the public beta, the Blue Star Alliance alone is very likely to have a first-month revenue of 10 billion. This data is horrible. This is a phenomenal work. The director sitting to the right of List, chairman of the Orange Label Group, exclaimed. After waiting for everyone to discuss, List smiled bitterly. I went to check on my daughter yesterday and she said there is a third phase of the game and it's already under construction. Some time ago, a few of our engineers took their giant gold monsters to change jobs, and they have signed a resignation agreement with me. The reason is that it's the same as pension here, it's not interesting, but to make this masterly the game is too high. Leaving is not for money, but to get the latest game experience. List felt so embarrassed. A good talent was kidnapped by his own daughter. Never mind these. This game will definitely release a mobile game version in the future. If Dewin Group grabs the joint sale rights, and the installation is necessary. Our market in the Blue Star Alliance has already been squeezed by several local game companies. If we are further captured by the Devon Group. Listening to everyone's discussion, an elderly director said solemnly. According to the gossip I got, this Li Guanju has a close relationship with the prince of the Dewin Group. So, Chairman, should you talk about your daughter's relationship? How is that possible? How can these two be related? No way. Looking at the noisy conference room, List sighed. Although 30 years of Hedong and 30 years of Hexi, but this change is too fast, right? He, the dignified chairman of Orange Label Group, is actually going to take the daughter route. After 10 o'clock, the elf skin will be officially launched. In addition to the elf skin, there are also special effects of moves. In order to prevent bugs and prevent hackers from invading, I will trouble you all during this time. In the least office floor, Lilia made a joke. President Lee said, "Don't be afraid of baldness, our company has baldness insurance. If you want to be bald, everyone will be bald together." With a burst of laughter, an externally recruited game event planner suggested. Leader, don't we really need to make Krypton Gold players separate from ordinary players? In this case, would anyone really buy skins, special effects and spend money to draw a lottery to unlock new elves? No, skins and special effects are just an appearance effect. This point should be reminded to the buyer before purchasing. Lilia shook her head solemnly. This game is the crystallization of President Lee's idea. It is to let everyone experience the joy of fighting against trainers. Mr. Lee's philosophy is the goal of our company, to fulfill the dreams of players who want to be trainers but don't. Although making money is the foundation of the company's survival, the positive energy of work can also inspire a person's heart. Lilia made up her mind. Be sure to let all players experience the fun of elves in a fair and impartial way. Let me help him implement Mr. Lee's philosophy. At the same time. Whirlpool Islands. Beachside. At Zhenghui's request, Dianlong used the thundering move. Looking at the black clouds dancing with golden snakes, Zhenghui put on his sunglasses and gave Li He a gesture of =co=. Zhenghui relied on the substitute moves and the huge life energy reserve, directly greeted. Looking at Zheng Ghost, who took the initiative to be struck by lightning, Li He swallowed hard. Are you practicing lightning fist moves or are you trying to overcome tribulation? Good guy. After Lu Wei has become a primordial spirit, you, Zhenghui, are not to be outdone. Chapter 375 Real Clean Energy, Thunder Fist Move. As the ace elf in the hands of Xiao Zhuer, the owner of Raven's Gem, Electric Dragon is extremely powerful even without Mega Evolution. I'm afraid, only the main elves of Heavenly Kings and Master-level trainers have the confidence to defeat them. Boom. Under the control of the Electric Dragon, the black cloud rolled, and a flash of lightning struck Gengar. High voltage. Under the control of the Electric Dragon, this thundering attack has no possibility of being black-faced at all, and it strikes Zhenghui precisely. But Gengar grinned, opened his arms, and greeted him. Go hiss =. Bring it on. Baby. Let the thunder come more violently. Bang. The thundering move collided with Gengar, and the powerful current directly blasted Gengar's body. After using the stand-in move to weaken the power of the thunder move, Gengar transformed into a cloud of mist, which in turn confronted the escaping current head-on. Finally, after restoring the prototype, he was holding a snake-like electric current. Gengar grinned like he was eating a living creature. Gengar opened his bloody mouth and swallowed the electric current in one gulp. Oh high voltage. Li He's expression was complicated. Is this the esoteric learning method of the Thunderfist of Dead Leaves Gym? Really simple and rude. The Electric Dragon looked strange. Slip, hollow bullet, hollow down pointing triangle, hollow bullet. Did you use a mirror-type move to simulate my electrical properties? But there is actually such a way to learn Thunderbolt boxing moves. People who don't know, think you are practicing some big tricks. It is true that the mirror attribute move is used to simulate the electric attribute of the Electric Dragon. Zhenghui is now learning the electric attribute move, relying on the attribute bonus. It will be more effective with half the effort. Good guy. If you learn to imitate the moves again, you can not only simulate the opponent's attributes, but also prostitute the opponent's moves for free. This is the real copy elf Kakashi Gengar. Li He exclaimed. After swallowing a wisp of electricity, static electricity sprang from the surface of Gengar's body. As if adding electro-optical special effects, Gengar grinned and clenched his fists excitedly. A thunder swallowed into the stomach, and it became stronger again. Facing Li He with a smug smile, Zhenghui greeted Dianlong again. Go sizzle *dish ***. Old iron, not strong enough. Delta, slip. Then I'm serious. The Electric Dragon waved his hand. The thundercloud in the sky hovered down, wrapped in thunder and lightning, and the thundercloud engulfed Gengar. It won't happen. Li He murmured. Even if he didn't use his full strength, the Thunder Dragon's thundering move had used 7 or 8 points of force. Even as a ground-type elves such as pangolins are immune to damage from electric-type moves. But if it is swallowed by the thundercloud, the mountain rat will not be spared. After all, powerful electric-type moves the strength can easily tear the ground and penetrate the steel. Just when the Electric Dragon was wondering if he should use some power, he saw that Zhenghui was relying on his own electrical attributes, his stand-in moves, and his huge life energy reserve. Like frolicking in a swimming pool, Gengar swims freely in a thundercloud. Go sizzle for all backquote. True Guishang, you have to take a bath in the thundercloud. This uncle not only takes a bath, but also swims. He took out an emerald green lightning stone, and Zheng Gui gnawed his white teeth like he was chewing on a sweet potato. The golden yellow thunder and lightning slashed at Zheng Gui, but it could only knock out Zheng's stand-in. Use your own huge reserves of life energy. The last second he was knocked out, and the next second Zheng Ghost returned to his original state, grinning, and Zheng Ghost stretched his waist without caring. It's like enjoying a powerful massage. Electric Dragon. Electric Dragon. I, Dianlong, came to accompany you to practice thunder and lightning boxing moves, not to give you great health care and kill chickens. At night, water spirits are more active. Under the moonlit night, he brought his apprentices out to subdue the water-type elves. The owner of the Whirlpool Island's gymnasium and 3 apprentices saw the scene. A Gengar, swimming in a thundering move. It's like playing in a hot spring. Eyes widened, the apprentice felt that his 3 views were impacted. After seeing Master Li, another apprentice swallowed and asked, Master, what kind of moves is Master Li's Gengar practicing? It's scary. How can I see this? The gym master of the Vortex Islands was stunned for a moment. Even as a gym owner, he has never seen any Gengar dare to do this. But for the sake of his own face, the owner of the Whirlpool Islands gym can't say that he doesn't understand. After a cough, the gym master of the Whirlpool Islands said solemnly, Master Li, it is estimated that Zheng Gui is practicing the surfing with thunder and surfing moves. However, this move is a special trick that Raichu in the Alola region can use by borrowing the power of Z. Knowing this as well, the apprentice scratched his head and looked puzzled. But the owner can't tell lies. It must be because he knows too little. 2. Being able to serve as a gym owner and create a phenomenal game for Gengar to learn, surfing with thunder and surf, for this gym owner. It seems, it's not impossible. In the thunder cloud, countless thunder and lightning were swallowed, and Zheng Gui suddenly roared excitedly. Go see, ing dish, ing cubed. With the sound of Gengar's cry, the rich electrical energy dyed the Gengar into a brilliant golden color. Gengar's 2 ghost claws, like the claws of the Thunder Beast, tore the thunder cloud into pieces. The owner of the Whirlpool Islands gym, who watched this scene, almost didn't stare out his eyes. Thunder Fist move tore up Thunder move. What is this operation? With this level of cultivation, Master Li is too embarrassed to say that you are only the master of the fire attribute gym. Yo-yo, _ While nibbling on potato chips, Dianlong tugged at the corner of Li He's clothes. Dianlong. Oh, Omega, oh, can you go back? Still in a hurry to play the rank promotion competition. You wait, let me slow down. Looking at Zheng Gui's Thunder Fist move, Li He was a little dazed. Is Ma Zishi, the owner of Dead Leaves Gymnasium, so good at the secret legend of lightning fist moves? But think about it too, in a certain version, Ma Zishi is also a powerful cadre in the Rockets second only to Sakagi, and is on an equal footing with Nazi. The unique secret of such a powerful trainer naturally has a very high level. But Li He rubbed his chin. When I was playing games, I didn't feel how strong he was. He was quite reckless. For Ma Zishi, the master of Dead Leaves Gym, who is good at unrestricted battles, in a regular battle with a powerful trainer of dirty routines who are good at tactics, the master of Dry Leaf Gym is naturally much inferior. Looking up at the sky, Li He murmured. Is this my problem, or Gengar's problem? Or rather, is it that my patriarch Li is too good? After mastering the Thunder Fist move, Zheng Gui excitedly clenched his fists to celebrate. Go sig go ss high voltage o asterisk caret u caret asterisk o high voltage. This is done. As expected of my uncle. For Zheng Gui, who has been addicted to making money recently, the happiest thing about practicing Thunder Fist is this uncle can use the adapter to charge household appliances and mobile phones in the future. Chapter 376, Wallen Three Sisters. I can't enjoy it. Saturday, April 3rd. Whirlpool Islands. Early morning. Although the game, Glory of the Spirits, has been a great success, Lee Guanju still diligently broadcasts it. Thank you for your support. Money is not my original intention to make games, I just want everyone to be able to work hard in their spare time. Be more happy. Facing the camera, Lee he said earnestly. Goss goss. *******. Holding a notebook, Zheng Gui wearing sunglasses, like a sincere employee listening to the leader's speech, Zheng Gui nodded in admiration. One of the elements of live broadcast, shameless, will gather fans. Gengar. For all ! I learned it. After practicing against Koga Ninja, Sixtails skillfully jumped in from the kitchen window. With a thought, use the superpower to open the natural gas. Lighting the fire again, Lu Wei comfortably soaked in the gas stove and exhaled the flames. For all ! Slip. A bath after a fierce battle. Awesome slip, Omega, ***. At the same time. Wiping the burn ointment on his body, the Koga Ninja Frog showed an expression of admiration. Here. Big Sister's big orange flame and blue lightning are still powerful. For the sake of the Lord, it is necessary to strengthen physical exercise. Swing the shuriken 10,000 times a day, start a set of 1,000 sit-ups, and do 100 water cannon moves. So that's how the Six Tails take a bath. Master Lee is great. When will it be the turn of the fast dragon Joe Moon? The non-chief who has drawn hundreds of draws and failed to draw a mini dragon is crying. I really want the skin of the ice Six Tails. There is also the special effect of the orange flame of the Six Tails of Lee Guanju. A bunch of barrages flashed through the live broadcast room. Buku, circle all but upper left quadrant filled, for all, circle all but upper left quadrant filled. Lu Bai, Cough, the lottery is very metaphysical, everyone should consume wisely. Listening to the battle between the carapace dragon and the little fortune egg outside the window, Lee he said bitterly, isn't it just a skin special effect anyway? It's the first time I've seen this wave of reverse operations, and they even persuade consumers not to spend money. Master Lee, everyone, please don't smoke. Player, are you teaching us to do things? I'm smoking. I just want to know what's going on in this cooling off period picture. Dear, you've been spending too much recently. Please come back tomorrow. Didn't I just take hundreds of thousands of yuan for the supplement money given by my sister? As for it, where can I get my sister upstairs? My brother, Lang Katai, can act like a spoiled brat. Seeing these barrages, Lee he murmured. I don't want to work hard. The owner of Lee, where there are young ladies who earn tens of millions a day and look at me. Versailles. This is really not Versailles, Master Lee. I learned from the Elf Battle Department of the Blue Star Alliance University that money is not enough. A custom energy cube costs 1,000 a day, not much, 3W a month. If it's not that the school regularly distributes orbs and attribute gems, and it has to spend millions on supplements. Plus the extra expenses when learning moves, I can't afford to support the elves, and what kind of girlfriends are they talking about? Yuhong University can't afford to hurt. Lee Guanju's training expenses this day can make me worry about baldness. However, I heard that Lee Guanju went to teach at the Blue Star Alliance University, is it true? Although the charging mode has been added, except for intentional black fans, players do not reject the charging mode of Glory of the Elf. Because Krypton Gold or not does not affect the balance of the game. After the live broadcast, Lee he logged into the Battle Exchange group again. Seeing that Master Lee was online, Xiaoxia, who was far away in the Wallen Taoist Hall, lit up, and immediately sent a private message to the past. Master Lee, can you unlock a Minos for others? I will remember you for the rest of my life. Otherwise, I will introduce my sister to you. It's not me who said that, although my 3 sisters are useless, yes, but it's okay to make a vase, or do you know all 3 of them? Lee he. The 3 Wallen sisters who travel around the world to buy and buy. I, the owner of Lee, can't enjoy it. Take it slowly, I don't even have 6 tails, let alone my skin and special effects. Leahy replied with an expression. Xiaoxia. Oh. People really want a Minos. The goal is to become a water-type master. Xiaoxia has a soft spot for water-type elves. As the most beautiful among the water attribute elves, Minos is naturally the elves that Xiaoxia wants to conquer the most. Well, don't you have a tyrannical carp dragon now? Actually, I think you are a good match for the tyrannical carp dragon. Li Hashi said sincerely. Xiaoxia. #D. No. Miss Ben is a good match for the Tyrannosaurus. This lady is obviously so gentle. It's amazing to win this lady. Believe it or not. I'm looking for foreign aid. Contacting Kona, Xiaoxia said pitifully. Master Kona, Master Li is bullying people. Cough, I can't take care of this. Kona, who was drinking morning tea in the villa on the island, coughed and looked strange. Even if I help you teach him a lesson, I'm not necessarily sure of winning. He is not crossing. As we all know, the place where the King of Heaven, known as the Dragon Messenger, the reason why he failed to become the champion of the Kanto region was because he was restrained by Kona across the board. Furthermore, I want an ice and snow dragon too. No one was around, and Korna looked at the video of the ice and snow dragon sent by the Treasure Spirit Protection Park. As a treasured elf resurrected from ancient times through fossil resurrection technology, the status of the ice dragon is higher than that of the giant panda. There are only a few left in the world. The ice dragon looks like a Q version of the blue plesiosaur, with big blue eyes and cute little horns that emit aurora. Kona covered his chest and said happily. My girly heart. Even at this grade, the old ant has a girly heart. After hesitating for a moment, Kena was in the group at Leahy. Master Li, I don't even have a lip-smacking baby. When will the ice snow dragon come out? I'll go talk to the secretary and make adjustments. Leahy said. As for ice snow dragon, this is a new one on a monthly basis, and a few special characters will be up every month, so it will be very easy to draw. I'll ask. In the early stage of the game promotion, Kona also posted a game promotion on his Twitter account. You can't treat yourself badly. Damn it. Seeing the group news, Xiaoxia said frantically. Why does this lady ask? I don't have this attitude. Isn't Xiaoxia, the owner of my dignified Wallen Taoist pavilion, not lining up? Angrily rubbing the head of the duck, Xiaoxia. Pan, humph. Gu, o, omega, o. Covering his temples, a rare thought popped into his mind. If this goes on, will I be a bald duck? Anyway, it will be bald after evolution. That is all right. In the evening, Leahy ordered special venom, very poison orb, and poison gem from the light red gem. It was delivered to Leahy through expedited express delivery by King Carp. Leahy opened the courier and checked the purple, egg-like poisonous orb, and the poisonous gem that looked like a purple diamond. Looking at the blue-purple liquid in the freezer container that looked like an extremely dangerous virus solution, Leahy's right eyelid twitched. I bought this for my 10 million. Zheng Ghost took over the delivery with a smile. Go hiss, *dish. Venom shock moves can also be put on the agenda. Be careful, I don't want to turn this place into a poison-contaminated area. Go hiss. This uncle does things, you can rest assured. Leahy's expression was subtle. What kind of bad thoughts can a ghost-type elves have? Maybe they just want to take you to the spiritual world on a trip that just goes away. The same is true. For Zheng Ghost, who has no concept of death, Li Guanju really can't be completely relieved. Accidentally, he was sent away early. Chapter 377 Be Professor Li from today. Sunday, April 4th. Having booked a plane ticket to the Alpine city where the Blue Star Alliance University is located, Li Guanju continued to enjoy a rare vacation. As a newly hired professor at the Blue Star Alliance University, although it is a part-time job, Li Guanju also has to show up at the Blue Star Alliance University to participate in this year's entrance ceremony. Different from the September enrollment in Washaw District, Blue Star Alliance University adopts the April enrollment system in order to take care of students in various districts. As one of the welfare benefits of a professor at the Blue Star Alliance University, the Blue Star Alliance University allocated a villa to Master Lee. After receiving a text message from the school, Lee shaved his beard and casually muttered, "So, from today, I am Professor Lee." In the bathroom, Xiao Fudan pointed at the toilet and put his hands on his hips. Xiao Fudan called to Lee he, winking face ku. "When you are done using the toilet mat, put it on it." Lee sighed. "But, I'm the only one at home who uses it. Why does it feel like an extra housekeeper?" After washing, Lee took Luwei's dry towel and wiped his face. "Luba, here." Listening to the voice, without looking, Lee knew that it was the crustacean and the Jahe ninja who were practicing in the morning. The little guys work so hard. It must have been influenced by my Professor Lee. Light Red Gym's Venom Shock moves have a special training method. The specific steps are: use the poison orb to absorb the power of the poison gem, soak in the special venom, and use the power of the special venom to fuse the poison orb and Gengar into one. In the bathtub, the blue-purple special venom melted into the water, forming a blue pool of water. Gengar closed his eyes tightly, his whole body soaked in the bathtub. Holding the poison orb in both claws, Gengar. Dish. Dude, I don't know, Taoist people thought it was a 1,000-year-old ghost king who was sleeping. Lee complained. As a poison-type elf and mastering highly poisonous moves, Gengar's practice of Venom Shock moves is not too dangerous. Looking at the Geng ghost like a closed door, Lee murmured. "Don't go to sleep, you'll put me to sleep. Otherwise, buy another 10 or so poison gems." As the boss of a company with over 100 million assets, Lee can also say something in a big way. A problem that can be solved with millions is not a problem. At the same time, on the official website of the Blue Star Alliance University, a new announcement was released. Open black lens bracket. After discussion and review by the school, from now on, Your Excellency Lee, the owner of the Red Lotus Gym, will be hired as a specially recruited professor of this school, enjoying all the treatment of professors at the same level. Blue Star Alliance, Washaw District, Phoenix City. On Sunday, it was rare for Father Lee and Mother Lee to take a vacation. The two lived a long-lost two-person world at home. On the TV, the Chindu Express is playing. The latest news: this station is interviewing the special enrollment of the Blue Star Alliance University in Chindu Province. With excellent grades and fighting strength, Su Xiao is about to go to the Blue Star Alliance University for further studies. "I don't know what you are thinking now." The female reporter took the microphone and aimed at Su Xiao. Wei Shuai barely squeezed a smile on his face. Su Xiao's expression was complicated. "Well, I'm quite happy." As expected of classmate Su Xiao, there is no complacency at all, the female reporter exclaimed. Su Xiao looked up at the sky. Arrogant. The runner-up of the Chindu Youth Cup, the strange girl from the master's family, is said to have furthered his studies under the world-renowned gym master Melissa. The future is promising. As for the champion, Li Henna is someone else's child, big guy. Su Xiao didn't even have the idea of comparing. In the face of the interview, Su Xiao really wanted to complain. "I messed up so badly. Did you come here to insult me on purpose?" Also, the live broadcast in the whole province is not only extremely insulting, but also very harmful. Watching the TV, Father Lee said in amazement. "I remember this kid. Isn't that the one scabbard trainer? The one scabbard one tied to the field railing by our son's six tails?" "Oh, the guy who was so weak that he fainted after the battle." Li Ma replied. "He should come to our hospital to check on his body. Looking at his appearance, it should be kidney deficiency." Father Lee nodded. 10 minutes later. The two wanted to go out, but they encountered relatives visiting. The distant relatives at home were not very cold. After Lee's father and Lee's mother poured a cup of tea, they chatted with them for a few words. "Brother Lee, what about that kid in your family? I heard that he is still fighting in the industry. How dangerous. If you want me to tell you, why don't you find a school to be a teacher? It's safe, or let my son make arrangements for him." On the sofa, the middle-aged woman laughed. No need, Cousin Jingwen, you are welcome. Li Ma said. I don't expect him to achieve much, he just has to be happy. Guo Jingwen is a distant relative of Li's family, and she usually doesn't see her a few times. I also stopped by the way this time. Guo Jingwen's eyes flashed with a hint of complacency, and she said casually. That is, my kid, who came back from studying abroad, finally got a little bit of good luck. He entered Chengdu University of Science and Technology. After a few years, he should be able to be rated as an associate professor or something. That's amazing. Father Li nodded. The three chatted a few more words. On the TV, a female reporter from Chengdu Daily said excitedly. Just received the latest notice that the Blue Star Alliance University will hire Li He, the owner of the Red Lotus Gym, as a specially invited professor. Su Xiao. Opening parenthesis question mark. Underscore. Lai. Trough. Guo Jingwen. Father Li. Li Ma. The scene was very embarrassing. Cough. Guo Jingwen coughed dryly. I still have to go to Chengdu by car, so I'll go first. Why don't I send it to you? Old Li. Li's mother pushed Li's father. Go, drive them to the station. No trouble. After Guo Jingwen left, Li Ma complained. You too, don't send it. Don't give it away, it's so embarrassing in a car. Father Li complained. You didn't see your cousin's face, it's almost blue. I'm going to take her. What if she gets angry in the car, what should I do? Send her to the hospital. It's just your cousin's face, I'm afraid to send her away. At the same time, in the principal's office of Junxin High School, Principal Mu looked at the email sent by the Blue Star Alliance University. The hand holding the teacup trembled a little. Principal Mu was flushed, and there was only one thought in his mind. This time, really new high school definitely follow this kid on the hot search. When I go to attend the meeting of the Ministry of Education in the future, my old wood is also a teacher who has nurtured a dignified professor of the Blue Star Alliance University. On April 4th, from morning to night, the threshold of Li He's family was almost not broken. The owner of the Li Pavilion even received a text message from Li Ma. No way, all the 7 aunts and 8 aunts are here. I just want to ask if I can go to the affiliated middle school of the Blue Star Alliance University or something. I can't stand it with your father. Let's go to the hospital to hide. Came back. For the sake of the child's future, even the most respectable parents can give up their face. As a professor at the Blue Star Alliance University, Professor Li undoubtedly has to face these things. Putting down the phone, Li He received a call from the front desk again. Hello, Master Li, there is a lady in the lobby who claims to be Reina who wants to see you. What do you think? Reina. Li He had a flash of inspiration. Reina, the owner of Qifeng Gym. You ask her to come up. No, I'll go down and pick it up. Li He said. Just when Li He went downstairs to pick up Reina. In the bathtub. Base. Suddenly, his scarlet triangular eyes opened, and Zheng Gui opened his mouth wide. After swallowing the entire tank of diluted special venom. Swallowing the poison orb in one gulp, Gengar grinned excitedly. Go sizzle. A poisonous orb was swallowed, and the secret of the venom shock move of the light red gymnasium. It's done. Chapter 378. Is this also a cross-dressing? Taking the elevator, Li He muttered as he went to the lobby. Lina, the master of the Kaifeng Gym, the guardian of the Kaifeng Temple, the teacher of the Kaifeng City Trainer School, why is she looking for me? As a genius gym owner in the Shanao area, Reina, like the owner of Li, holds positions in various institutions with many titles. The Qifeng Temple guards the legendary elves, and as one of the guardians of the Qifeng Temple, Reina also has the corresponding strength. In addition, as the gym owner of Chifeng Gym, Rena also serves as a teacher at Chifeng City Trainer School in her spare time, making fuelwood for the next generation of trainers. Although not as famous as Xiaojue, Rena is also a respectable new generation gym owner. When the elevator reached the first floor, Rena's information flashed in Li He's mind, and he muttered. "My dear, what does such an enthusiastic teacher come to me for? It's not like it's going to send me the Kaifeng badge from all over the world. It's not impossible, is it, my face powder?" As for his charm value, Li Guanju is so confident. At the same time, wearing a blue and white coat, with beautiful black hair combed into long braids, Rena's eyes lit up when she saw the handsome young man approaching. Master Li, first meeting. Reaching up, Rena warmly and generously shook hands with Li He. "Hello." Li He nodded and asked tentatively. "Then, either, let's go have a meal together first. It just so happens that the master of the Leiwen Gym and the master of the Golden City Gym are also there, together." No, I'm here this time. Actually, there is one thing I want to ask you about, Li Guanju, and then I'll go back to Kaifeng City immediately and let them catch up with the progress of the students." Rena smiled apologetically. Her face was slightly red, and Rena took a deep breath. "Ask." Li He had a bad premonition. "Hard to do. No way." "That's right." Rena took out the poke ball from her small bag and said seriously. "Master Li, you are also an educator who thinks about the next generation of trainers. Please come with me for a collision of ideas." As a young gym owner, Rena regards education as a major goal of her life. But, in the face of immature students, Rena will question herself from time to time. Can you really do a good job as a teacher? Can you live up to the title of teacher? Sudden confusion is also normal for a gym owner of Rena's age. So, after consulting Sharona, the champion of the Shino region, Rena decided to ask a senior for advice. Made the game, Elf Glory, integrating knowledge into the game, entertaining and teaching. He was hired by the Blue Star Alliance University as a specially recruited professor. Professor Li himself is also the owner of the Red Lotus Gym. I, Rena, really want to see this senior's idea with my own eyes. For trainers, the collision of ideas is a battle. Looking at the serious Rena, Li He said blankly. "You, seriously?" "Of course." Rena smiled slightly, her eyes quite serious. Chelona Champion said, "My battle with you will definitely produce something. So, please don't hesitate to enlighten me." Rena bowed 90 degrees. "Please use the battle to show me the direction." As an insider, Rena also knows some gossip about Master Li. Li Guanju, who can make Champion Sharona and His Excellency Dao admire and sigh. By fighting against him, I must be able to see something. Rena was so sure. Looking at Rena's eyes, Li He was also touched. A teenage girl who is the master of the Kaifeng City Gym, but is willing to live in a trainer's school, teaching and educating people. Master Rena, this matter. Li He smiled heartily. What you said is too serious. Isn't it common for trainers to learn from each other? However, let's talk about it first. It's just an ordinary discussion, and there is no need for gym badges and secret skills. This is also my respect for your teacher. 5 minutes ago. In a cafe outside the hotel, 3 sneaky figures in disguise looked at the owner of the Li house furtively. During this time, Xiaoji rested in Junxin town for a new journey. After being warned by Jen Bird, the Rockets team did not dare to sneak into Junxin town. Thinking again that he is now the deputy leader, the Rockets trio simply came over and prepared to get familiar with each other. As expected of the deputy leader, he is really handsome and extraordinary. Wearing sunglasses, a gray trench coat, and a gray hat, Meow Meow exclaimed. So handsome, holding his heart in both hands, Musashi. Kojira murmured, it's not that handsome either. Bastard Meow, how can you sneakily speak ill of your immediate boss? Kojira, you're not jealous, are you? Ha ha. After receiving the stares from the two of them, Kojiro simply took out his mobile phone. When he opened the game, Spirit Battle Chess, Kojiro's eyes flashed and he exclaimed. Oh, this time it's Katie up. And the unevolved form of my beloved Dashua, Hornbud. For my beloved Dashua and Katie, I'm going to bang. Now that you have chosen to draw Hornbuds and Katie dogs, should you also draw the Stone of Leaf and Stone of Fire card pools next to them? Crazy, this thing can't be eaten, Meow Meow said. How nice to use this money to make robots. That's it, Musashi agreed. Hey, what do you know? This is the romance of a trainer. After unlocking it, it can be used in the game, Glory of the Elf, as well as skins and special effects. Kojiro said contemptuously. Huh, how did you get one? This is a rare female color Meow. Kojiro scratched his head. Is this a rare color? Isn't the skin whiter? Turning around again, Kojiro found that Meow Meow was staring at the drawn female Meow Meow. With tears in his eyes, Meow murmured. I'm also young, Meow, Meow. Damn Meow. He actually seduced it with the same Meow image as his first love. The point is, I really want it, Meow. You too, can you be serious? Musashi punched the two of them. Look, it seems that someone is coming. That's not it, Rina, the owner of Chifeng Gym. After thinking about it, Kojiro exclaimed. Look, Meow, this Kaifeng City Gym owner actually bowed to the deputy leader. Is it possible that she is also our person, Meow? Meow Meow swallowed. This big guy is such a powerful Meow. Wait, that's not right. The two seem to be fighting. Kojiro added. After agreeing to fight Rina, Leahy took Rina to the beach. When passing by the cafe, Leahy glanced at the cafe with a strange look. Good guy. It's also called dressing up. The problem is, this kind of disguise can fool a lot of people. Could it be that these three people ordered some kind of disguise to hide the setting from their opponents? After the two left, the trio whispered. Just now, was it an illusion Meow? I feel like the boss found us. Meow Meow whispered. No way, our costumes are so perfect. You can't be wrong. That glance is too deterrent. The three were amazed. As expected of the deputy leader. So sharp. Chapter 379, The Snow Team of the Master of the Kaifeng Gym. The afterglow of the setting sun scatters on the waves, and the waves wet the beach and bring the smell of the sea. Yao Yao used the power of the waveguide to inform Zhenggui, and Leahy smiled and said. My elf will be here in a minute. Gym owners in the Sheno area basically have mega evolutions. Now that you have promised to fight, you still have to be cautious. Leahy suggested. It's in the wild, and it's not safe. Let's just stop there. We don't need mega evolution. Okay. Reina understood the meaning of the owner of the Lee Pavilion. If this person sends the main force capable of mega, even if you are already a mega, you may be hit by a mega state in one round, and you will be directly defeated in the second round. Li Guanju said this because of his gentle side, thinking about his immature junior. Reina took a deep breath. Taking out 2 pokeballs, Reina asked for instructions. Well, is it okay to fight in doubles? I try to experience more. As the owner of an ice-type gym, Reina is going to use the standard 1 attack and 1 assist doubles battle strategy. With the strength of Shuidian team, against Li Guanju. It's fine. Leahy's expression was subtle. It's okay to play doubles. Unrestricted free tournament I can do it now. Relying on the power of the waveguide, I still can't win a little girl. I will do it myself. Thank you. Reina's expression became serious, and her eyes flashed with caution. This Li Guanju is in the circle, but he is labeled with unrestrained tactics and strategies. You can't be too careful when fighting this guy. Nestled in the grass, the three of them groped forward furtively. This is a great opportunity to admire the strength of the deputy leader, Meow. Musashi, will you not kick me? Who kicked you? As soon as the words fell, the three realized that something was wrong. Who is it? Dare to attack our Team Rocket, meow. That's it. Give this guy some color and see. The three looked back, stunned. A line of cold sweat fell from the foreheads of the three of them. Pushing Meow to the front together, Musashi and Kojiro winked at each other. Musashi, what should I do? Kojiro, run first. Musashi, Dan, or else, just. Joey, dressed in a blue police uniform with a serious temperament and light makeup, said coldly. Team Rocket. No wonder the three of you are sneaky, thirsty eyes, wrong expressions, as if you have a criminal record, and sure enough, I feel right. Now, handing over the Meow Meow kidnapped by you, and handing over the Pokeball, is your only way out. Musashi. Kojiro. Meow is even more brilliant. Meow, we usually just use the name of Team Rocket to scare people. Meow, how could the three of us be Team Rocket? We are the employees of the company of President Lee and the owner of the Red Lotus Taoist Hall Leahy. This is the work permit of the three of us. Handing over the work permit, the three of them rubbed their hands together and smiled. An employee of Pavilion Master Lee's company. Suspiciously took over the documents, Officer Joey believed 70% to 80% of the time. Yeah, look at your helpless, weak and pitiful temperament. Not quite like the Rockets. Bastard. Who are you talking about? Ooh. They both covered Musashi's mouth, and Kojiro and Meow Meow bowed to please. As expected of a rare Officer Joey. That's right, Meow, the three of us are harmless Meow. Leaning close to Musashi's ear, Meow Meow whispered. Calm down, Meow, it doesn't matter if we expose, what if the deputy leader also exposes his feet? That's right, calm down, Musashi. Kojiro said quickly. The three fantasized. In front of the furious boss Sakagi and the gloomy deputy leader, the three of them shivered. Sakagi, from today onwards, Musashi, Kojiro, and Meow will be expelled from Team Rocket. Never hired. No. We will definitely work hard. Meow, Looking at the three people who suddenly burst into tears, Officer Joey completely believed it. Could this be the Rockets? Looking at the beach again, Officer Joey was surprised. Master Ling Nai, are you fighting against Master Lee? Holding Xiao Fudan, Zhang Gui grinned and landed lightly in front of Li He. Go sizzle. He patted Xiao Fudan, and Zhang Gui smiled. Little brother, I will take you to fly. Boo-koo, katakana middle dot, katakana middle dot ideographic period smiley face. Glancing at Reina cautiously, Xiao Fudan put on his convex helmet with a cautious look on his face. Touching the round stone in his abdomen again, Xiao Fudan's inner tension eased a lot. If that's the case, let's go with them. Li He said. Glancing at Zhengui and Xiao Fudan, Reina had a serious expression. Really? This guy is really out of line. Xiao Fudan with Zhengui, what is this play? Blizzard King, Snow Maiden, come on. When she threw the Pokeball, Reina seemed to be a different person. Even though she was the master of an ice-type gym, Reina's eyes flashed with strong fighting spirit. The whole person seemed to be on fire. Call. The whistling hailstorm devoured Zhengui and Xiao Fudan in an instant, and also blocked Li He's sight. Direct snowfall feature at the start. Li He murmured. Snow tactics. Not far away. Looking at the widespread hail weather with no fingers, Officer Joey sighed softly. As expected of the gym master in Chifeng City, a trainer specializing in ice attributes. The snowfall feature of the Blizzard King is really developed. Using Blizzard King's snowfall characteristics, he can create a hailstorm environment like a domain. In the hailstorm environment, the Blizzard King's actions are more subtle, and the Snow Maiden is even more elusive. On the contrary, Xiao Fudan and Zhang Gui will be blinded by the hail weather and fall into passive. Under the circumstance that the line of sight is blocked, even the owner of Lee Pavilion does not dare to act rashly. In hail weather. Covered in white and looking like a savage in a snowy mountain, the Blizzard King looked solemn and swept over Zhengwei and Xiao Fudan with a solemn gaze. Filled down pointing triangle where hash. Immediately judging that Xiao Fudan was better off, Blizzard King's eyes flashed and he gave his companion a wink. Kill Xiaofu eggs first. As an experienced Blizzard King, even if there is no command, Blizzard King understands that the persimmon should be soft first. He, winking face, Snow Fairy understood. The Snow Demon Girl's feature is the snowy hidden feature, which can make her appear ghostly in hail weather, like a ghost. With tacit understanding and using the shui hidden feature, the Snow Demon Girl lurks beside Xiao Fudan. Subsequently, the Blizzard King and Snow Maiden launched a rapid onslaught at the same time. Aiming at Gengar, Blizzard King used the Boulder move. The Boulder move can quickly create an ice cone and attack the opponent first. In the hail weather, the speed of the Boulder move was even faster. The sharp icicle, like a spear of ice, is thrown at Gengar. The purpose of Blizzard King is not to defeat Gengar, but to hold him back. At the same time, the Snow Demon Girl approached Xiao Fudan at close range. Looking at Xiao Fudan's innocent expression, the Snow Demon Girl's nature of caring for children made the Snow Demon Girl's eyes flash a trace of unbearable. But it was quickly replaced by ruthlessness. Taking advantage of Gengar's hold, the Snow Maiden made a full-fledged, frozen beam to kill Xiao Fudan. This move is really as cruel as winter. Li He smiled slightly. However, this is too small to underestimate my patriarch Li. Zheng Gui, Thunder Fist. Chapter 380 Gengar, I got you. Although he didn't speak out, the battle situation in the hailstorm was under Reina's control. Master Li's Gengar, it's not easy to deal with. But the little blessing egg has just hatched, and it is easy to be killed by himself. If you defeat Xiao Fudan first, then form a 2-on-1 encirclement situation of Blizzard King and Snow Demon Girl versus Gengar. Maybe, there is a real possibility of victory. With such thoughts in mind, Reina's eyes became tense. Breathing a little too quickly, Reina focused. But it is impossible for the owner of Li to fail to account for this. Therefore, Xiao Fudan must have a life-saving trump card. Wearing a convex helmet, which means that the imposing shawl is ruled out. Xiao Fudan's trump card is the hold on move. Even so, Reina murmured, it's okay. The mere hold on to the move is also in his own calculations. Although not a tactician, I still have this pattern, Reina, the owner of the Kaifeng Gym. At the same time, in hail weather, facing the cold eyes of the Snow Demon Girl, feeling the extreme cold air released from the cold air mass between Snow Demon Girl's hands, Xiao Fudan subconsciously used the hardening move. Little fortune eggs. Opening parenthesis question mark. He is still a baby, so he has to face such a cruel situation. It's not like a beating, is it? Quickly use the hardening move to press the shock sigma, su degree d degree, su. Especially after finding out that Zheng Gui was also attacked by Blizzard King, Xiao Fudan put away his luck. What to do? I don't know if my hardening move can hold up. Do I need to use the hold move again? A bunch of questions popped up in my mind. Xiao Fudan. Opening parenthesis question mark. The drawbacks of not having much actual combat experience were exposed. Without the command of the trainer, Xiao Fudan lost his position. At this time, Li He's command voice also came over. Gengar. Xiao Fudan, who is ready to use the hold-up move? Bakuku. And me. You won't forget my little Fudan, will you? Go hiss. Floating up, using the speed of Gengar's racial talent, Gengar dodged and blocked in front of Xiao Fudan. Oh, *PHPHPH asterisk. Impossible degree delta degree backquote. Seeing this, the two elves, Blizzard King and Snow Demon Girl, were shocked at the same time. They didn't expect Gengar to make such a choice. Too unwise, right? In order not to let Xiao Fudan be eliminated, I am willing to endure a move Boulder and a move Frozen Beam. Even Gengar can't handle it unscathed. She had put on special glasses for a long time, and when she saw this scene through the special glasses, Reina looked surprised. You actually chose to let Gengar suffer damage. Sure enough, it's the style of Li Guanju who doesn't play cards according to common sense. Ling Nai's eyes were sharp. Since that's the case, I don't mind hitting Jengui first. With the crispy skin and thin-blooded body of the Gengar race, facing the Blizzard King's boulder head-on, and then enduring the Snow Demon Girl's frozen beam, even if Gengar used a substitute move, he would have lost half his life. If you seize the opportunity again, let the Snow Demon Girl follow her victory. Maybe, you can take down Gengar first. In this way, victory is in sight. Reina clenched her hands tightly, her heart beating fast. At the same time, Sharp Ice Spear, coupled with the laser-like energy beam, Boulder, and Frozen Beam, hit Gengar. After taking over these two moves, Zhang Gui used his highly accomplished stand-in move and his life energy to dissolve the damage. Zhang Gui's scarlet triangular eyes stared at the Snow Maiden and grinned wickedly. Although it looked like a long time, this short confrontation actually only took a second. At this time, the voice of Li Guanju completely fell. Lightning Fist. Like Zeus, the head of the Olympian gods, Gengar's fists are clenched by lightning. Staring at the Snow Demon Girl with a shocked expression, Zhang Gui. Go hiss. Oh, filled down pointing triangle where #O. Seeing this scene, Reina was horrified, and her excellent fighting skills made her subconsciously shout and order. Snow Maiden, hold on. Damn it. It turned out that his target was the Snow Demon Girl. Compared to the Blizzard King with a large size and a clear target. The Snow Demon Girl who can be elusive under the hail weather has always been the goal of the master of the Li Pavilion. As the saying goes, the exchange of offense and defense is only in an instant, and when you attack, you will also reveal flaws. This sentence is perfect for Reina. Whether it's Reina, Blizzard King or Snow Maiden, they all focus too much on victory and Xiaofudin, thus ignoring the risk of revealing flaws. Hold on, be sure to catch up. Reina bit her lip angrily. But, facing the boxer Zhang Gui with Shadow Fist bonus, even Reina's main force, Snow Demon Girl barely condensed an ice fog shield. The half-finished hold move was pierced by Gengar with one punch. As the main force of the gym owner, the Snow Demon Girl is indeed extraordinary in strength and has a strong fighting literacy. Even in the face of the current situation, the Snow Demon Girl was not afraid to back down. With a gloomy expression and fierce eyes, she brewed out a frozen beam move, and the Snow Maiden was ready to counterattack. Impossible _. Zhang Gui smiled strangely, and circles of black dots covered his pupils. Open black lens bracket hypnosis close black lens bracket. Facing the main force of gym owners like Reina, Gengar's hypnotism moves may not be 100% successful. But it was enough to make the Snow Demon Girl look dazed and sluggish for a while. At the same time, boom! A powerful electric current exploded and spread from Gengar's claws. The same instant. Bang! The Snow Demon Girl's head was caught by Zhang Gui's claws, and her whole body was blown into a ball of snowflakes by the Thunder and Lightning Fist move, which exploded in all directions. Next second. After using the stand-in move to block the disaster, the figure appeared 10 meters away, and the Snow Demon Girl showed a lingering expression. Impossible. The figure gradually merged into the hailstorm environment. Before the figure of the Snow Demon Girl was completely hidden, a circle of golden static electricity exploded from the Snow Demon Girl's body, causing the Snow Demon Girl to be ejected. The paralysis effect of Thunder Fist moves. Subsequently, in midair, a ferocious vertical pupil appeared, and the pupil full of maliciousness locked onto the Snow Demon Girl. Using the "misery never comes alone" move, Zhang Gui Jia laughed. Goss goss. Hollow down pointing triangle, C less than, hollow diamond winking face, caught you. Hey hey. A scarlet beam shot out from the vertical pupil, and in a blink of an eye, the scarlet beam penetrated through the body of the Snow Demon Girl. With the subconscious groaning, the pupils of the Snow Demon Girl slowly expanded and enlarged, and her whole body fell into the snow, buried by the goose feather snow. And the Blizzard King, who was trying to lend a hand, used the fastest boulder move to support the Snow Maiden. Result. Under the order of Li Guanju. Gathering up his courage, Xiao Fudan gritted his teeth and stomped his feet. Just like a goalkeeper, Xiao Fudan used the hardening moves that he had practiced since the egg stage to the present, and with a strong defensive power far exceeding that of ordinary elves, Xiao Fudan actually blocked Blizzard King's hasty blow. Looking at Xiao Fudan, who was knocked into the air, Blizzard King's eyes were gloomy, and he roared helplessly and angrily. Across the hail weather, Li He put his hands around his chest and smiled. The owner of the Rena Pavilion is too obsessed with the immediate goal, thus ignoring the overall situation. This is not a good thing. Chapter 381. No one knows the technique of throwing little fortune eggs better than I, Gengar. Standing aside, wearing a blue police uniform, Joey nodded and said, "As expected of Master Li, did you take down Ling Nai's snow demon girl so quickly? There is only one Blizzard King left. Although Zheng Ghost is paired with Xiao Fudan, there is no chance of winning at all." Joey nodded and said, "But it's still at a disadvantage." Hearing this, the trio looked at each other in shock. "Why can't we see anything, meow?" Looking at the hail battle area where he couldn't see clearly, Musashi snorted coldly. "Could it be that you guessed randomly?" Musashi. "Sorry meow." Once again, they worked together to cover Musashi's mouth, and Kojira and Meow Meow rubbed their hands together and smiled. "We have absolutely no intention of provoking the police." "That's right. Please don't invite us to a lunch box, meow." Joey was not angry either, and said lightly, "If you feel it, you will know that the current ambient temperature has risen a lot. This means that one of the two ice elves in the battle area has fallen." "Then why didn't Blizzard King fall?" Meow said. "I know." Kojira, who had received a talent education, brightened his eyes and said excitedly, "Because there is no sign of the hail weather weakening. The hail weather is due to the snowfall characteristics of Blizzard King. If Blizzard King falls, the hail weather should weaken and may even disappear." "Not bad." Joey glanced at Kojira in surprise and nodded. "I thought it was just 3 ordinary employees who were a little strange." Unexpectedly, there is another smart point. If you think about it carefully, Li Guanju's company mainly develops Pokemon games, and it is normal for employees to have such qualities. "Wait, how long has it been?" "A minute." Musashi looked at the time. In 1 minute, the Snow Demon Girl was defeated. The trio looked at each other. Fang Kai, Deputy, President Li sent Zheng Gui and Xiao Fudan. "That little lucky egg looks like a child, meow. Doesn't it mean that Zheng Gui used one to defeat 2, and in a short period of time, he took down the Snow Demon Girl instead?" Musashi felt a little itchy throat and swallowed. "That little girl with a ponytail is the gym owner that little Gito has been challenging." "Well, it's a well-known gym owner in the Shinao area. Kojira is well informed. It's different from facing the little devil. At this time, she should have shown her real power." Meow's eyes are getting brighter and brighter. As an important minion of the Alliance, the gym owner is equivalent to the cadre of the Rockets. Looking at it this way, the strength of the deputy leader. No. Meow shook his head. In the enemy camp, it is impossible for the deputy leader to show all his strength, and he must hide his hand. That is to say, meow, that is to say, meow. Musashi and Kojira were not stupid either, they thought of this as well. The 3 of them excitedly hugged their heads and whispered, and a voice that could not be suppressed broke out. "Following President Li, getting a promotion and a salary increase as a cadre, it's a great feeling." Not caring about the trio, Joey looked ahead and muttered, "Reina, what should you do now?" As the owner of an ice-type gym, Reina's fighting and teaching style is like that of a fire-type trainer, tenacious and enthusiastic. Even with a failed start, Reina did not give up hope. Sure enough, he is Li Guanju, so strong. Take a look at the tacit cooperation between the command of the director Li and Zheng Gui. Even if it is a champion master, it is at this level. If we use procrastination tactics, Reina thought. After eliminating the snow demon girl, Li did not relax his vigilance. Very poisonous. Go hiss equals carrot dish carrot equals. Zhang Gui smiled. The wisps of black smoke engulfed the Blizzard King with the blistering gust of wind. With a solemn expression on his face, the Blizzard King raised his hand to take a look. One after another black gas infiltrated into his body as if it were alive. You must be too cautious. Even Reina's good temper couldn't help but complain. In this situation, a highly poisonous move has to be used to reduce the Blizzard King's physical strength. The owner of this house, Li, really has a dirty heart. Although the hail weather can reduce the stamina of Xiao Fudan and Gengar, but the highly poisonous moves can reduce the stamina of Blizzard King. So far, the plan to delay the tactic has not yet been launched. Even Reina, at this moment there must be some frustration. Did he foresee every step I would take next? A sudden palpitation occurred in her heart, and Reina's expression was solemn. This mastery of combat is simply unbearable. It is a completely different style from the champion of Sharona and His Excellency Dago, but the same feeling of standing up on a mountain. I heard that the master-level trainers in the Washa area like to study Go and think that chess is like life and also like fighting. Staring at Li He, Reina murmured. It's the same for him. He regards the battle in front of him as a chess game. Reina took a deep breath. And I'm in chess, but he overlooks the whole situation. This is the gap. The battle continues. In hail weather. Even though it was at his home court, Blizzard King had to take the initiative to attack. However, holding Xiao Fudan, Zhengui laughed and peeked with Blizzard King. Listen to the angry roar of the Blizzard King. As the Blizzard King's physical strength weakened and the hail weather weakened, Joey saw the situation change. This one, it's really the same as the rumored one, not playing cards according to the routine. Joey's expression was weird. Even in the hail weather, he used a highly poisonous move to fight the Blizzard King in turn. This Gengar really has a set. Or, is it the continuous success of the Li Pavilion owner? Looking at Reina, who was calm but anxious, Joey shook his head slightly. Compared with this master from China, Reina is immature. A few rounds down. Not only did Blizzard King fail, but he was attacked by Gengar and paralyzed. Reina was sweating on her forehead. Carelessness, pride, flaws, counter-kill. Don't even think about seeing this from the Master Li. In the end, Reina finally found a chance to attack. Blizzard King, use your full boulder moves to sweep the audience. If you can't catch it, then hit the audience. Map artillery attack. Li He gave Zhang Gui a wink. Y hollow down pointing triangle tilde asterisk go sizzle. Holding the little fortune egg, Zhang Gui made an OK gesture. Receive. At the same time. After receiving the order, Blizzard King stopped. Keeping an eye on Gengar and Xiao Fudan, Blizzard King turned his anger into strength. Bulging up today, Blizzard King used a continuous boulder move. D-filled lower right triangle. Watching the ice cones spray out of Blizzard King's mouth, Gengar watched the timing. Go hiss. I'm about to go. Use the Shadow Fist move, Gengar. Send Xiao Fu egg directly to the mouth of Blizzard King. Like a face-hugging bug, Xiao Fudan blocked Blizzard King's mouth. Gengar, degree a degree, go, little fortune. Use the hold move to resist the boulder move, take the opportunity, Xiao Fudan. Buku, I_I. 3. Small fist hammer your eye socket. Double return. One move double the return punch, and hit Blizzard King's eye socket hard. Critical strike. Damage stacking. Ow. With a scream of pain, the Blizzard King fell to the ground in pain. Taking the opportunity, Zhang Gui used the Shadow Fist move to take back the little fortune egg. Go sizzle asterisk carrot dish carrot asterisk. Opening parenthesis dot. Underscore. Backquote. Nice job. Buku. D. Scared this baby to death. Looking at the fallen Blizzard King again, Zheng Gui looked serious. Go hiss. Little brother, I am teaching you a key operation of the battle. Buku. Ga si. That is. Before he finished speaking, a purple light shot out from Gengar's fingertips, like a laser, sweeping across the Blizzard King. Venom Shock move. For Blizzard King in the state of toxin infection, the damage of the Venom Shock move is explosive. In the end, after learning from the movies and TV dramas he watched before, Zheng Gui had an unfathomable expression on his face, blew his fingers, and Zheng Gui looked up at the night sky 45 degrees. Go hiss, go hiss. No nonsense, make up for the knife. Chapter 382. Everyone understands, Li Guanju, 2-in-1, 4,000 words. The situation is over. With the fall of Blizzard King, the hail weather also ushered in an end. The hailstorm environment like a domain dissipated, and the stars, moon and waves reappeared in front of everyone. The trio's eyes widened. After looking at each other again, the trio whispered. Zhang Ghost doesn't seem to be hurt. Xiao Fudan looks tired and out of breath. Is it possible that the main force of this battle is still Xiao Fudan? Is that a lie? After the battle, Xiao Fudan was out of breath. Squatting on the beach, Xiao Fudan patted the snowflakes on his stomach. Only the last trace of physical strength is left, Xiao Fudan. Greater than less than, I'm too tired to move. ****. Touching Xiao Fudan's head, Zheng Gui nodded in satisfaction. Goss. To be able to do this in the first battle, not bad. It seems that the prenatal education of the uncle and the eldest sister has not been in vain. It's hard work, Zheng Gui, take Xiao Fudan to the hospital for a checkup first. Li He smiled and said. I'll be back in a while. It's been hard work. Reina took back the Blizzard King and the Snow Demon Girl, and Reina gently stroked the Pokeball and murmured. Sorry, I'm not mature enough as a trainer. Although I lost. But the opposite is a trainer who can be recognized by the champion of Zyrna and His Excellency Daigo, and it is normal to lose. The point is. Reina also saw her own shortcomings from the battle. After bowing to Li He, Reina thanked. I benefited a lot from this match, thank you for your guidance. You're welcome, you're welcome. Li He praised. This is the first time I have seen snowfall characteristics of this level. For Li He's compliment, Reina smiled shyly. No, I'm still far behind Master Kona. The Ice King, Master Kona is undoubtedly the idol in the eyes of many water and ice attribute trainers. I take the liberty to ask, what do you usually think when you fight? Reina asked inquiringly, listening to the sound of the waves. Li He scratched his head. I didn't think much about it. Doesn't it depend on the situation? It depends on the situation. Reina nodded thoughtfully. Indeed. Education is the same, according to the different students, teach students in accordance with their aptitude. This is Mr. Li. Face different people and apply different battle strategies. Don't stick to any team routines, do whatever you want. Is this the realm of Master Li? Sure enough, the mountains stand up. I've been taught. Reina looked serious and bowed again. Looking at Reina's expression, Li He's expression was weird. Did you make up something very powerful in your mind? After a few more chats, Li He politely invited us to dinner. No, you're busy with your work, why would you delay your time? I'll take a plane back to the Kaifeng Gymnasium in a while. Reina waved her hands. It was a worthwhile trip to be able to fight against Master Li. Then I'll go back first, be careful on your way. Since discovering the bonus of live streaming one match a day, Li He's thoughts on the regional conference have been reduced by half. After discovering that he was already the boss of a thriving company, Li He had no idea about the regional conference. Even the Meg Evolution Stone can't tempt me, Master Li. He looked at Pavilion Master Li, who disappeared into the distance. Reina murmured. Go back. Who? As one of the guardians of Qifeng Temple, Reina is not the so-called academic master. No extra action. Holding the sharp ice blade and staring at the target with ruthless eyes, Marula is ready to go. It doesn't take even a second. Using the sneak attack effect of the evil type move, Marula can make a sneak attack. At the same time, a long-haired pig firmly protects Rena. As a dual attribute spirit of ice and ground, the long-haired pig looks like a mammoth. The gray-brown fur can withstand attacks. The huge size, coupled with the abundant physical strength, the long-haired pig who is good at defending moves is the strongest shield in Rena's hands. Alas! We have no malicious intentions. We are employees of President Lee. That's it. Facing Morella's cold gaze, the trio fell to their knees without hesitation. Having been outside for many years, the trio is also very valuable. At first glance, this Majula is not to be provoked. Pretty. Clapping his hands, Officer Joey in police uniform exclaimed. Seeing this Joey, Rena was slightly taken aback, and said in surprise. Why are you here? As a gym owner, Rena naturally knew this Joey. Under the Alliance system, the functions of gym owners are also regulated by supervisory agencies. Every year, gym owners face the scrutiny of prosecutors. And in the watchdog, the one who can review top gym owners like Nazi is naturally the director of the supervision agency, Joey, who owns the legendary elves. One of the main forces of this Joey is the legendary elf Latius. Note: Latius, dragon, superpower, legendary elf, looks like a fighter jet. Latius has the special ability to transform into the appearance of all things. Naturally, it's to see Master Li. Chao Yiwei smile. On the one hand, it is to perform the duties of a prosecutor and review the qualifications of Li Guanju as a gym owner. On the other hand, I also want to ask Li Guanju to let his Xiaofuden make a promotional video, so as to strengthen Joey's awareness of battle and prevention. I see. Rena nodded. Indeed, in general, Miss Joy, who breeds happy eggs, is not good at fighting. But the Spirit Center is an important institution, so in the past, the Spirit Center would have been the main target of the villain. If we can enhance Joey's tactical literacy and battle strength through the promotional video. And many more. Could this be the reason why he chose to breed Xiaofuden? Rena murmured. He saw this, so he chose to cultivate Xiaofuden, and he wanted to use this little Fuden to point out the direction for the majority of Joeys and enhance their self-protection strength. This is also an education. Seeing the two chatting happily, the trio whispered. Should we go? Yes, catch up with the deputy leader. Wait, Meow. Meow Meow's IQ is online, serious. Didn't you find out that when Mr. Lee left, did he take less things, Meow? What? Kojiro was confused. Idiot. Badge. Meow. Meow slapped Kojira's face. After Xiao Gito challenged the gym, which time did he not get a badge? This time, it is estimated that Mr. Lee was negligent and forgot. In other words, if we send it to him. Masashi's eyes lit up. Promotion and salary increase. Kojiro was excited. What a great feeling, the three of them. Li Hezhong returned to the hotel. The trio followed. Kojiro, Musashi, Meow Meow, I know you. Seeing the three of them, Li He's expression was flat and smiled. Pay well for the company, don't worry, I will not treat you badly. How did the deputy leader hear about us? Could it be that we are too good? Idiot Meow. Boss Sakagi must have told him. Woohoo. Boss Sakagi still misses us. Looking at the trio who whispered, Lee He. Don't worry Meow. We will definitely work hard for the company, Meow. Yes, it will definitely live up to your expectations. Kojiro and Meow Meow burst into tears and slapped their chests excitedly. He grabbed the Kaifeng gym badge in Meow Meow's hand, and Musashi handed it to Li He. This is what you left, and I helped you to get it from that little girl. We're here to help you. Kojiro rubbed his hands together and smiled. You don't have to thank us, this is what we should do, Meow. Goxi. Jumping out of Li He's shadow, Zheng Gui grinned. After taking over the gym badge, Gengar took a bite and was delighted. Hollow down pointing triangle tilde asterisk go hiss. It's the real thing. Nice job. Open black lens bracket ding. Mission progress update. Close black lens bracket. Currently holding badges. 7. Close black lens bracket. Task evaluation. Obtain a gym badge. Isn't that just mouthful? Close black lens bracket. Leahy was silent for a moment. I thank you. Really. It should be. The three of them. After seeing off the trio, Leahy returned to the hotel. Around the projection screen, the Six Tails and the Electric Dragon are playing games vigorously. After throwing the badge to the Koga Ninja Frog, Leahy said, "Put this with those badges." The badge of the gymnasium is also a souvenir for the owner of the gymnasium. Here. Taking over the badge of the Kaifeng Gym, Koga Ninja's eyes lit up. Including the previous badges, this is the 7th one. I heard that if you collect all 8, you can participate in the regional convention. The prize money of the regional conference should be much higher than the Vortex Islands competition. With a fiery heat in his eyes, Koga Ninja solemnly put away the badge. All this is for the Lord. Afterwards, Koga Ninja whispered a few words to the crustacean. Pilu Belu. Backquote. The crustacean nodded earnestly, with a strong fighting intent in his eyes. The opponent of the regional convention should be more delicious. A few minutes after lying down, Leahy received a message. By Yunfei, help my brother, my family insists on me adding a blind date, I really have someone I like. Close black lens bracket. Leahy, give me the number, and I will help you chat to death. Close black lens bracket. After getting by Yunfei's number, Leahy glanced at the message sent by the other party. Indus Street. Hello, I was introduced by Aunt Lee. Close black lens bracket. Leahy. Hello, hello. Close black lens bracket. Leahy. No one wants you. Close black lens bracket. Indus Street. Close black lens bracket. Leahy. Sorry, just kidding. Close black lens bracket. Indus Street. Ha. Well, I didn't ask too much beforehand. What education do you have? I don't have any views on education, just want to know. Close black lens bracket. Leahy. In general, not very good. I almost graduated with a doctorate. Close black lens bracket. Indus Street. Graduate student. Close black lens bracket. Leahy. I dropped out of high school. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Indus Street. Close black lens bracket. Leahy. By the way, I like this type of picture. Pure girl. Close black lens bracket. Indus Street. Oh, your vision is quite high. Close black lens bracket. Leahy. No way, although he is a man and said that his orientation is normal, I am fine with it. Close black lens bracket. Leahy. I believe that the reason why he still likes girls is because he has not met a man who makes his heart move. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Leahy. What do you think? Close black lens bracket. Leahy. Blocked. Close black lens bracket. Okay, it's done. Leahy sent the screenshot to Bai Yunfei. Next time there is a blind date, you can talk according to my template. Bai Yunfei. In the same 9 years, Ru Hexiu. At the same time. Walk into the airport VIP window. Taking the flight, Rena flew to Chifeng City. Looking down at the clouds from the window, Rena pondered. Although Master Li said that you don't need to give secret skills or anything. But it really isn't good, right? Speaking of which, Li Guanju doesn't seem to have an ice-type elves. Isn't he afraid that I don't have any other secret skills, and that I can't come up with them? That's why he said no. Thinking of this, a warm current made Reina's heart a little warm. After taking a deep breath, Reina thought of the cute little lucky egg. Speaking of which, I seem to have seen a certain collection of moves in the library of the Kaifeng Gym before. Reina's eyes lit up and she said to herself. That move is just right for it. The next morning. Before he was completely awake, Li He, who was sleeping with Lu Wei, was smashed by Sinead with a pillow. Lee Hee, your phone is ringing. It's so noisy. Go out and answer the phone. Lee Hee. If you can, go to sleep on the sofa. Squeeze a bed with me. What is Sinead? Holding the 6 tails to warm up. When he came to the living room, Lee Hee connected to the video call. Lilia, what's the matter so early? Mr. Lee, have you reached an agreement with the 3 employees of Musashi, Kojira, and Meow Meow? Lilia asked. What's wrong? They want to increase their wages. Give them more, Lee Hee said casually. Apart from the repeated failures of catching the little devil Pikachu, there is really nothing the trio can't accomplish. No, on the contrary, they don't want money, they work for free. Lilia had a weird expression. This thing is really evil. After meeting with President Lee, the 3 actually chose to work for free. Is Mr. Lee's personal charm so strong? That won't work, we are a legitimate company, and the salary will be paid. Lee Hee decided. You don't have to worry about this, I'll call them. After hanging up the phone, Lee Hee dialed the video call of the trio. As an employee of the company, how can you not ask for money? Pay as you go, 14 salary, 6 insurances and 1 housing fund. That's it. Hang up. Looking at the hung-up phone, the trio looked at each other. After taking the salary of the headquarters, he can still receive additional salary from the deputy leader. Is this a raise? Musashi couldn't believe it. Finally a raise. Ooh, Kojira wiped his tears with his sleeve. I didn't expect happiness to come so suddenly. Don't cry Meow. You're so unmotivated Meow. Don't you guys make me want to cry too. Formed into a ball, the 3 of them hugged each other and cried. What bad intentions do the trio have? They just want to be promoted and raised. Come noon. Let Koga Ninja live on the mobile phone. Janggui and Xiaofuden worked together to make a delicious seafood lunch. As the last meal of Li Guanju in the Whirlpool Islands. Taking chopsticks, Lee Hee poked out a piece of fat crab meat. Just as he was about to taste it with vinegar, Hall Master Lee's phone vibrated slightly. Open black lens bracket Rena. Please forgive me for taking the liberty to contact. I'm Reina. Yesterday, thanks for your guidance, I specially presented a secret biography of Light Wall and a cheat sheet of freeze-drying please don't be polite. Rena, the owner of Chifeng Gym. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 383. Prosecutor Joey's Cultivation Experience, 2-in-1, 4,200 words. April 6. Through the many partners of Elf Glory, Lilia booked a flight ticket to the Blue Star Alliance University for Pavilion Master Lee. In the early morning. After receiving the news, Master Lee asked in surprise. Isn't it out of tickets? April is the opening season of Blue Star Alliance University, and air tickets are extremely tight. Zhang and Lee Hee booked several times but they didn't have a ticket. It's true that there are no tickets. Opposite the video call, Lilia was no longer wearing a braid. Wearing a suit, wearing lipstick, and deliberately using heavy makeup, Lilia's makeup made her look a few years older and a little more lean. As President Lee's spokesperson, Lilia knew that her age would make negotiators look down on her, so she deliberately chose this dress. But our company is going to take over the joint cooperation of Kwantong Airlines. That is, in the next game, we will put out an advertisement for Kwantong Airlines, and in the third plan, that is, Mr. Lee, your plan for the Battle Royale mode, at the beginning of the game. The cruise ships, planes, and aircraft are marked with the joint name of Kanto Airlines. In order to thank Lee Hee for her trust, Lilia also gave 100% of her efforts. So, when I mentioned that you were going to the Blue Star Alliance University and couldn't buy a ticket, Guangdong Airlines directly dispatched a private jet. Lee Hee. So, is this the life of the rich? It's so boring and boring, love. The departure time is set for the day after tomorrow. After sending Xiaojue and Natsi to the airport in the morning, Lee Hee returned to the hotel. Lying on the big bed, Lee Hee glanced at Sinead. Sinead stayed up late last night to broadcast live. In order to make money, this big goblin elf has gone crazy, and he actually live broadcast Li Guanju sleeping. After staying up all night, Shinado fell asleep. Smiley face. Squeezing Shinado's face, Li He leaned into Shinado's ear and said in a low voice. Say, what is the online banking password? Otherwise, Bite the pliers Mayu, bite the gods instead of jumping. Shinado said vaguely, tearing up from the pain. Don't wake up like this. Go hiss, carrot dish carrot. Look at this uncle. With a grin, Jane Ghost's eyes widened, and circles of fan ripples exploded in the scarlet triangular eyes, like circles. Hollow red circle dish hollow red circle. Nightmare move. In sleep. Lying on the bed made of bills, Shinado looked dazed. When she opened her eyes again, Shinado saw a text message on her phone. Washa Elf Bank. Your last card number 1374 will transfer 100,000 yuan via online banking on 12.58 on April 6, and the balance will be 1,274,536.71. A dozen consecutive messages of 100,000 transfers popped up quickly, and Shinado's pupils shrank to the extreme. Epsilon equals opening parenthesis no. Then, Shinado. Sigma, *d*, sigma, which bastard dares to steal my card? Frightened out of a cold sweat, Shinado suddenly opened his eyes, murderous. Sinai, #, din. Wake up, go and teach me Xiaofu egg light wall move. Facing Shinado's death stare, Li He turned a blind eye. Last night, who was on the live broadcast and opened my quilt? Who kicked me off the day before yesterday? Also, who put it on the bed a few days ago? Shinado, delta. Act now. Shinado immediately disappeared using teleportation moves. Outside the window. Using his telepathy superpower, Shinado guides Xiaofuden to perform a light wall move. As a superpower attribute move, it is difficult to get started without the guidance of superpower spirits. In comparison, if guided by Shinado, who is good at light wall moves, Xiaofuden will make rapid progress. While nodding, Xiaofuden's eyes flashed. Holding onto the move can only be regarded as a bottom-line defense. The double return move, the hardened move, has the best effect in the face of physical attacks. In contrast to these moves, the light wall move can condense an energy shield outside the body, and the elves can effectively resist powerful energy attacks by using the light wall move. Buku, *. Xiaofuden's heart was full of gratitude. The trainer really loves himself. Wow, he knows he likes this type of move. Not only did he get the light wall move, but he also asked Sister Shinado to guide him. Xiaofuden secretly made up his mind. Omega, *. I will definitely repay this kindness. Xiaofuden, the grace of dripping water, repaying it with fists. Li He stood by the window. Looking at the scene below through the window glass, Li He murmured. The light wall move itself is more difficult to practice. Coupled with this, it seems to be a secret collected by the Kaifeng Gym. Although the effect is better, it should be more difficult to practice. Different from the ordinary light wall moves, the light wall moves of Qifeng Gym are secret, aiming to use the moves to condense a trihedral-shaped light wall. The effect is much stronger than ordinary light wall moves, but it also has higher requirements for elves. Dong dong. Hearing the knock on the door, Li He thought. Coming. Yesterday, after sending out the secret biography of the two moves, Reina called and said that the Kanto Alliance, the Minister of Supervision, will come to the door soon to get him ready. Li He also has a deep memory of this big-name prosecutor with Latius. When he was on Red Lotus Island, he accumulated enough power, and Celebi, directly attached to Li He, sneaked into the timeline near him, and continued to recover his power. Upon receiving the image of Latius outside the door, the sleeping Celebi suddenly opened her eyes. Pyridine. At the same time. Outside the door. Latius turned into a little girl dressed as a maid. With a cute hairstyle and a pink bow. Coupled with the black and white maid outfit, even Nazi's hoodie can't see through Latius' disguise. Oh, Omega, oh. Looking inside the door, Latius pulled the corner of LaJoy's shirt and reminded. Inside, there are wonderful individuals who can feel, get, the taste of time, the taste of time. Hearing the reminder of Latius in his mind, Joey's eyes flashed with solemnity. The taste of time, Celebi. Before coming, Joey also used his authority to check this person's information. I gave Nazi the coordinates of Victini. Judging from the orange flames and blue lightning of the Six Tails, there is an unclear relationship with Reshiram and Zekrom in the Uzu area. And there are rumors about fantasy. It is not uncommon for this person to be interested in legendary spirits. It's not surprising even if Celebi is subdued. There was a flash of surprise in Joey's eyes. No wonder. This master from the Washa district dares to sway freely without the main force. It is not that people are not afraid of encountering danger, but that they have trump cards. Using Celebi's power of time, coupled with the future predicting moves with the bonus of time power, this master can completely avoid any danger in advance. Maybe, he already knew I was coming, Joey murmured. Slip, circle all but upper left quadrant filled, for all, circle all but upper left quadrant filled. Luwei opened the door and shouted excitedly at Joey. Here. Koga Ninja Frog skillfully handed over the towel and slippers. Standing at the door, Lee smiled and said. Your Excellency the prosecutor is here, and I hope you will forgive me if you miss it. Glancing at the maid, Lee said. This is Latius, please come in. Joey narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, it seems that Celebi is his trump card. Really? Full of confidence. One main force is like this, what about the other 5? The other side. Meeting Lee's gaze, Latius was stunned for a moment. With his face flushed, Latius quickly lowered his head. From, never seen, human, good-looking, Omega. Listening to the voice in his head, Joey kept smiling, his eyes strange. Good guy. Did he do some charm move on my Latius? 5 minutes later. Prosecutor Joy sits on the sofa. After changing his shoes and drinking the tea made by Gengar, Prosecutor Joey said. I take the liberty to interrupt, and I hope to forgive me. Yes, Master Lee is really good at teaching. Again good guy. The crustacean spit the dragon's breath to boil the water, the Gengar brewed tea, the Koga Ninja Frog cut the cake. Luwei then lowered the water temperature of the tea to drinking temperature. This teaching, it's simple. If the maid behind me. Hey. What do you mean by sitting next to him? A bunch of complaints flashed in his mind. Prosecutor Joey glared at Latius, turned his head and smiled at Lee. Sorry, it wasn't like this before. Maybe it's because I'm too good-looking. Lee nodded and said calmly. Prosecutor Joey was silent for a while and changed the subject. However, Master Lee knows Latius very well. Infinite Pokémon has the special ability to transform into a creature, and can also be freely invisible. Latius, speed is also extremely good among legendary elves. Lee praised. The point is that Latius has a gentle temperament, which is also rare, and is willing to follow the legendary elf of the trainer. Lee asked curiously. This Latius should know the Mist Ball move. After all, this is Latius' exclusive move. This move can reduce the opponent's attack power. Note, Mist Ball move. Attacking the opponent with a ball surrounded by mist-like feathers can reduce the opponent's attack power. The Mist Ball move is Latius' exclusive move. Lee's remarks set off a huge wave in Prosecutor Joey's heart. Ordinary trainers who know Latius are already very knowledgeable. But he didn't just know. Master Lee, you are really well informed. Joey gave Lee a deep look. Where, that is, I have only seen Latias and Latios. Lee smiled. In the theatrical version of Water Capital, Lee met Latias and Latios. Latios, also a legendary elf, is similar to the twin of Latios. Prosecutor Joy could tell that he was speaking the truth. Before I came, I heard that the owner of the library has a very deep understanding of the legendary elves. Prosecutor Joey said with admiration. I didn't expect it to be more powerful than I thought. It's not that exaggerated, I just saw it, I just watched it. Leahy said sincerely. My current strength is just average. Prosecutor Joy complained inwardly. As predicted. This man who can't speak human words is as clever as his strength. The strength is average. Can you watch the battle of the legendary elves? Do you think all Joeys are inherently deceitful? Cough, let's stop here. Prosecutor Joey put down the teacup, coughed, and said. Actually, I came here this time, both for the work of the prosecutor and for a personal matter. Prosecutor's work. I don't think there's anything wrong with the director of the Lee Pavilion here. As the gym owner, the Quantum Alliance can endure Nazi, who gets complaints 365 days a year, and Ma Zishi, who sends the challenger to the hospital. Isn't it just that you don't do your job, and you like to bring newly cultivated elves to major competitions to level up? Compared to Nazi and Ma Zishi, Master Lee is already a harmless gym owner. Again. The core element of a gym owner is strength. Lee Guanju, who single-handedly suppressed the Rockets branch of Red Lotus Island, naturally had no problem. Personal affairs. Lee he wondered. Yes, you must know something. Joey everywhere is not good at fighting, and when something happens, he also asks Miss Junsha for help. Prosecutor Joey said solemnly. So, I have always thought that we should appropriately join the battle course in Happy Egg and Joey's training class. We don't require Joey's high fighting ability, but only hope that they can protect themselves. You and Xiao Fuden are the best example. Therefore, I want to win your approval to edit the video of your battle with Xiao Fuden into a promotional animation and apply it to Joey's teaching courses. Small things, just use them. Lee he said cheerfully. Prosecutor Joy looked up in surprise. So simple. You know, for the sake of their own safety, most trainers are unwilling to expose their battle routines. Is this the confidence of a tactical master trainer? Muttered Prosecutor Joy. After regaining his senses, Joey bowed his head solemnly and thanked him. Before leaving, Prosecutor Joy glanced at Latius. Nodding, Latius took it out from the maid's skirt. A hardcover manual. Leahy looked strange. This is equivalent to Gengar pulling something out of his mouth, right? This is a small gift, not a tribute. Prosecutor Joy smiled. However, this has nothing to do with whether you agreed to me or not. Whether it is successful or not, this is going to be given to you. And this. He gestured to Latius again. Latius took out an ice cube that exuded cold air. After you win the Rena Pavilion Master, according to the rules, the Rena Pavilion Master will definitely give you a cheat sheet of ice-type moves. You must be able to use this non-melting ice piece. Non-melting ice. Ice that can insulate heat. When carried, the power of ice-type moves will increase. Non-melting ice can work wonders when learning certain ice-type moves. As for that booklet, it's some of my experience and ideas for cultivating happy eggs in the past, and it's not worth mentioning. Prosecutor Joey said lightly. Leahy took a deep breath. Good guy. You are enough for Versailles. If the past experience and lessons of the Minister of the Dignified Supervision Department are not worth mentioning, then how can the majority of Joey live? At this time. Bouquet you carrot oh carrot. The two who were chatting happily were attracted by the sound. Coming to the window, Prosecutor Joy narrowed his eyes. On the lawn outside the window, Xiao Fuden was elated. A blue trihedron is suspended in front of him, and Xiao Fuden controls this trihedron light wall to move back and forth. Prosecutor Joey calmly glanced at Leahy. This is the secret legend of the Wall of Light in the Temple of the Frontier. It should have been given to him by Rena. The problem is that in just one day, Xiao Fuden got started. This nurturing ability. At least the level of a super expert. Leahy coughed and said sincerely. This is all well taught by Shinado. Prosecutor Joy nodded understandingly. You don't have to argue, I understand. Leahy. No, I don't think you understand. Chapter 384 Six Tales. I have a special way to overcome calamity, 2-in-1, 4,100 words. Wednesday, April 7th. Morning. 8 o'clock in the morning. Dressed in a suit and smiling, the hotel manager personally pushed the dining cart. Knocking on the door of the owner of the Lee Pavilion, the hotel manager smiled, neither humble nor arrogant. I know that you are going to take a flight at noon, so I instructed the back kitchen to make a special breakfast for you in the Whirlpool Islands. Open the plate. Pointing to the shrimp sashimi garnished with fruit, the hotel manager introduced. This is a special product of the Whirlpool Islands, the whirlpool shrimp, because it lives in the whirlpool area under the sea, so the meat of the whirlpool shrimp is delicious, compact, sweet but not greasy, coupled with the pulp of the Whirlpool Islands' specialty summer cherry fruit. Although it is not comparable to those world-famous dishes, are also considered local specialties. While introducing, the hotel manager winked at the staff. Master Lee, these are some small gifts prepared by our hotel for you and your elves. It's not something precious, it's just to thank you for your stay. The staff said. The staff gave Lu a beautiful wooden comb with the pattern of the six tails. Taking it with his tail, Six Tails nodded in satisfaction. He jumped up again, patted the staff on the shoulder with his big tail, and Lu said with joy. Yo-yo-yo, Tilda. Not bad, you understand well. Ben Yo-yo is very satisfied. Zhang Gui took over the latest large-screen mobile phone, and his eyes lit up. Go hiss. There is also this live broadcast poll. Although you may not use it, we also prepared one. Go hiss carrot dish carrot. After distributing the small gifts, the manager brought the staff, and after a few words of greetings, said. If there is another time, I hope you will continue to stay in this hotel. It would be better if you can give a 5-star review in the background. If only the hotel where the owner of the Lee Pavilion lives, it will give a 5-star praise. With a little more publicity and traffic, this year's internet celebrity hotel must be here. Looking at the backs of the two, Lee He murmured. It's not easy to work these days. Go back to the room. Lying on the sofa, Lee He was eating the shrimp sashimi fed by Shinado. This point, I have a deep understanding of Master Lee. After breakfast. There was still a little time before departure, and Lu continued to study the freeze-drying move. Lying in front of the computer, Lu watched the video explaining the moves, while flicking his tail, his expression focused. Slip, tilde. In the video, a powerful long-haired pig is released, and Rina demonstrates freeze-drying moves. The freeze-drying move can quickly freeze the opponent and make the opponent fall into a frozen state. This is a special move that has a miraculous effect on water elves. It is the ultimate move of ice elves against water elves. Rina was serious. At the same time, this move is also a prerequisite move for the Absolute Zero move. Note, Absolute Zero move. With the theoretical Absolute Zero power, one move defeats the opponent. It is known as the most profound meaning of ice attribute moves. Yo-yo-yo, omega. Six Tails nodded frequently. Absolute Zero moves. With this move, even ordinary elves can hurt legendary elves. Lee He looked strange. You are a fire-type six-tailed, so it's fine to learn freeze-drying moves. Don't you plan to practice Absolute Zero? So awesome. In the video, Rina instructed the long-haired pig to use the freeze-drying move. Facing the lake, the long-haired pig roared, and a dark blue light beam shot out of the long-haired pig's mouth and hit the lake. In an instant, most of the lake's surface was rapidly frozen. Looking at the frozen lake, Rina continued to explain. The freeze-drying move is different from the freezing beam move. Although the freezing beam move has a strong output power, let's put it in perspective, the light beam emitted by the freezing beam move is like a continuous spray of cold water at -10s of degrees. This trick is more sustainable. And the freeze-drying move is to hit you with liquid nitrogen at -196 degrees Celsius. Although the duration is short, the freezing effect is stronger. To practice this move, you need to replenish the elves with pure ice energy. It's best to use ice gem and ice stone to nourish the spirits. Welcome to the official flagship store of Qifeng Gym. We will hold regular events. It's active, Rena said, and Lu Wei nodded earnestly. Yo-yo *** omega ***. Buy it. Li He. Good guy. I really didn't expect that. In the video, Rena can backstab me. The owner of the Kaifeng Gym is a ruthless man. He hid it so deeply that he even hid the violent sting of my wallet in the video. In the follow-up video, Li He accompanied Lu Wei to watch it together. Freeze-drying moves are quite time-consuming to practice. But for Lu Wei, according to the information in the picture book, the genetic information of freeze-drying moves is hidden in the genes of Lu Wei. If the ice six tails, they will wake up very early to freeze-drying moves. Rena also has her own set of theories for the unawakened elves. Facing the recording camera, Rena said seriously. After our generations of research, we found that the gene that stimulates freeze-drying moves is love. Li He was powerless to complain. Are you opening blood-round eyes? According to our research, on the iceberg, in order to allow future generations to grow better and adapt to the cruelty of the snow-capped mountain environment, Bing Juwei will quietly leave Bing Luwei. At this time, Bing Luwei will be very timid and helpless. This kind of emotion, it will make them perceive the concept of ice in their hearts. This emotional power will stimulate the genes of the six tails of ice, stimulate them, and make the six tails of ice awaken to hereditary moves. Rena put forward the factual basis. So, after our analysis from generation to generation, this kind of emotion is the same as the emotion when people and elves lose their love. There is no more sorrow than death. At this time, the coldness in the heart is far better than the ice and snow. It is a dead silence, right, just it's like the cold and dead silence of the universe. This emotion is the best key to unlock the genes of freeze-drying moves. Slip, omega, Six Tails looked blank. Li He looked up at the sky. Is this the legend? Broken love testimonials? Or love robbery? After staying with Lu Wei for a while, Li He arrived at the hotel courtyard. When he came to the courtyard, Li He saw the Jahei Forbearance Frog and the Crustacean Dragon, helping Xiaofudan practice the light wall move. This type of defensive move must be ready to be launched before it can be used in actual combat. Bah! The crustacean was ready to go, and used the Dragon's Breath move. The Blue Dragon Breath devoured Xiaofu egg immediately. Buku **D, O hollow up pointing triangle. Holding the trihedral light wall, Xiaofudan struggled to resist the Dragon's Breath move. The blue wall of light was gradually scorched by the Dragon's Breath. Jahei Ninja had a serious expression, pinched the seal with his hand, and promptly destroyed the Dragon's Breath with a foam move. Is this a foam move? Ordinary water gun moves can't kill the Dragon's Breath. Li He complained. Looking at Xiaofudan again, Li He rubbed his chin and muttered. Does the wall of light move have to be used like this? Can't the power of the wall of light move be condensed into a spearhead that can protect the whole body, while defending, dashing forward, and then taking the opportunity to give the opponent a hard blow? The speaker has no heart, the listener has the heart. Bakuku. The little ears moved, and Xiaofudan's eyes flashed. Bakuku, omega. Is this what the seniors said, from the guidance of the trainer? Noon. Arrived at the airport of Whirlpool Islands. Li He was in the water while waiting for the private plane. After being tested by the market, and after fixing some bugs, the new version of Ghost Glory is launched again. This time, after adding the rebirth mechanism, players are given more opportunities to experience. And instead of destroying the opponent's team as the winning criterion, attacking and destroying the center of the opponent's elf is the only winning factor. After adding the Wild Legend elves for challenge, it greatly stimulated the enthusiasm of ordinary players. The average game is usually about 20 minutes, which has perfectly won the favor of the student party and office workers. I didn't know what to talk about after school with my classmates. Now it's just right. It's cool to chat while playing games and relax. The key is that parents don't care about playing this game. It's comfortable. It's not bad to have a game with colleagues during the lunch break. The only downside is that there are too many elementary school students. Can you let me win the promotion competition? Can I just have one? Please. Spend money for power leveling. I don't know what the hell. Our high school graduation requirement is actually to be ranked elite and above. At the same time, Xiaoxia in the Battle Exchange group swiped the screen all day to ask for black. Xiaoxia, Sister Kona, take me with you, they want to go to heaven. Kana smiled bitterly. It's not that I don't take you, but that guy invites me to fight all day. For the loss to Kona in the Masters, Du Tianwang is bitter. In reality, in the face of Kana's ice attribute main force and the terrifying Absolute Zero secret legend, Du Tianwang is also very troublesome. I don't know how much I have thought about the tactics of dealing with Kona in my mind. This is using the game to hone his own routine. Not only did Xiaoxia entangle Kona, but Catalya also entangled Zyrna. While drinking afternoon tea, Catalya tapped the keyboard and invited Sharona. At Hyerna, hurry up, I invited Wanlong and the others. Wait, should I choose Raichu or this Ninetales? Sharona hesitated for a long time on choosing the Joe Moon spirit. Sarona's old problem has happened again. Wanlong covered his head and sighed. Only children do multiple choice questions. You are so rich, you are kryptonite. Anyway, this money also went into Lihi's wallet, but it's time to challenge him and let him spit it out twice. I am afraid of you, Li Guanju. Come here if you have the ability. Lihi silently deleted the words he typed. Low profile. Being a person and doing things should be low-key, which has absolutely nothing to do with me being the host of Li Guan or not. 10 minutes later. Master Li, please get on the plane. I'll carry your luggage for you. The staff was stunned when they saw Zheng Gui carrying the luggage onto the plane. Don't worry, I usually go out, and the luggage is carried by the elves. Lihi said casually. Seeing this scene, carrying luggage, the male trainer waiting for the flight silently glanced at the fire-breathing dragon next to him. A wisp of flame spewed out, and the fire-breathing dragon, wearing sunglasses, squinted at him. Opening parenthesis. Filled down pointing triangle what are you looking at? Look at what you said, the male trainer silently said it 3 times in his heart. I wanted to ask if you wanted soda. Roar. Go ahead. After confirming with the base station, a small private plane broke through the air and headed into the distance. On the plane, the pilot turns on the autopilot after checking the instruments. Master Li, I'm sorry, the news came from the base station just now, because some bird elves began to migrate back during this time period, so the plane will detour in the middle. It's okay, Li He said. Glancing at Li He, the pilot asked curiously. Master Li, do you have a girlfriend? No, what's wrong? Li He replied instinctively. Sure enough, after all, it's too busy. The pilot nodded understandingly. Me too, although there are people I like, but I'm too busy with work, fly around all day, and don't have time to live at all. Well, although I have money, but in this state, it can't give people a future. Li He. What is this? Well, as for me, I actually have someone I like, but she seems to have someone I like too. At the beginning, how should I put it? My heart felt like being blocked, but I'm used to it now. The pilot looked relieved. I feel like I want her to be happy. I'm sorry, but no one spoke when I was driving the civil aviation. If you like it so much, it will be over if you don't chase it, and your life will only happen once. There are times of anxiety and regret, so it's better not to regret it. Li He comforted. Internal rant. When it comes to a relationship like this, I might as well be a scumbag, not distracted by the kidneys. Reality, it's not that easy. The pilot sighed. Li He, not. Flicking her tail, Lu Wei didn't catch a cold. In love. Does this thing work in combat? Can you still eat? Just as he was about to turn his head away, Lu Wei suddenly had a flash of inspiration and his eyes lit up. Slip! She shouted excitedly at Shanae Duo, 6 tails. Question mark opening parenthesis. Omega, asterisk quick, let Ben Yo-Yo experience his feelings with his telepathic ability. Shanado blinked. And this kind of operation. At the same time. While listening to the pilot describe his journey, Li He noticed the small movements of Shanado and Lu Wei. Li He. It turns out that there is still such a love robbery show operation. When it was time to get off the plane, he swallowed the unmelting ice, and Lu Wei's pupils shone with a wonderful blue light. A sign that freeze-drying moves are about to get started. This is a new move. Seeing this scene, the pilot was stunned. Is this the level of effort of Master Li? Even on the road, don't forget to cultivate elves. This is probably also a kind of love. Love for one's own profession. Then, for me, what is more important than the love for my profession and the love for her in my heart? All kinds of thoughts finally turned into a sigh in the pilot's mouth. Without this occupation, in her city, she could not afford to buy a house, get married, or give her a future. The future of the two of them, after all, is nothing but a splendid firework in the sky. The pilot was silent. In contrast, the blue light in Lu Tai's eyes suddenly exploded, and the dense blue lines were like bloodshots, filling both pupils. A faint blue divine light shot out from Lu Wei's pupils and approached the cabin in an instant, but was blocked by Koga Ninja with a liquid shuriken. Click. Looking at the shuriken frozen into ice, Koga Ninja looked solemn. Give me. Big sister is big, and has become stronger frog. You have to keep working hard. Chapter 385 The Ghost Wants to Get Close to You. 2-in-1, 4,100 words. Thursday, April 8th. In the early morning, Li Pavilion Master from Mount Everest wake up in a mountain hotel near the mountains. At 8 o'clock last night, Li He arrived at Shancheng Airport. Afterwards, under the leadership of the reception staff of the Blue Star Alliance University, they checked into the Blue Star Alliance University's own hotel, Blue Star Hotel. Blue Star Alliance University is located near the Mount Everest mountain range. Using the power of elves to open up a university town. Every year at the Blue Star Alliance University's internal battle games, the flames of Who That Never Go Out are lit. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Assistant Professor Chen from Blue Star Alliance University knocked on Li He's door. Master Li, it should be called Professor Li. Professor Li, we may not be able to catch up with the opening ceremony of the freshmen this morning. Assistant Professor Chen smiled. Assistant Professor Chen, whose real name is Chen Shengji, graduated from the Graduate School of Yuhong University. Because his hometown is in the Blue Star Alliance, after graduation, Chen Shengji went to the Blue Star Alliance University to apply for a job. After serving as a counselor for 3 years and pursuing a doctorate degree under the name of President Shui of Blue Star Alliance University, Chen Shengji also officially entered the establishment of Blue Star Alliance University the year before, taking the position of teaching assistant. Wearing glasses and a silver-gray suit, Assistant Professor Chen dresses in a gentle manner and has an approachable personality. Then Li He asked. Headmaster Shui wanted to hold a small welcome ceremony for you today, but it was too late, so let me take you to meet the team captain and the main coach of our university first. Assistant Professor Chen said bluntly. Instead of going to a multinational consortium, Assistant Professor Chen values the relatively clean and simple working environment of Blue Star Alliance University. The principle of being a person is also, do not seek improvement, only seek comfort, so when facing Li Guanju, Assistant Professor Chen is neither humble nor arrogant. All right, Li He nodded. Naturally, the Blue Star Alliance University would not give him this professorship for no reason. As a distinguished professor, Li He is in charge of the Blue Star Alliance University team. If this year, the school team can overtake the school team of Yuhong University and other schools, and in the annual ranking, the Blue Star Alliance University is expected to make further progress. This is the long-cherished wish of the past principals. Mountain City does not prohibit flying, and both have flying spirits. Riding on the fire-breathing dragon, Assistant Professor Chen led the way. Supernatural power. Li He followed with Lu Wei in his arms. At the same time, Blue Star Alliance University. In the closed battlefield in the school, under the leadership of Coach Wang Dequan, the school team of the Blue Star Alliance University was waiting for Professor Li. With a national character face, an inch head, and a serious expression, Wang Dequan is a senior battle coach. Although his strength is not that strong, his precise vision and the cultivation strategy of teaching students in accordance with their aptitude have made him a leader in this industry. Li He, Li Guanju. I hope they are not too arrogant. Wang Dequan frowned slightly. For the owner of the Li Pavilion, Wang Dequan was like thunder. The big-name internet celebrities who are about to exceed 100 million followers on Twitter, and there is almost no negative traffic news, and they do not rely on traffic to realize their profits. He is also the gym master of the Red Lotus Gym in the Red Lotus Island of the Kanto Alliance, the genius planner and producer of the two games, Ghost Glory, and Ghost War Chess. Just come up with a title, enough to make people proud. With so many titles on the same person, Wang Dequan is already numb. No doubt. The owner of the Li Pavilion is a figure in the circle of Nazi, the patriarch of the Golden City Gym. But this does not mean that this person will lead the team, Wang Dequan said worriedly. Such a person must be quite confident. But that confidence, in unrelated fields, can turn into conceit. He has already tailored a training plan for each team member that is most suitable for them. If this Li Guan mainly interferes randomly, trouble. Therefore, Wang Dequan has mixed feelings about the arrival of Li Guanju. Master Li is really coming, ah. He's super handsome. Senior Sister Lan, pinch me to see if I'm dreaming, I'm a big fan of him. It's not just handsome, strong, rich. Beasts. Quiet. Wang Lan shouted. A hint of helplessness and curiosity flashed in his eyes. Wang Lan has a certain curiosity about this famous young master of the gymnasium. Graduated from Harvard Elf University, Wang Lan is now in the last year of the third year of the Graduate School of Battle Studies at Blue Star Alliance University. At the university and postgraduate level, Wang Lan traveled abroad for more than 2 years and participated in many competitions. Wang Lan is no stranger to gym owners. Therefore, for Li Guanju, she was not as excited as the schoolgirl who had never seen the world behind her. During this period of travel, it is not that Wang Lan has not defeated some gym owners. If she wants, after graduation, she can go to the major leagues to compete for gym owners. However, this person's strength is definitely stronger than that of the gym owner in an ordinary prefecture-level city, but it's hard to say how much stronger he can be. Wang Lan thought flatly. The other side. Wang Lan is still like this, it looks like he has a ponytail and is quiet, but in fact this guy is cunning. Billy, one of the vice-captains of the school team, whispered to the blonde man beside him. Fisher, then what should we do? Since Wang Lan, her captain, has nothing to say, we don't need to. According to the language of the Washa district, a first-timer. Yes, there is no need to be a first-timer. You think too much, Fisher said lightly. Since it's a new professor, isn't it right to take a look at his strength? You can tell something just by watching the video of the battle. Don't you just don't want to be overwhelmed by a professor of Chinese race? You're afraid of making a fool of yourself. I didn't dare to take action, I was cowardly at the beginning, and what nonsense is still here. Also, please don't use the word us. I came to the Blue Star Alliance University for improvement, not to play with you guys. Okay, just pretend I didn't say it. Billy shrugged. Billy is from the Free Federal District. For Billy, who yearns for freedom, acts casually, and is full of business ideas, in fact, he is not very interested in Fisher, a rigid man in England. Most of the trainers were arrogant. In the fiercely competitive and introverted circle of the Blue Star Alliance college team, the relationship between Captain Wang Lan, Vice Captain Fisher, and Billy was only superficially harmonious. 15 minutes later. Coming. Looking at the figure walking in from the door, Wang Dequan was refreshed. No matter what he thought before, as an adult, Wang Dequan greeted him with a smile. Assistant Teacher Chen, this is Professor Li. I'm glad to meet you. I'm the head coach Wang Dequan. Hello. Li He shook his hand friendly. Professor Li, we paid a lot of money to invite this coach Wang. He once led the school team to the top 3 in colleges and universities. Assistant Professor Li praised. Even though the Blue Star Alliance University is a world-leading school, it is a rare honor to be able to lead the school team into the top 3. Assistant Teacher Chen is very polite. Past achievements are all that matters, now is what matters. Although he was a bit complacent, Wang Dequan said solemnly. After the greeting, Wang Dequan clapped his hands. After attracting the attention of the players, Wang Dequan said loudly. This is Professor Li, and I will focus on it in the future. Master Li. Six tails are so cute. Ask for an autograph. Before Wang Dequan finished speaking, the team members banged around and gathered around. Professor Li, I'm used to speaking directly. If you want to participate in the management of this team, you have to show your due strength. Fisher narrowed his eyes, and his pupils flashed. It's not that I don't understand the crooked thoughts of others, but in Fisher's view, being able to take the opportunity to learn from the strong is a kind of fun in itself. Fisher, Wang Dequan shouted. Assistant Professor Chen frowned. You must know that Li He was specially invited as a professor, which was decided by Principal Shui. In this regard, there are some voices against it in the school, and Assistant Professor Chen has also heard a little. But private discussions are only private matters after all, face to face. Isn't that saying that you have an opinion on the decision of Principal Shui? Principal Shui is his own teacher. This is to make himself uncomfortable in disguise. Li He was calm. As expected, any student studying at the Blue Star Alliance University is not arrogant. Even if it is casual on the surface, it is also arrogant. No matter how famous they are, for them, seeing is believing. Compared to Li He's blandness, Lu Tai's eyes lit up. Slip, hollow down pointing triangle, no. For things like fighting, Ben Yo-Yo likes it the most. Jumping to the ground, the six tails screamed a few times, and the big dark eyes were full of excitement. To be so confident, presumably this trainer in front of him will not be weak. My six tails mean that I see the real chapter under my hand. Li He said casually. My six tails, you are free. Fisher looked serious. Six tails are the main force of this Li Pavilion Master. But if you use the attributes to restrain the relationship, you will be ruthless when you come up, and there may not be no chance. Master Li, be careful. Fisher simply and decisively. Thorn Dragon King, use the characteristics of snipers to target the key points of the six tails. Li He glanced at the Dragon King, who had begun to gain momentum in the Pokeball, and waved his hand. Freeze drying. In the face of the powerful water cannon move of the Dragon King, the six tails were too lazy to move, and looked up. The faint blue divine light penetrated the water cannon directly, and the Dragon King only felt a chill in front of him. In an instant, the entire body of the Dragon King was frozen into ice. Boom! The frozen water cannon smashed to the ground, and in one move, the six tails reversed their attributes and defeated the Thorn Dragon King. There was a dead silence in the field, and even Coach Wang Dequan, who had seen the big scene, his eyelids jumped a few times unconsciously. Good guy. The vice captain of the dignified Blue Star Alliance college team. This is regarded as a treasure bow hit. Hiss. What a domineering Li Guanju, I can't do it, who will help me? Freeze drying move. One blow pierces the water cannon move. This is not an ordinary freeze drying move. No, this is a move that six tails can use. Team member Wang Lan took a deep look at Lu Wei, with a suppressed shock in his eyes. One move to pierce the water cannon move, and then to eliminate the Dragon King, even she definitely can't do this. The most important thing is that the fire-type Six-Tails use an ice-type move to defeat the Dragon King with one move. This is outrageous. Behind his hands, Billy secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, I was smart enough to instigate Fisher to get on this guy, otherwise it would be me who would be embarrassed now. Cough, the professor is amazing. Billy clapped his hands and said with a smile. Everyone, the professor should have nothing else on his mind, just want to get close to us. Leahy glanced at Billy and nodded in agreement. Yes, that's what I mean. This classmate is right, let's get close. Billy. You don't play cards according to common sense. Hey, withdrawing the Dragon King, Fisher glanced at Billy and suddenly smiled. Your senior Billy is rather shy, come, let's support. Although it was his own will to challenge the Master Lee, he couldn't make this free federal guy so happy. Senior, show it off. Senior Billy, come on. Master Lee, be gentle. Senior Billy may not be able to bear it. Facing the booing of the crowd, Billy's mouth twitched. Never mind. Go up. However, the attack power of this Six-Tails is as exaggerated as the rumors. It seems that it is best to use detour tactics and win by speed. No matter how bad it is, it has to last longer than this guy Fisher. That's the case. Billy's eyes were serious. I won't shirk. Go, Hootie, use teleportation. Leahy's expression is weird. In front of me, let Hootie use teleportation. Don't you know that Nazi and I don't deal with each other? Do you have friction? Supernatural power. Six-Tails did not give Hootie a chance to make a move. As if being squeezed fiercely by the invisible giant claws, Hootie rolled his eyes, who had just emerged from the Pokeball. Slip. Six-Tails sighed. Not even in the mood to say, this is it. Billy withdrew the Hootie with trembling hands. This. Taking continuous deep breaths, Billy barely managed to stabilize his mind that was about to explode. Seeing this scene, the team members who had thought of coaxing suddenly lost their mood for some reason. So sad. The pride of the Blue Star Alliance University team members seems to be worthless. Is this the captain? Leahy looked at Wong Lan, who was in the first place. This classmate, why don't we get close to? No, I can't afford to be close to you, Professor. I think it's good to maintain a normal teacher-student relationship. Wong Lan shook his head decisively. She could see that this Professor Lee was completely killing chickens for monkeys to see. The idea was to take out all three of their leading chickens and beat them. I don't believe that there are still dishonest ones. Cough, don't be too sad. Assistant Coach Chen was also afraid that the hearts of these players would be beaten, so he remedied. Master Lee, a trainer who dared to beat Ms. Nazi and is still unscathed. Lee-hee. I thank you. Can this matter be kept low-key? Nazi beat me with a mega, are you fighting for me? Lee-hee quickly changed the subject. Cough, that's all in the past. Right now, don't be polite to any of you who want to get close to my Six-Tails. No, you go together, it's fun to get close like this. Six-Tails nodded in agreement. Slip. That's right, the quality is not good, the quantity comes together. Hiding secretly behind many team members, Su Xiao secretly complained. Get close to a ghost. Two elves with such strong vice captains have been so close to you for a few seconds. The ghost wants to get close to your Six-Tails. Chapter 386 Jedi Knight Little Fortune Egg, 2-in-1, 4,100 words. There's no need for everyone to look at me like this. I'm just a normal person who is quite strenuous to play Nazi. Facing the gazes of the players, Lee Hecken said. In the future, we will be a team. In the end, we will be a family. Don't be too restrictive. One day you want to come and get close, even if you look for my six-tailed, Jingui, Koga Ninja Frog, Crustacean, and Xiaofuden are also welcome, they are all kind. Flicking his tail, Six-Tails nodded excitedly. No slip. People are so cute. Bang. A little excited, 6 tails and 1 tail twitched on the ground. There was a flaming sword mark over 10 meters long on the special metal ground that even the main elves of professional level trainers could not destroy. The mother and son of Jia Yi and Jun Shang tilted their heads 90 degrees, and the mother and son stared at Wang Lan and the others strangely. _O_A_O. Rip Girl Sadako's trimmed and longer hair. UDU. In the sight of everyone, there are 4 evil ghosts floating around, Zhang Gui grinning and waving the green onion sword inlaid with the poisonous orb. Hollow circle carrot where carrot go hiss. Welcome to play with this uncle. Koga Ninja was relatively low-key and reserved, holding a man-high shuriken. Koga Ninja nodded. That is, the shuriken is rather mischievous, like stabbing tofu, and pierced deeply into the ground. Oh, oh give me. Please take care of me. In contrast, although the crustacea looked fierce and its fangs were sharper than a scalpel, it was really cute. As for the little fortune eggs. Are you sure that this little Fuden, who lifted the crustacean with one hand, won't ask the trainer to vent his anger because he was bullied? Wang Lan. Billy. Fisher. Players. Mr. Lee, can you say something human? This guy hasn't been a human for too long, and he will laugh at him when he speaks. Su Xiao complained inwardly. Fortunately, this guy still reminisces about old feelings, and did not ask himself to reminisce in public. Fortunately, Slip. Squatting at Su Xiao's feet, Lu Wei tilted his head, flashing memories in his eyes. Slip degree. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and Lu Wei turned his head towards Li He and shouted excitedly several times. Yo-yo. Li He, look at what Ben Yo-yo found. Li He coughed dryly. Hello, classmate Su. Hello, Professor Li. Su Xiao. At the same time. In the auditorium of the Blue Star Alliance University, the 3 presidents finished their speeches. Sitting in the auditorium, the 3 principals communicated in low voices. The Blue Star Alliance University is the highest institution of the Blue Star Alliance, and the 3 principals are also master-level trainers who have become famous and retired. Principal Shui is responsible for the 2 fields of battle and cultivation, Principal Fuan is responsible for medicine and research, and finally Principal Hagel is responsible for other affairs. Speaking of which, Principal Shui, I've always had a question. He looked like a rough man with a careless beard. Hoger took a sip of vodka and asked curiously. Master Li, is it a master-level genius that your Huasha district has cultivated according to the training system of trainers in other regions? I can't find anything wrong. Your work is too good. Guess, Principal Shui would not say. He couldn't figure it out either. It stands to reason that the news that cannot be found by his status in the Huasha district should be fake. But the problem. How can this be fake? How can it be fake? This Master Li is a master-level trainer who is hidden. This is Fang Yuan Dao, and God Oxyrona endorsed him. Recently, even the monster Joey from the Kanto Alliance Supervision Department has approved it. Faced with this situation, Principal Shui is also full of question marks. Don't ask, it's just a question for nothing. Who would dare to admit this? Dressed like a surgeon, Principal Fuan said cheerfully. Think about it, with a master trainer leading the team, this year's ranking competition among top colleges and universities is very promising. Although internally, the 3 principals want to fight for the interests of their own regions, but externally, the 3 principals are a community of interests. Don't forget, the Master Li has a student with him. Principal Shui reminded. I know, Ms. Casey's youngest daughter, right? I remember her name is Xiaoguang. Principal Fuan nodded. I have already arranged for her to accompany other international students and then be led by the head of the library. In this year's inter-school exchange competition, I will also let these students meet and participate in the school. Principal Hoger tapped on the table. He looked careless, but Hoger was unexpectedly careful when he did things. After discussing some other matters, Principal Shui remembered. Speaking of which, I promised our Professor Li a place for an elf and a secret trick. The number of elves is a trivial matter. After a while, let assistant coach Chen take him to our cultivation area to choose one. The key is this trick. It's troublesome. Fu Wen had a headache. Ordinary tricks are of no use to this Master Li. Haggle pondered. According to the rules, after receiving the professor title, Professor Li can log into the staff library. Like Angel's Kiss, there are many secrets of awe and other moves, as well as modified versions of previous outstanding students. At Blue Star Alliance University, common tricks are as common as Chinese cabbage on the street. Just log into the library and you can check it out. However, if you want to view the revised secret biography, you must pay credit points. As the internal currency of Blue Star Alliance University, credit points cannot be traded, but can be used to exchange various treasures and secret skills. And uploading your own improved move secrets is a way to get credit points. This can't be done. Isn't this fooling people? Although there is no shortage of geniuses among the students, only the next talent can have the genius of Professor Li, so it can't be done. Headmaster Shui shook his head. Looking at Principal Fuan, Principal Shui smiled brightly. Principal Fuan was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized. Okay, you want my refreshed secret biography. A brand new move. Let the body rest and heal the abnormal state of poison, paralysis and burns in the body. In other words, the power of a new move can remove various powers such as paralysis, burns, and poison. To tap the potential of the brand new move to the maximum is the secret of the master trainer's move, Principal Fuan. Alright, Principal Fuan glanced at Principal Shui and said with a smile. However, learning this secret legend depends on the talent. It depends on whether the little lucky egg has this talent. Haggle took a sip of vodka and didn't interrupt. Today, this Principal Shui has put in a lot of energy. Fu Wen's master-level secret refreshed move, even he is also a master-level trainer, it is too itchy. Putting down the wine glass, Haggle glanced at Principal Shui with a strange look in his eyes. Hard to do. Professor Li and Principal Shui, what is there between these two? But impossible. Even a little something. Then Professor Li must be the handsome son next door. At the same time, after everything was settled, Li He took Su Xiao to the private training ground used by the professors of the Blue Star Alliance University. With no one around, Li He asked curiously. Why are you on the Blue Star Alliance University's varsity team? Su Xiao's face turned black. I was also specially recruited by the Blue Star Alliance University. Can you not look at people with the eyes of the past? That's right, Su Tongshe. Li He said. You still look at me with the eyes of the past. Su Xiao looked up at the sky. How could things become like this, in the same period in the past, now Professor Li? I am directly split. This day is over. Su Xiao's mentality was about to burst. Don't be discouraged, this time I want to ask you a favor and give my elves a special training. Li He smiled. Me, do special training for you. Su Xiao was stunned. Do special training for his 6 tails. So in his mind, I'm still pretty strong. This guy, occasionally, also speaks human words. The 6 tails of the Master Li, that is the absolute main force of the first-class Taoist master. Being able to help Lu Wei with special training, although Su Xiao didn't want to admit it in his heart, he still felt inexplicably comfortable. Until my little lucky egg recently wanted to improve the light wall move. I think your level is quite suitable. Help me practice, Li He said. Su Xiao. I was so naive to think this guy was personal for a split second. If others don't speak human words, it is at best not very harmful, and it is more insulting. But this one of my own, worthy of being a dirty routine trainer who started out from the mouth. As soon as you open your mouth, it will cause a crit to people's hearts. Not to mention that the insult is extremely strong, the damage is so great. Let my shield sword monster accompany your little Fudan to practice moves, you can think of it too. Okay, come. Su Xiao wrapped his arms. He waved his hand and released the sword monster with a strong shield, Su Xiao said coldly. I will accompany you to the end. I don't believe it anymore. I can't cure your 6 tails, and I can't cure your little lucky egg now. You gave me this chance. This is the father, 6 tails debt, Xiao Fudan, to pay. It looks like a golden shield and a knight's sword used by knights. As a spirit of steel and ghost, the sword monster can switch between attack and defense modes. In the attacking stance, the strong shield sword monster has extremely strong attack power. When switching to a defensive stance, the defensive power of the shield sword monster is equally extraordinary. It was by taking advantage of this particularity of the sword monster with a strong shield that Su Xiao was able to enter the ranks of the reserve team of the Blue Star Alliance University team at the freshman stage. Filled down pointing triangle dish filled down pointing triangle. Enemies meet, especially jealous. The sword monster with a strong shield has not forgotten the embarrassment and hesitation when he was tied to the battlefield by the 6 tails when he was weak. Calm down, this time your opponent is Xiaofudan. Su Xiao shouted. Facing the sword monster with a strong shield, Xiaofudan swallowed. Baku. Can you make a small request? Use the side of the sword to strike, not the tip or the blade. Su Xiao's expression became solemn. Shield sword monster, shadow ball. When the words fell, he quickly added another sentence. The power is less powerful. If a small blessing egg is broken, he can't afford it. Filled down pointing triangle he hash. Glancing at Lu Wei viciously, the sword monster with a strong shield glanced at Xiaofudan. The vertical pupil at the hilt of the sword flashed a strange color, the sword monster with a strong shield. This, can you practice against yourself? However, upon hearing the trainer's instructions, the sword monster with a strong shield filled with black air currents. An oval shadow ball condensed in front of the sword monster with a strong shield, and as the sword monster with a strong shield squinted, the shadow ball shot out like an arrow from a string. Su Xiao's expression was stunned. Will this power still be a little bigger? Looking at Xiaofudan again, Su Xiao is no longer a newcomer in the past. Seeing that Xiaofudan wanted to use the wall light move, Su Xiao muttered. I don't know if this little guy has time to use it. The wall of light move is a good defense against shadow ball moves. But whether it can be prevented or not depends on the level of the user. A blue light condensed on Xiaofudan's hand, as if to form a wall. Seeing this scene, Su Xiao couldn't help showing a smile. What the heck is a new elf? How naive. Back then, I was so well behaved, but I was tied up and hanged by a slut like Li He. Today is the time for tit for tat. Su Xiao didn't order either, he believed in the fighting consciousness of the sword monster with a strong shield. To be able to get to this day, he and the sword monster with a strong shield have also experienced hundreds of battles. Delta. The strong shield sword monster narrowed his eyes again. As if being remotely controlled, the dark shadow ball suddenly accelerated, and the lightning turned back, hitting Xiaofudan's side. Perfectly avoids the front wall of light moves. Seeing this, the sword monster with a shield couldn't help but feel a little proud. Glancing at the 6 tails, a hint of excitement flashed in the eyes of the sword monster with a strong shield. It is no longer the single scabbard of the past. What? At this moment, the shield sword monster heard Su Xiao's stunned voice. Xiaofudan didn't use the light wall move step by step at all. During this period of time, learning swordsmanship with Lu Wei, Xiaofudan condensed the power of the light wall move in his hands. Holding the blue lightsaber condensed by the wall of light, Xiaofudan's round body turned like a spinning top, smashing the incoming shadow ball. Li He looked strange. What is this? Bladestorm. Or Jedi Knight Little Fortune Egg. I've watched Star Wars too. After cutting the shadow ball move, Xiaofudan smiled excitedly. Bouquet you carrot oh carrot. Sure enough, the trainer was right. The wall of light moves should be turned into weapons. The concentrated light wall move not only has a stronger defense effect, but can also switch from defense to offense. 6 tails flicked their tails happily. Slip, circle all but upper left quadrant filled. For all, circle all but upper left quadrant filled. Yes, this trick-breaking style won him a true pass. After another 180 years of practice, Xiao Fudan should be able to fight with one of his own tails. It is worth looking forward to. Ing where, ing q do. The sword monster with a strong shield froze for a moment. Seeing Lu Wei's expression again, the sword monster with a strong shield turned into anger from shame, and used shadow ball moves one after another, and the sword monster with a strong shield pressed down. Xiao Fudan regards the light wall move as a lightsaber, and wields it well. Looking at the anxious battle situation, Su Xiao's eyes widened. And such a light wall move. Although the wall of light moves have a strong resistance to energy attacks, I have never seen them use the wall of light moves to cut open the opponent's attack. Outrageous. It's outrageous. The same day. Through the special training with the sword monster with strong shield, Xiao Fudan has mastered the new usage of the light wall move. Li He scratched his head with a subtle expression. Why do I feel that this thing looks like a domineering weapon? Chapter 387 Li Guanju, I am inflated. 2-in-1, 4,300 words. Friday, April 9th. The freshmen of the Blue Star Alliance University moved into the dormitory one after another and prepared for the next military training. The freshman who ranks first in military training will have a chance to log into the staff library and download files, as well as get a fairy egg. I heard that the faculty library even has the Double King evolution method. Is it true? My cousin said that there is a secret biography of the Thundering move, which is a special training method that can greatly increase the hit rate of the Thundering move. I don't know if there is any damage to the light move. Before the military training, the freshmen exchanged information through the school's internet. When they first entered the university, the curiosity of the freshmen was just around the corner, and they couldn't hold back at all. Even if there is a stalemate, the power of destroying the light move makes the freshmen yearn for it. At the same time, what happened yesterday was also circulated on the forum of the Blue Star Alliance University. Treating the vice president of the school team as a child, I also accepted it. Good guy, these 6 tails are too strong. It's unreasonable, the gym owner I challenged before is not at this level at all. It doesn't make sense. We are about the same level as Yuhong University. The vice captain of the Yuhong University team can beat some small city gym masters. In comparison, isn't it? 6 tails can do it in seconds. Ordinary gym master. Is it a second for a normal gym owner? I think you are not bold enough in your ideas. The Jahe ninja frog has grown up, and a few tricks can knock down a mega fire-breathing dragon. I estimate that Li's Gengar can be a mega. According to online reports, once they saw the keystone chain on the neck of the master of the Li Pavilion. Do you think that people really entered the circle of the Golden City Gym Master Nazi and the Raven Gym Master Xiao Juer by virtue of their appearance? I don't want to brag about it. It's not a problem for Li's main force to defeat the prefecture-level city master in one move. Otherwise, how do you think the title of International Police Advisor came from? It's too deep, and I don't want to say more. Although the international police blocked the news, it is not a secret for the interested person that Li Guanju took down the 2 important cadres of the Rockets. The other side. Under the guidance of Assistant Professor Chen, Li He spent a day getting acquainted with the campus structure of Blue Star Alliance University. Standing in his nearly 130 square meter office, Li He had a weird expression. Assistant Teacher Chen, are you sure this is the office? Glancing at the layout of the 3 rooms and 1 hall, Li He felt that it would not be a problem for 3 people to live in this house. Some professors think that commuting is troublesome, and they are too lazy to live in a villa, so they jointly propose to build the office like this. In this way, they save commuting time and can concentrate on their own topics. Assistant Professor Chen explained casually. By the way, ordinary daily necessities and consumer goods are completely free of money: beef jerky, cakes, and chocolates. Professor Li will call your assistant. He will help you solve the problem. The school has a corresponding supermarket for supplies. Basically all at no cost. We have a quota every year, and we basically can't spend it on clothes. My wife, myself, my husband, and the whole family can't spend this quota. Professor Lee, your quota is even higher. Complete your quota. Slip. Omega. Snack free. I'm in a good mood today, and Assistant Professor Chen is still in the mood to make a joke. Professor Pete next door, recently researching the digestion ability and new energy of elves, so he raised two chibi beasts, one used as a bed and the other as a mount. The last time I saw Professor Pitt teaching a chibi beast surf moves. By the way, the allocated villa is almost ready. In a few days, Professor Lee, you can also live there. Assistant Professor Chen said with a smile. Principal Shui means that I hope you will familiarize yourself with the school's process and work during this time, and then after the inter-school ranking competition, you can make a name for yourself. Okay, Lee he nodded. Then I'll go to work first. Opening the window, a fresh cold wind blew on Lee He's face. Looking at Mount Everest so close and towering, Lee He murmured. I heard that the Blue Star Alliance University used the power of the Phoenix King's flame to forever change the surrounding ambient temperature. Although in the game, Li Guanju disdains to use Feng Wang. But in reality, as the top of the legendary spirits, the legend of who has been passed down from super ancient to modern times. Destroyed a country against the law. Using the power of resurrection, the legendary elves Lei Gong, Sujin, Entei were resurrected. After breathing in the fresh air for a while, Li He opened his notebook. Connect to the internet and log into the faculty library. After browsing for a while, Li He found the secret biography of the Angel's Kiss move published by a certain professor. After exchanging his professor points for this month, Li He exchanged a fairy gem, by the way. Note: fairy gems, gems containing pure fairy attribute energy, fairy attribute gems, can enhance the power of fairy attribute moves. Let's see for yourself. Xiaofudan has no idea of his own, and needs to be cultivated by Li Guanju. But as mature elves, six-tailed, Gengar, Koga Ninja, and Crustacean can have their own ideas. Li He can assist from the side. Looking at the little guys who gathered around the computer to select secret moves, Li He murmured. How can I be so good? After half an hour. Under Gengar's ardent recommendation, Crustacea chose a move, Shadow Claw. The trick is based on the shadow, and the talent of the elves is extremely demanding. Using shadows, elves can condense shadows into various forms to attack opponents. Because it is often impossible to prevent, the Shadow Claw move is easy to hit the key. Lube. Looking at the move he had chosen, the crustacean tilted its head and put 3 question marks in his mind. Crustacean. Manipulating shadows is completely unimaginable for a crustacean. Go sizzle. Zhang Gui patted the crustacean's head and said cheerfully. This uncle helps you. Koga Ninja chose the 2 moves Black Mist and Assault on key points. The Black Mist move can create a black mist, which changes the ability of the elf to the origin. For the Koga Ninja Frog, it is quite a suitable move. Complementary to acupuncture moves. The Sneak Attack key move is the evil attribute move. Seizing the opponent's flaws and attacking instantly, it is easy to hit the key points. The secret attack key moves just cooperate with Koga Ninja's Surprising Strike, which makes up for the lack of knowledge of Koga Ninja in the evil attribute. The 2 little guys, Luwei and Zhengui, carefully selected them, and used the remaining points to exchange for the trick. Similar to acupuncture moves, trick moves can develop the potential of the brain and greatly increase the user's attack power. Although Master Li's elves all possess powerful attacking moves, they are good at blitzkrieg. And relying on Master Li's tactics, he can effectively crush his opponent. But when it comes to quasi-masters, masters events. Whether it is Nazi's Mega Hootie or Dao's extremely strong giant monster, they all have their own uniqueness and unparalleled talent. At that time, a small shortcoming would be infinitely magnified in the eyes of the opponent. The flaw of Li Guanju was that the elf's move system was not comprehensive enough. And now. The faculty library of the Blue Star Alliance University can make up for these shortcomings of the little guys. But Leahy's scalp was numb from the handwriting in the requirement table column on the move sheets. The practice of tricks is best with the assistance of the elf item, glasses of knowledge. Note: Boshi glasses, glasses with thick lenses. After carrying, the power of special moves will be slightly increased. At the same time, during the practice, the Six Tails and Gengar had to change the formula of the energy block. Increase the proportion of sea tree fruit, thereby supplying energy to the brain. Compared with the trick moves, the practice of secret attack key moves still needs to add more Gem of Evil. As for the two moves, Shadow Claw and Black Mist. Sitting on the very comfortable professor's chair, Leahy tapped the table with a satisfied expression. Well, I suddenly feel like a big boss. You are floating, not. While broadcasting the office of the professor of Blue Star Alliance University to fans, Shinado gave Leahy a blank look. Ignoring Shinado, Leahy called Lilia. Hey, Lilia, how much money do I have at my disposal? Although the Blue Star Alliance University will give the professors elves, according to the ratio of 1 elves and 2 attribute gems per month. But in the face of high-intensity training, even with the double subsidy of the gym owner and the professor of the Blue Star Alliance University, it is still not enough. In the office, Lilia Mo did some calculations and said, Mr. Lee, I'm afraid not many. Leahy's heart was half cold. How many? It's about 1 billion yuan. The current total revenue is about 3 billion yuan, but because we have to prepare for the plan of Elf Battle Royale, we need to buy higher-end equipment. Lilia listed them. Although our company's net income is high, the latest projection equipment in the Carlos area is extremely expensive. In addition, I plan to expand the scale and suspend the listing. So the spare funds that can be used at present are about 1 billion. It's really not a lot. After a long silence, Leahy said. Hanging up the phone, the corners of Leahy's mouth rose uncontrollably. I, the owner of Lee, finally have an endless day. Cool. Sure enough, trainer schools are all deceptive, and it's a loss to be a trainer to get rich. The more money I spend, if it wasn't for my master Lee who knew how to copy and get rich. After hanging up, Leahy called Wanlong again. My dear, what are you doing? Codewords, you ask what a ruthless codeword machine is doing. What can it do, either in the codewords or on the way of the codewords? Wanlong said tiredly. I've been writing the script for that guy recently. After lifting his spirits, Wanlong said curiously. What's wrong? I'd like to ask, do you have any experience in using glasses of knowledge, as well as special training in black fog and shadow claw moves? Leahy asked. Glasses of knowledge, I have them. Then I will let Zheng Gui go to the spirit world to find crystal lights and spirits. As for the shadow claw move, my cursed doll is good at this move. Wanlong's eyes rolled, kindly said. It can go over and give you a special training. Stop by your place for a meal. Wanlong thought. Gengar can quickly master the shadow claw moves. After all, manipulating shadows is nothing to Gengar. Wanlong is experienced. As for the crustacean, he has no talent for the shadow claw moves, so he can only make up for it the day after tomorrow. However, it's okay, my cursed doll has a special teaching method. It's just that it's kind of edible. Wanlong swallowed those words again. Leahy was slightly taken aback. Wanlong's cursed doll came to personally guide him, that would be the best. There is absolutely no personal trainer better than Wanlong's main elf cursed doll. Okay, we are familiar with each other, but we will settle the account. Let's give it according to the market price. 1 church will give 500 W, and 2 will give you 1000 W pocket money for your cursed doll, which means. Leahy said cheerfully. Have to say. Feeling rich. So fragrant. How much? 10 million. Wanlong's eyes widened. It's not that Wanlong has not seen 10 million. But didn't this guy Leahy leave the home from the Washa district? Gym master position, professor position, plus the consultant position of the international police. These three add up to 10 million a year, right? You said 10 million and I'll go. Wan Long complained. Is it better than this money? No, not at all. Guiding Gengar to use the Shadow Claw move, isn't that something you don't even need for a day? With a daily income of 500W, it is so fragrant that there is no end to it. What words should I code? Give death to the protagonist directly. Gia Gia Gia, asterisk where asterisk. Hearing 10 million, the cursed doll jumped out of the poke ball in excitement. With scarlet eyes and a zippered mouth, it looks like a horror doll, and the cursed doll's body is shaking with excitement, and it is full of black gas. Asterisk backquote, asterisk 10 million. How many Pikachu dolls can I buy my girlfriend, Mystery Q, for the cute Mystery Q to shred? Hey, are you thinking of spending money on your girlfriend again? What about me? I've been raising you for nothing. You white-eyed wolf. Gia, underscore, I'm such an adult, I don't have a boyfriend to blame. Asshole. Looking at Wanlong and the cursed doll who were fighting together, Lee Hee sighed. It's a good relationship. After hanging up the phone, Lee Hee was stunned for a moment. Wanlong hasn't said how to practice the Black Mist move better. Forget it, reveal the inside information of the game to Kena. Kena should be better at the Black Fog move. It turns out. For Gengar, learning the Shadow Claw move is quite an easy task. Elves like Gengar have special abilities lurking in the shadows themselves, so Gengar mastered the Shadow Claw moves with great success. Really 1,000 miles a day. Night. In Professor Yu's private training ground, Xiao Fuden and the Shield Sword monster practiced against each other for another 2 hours. Xiao Fuden was lying on the metal floor, sweating profusely, and his small eyes circled. Bakuku. I can't do it anymore. I can't practice anymore Buku. The other side. Gengar is practicing the Shadow Claw move. Go hiss. Backquote. With Gengar's cry, the shadow beneath him expanded infinitely. It turned into a pitch-black terrifying beast claw, slapped it fiercely forward, cast an oppressive shadow, and swung it down suddenly, and the attack range shrouded half of the battlefield. Unprepared, the sword monster with a strong shield did not have time to deploy its defensive posture, and was inspired to fight, and the sword monster with a strong shield stabbed into the sky with a sword. But in the next moment, the beast's claws fell unhindered, and the sword monster's counterattack had no effect on the beast's claws, and was slapped heavily on the field. Like a dead sword, the shield sword monster no longer moved. Goxi. Zhang Gui scratched his head and laughed embarrassedly. Gengar. This is the first time I've used this move, but I didn't expect it to be a little more powerful. Lee Hee. Su Xiao. Chapter 388 Xiaofuden's Angel's Kiss. Sunday, April 10th. 2 guests were welcomed into Professor Lee's office. Wanlong's crystal lantern and cursed doll. It looks like a European-style aristocratic lamp ornament, and the crystal lamp star stares at Lee Hee with greed and hunger. The surface of the body was burning with dark purple ghost fire fueled by life energy, and the crystal lamp was keenly aware of Lee Hee's special features. The vitality is strong, the nutrition is sufficient, and the taste is excellent. Crystal lights. Not drooling, this human being is simply born to be greedy for crystal lights. Lee Hee secretly complained. Wanlong, is this taking me as a big dog? Zhang Gui, your friend, you are responsible for raising it. Lee Hee arranged. Gengar grinned. Go hiss. It's easy. This thing of life energy, this uncle has it. Can feed into this lamp and want to vomit. Absorbing the life energy distributed by Gengar, Crystal Lantern also discovered it. Following Wanlong, I was hungry 9 times in 10 days. And here in the Lee Pavilion, yes. I've never eaten so well before. Free and easy, no one nagging, I like it very much here. At the same time, the cursed doll stared fiercely at the crustacean. Don't mention it, this cursed doll laughs, and it looks cute after watching it for a long time, although it's not as cute as Zhang Gui. Lee Hee murmured. Wherever the cursed doll went, the air-conditioned air permeated, and a gloomy wind burst. Grinning, scarlet eyes as if dripping blood, cursed doll carefully looked at the crustacean. Nodding thoughtfully, the cursed doll was playing with the zipper around her mouth, her eyes slowly becoming surprised. This crustacean is unusual. It has no talent for comprehension of shadow claw moves. Rare. But this type of customer can reflect the professionalism of this cursed doll. Crustaceans are also not afraid of cursed dolls. But, vaguely aware of the horror of this cursed doll in front of him, the crustacea was like a cat with fried fur, grinning, and the crustacea brewed a smashing move. The Dragon Palace is super fierce. Don't make a mistake. As the main elf of the ghost-type Tianwang Master Wanlong, the cursed doll doesn't care about the milk fierce of the crustacean. Taking a look at the crustacean, the cursed doll raised his hand, and lightly struck the crustacea's forehead with a lightning stroke, directly shaking the crustacean's soul body out of the body. In the TV animation, the three living in the ghost house next to Nazi, Gengar, Ghost Stone, and Ghost, have the ability to pull out the souls of living people and living elves. Go hiss. Zhang Gui's eyes lit up. Pulling the soul body of the crustacean, Zhang Gui's eyes were excited. Yes, because of the isolation of the body, the crustacean cannot perceive the shadow and the spiritual world. But in the state of the soul, the crustacean is a ghost dragon. Shadow talent max. Seeing this scene, Li He looked strange. Turns out there is this one. Out-of-body learning. Possessing the power of the waveguide, Li Henning could see the crustacean's soul body scrutinizing the surroundings blankly. Isn't this the unique skill of the Supreme Mage in Marvel? So you know Marvel too. Li He murmured. The elves in Pokemon are so good. Go hi carrot dish carrot, brother, can you teach me this skill? Gia da omega da o. While holding the soul of the dazed crustacean, he cursed the doll and rubbed his hands together. Go sizzle gutsu, b. The two ghosts crossed each other's shoulders and traded py. Seeing this, Professor Li's eyes became more and more strange. Supreme Mage Gengar. Gun backquote for all, filled circle. The learning progress on the crustacean side uses the open mode. The Koga ninja frog sat under the tree in the teaching building, closing his eyes and concentrating. With an epiphany and a closed-door attitude, Koga ninja studied the sneak attack on the key move. With a sudden flash of sword light, Koga ninja frog looked at the leaf that had been cut in half, and there was a thoughtful look in his eyes. In the video of the move, the one who explained this move was Majula. The key to this trick is the word, dark. Use the power of evil-type moves to hide your presence and breath. Then quickly approach the opponent, and attack the opponent's vital points. The Koga ninja frog itself has the surprising strike move. After surprising strike is combined with sneak attack, Koga ninja frog's concealment will be stronger. If combined with the last three acupuncture moves, enhanced attack and speed, the level of Koga ninja's fast attack flow can be improved to a higher level. After you have mastered it, if you meet that mega fire-breathing dragon again, maybe you will be able to see it in seconds. Li He was secretly shocked. Koga ninja frog is too strong, right? In other words, it is. My Professor Li is too strong. This must be because I cultivated it so well. Li He nodded and sighed. Look at the desk again. Six Tails wore glasses of knowledge and stared at the computer intently. Accompanying Xiaofuden, Lu Wei guides Xiaofuden to learn the Angel's Kiss move. The Angel Kiss move is not difficult for Xiaofuden. Possessing the talent to learn Goblin-type moves, it is not difficult for Xiaofuden to master the Goblin's Kiss move. Happy times are fleeting. 5 years into the afternoon, Li He received a document from the Academic Affairs Department. Let me be in charge of international students. Li He's expression was subtle. After finding Xiaoguang's name in the list, Li He rubbed his chin and muttered. That's right, I'm still the teacher of Ms. Casey's youngest daughter. As for teaching, Li He glanced at the little guys, let's talk later. Looking at Li He, who was focusing on processing documents, Xiao Fudan blew a kiss cutely. Buku, Zoo 3, Zoo Heart tilde. However, I really don't know how to teach. Why did I suddenly not recognize these words? Looking at the document, Leahy suddenly felt that the handwriting on the document was so familiar, yet so unfamiliar. The power of the waveguides in the body automatically operates, and the feeling of illiteracy only lasted for a moment. Looking at Xiaofudan again, Leahy clearly discovered a new column through the eye of passive skill cultivation. Fairy kiss. Kiss the opponent as cute as an angel, thus confusing the opponent. Close black lens bracket. To put it bluntly, the core point of this trick is to cross the border. Looking back, Leahy fell into contemplation. According to the description in the breeding documents of Joey's happy egg, the evolution of the little fortune egg is quite fast. Possessing a round stone and learning the angel's kiss move, Xiao Fudan has already touched the edge of evolution. Thinking of this, Leahy's expression was complicated. It's so close to evolution so quickly. How does it feel like the cute human cubs have not played for a few days, and they have reached the rebellious period? The old father's mood is quite complicated. Chapter 389 is this Professor Lee's teaching skills. Monday, April 12th. Faculty Office. The dean, whose voice was rough and sounded like a physical education teacher, was announcing the teaching task aloud. The teaching assistants in the front row looked serious, and the professors in the back row communicated in a low voice. I'm sorry, I really don't know what I have to communicate with them. At the age of 12, he was admitted to the research department of the Blue Star Alliance University, and obtained a doctorate at the age of 15. Dr. Randy murmured. Isn't this the equivalent of humans giving lectures to apes? Can you not delay my research time? Now 27, Dr. Randy has only one goal. The highest achievement award among researchers, the Nobel Prize. I'm sorry, Professor Lee, Professor Randy is just not very good at speaking, people are still. Sorry, I can't make up good words, bastards are all compliments to him. Professor Mayer of the Department of Nurturing complained. You don't know, this bastard put green caterpillar excrement in my breakfast cereal. He should really thank my roommate for not killing him. Professor Randy and Professor Mayer have lived in a villa for 10 years. Don't look at them like this, they actually have a good relationship. A gray-haired professor helped. However, Professor Lee, what's the matter with you looking so bad? Are you okay? Professor Mayer asked with a relatively high emotional intelligence. Oh, nothing. Lee couldn't say anything. It was last night that he finally practiced the shadow claw move, and the crustacean went down with a shadow claw move and almost demolished the office. Doesn't it mean that the crustacean doesn't have the talent to learn shadow claw moves? Why is the shadow claw move used by the crustacean not only powerful, but also with burn damage? Is this a shadow claw move or a fire claw move? Cough, cough, cough. The dean coughed several times in a row. For this group of professors, the dean also has a headache. No way to get them. Don't pay attention to him, a mere dean can't interfere with us. Professor Mayer said indifferently. The wisdom of mortals can only be wasted on these trivial matters. Professor Randy snorted coldly. By the way, Professor Lee, are you taking that foreign student class? I think that class is not easy to take. Professor Mayer shook his head. Ordinary undergraduates of Blue Star Alliance University are at least 16 years old. Of course, Randy is an accident, and accidents cannot happen every year. At the age of 16, students are more mature. But in the international student class, the youngest may be just 10 years old. Although people from other areas are more mature, you can't expect 10-year-old children to be sensible. Therefore, Professor Lee's teaching task is not easy to do. However, to be able to give this teaching task to Professor Lee, presumably, Principal Shui and the others also recognized Professor Lee's teaching ability. Professor Lee, if you have any experience, please teach it to me. Professor Mayer said politely. Stop joking. Lee's expression was weird. I'm a part-timer, where can I teach and teach seriously? End of the meeting. After receiving the broadcast notice, Li He came to the office of Principal Shui. After knocking on the door, Li He walked in. Principal Shui, do you have something to do with me? Sit down, don't be polite. Some time ago, I asked someone to pick some tea from Mingqian. Come and have a drink together. After making a cup of tea for Li He, Principal Shui coughed and stepped into the topic. This time, I actually want to tell Professor Li about the situation of the inter-school ranking competition. Although our opponents are Shanao University in the Shanao region, and the highest institution in the Carlos region, Carlos University, etc., but the main opponent is Yuhong University, which is the champion of the past. Of course, it's really hard to beat Yuhong University, but if it's at the bottom, then... Principal Shui coughed. I understand. Li He nodded. The Blue Star Alliance University paid such a high price to recruit professors for this inter-school ranking competition. If it was at the bottom, Li He would be embarrassed to stay any longer. Okay, I won't talk about these meaningless things. Principal Shui solemnly took out a handwritten manuscript. This is the sincerity of our Blue Star Alliance University's advance payment to Professor Li, which is absolutely in line with your status and strength. After a pause, Principal Shui said seriously. This is the secret move of the school's principal Fu Wen, refreshed. If you go back, you will find out. I can only say that this secret is an invaluable and precious secret move for master-level trainers. When Li He was talking to Principal Shui, wearing glasses of knowledge, Lu Tai and Zheng Gui, along with the crustacean and Xiao Fudan, went to the teaching location of the international students. Because it is the first time to meet, the first teaching adopts field teaching. Mainly to pull in the relationship between teachers and students. Come to the lawn playground. The students stood sparsely on the grass, gathering in twos and threes to chat in a low voice. There are also students in groups of 5 who took out their mobile phones and were in full swing. Seeing this scene, Lu Wei tilted his head cutely. Opening parenthesis single quote question mark. W. Although I plan to share the worries for Li He when Li He is busy, Ben Yo-Yo has no teaching experience. Just when Lu Wei tilted his head to look at the international students from other regions. A boy with an arrogant temperament and a cold expression swept over. 6 Tails, Zheng Ghost. With a unique golden hairstyle, Glagio frowned. The elf of Professor Li. What does light spirit come mean? Although he is a professor, it is too arrogant to ask the elves to come and not be present. As a trainer from the Alola region, Glagio also came to the Blue Star Alliance University to study under the coercive arrangement of his mother. Otherwise, traveling alone is more in line with his taste. Hey, what about teaching others? Glagio asked coldly, looking at the 6 Tails. Oh, slip. Well, forget it, since this is the case, there is no value in staying here. Glagio turned to leave. Stopping and looking at the crustacean standing in front of him, Glagio's eyes turned cold. Although it's not my style to fight elves without a trainer by my side, but... Who let you stand in front of me? Since that's the case, let me see the strength of the Blue Star Alliance University professor. Go, Main Rock Werewolf. Note: Main Rock Werewolf, night form. Main Rock Werewolf in night form looks like a werewolf. As a rock attribute elves, Main Rock Werewolf is aggressive and bloodthirsty, and is also a popular elves in the Alola region. The crustacean looked solemn and looked at Glagio with a cold and arrogant expression. Taking another look at the Main Rock Werewolf with fierce eyes, the crustacean secretly charged. This elf looks very strong. Slip slip with Shadow Claw. With the cry of the 6 Tails, the crustacea subconsciously used all its strength. The dark animal claws suddenly appeared from the shadow of the Manian werewolf. With one trick, the monkey stole the peach, and the animal claws devoured the Manian werewolf's lower body. Along with the tragic howl, the Main Rock Werewolf's pupils widened and he lost his energy. Looking at the Main Rock Werewolf who fell to the ground, his lower body twitched randomly, an unbelievable moan came from among the international students. Gragio, is that Grazio, the noble son of the new moon in the Alola region. There are a lot of talented trainers. This is it. Are the rumors wrong, or is this professor too strong? At the same time, he was in touch with the class he was in charge of, and Professor Mayer took the time to glance over here. Looking at Glagio, who seemed to be dead, and the foreign students who looked in awe, Professor Mayer said to himself. Professor Lee also said that he can't bring students. Isn't that pretty good? It's time to let the elves take the class. This is too good. It can still be so. Professor Mayer felt like he saw the door to a new world. A mature professor should let his elf substitute for the class. Chapter 390 Professor Lee, Kill and Kill. 2-in-1, 4,200 words. Wait until Professor Lee arrives. A total of 36 international students stood neatly on the playground. Stand at attention. Backquote, 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 backquote. Yo caret, oh. Salute. Seeing Lee He coming, 36 international students saluted Lee He with the Order of Luwei, with awe in their eyes. Opening parenthesis single quote question mark single quote closing parenthesis. W. The other side. Borrowing a whistle from Professor Mayer, Gengar grinned and whistled solemnly, giving instructions to the 36 foreign students elves. Go hiss. Hearing Zheng Gui's instructions, the crustacean looked excited, spewing out a turbulent dragon breath, and used the shadow claw move. Witnessing the tragic results of the main rock werewolf, many elves were so frightened that they desperately used lightning flashes. Quote question mark opening parenthesis single quote question mark. Dish, dish, dish. Among the many elves, the leading one is a green onion duck, and the duck is completely invincible with the swallow back move. Equals is defined as sigma, su. Dish, su. The smart green onion duck understands the truth. At this time, you don't need to run very fast, you only need to run over the same period. In this way, Professor Lee successfully established a good teacher-student relationship with the international students. Cough, don't worry too much, my crustacean will pray for moves, and will never train your elves to death. If you can't practice, then practice to death. Lee He coughed and said. Similarly, for your safety, trainers must also improve their physical fitness. Teacher, I don't expect you to be physically resistant to 100,000 volt moves, at least you have to increase your resistance to some disruptive moves. Standing in front of Professor Lee, Xiao Fuden nodded in approval. That's right. Since you can't fight, let's all defend. Xiao Fuden, use the Angel's Kiss move on them, and then use the slap move to wake them up. After giving the order, Lee He murmured. It's definitely not that I don't want to endure Xiao Fuden's love and help Xiao Fuden practice his moves, but it's my teacher. I'm willing to give you this opportunity. Lee He. Professor Lee, a role model for others, selfless, and teacher.jpg. While the little ones are teaching. Sitting in the shade, Lee He happily took out his mobile phone and called Xiao Zhuer. Aren't you going to teach today? Xiao Zhuer asked strangely. While talking, Xiao Zhuer was picking out the clothing items for the next model show. At the level of Xiao Zhuer, it is not the designer who chooses her, but the clothing and designer that suits her taste. Rather than being a model, it is better to say that Xiao Zhuer is a front-end demander who brings the new trends of the times to anime. Is the leader of aesthetics. That's right. Xiao Zhuer whispered to her assistant to contact the designer behind a piece of clothing she liked. After that, Xiao Zhuer didn't look at the camera and said casually. Have you made any plans recently? No, what's wrong? It's going to be a special festival in the Hejong area, so my mother said that if you have time, you can come and have a meal. See the parents. Lee He's heart jumped and he swallowed hard. So fast. I didn't even hold my little hand. Cough, I did, but is it easier to come to the door after the seeds have sprouted to achieve the established fact? Too suddenly. Not suddenly, not at all. Lee He replied instinctively. The place in Hejong is super good. I wanted to go to Raven City to play. It's definitely not sudden. After chatting a few more words, after receiving the notification from the assistant, Xiaojue apologized. I'll hang up first, I still have some work here, I'll talk about it at night. Wait, I have another question. Li He said seriously. Should I bring my household registration book and physical health checkup certificate? What? Say it again, the signal was not very good just now. Xiaojue asked again. Forget it, next time. Looking at Xiaojue who hung up the phone, the assistant quickly said. Are you going to get married? I have long thought that you and Li Guanju are just like a man, wolf, a match made in heaven. The children in the future will definitely inherit the talents of you and Li Guanju, and they will be able to memorize the elf picture book at the age of 11. At the age of 12, he was directly crowned the king of the region, and at the age of 12, he was lonely and defeated. Xiaojue quietly waited for the female assistant to finish speaking before saying. The phone hasn't hung up, and your voice is a little loud. The assistant immediately knew that he had made a blunder. What? I went to contact the designer, haha. It turns out that the people just didn't hear it, they were shy, what a mouthful of myself, sorry. Will not be fired. I'm hanging up, Xiaojue said calmly, like the sea there was a hint of embarrassment in the blue pupils. Li He didn't talk much. Before hanging up, Li He quickly added. Don't worry, I'm healthy and my body tells me that every morning. Beep. Listening to the hang-up sound, Li Guanju couldn't help laughing out loud. My family, Xiaojue is quite cute. Ha ha. In the chat group. In their spare time, everyone was discussing the private life of Li Pavilion Master. At Nazi, Sister Nazi, I heard that you have an ambiguous relationship with Li Guanju, is it true? Since joining the group, Xiaosha has been crowned the king of the water group. At the age of an innocent girl, but being bound in a huge gym all day, Xiaosha can only rely on the water group to relieve her loneliness. Hey, holding the doll, Nazi smiled coldly. No, according to my observation, there is absolutely nothing between the owner of the library Li and the owner of Xiaojue. Xiaogang was very concerned about love, and Xiaogang put forward his own opinions. Really, I thought there was something between Master Li and Wanlong. Catalya participated in the discussion with great interest. Sitting on the sofa in the villa, the old Aunt Kna's eyes flashed. Eating melons silently, Kona couldn't wait to shout. Talk more. Quick. The old lady's gossip heart can't be restrained. Oh, love, this thing will only affect a man's power to throw the pokeball. Ma Zishi said. Where did you come from? Xiaosha rolled her eyes. Ma Zishi, a violent and macho gym owner, and Xiaosha, who is full of girlish hearts, are not at all cold. As for Master Li, although he has a handsome and sincere face, he is a scumbag. Pooh. Sooner or later, the fish farmer will be stuck to death by the fishbone. After reading the group news for a while, Li He suddenly remembered the closed-off Jahei Ninja Frog, and murmured. I don't know what happened to the Koga Ninja Frog. However, there is no need to worry. Among the family, the Koga Ninja is the most stable and worry-free. Besides, if you practice a sneak attack move, you won't make any big noise, right? When Li He was thinking about it, the ground shook slightly. Li He was stunned for a moment. What's the matter? Whose elves are practicing earthquake moves? The vision came from the direction of the office building. Jahei Ninja, sitting cross-legged under the tree in the office building, slowly opened his eyes, and his red pupils were stained with a deep black. The 100-year-old fruit branches and leaves are lush, and the leaves slowly fall with the wind. Jahei Ninja's eyes narrowed slightly, as if moving. Next second, a black light flashed like lightning, and the surrounding leaves were cut in half. Here. Slowly putting away the shuriken in his hand, Koga Ninja got up slowly. Behind him, there was a sudden explosion. Bang! The 100-year-old tree was cut in half, and the incision was as clean as new. Koga Ninja's eyes were flat. Assault on key points, it's done. Ah! The evergreen tree planted by the previous principal. Who can do it? Koga Ninja Frog's expression stiffened. After staying with the trainer for a long time, the mind of the elves will be somewhat similar to that of the trainer. At this time, the Koga Ninja Frog had an idea. I didn't even aim at it to cut it, and I couldn't even resist the aftermath. Is the tree so fragile? Blame me, frog. At the same time, on the teaching playground, through the eye of passive skill cultivation, Leahy saw the new changes of the Koga Ninja Frog. Open black lens bracket sneak attack close black lens bracket movement. Leahy has a weird expression. The shot just now, wouldn't it be the Koga Ninja Frog that chopped down the building? It's really not impossible for Jahei Ninja to cut down the building with one sword. The next second, using the extremely fast speed, the Koga Ninja Frog appeared beside Leahy like a teleportation. Just now, you didn't cut down the office building, did you? Leahy asked worriedly. Isn't it found? As long as this kind of thing is not discovered, it is better to die than admit it. This is what Professor Mayer taught Li Guanju. Back then, it was definitely not Professor Meyer's Benculas who gnawed the foundation of the building. Here, after hesitating for a while, Jahei Ninja shook his head. No matter what, it won't cut down the building. But not even the building was cut off. Still need to work hard. Wow. Jahei Ninja put away the instability in his heart, and his eyes became firm again. Tuesday, April 13th. With the little guys, Master Li moved into the assigned villa. In the second-floor detached house, Leahy specially made dumplings for reunion in order to celebrate the housewarming. Bought materials. While Leahy taught the powerful Xiaofudan to make noodles, he also instructed Jahei Ninja to follow. Leahy, I want to eat beef dumplings with red oil, chili and garlic paste. Shinado jumped with excitement. I want to eat and do it myself. Woo. Wait, Six Tails, don't put any chocolate in the trap. Leahy hurriedly said, over there, Zheng Gui, what kind of cherry fruit are you secretly putting in the trap? Give me, backquote. With a serious face, Koga Ninja cut the noodles into pieces and rolled them into dumpling skins. Slip, backquote W. While Leahy was not paying attention, Lu Wei quietly wrapped a spicy dumpling. Lu Wei, carrot oh carrot, absolutely delicious. Suck, single quote question mark, backquote. The crustacea had no hands. After using the shadow claw move to break an iron pot, the crustacea was punished and could only watch. Opening parenthesis question mark, I_I. Poorly wronged an angry crustacean.jpg. 3 hours later. Cube-shaped, star-shaped, bread-shaped, and various odd-shaped dumplings filled the dining table. Under the expectation of the little guys, Leahy fished out the dumplings in batches. With the prepared bowl, Leahy took the first bite. Hot. It's chocolate. Why are there nuts? Although the taste of dumplings is a bit strange, it is rare to eat dumplings. Looking at the eclipses of the little guys, Leahy couldn't help showing a smile. Fair enough. Go see Sai. Sai. Hey, Zheng Gui, it's forbidden to swallow even pots. And your Six Tails, you are not allowed to be picky eaters. You make strange dumplings by yourself, and you have to eat them all when you cry. Slip not. The originally empty villa was suddenly filled with the breath of life. April 14th. Master Li has encountered a trouble. Yu Shui Principal's office. Facing the serious middle-aged man, Leahy was stunned for a moment. What did you say? I said, even if it's Casey's request, I won't hand my precious daughter into your hands. The middle-aged man looked wary. Although Casey boasted in every possible way, but, as a person from the Huasha district, what achievements can he achieve at such a young age? Certainly. The key is, this young man is so handsome. What if I let Xiaoguang look at it for a long time and sigh on my father's face? Damn. The men around Xiaoguang must not be allowed to be more handsome than me. Leahy. Your daughter is only 10 years old. What kind of colored thinking do you use to look at me, Professor Lee? Your thoughts are more dangerous, okay. Looking at the two, Principal Shui laughed and said. Well, Mr. Lin Xin, you were also a trainer in the past. Why don't you solve the problem with Professor Lee using the trainer's method? When it comes to the way trainers solve things, it is naturally a battle. Hearing Principal Shui's suggestion, Lin Xin was hesitant on the surface, but secretly delighted. It's not good. After all, I'm also an elder, it's not good for the junior. Principal Shui waved his hand. It's all right, it's just a discussion, it won't hurt your face. That's fine, that's fine. Lin Xin nodded. What is your opinion, Professor Lee? Principal Shui turned his head and asked. I don't have any opinion, but can I invite Principal Fuan to come over and take a look? Li He hesitated. Principal Fuan is a professional elf doctor, so even if something happens, he can still be in time. Right. Lin Xin's name sounds like a person from the Huasha area, but Lin Xin is indeed a person from the Shanao area. When he was young, Lin Xin was also a leader among the youth trainers, otherwise he would not have attracted Casey, who was a top coordination trainer. If it wasn't for his interest changing halfway through and changing careers to start a business, Lin Xin would have the confidence to win the championship of the Fengyuan Regional Conference. Glancing at Li He, Lin Xin's thoughts moved. If you win, after going back. Little Light will. Dad, you are amazing. Dad, I like you the most. Hey. The victory of this battle, I have to decide. Actually, I also often watch your videos. In our battle, try not to be hurt. Lin Xin squeezed out a kind smile. It's best for everyone to finish the fight peacefully. HMPH, boy, let you see the hypocrisy of adults. Ha ha. Li He. I'm afraid your daughter slave thinks that I will really believe your words. You are afraid that you can't wait to press me on the ground and rub, sparks, and send me back to my hometown. However, I've been busy lately anyway, so if you want to lose, I just took the opportunity to ask for leave to go to Raven City. I remember, doesn't the owner of the new building Lin have a very high purity general gem mother ore? Principal Shui pointed out. Lin Xin's expression stiffened, he gritted his teeth and said, yes, if Li Guan is mainly related to it, I don't mind taking it as my daughter's apprenticeship ceremony. You have to have this ability. Li He's eyes lit up. Rubbing his chin, Li He narrowed his eyes and suggested with a smile. It's better, we can open a video when we are fighting, so that your daughter can see your heroic appearance. Today, I, Professor Lee, will tell you what it means to kill someone. Hey. Chapter 391 Dad, I'm burnt out. 2-in-1, 4,100 words. Sheno area, Futaba Town. A top coordination trainer, Ms. Kaiko is preparing lunch for her daughter. Wearing an apron, Kaiko was humming a song and was in a happy mood. The beloved daughter, Xiaoguang, is going to study at Blue Star Alliance University. Being able to get along with more peers, and under the care of the owner of Lee, Casey was extremely relieved. This is much more reassuring than letting a brave daughter go on a trip. Make Xiaoguang's favorite fried chicken rice. After knocking off Charming Meow's stealing claws, Casey helplessly spoiled. Didn't I feed you just now? Eating like this will make you fat. Meow. Opening parenthesis question mark. Omega. Facing Casey, Charming Meow called out coquettishly. The body hair is gray, the demeanor is light, and the appearance is like an elegant puppet. As a good-looking elf, Charming Meow will only act like a spoiled brat in front of the trainer she likes. Facing outsiders, Charming Meow is often ignorant. Wrapping her tail around Kaiko's calf, Charming Meow coquettishly said with a sweet voice. Meow tilde, omega. I'm so cute, why don't you eat? Mom, is Charming Meow hungry? Come here, I have something delicious here. The girl standing on the stairs greeted. With short dark blue hair and pretty cheeks, Xiaoguang's appearance is almost the same as Casey's childhood. This made Lin Xin sigh countless times. As expected of inheriting my beauty from my father, ha ha ha. Meow underscore. Charming Meow raised her eyebrows and glanced at Xiaoguang. Jumping to the closet again, Charming Meow yawned lazily. I. What are you dissatisfied with me? Forget it. Xiaoguang gave up his plan to please Charming Meow. HMPH, I will have my own elf. The meal will be ready soon. Wait, there is a video call, Principal Shui of the Blue Star Alliance University. 5 minutes later. After hearing the whole story from the video call, Casey quickly apologized. Sorry, yesterday he said he was going on a business trip. I didn't expect. My family is causing trouble for your school. I'm really sorry. I'm so old, it's been a long time since I've played, actually. After I be sure to talk about him well. Dad wants to fight the teacher. Xiaoguang's eyes widened. During the video call, Lin Xin's smiling face appeared. Showing a big white tooth, Lin Xin gave a thumbs up. Xiaoguang, don't worry, your father and I are actually super strong. Ms. Casey, long time no see. Li He smiled and said to Xiaoguang. First time meeting, my name is Li He, please take care of me in the future, Xiaoguang. Yes, teacher, in the future, please take care of me. Looking at Li He's handsome face, Xiaoguang responded shyly. This child will trouble you in the future. Casey said dotingly. Lin Xin's father's expression stiffened. Damn. Even in my face, win over my wife, tempt my little padded jacket. Dad, I'm really welcome this time. In the public battlefield of the Blue Star Alliance University, Li He and Lin Xin went to the commanding seat respectively. The students and teachers onlookers cast their curious eyes. Isn't that Professor Li? He is playing against someone else. With a middle-aged uncle. Wait, I seem to have seen this person when I was a child. I'll go, this is not the one that is hailed as a possible champion of the Fengyuan Regional Conference. The dark horse, the one who suddenly retired. Dragon and tiger fight. Professor Li just finished beating the children in the Alola area, and now he starts to bully the older uncle. Be yourself. Bullying. Lin Xin raised his brows. Deciding to ignore the group of young people around him, Lin Xin threw the pokeball. Go, the Lizard King. Note, Lizard King, grass-type elf. As one of the 3 royal families in the Fengyuan area, the Lizard King is powerful and looks like a lizard man with upright legs. The Lizard King has dragon blood hidden in his body. The Lizard King is arrogant. After stepping out of the white light, the Lizard King held a branch and looked at Li He scrutinizingly. The knife-shaped blades on the arm reflect the light, and it looks like a weapon of magic. Lizard King. Principal Shui gave a nostalgic smile. In the past, Lin Xin, a young junior, also joined his it's a pity. However, I remember the characteristics of this Lizard King as light equipment. Principal Shui murmured. The effect of the light loading feature will increase the speed of the Lizard King when he does not carry elf items. This Lizard King was also the favorite elf to win the championship back then. 2 volts 2, you can change the elves at will. Principal Shui added. The Lizard King of the fast attack style. Li He rubbed his chin. Interesting. Koga Ninja Frog. As Koga Ninja stood opposite the Lizard King with a calm expression, the students present had delicate expressions. Are all these boss-level trainers like to play inverse attributes? It's standard, you can't play inverse attributes and you have the face to fight. However, this Koga Ninja Frog is super strong, and it does have the property of capital reversal. Ignoring the surrounding noise, Lin Xin looked strange. Yo. Why did you come here to play inverse attribute? Treat me as a soft persimmon. You do it hard. Lin Xin's expression became solemn, and he said. Lizard King, give it a trick, Yi Blade first. Note, Leaf Blade move, cut the opponent like a sword to attack, it is easy to hit the key point. The light loading feature makes the Lizard King extremely fast, and he uses the Leaf Blade move. Wow. The Lizard King's eyes were sharp and his figure flashed. The Lizard King appeared in front of the Koga Ninja Frog and raised his hand. The blade on the Lizard King's arm extended like a sword blade, which was a full meter long. To the neck of the Koga Ninja Frog. Flying Shuriken. Hearing Lihi's commanding voice, Jahe Ninja's face was calm. He turned his hand and greeted him with a shuriken. It's just that the shuriken, when it was about to touch the Lizard King's leaf blade move, suddenly let go and hit the Lizard King's chest like lightning. The Lizard King's figure slanted, and he used his superb flash of lightning to avoid the attack of the Koga Ninja Frog. Sneak attack. But what the Lizard King didn't expect was that Koga Ninja stretched out his hand, grabbed the shuriken like lightning, and slashed again. Entwined with black light, the Koga Ninja Frog suddenly accelerated with a blow, slicing the Lizard King to pieces. As the substitute was cut off, the figure of the Lizard King reappeared in front of Lin Shin. The Lizard King's expression was solemn. A drop of cold sweat slowly slid down Lin Shin's temples. The speed of this Koga Ninja Frog's moves is even faster than that of the Lizard King with the light equipment feature. If it weren't for the Lizard King's fighting experience, he used a stand-in move to block this move. Just now, the Lizard King and the Koga Ninja, a lightning-fast melee battle, made everyone present silent. Although the move is simple and there are not many tactics, it makes many teachers look solemn and sweaty. With just the hand of Jahe Ninja, his main force can't be avoided at all, and he will be beheaded with one move. Among the students, there are also many sighs. The Lizard King responded very quickly just now. I originally thought it was an ordinary office worker, but now it seems that this uncle was not an ordinary trainer in the past. Not everyone will go black on the road of a trainer. After the age of 35, their physical fitness cannot keep up. Even a trainer who loves freedom can't travel outside all year round. It will inevitably reduce the frequency of travel, so as to slowly change the direction of life in spare time, and finally choose a place to live for the elderly. Koga Ninja glanced at the Lizard King in surprise. This speed is no longer slower than that of himself after using an acupuncture move to strengthen his speed. Today's Koga Ninja Frog can already keep the strengthening state of a point-pointing move on his body. Here, Jahe Ninja reached out and tapped on his chest. Well, such an opponent deserves respect. So, I should also take half of my strength to take it seriously. After using the acupuncture move again, the strength and speed after the second enhancement made Koga Ninja's momentum skyrocket. The shuriken entwined with black airflow condensed in the hands of Koga Ninja. The power of the flying attribute on the edge stirred the airflow, and the shuriken made a hissing sound like a living thing. See this scene. Not only Casey who watched the battle through the video, but even the master trainer Principal Shui raised his eyebrows. This flying water shuriken is quite unusual. It has the meaning of the shuriken of Koga flowing water, but it is innovative and out of the way of Koga Ninja. This blow is not to be underestimated. Give me, backquote. While the Lizard King waited cautiously, the Koga Ninja combination used a surprise attack move and a secret attack key move. Before the Lizard King could react, the Koga Ninja Frog appeared behind the Lizard King and was very close to the Lizard King. Raising his palm, Jiaga Ninja Lightning slashed out with a shuriken. At a critical juncture, with Lin Shin's horrified the dodge command, the Lizard King had no resistance under the sudden increase in the speed and strength of the Koga Ninja Frog. Boom! Like a meteor, the Lizard King was blasted into the opposing battlefield wall on the right. The whole body was embedded in the wall, and the shocking injury to the waist made the Lizard King directly lose consciousness. With just one blow, the powerful Lizard King lost his ability to fight, and the crushing strength of Koga Ninja made everyone present silent. So strong. As expected of a professor whose main business is the owner of a well-known gym in Kanto, this battle's strength is too great. Are you sure that the Koga Ninja Frog didn't use a teleportation move just now? The Lizard King flew out as soon as my eyes flashed. This is how much the elves' awareness of battle must be polished to accept this move. Lin Shin's throat was a little itchy, and he withdrew the Lizard King reluctantly. Lin Xin looked at Li He with a bit of surprise. Isn't he a trainer in China? The trainers in the Huasha district, don't they reach the peak of their strength when they are around 30 years old? Did you breed elves from kindergarten to paralyze the opponent with the experience in China? In fact, the pace of growth is the same as that of people in other areas, and this age is the peak stage of strength. What a deep heart. Coupled with being so handsome, is this the so-called male green tea? Let's not let Xiaoguang get close to him. Li He coughed dryly. I'm actually in a bit of a bad state today, why don't I just forget it? After all, in front of one's future female student, it's not very good to be like this to other people's fathers. My patriarch Li is quite human. Those who said that the owner of Li Pavilion is not a human being are purely envious and jealous. Cough. Principal Shui coughed. Bad mood. The state is not good to make people like this. This manager Li is fine with everything. Just like to play people's mentality. Dad, are you okay? Through the video, there was a hint of worry in Xiaoguang's eyes. Hearing these words keenly, Lin Xin was in high spirits. Dad, me, fine. 2v2, only lost one game. As long as one can wear two, there is still a possibility of winning. The Jahe ninja frog used the acupoint pointing move just now. It has strengthened its own strength to such an extent that it is estimated that it is already the limit. Even a powerful elves can't hold on for long, fighting a protracted battle and dragging it down. Combat tactics flashed through Lin Xin's mind. Go, two-tai turtle. Note, two-tai tortoises, grass-type elves, they look like continental tortoises with trees on their backs. They are huge and can even breed elves on the earth tortoises that have survived for a very long time. It can be called a small ecological circle. As soon as the huge two-tai turtle appeared, he stared coldly at the Koga ninja frog, showing his superb psychological qualities. Why the two-tai turtle? This guy moves slowly, isn't it just restrained by the Koga ninja frog? No, the two-tai turtle is just right. Principal Shui smiled slightly and understood Lin Xin's plan. Two-tai turtles move slowly and are physically strong, and they are good at defensive and counterattack tactics. In the face of long-range attacks, two-tai turtles can also use the advantages of grass-type elves to quickly recover their physical strength and accumulate strength. As long as it is used well, the two-tai turtle is also a powerful spirit that can wear teams. It turns out that it is planned to use a war of attrition. Li He's expression is subtle. But, this is 2v2. Gengar, Shadowclaw. Li He quickly replaced the sprite. Shadowclaw moves are very similar to Gengar. Under Gengar's control, the key attack of Shadowclaw moves is almost guaranteed. After replacing Koga Ninja, Gengar grinned. Go hiss. Zhang Gui's claws are lifted. The powerful ghost attribute power converges on Gengar's ghost claws. Motivated by the power of the Shadow Claw, the shadow on the ground extended to the audience like a revived monster. Gengar raised his claws and grasped them. The terrifying black claws appeared from the shadows, like a crocodile that devoured its prey, completely devouring the tortoise. Swallowed in by the Shadow Claw move, the two-tai turtle let out a terrified cry. With Gengar grinning, he gripped his claws fiercely. The power of the Shadow Claw moves penetrates into the gaps in the turtle's shell. Critical damage. As the roar of the two-tai turtle stopped abruptly, the Shadow Claw moves slowly dissipated. Degree. With eyes wide open and scarred, the unconscious two-tai turtle fell on the field. Go hiss. Putting on his sunglasses, Zhang Gui blew his claws. With one hand on two-tai turtle's body, Zhang Gui gestured a yes to the live broadcast Lu Wei. Y equals U smiley face Y. Principal Shui glanced at Lu Wei in the live broadcast with a subtle expression. These elves in the Li Pavilion's house have quite some ideas. Looking at the Gengar who posed with the two-tai turtle as the background board, Lin Xin looked up at the sky. The whole person seems to have turned gray. Dad me. I really did not expect this green tea to be so strong. It's not that my father underestimates the enemy, but this green tea uses the regional fraud method. Chapter 392 Xiaofudan, Dry Rice Makes Me Stronger. 2-in-1, 4,200 words. Through the video call, Casey and her daughter also saw this scene. It's only been so long, is that ghost stone already strong to this extent? Casey's expression was solemn. Although this one has not fought a difficult battle for a long time, his overall strength is not as good as when he was at his peak. But to be able to defeat the two-eyed turtle with one move, Zhenggui's strength is not much worse than Natsi's hoodie for the time being. I'm afraid, it's just a line, plus a mega evolution. Is this the cultivation method of the master trainers in Huasha district? But next, Casey's eyebrows stretched out. In this case, entrusting Xiaoguang to the other party, I feel more at ease. Casey murmured. Well, you have to carefully prepare a meeting gift. Then, Principal Shui, Xiaoguang will ask you. Casey said solemnly to Principal Shui. Ha ha ha, don't worry, the students of this school are just like my own disciples in my eyes. Principal Shui laughed. Witnessing Professor Li's strength, Principal Shui felt more relieved. In a short period of time, Gengar and Koga ninja frogs have been cultivated to such a degree that Professor Li's cultivation strength is so reassuring. Crush without injury. This professor can't afford to be offended. In the future, this professor's class must not be escaped. At the same time, go see for all backquote. After taking Lu Wei's phone, Zhang Gui's expression gradually became weird. For such a weak opponent, it is necessary to send Zhang Gui, Koga Ninja. I think that the crustaceans are always flattering him. Water, water. Xiao Fudan, I can do it too. Zhang Gui scratched his head, his expression sullen. Today's fans are too hard to serve. This uncle worked so hard that he didn't even give a reward for swiping the screen. After the battle, Li He took the initiative to step forward, held Lin Xin's hand, and said kindly. Uncle, your daughter will be my person in the future. Oh no, she is my student, we are a family, if there is anything in the future, please take care of it, there is a chance, let's learn from each other, I still have Xiaofudan in my family. Crustacean, don't be polite. Lin Xin took out the professional skills of office workers. Smile with you. While laughing, Lin Xin held Li He's hand with both hands and squeezed tightly. What you said is how close we should be. Asshole boy, who is your family? As long as I live one day, I will never let Xiaoguang dye your color. I pinch. It's a pity that Lin Xin's grip strength is good, but it's of no use at all to Li Guanju, the wave guide messenger. Master Li's current combat power is at least comparable to that of a green caterpillar. Koga Ninja Frog crossed his chest with his hands, and closed his eyes for not thinking enough. Now that the melee combat is supported by the surprising strike moves and the sneak attack moves, the melee combat strength is indeed improved to a higher level. But also more prone to injury. If the Lizard King was twice as strong, the battle would be extremely difficult. Still have to strengthen the long-range attack. Continue to hone the water cannon moves 100 times a day, and the black fog moves have to be put on the agenda. Glancing at Jahei Ninja, Li He's eyes moved slightly. Yes. Should improve the long-range attack of the Koga Ninja Frog. Winning or not winning is secondary, the main thing is not to get hurt. Look at the Lizard King and the two-eyed turtle. I don't know the number of medical expenses. Okay, Mr. Yuan Yi, spread the crowd, and also, today's events are not allowed to go out. Principal Shui clapped his hands and instructed. It is rare to have the trump card of Professor Li. At that time, maybe Yuhong University will be pleasantly surprised. 10 minutes later. In the office of Principal Shui. I will take out that ordinary gem mother mine from Fengyuan Bank later, and I will bring it to you in person. Willing to admit defeat, Lin Xin said. As for the little girl, please take your time. Although he is still wary of Li He, a male green tea, Li He's strength has also won Lin Xin's respect. With Li He as a teacher, Xiaoguang will be much smoother in the future. Thinking of this, Lin Shin had to admire his wife's vision. Then I thank you in advance. Li He nodded. Principal Fuan's secret biography of a brand new move, as a secret biography of a master-level trainer, requires extremely high talent. At the same time, this trick also requires a lot of foreign objects. Generally, Gem Mother Ore is the best auxiliary item. Plus the little fortune talent, even if it is impossible to immediately become a secret, but initially mastering a new look, it should not be a problem for Xiao Fudan. During this period of time, for the progress of the little guys, Master Li was also heartbroken. He even used his own authority to interfere with the next up of the Glory of the Elf game. Turn this month's up character into Ice Dragon and mysterious evolutionary conditions. What kind of elf is this? Ice Dragon, a mysterious Pokemon resurrected from ancient times. Damn it, it's so cute that it explodes. This old man's girlish heart. For the sake of appearance, I'm going to explode. Although some players are for character strength, there are also some male players and female players who are completely unable to resist the appearance and cuteness of elves. In the villa room, Kona's eyes lit up. When the Krypton gold is drawn to the Ice Dragon. After hearing Bing Shuilong's sweet yo-yoing cry, Kona buttoned the sheets with his feet excitedly, and rolled over on the bed. It's Ice Snow Dragon. Bing Yibu glanced at Kona. My trainer can't be like this. Kona, it's broken. No, I have to draw another one for evolution, and this one has to draw an immutable stone, hee. Looking at the Ice Snow Dragon blinking at him on the screen, Kona showed a happy smile. Fragrant. So delicious. After 10 minutes. After regaining his sanity, Kona realized something strange. Why does he know so much about Ice Snow Dragon? The evolutionary condition of the Ice Dragon is to have a battle at night, and after getting a promotion, evolve in a passionate mood. Feeling that this condition may be true, Kona's expression gradually became serious. Ice dragons are elves from 100 million years ago, and the current research community has discovered less than 10 in total. In addition, the conditions in the wild are not suitable for ice and snow dragon activities, so there are very few research reports on ice and snow dragons. How did he know the evolutionary conditions of the ice dragon? If this condition is true, this Li Guanju really has an unfathomable taste. Said that Cao arrived. As soon as the phone rang, Kona was satisfied. Master Li, I got it. I'm very satisfied, quite satisfied. Your characters are very exquisite. Then, regarding the Black Mist move, take the scales of Minos and Harp Dragon and the peeled skin, grind it into powder, and practice with the method of the Black Mist move. I'll send you a document in a moment on the specifics of how to cooperate with the practice. Finally, I want to ask, are the evolutionary conditions of this ice dragon real? Really, Li He said. Kona didn't ask Li He how he knew. A trainer who can go this far has no secrets. Hang up the phone. Li He received a call from Lilia again. Mr. Li, have you calculated this? Lilia said excitedly. Li He. This month's running water exploded directly, catching up with the release of the quota for the second internal test, and the running water is 4 billion. Mr. Li, you really are scheming. Li He, as expected of me. Thursday, April 15th. After asking for next Monday's leave with Principal Shui, Li He arranged the training of the school team. On the training ground, Coach Wang Dequan was in a good mood and said with a cheerful smile. Thanks to Professor Li's hard work day and night, everyone's strength has improved very well during this time. Li He looked strange. It's true that you work hard day and night. The little guys at home are using the Blue Star Alliance University team as a refreshable copy. Thanks to this, Crustaceous Shadow Claw moves become more and more skilled with practice. Cough, my elf is more familiar and kind. Li He coughed. Trainer on the field. Facing the training opponent Wind Speed Dog, the crustacean showed a malicious smile. Omega, oh hum. Move fast with super fast moves and wait for an opportunity to attack. Facing Professor Lee's crustacean, the sophomore team members were very serious and nervous. If you can't beat Professor Lee's Luwei, Jengui, and Jahei Ninja, there's nothing to say. But it's not like the crustacean, and I don't have a chance. Although this crustacea would use the mind hammer to fly, this could only slightly change the speed disadvantage of the crustacea. Although the crustacean's defense is strong, it can't stand the continuous attack of the rapid moves. In just a split second, the sophomore team member analyzed the advantages of the enemy, and conducted a simulated battle in his mind. Thinking of this sophomore team member must have. My wind speed dog is not weak. If I can win the crustacean, I might be able to get into the eyes of Professor Lee, and I will be able to apply to read Professor Lee in the future. Graduate students have a bright future. Take out all the speed moves. Divine speed moves have a very strong effect on the speed bonus of elves. After using this trick, the wind speed dog turned into a line of fire. Shutting back and forth on the training ground, the wind speed dog stared at the crustacean, and suddenly hit it head-on. Boom! With the dull sound, the crustacea was knocked back by more than 10 meters, and the carapace was burning with the scorching marks of the flame. Hey! Taking advantage of the opportunity that the wind speed dog had to pause after the impact, the crustacea showed a small expression of, "Caught you carrot where carrot." "I'm going to use the shadow claw move," Lee he said. Wang Dequan was stunned for a moment. As predicted, the dark claws of the shadow, like an octopus, bind the wind speed dog. The next step is the full-strength mind hammer move. Lu Bai D filled lower right triangle. Under the package of blue light, the crustacea was murderous. Suddenly slammed into the wind speed dog bound by the shadow claw move. With friction with air. The flame vortex move was used again, and the body surface of the crustacean turned crimson. Coach Wang Dequan's eyes widened. This is not a mind hammer move, this is a dragon dive move. Get out of the way. Feeling the power of the crustacean's move, the sophomore team members roared. Bound in place by the shadow claw move, the wind speed dog showed a look of horror, and there was a hint of helplessness in his eyes. I hide, how do I hide? Being bundled up by this shadow claw move, how can you hide? Bang! The air waves rolled, the loud noise exploded, and the wind speed dog was hit against the wall. The entire training ground trembled faintly. Wang Dequan looked surprised. Okay. Even the crustaceans have such fighting consciousness. How does Professor Lee cultivate every day? Looking at the wind speed dog with scorched fur and blue complexion. The sophomore team members twitched their lips. With the addition of the wind speed dog, I can't beat the crustacean without anyone's command. This is too hilarious. I didn't expect crustaceans to play tactics. Is this the result of staying with Professor Lee for a long time and being immersed in it? Professor Lee, YYDS. In the eyes of the school team members in awe, Lee he discussed with Coach Wang Dequan about the process of leading the team. The specific training method is still to follow Coach Wang's method. Lee he said cheerfully. Wang Dequan was stunned for a moment. Decided without even looking at my training guidelines. Is it possible? How could Professor Lee trust me so much? After a moment of silence, Wang Dequan said solemnly. Professor Lee, don't worry, I will do my best. A gentleman treats people with sincerity, and Professor Lee believes in me Wang Dequan so much, then my pharaoh will never betray his trust. That night, Lee he received a courier. The pupil shell of the iron-shelled pupa. After reading the signature, Lee he connected his mother's phone. Mom, what do you want me to eat? I can't make it. Looking at the golden empty chrysalis shell, Lee he said worriedly. Besides, I'm going to the Hajong area for a business trip soon, and I can't finish it. How simple this thing is, I'll send you the recipe, you can just follow it. Lee Ma said brokenly. Every day of your day, Lu Wei and the others have worked so hard, do they need calcium supplements or something? Besides, don't people get tired of eating energy cubes all day long? I didn't give you the same food all year round when I raised you. Let me tell you, if I come over next time and let me see which one is thin, I can't spare you. How old are you? Don't meddle in other people's business. Father Lee coughed and helped. What do you mean? You forgot that when you had surgery overnight, who took him to the hospital after the night shift? And when he was taking the high school entrance examination, did I take a leave of absence to let him prepare for the test with peace of mind, and now? Lee hung up silently. Dad, thank you very much. As the saying goes, beating is kissing and scolding, love is broken, love is deep love, and I won't share my mother's love with you. According to the recipe shared by Lee simply made a stewed iron shell pupa. The red fried pupa shells filled the iron pot, exuding a tempting aroma. Lee also specially prepared the happy water of the fat house with a price increase. Looking at the dish, Lee hesitated. The taste should be good, right? Come on, let's have a toast. Slip, omega, o. Bouquet u, asterisk, omega, dan tilde tilde cheers. Ra underscore ra, o, here. N tilde, go see Psy, backquote, Psy. Putting down the cup, Gengar took the first sip. His eyes lit up, and Gengar clapped the table with satisfaction. Cubed carrot tilde tilde go hiss. This tastes amazing. Bakuku. Seeing this, Xiao Fuden couldn't wait to taste a piece. Lips quickly turned lavender, Xiao Fuden. Bakuku. Roughly. Good guy, this thing is slightly poisonous. Lee was startled. Let's go, don't eat it, I'll get you a detoxification fruit right away. Baku, Su, Sigma. Licking his lips, a faint white light appeared on Xiao Fuden's body, the purple color of his lips quickly faded and disappeared, and Xiao Fuden quickly ate another piece of pupa shell. Xiao Fuden, Psi o lower half circle o, Psi, this thing is powerful enough. Seeing this scene, Lee looked strange. Did you realize that refreshed move just to continue eating the pupa shells? Chapter 393 Little Fortune Egg. Gilly Eggs. 2-in-1, 4,100 words. Friday, April 16th. Early morning. The cold wind from the Mount Everest mountain range was blowing, but when it entered the Blue Star Alliance University area, it was affected by the flame of Feng Wang and turned into a warm current. Boom, boom, boom. A little above the tree, Bobo, who was stalked by the Blue Star Alliance University, chirped excitedly. The cat boss, who was awakened by the meowing, gave Bobo a dissatisfied glance, yawned lazily, and continued his spring sleep. Originally, the altitude where the Blue Star Alliance University was located was only suitable for the life of ice-type elves. But after the changes of the trainers of the past generations, the nearby environment has undergone permanent changes under the power of the elves. Bakuku. At 7:30 in the morning, Xiao Fuden squeezed the time and opened the window. Breathing the fresh air, Xiao Fuden sighed comfortably. Buku, overline, tilde. Stretching and doing radio gymnastics. After admiring the morning scenery outside the window for a while, Xiao Fuden was relaxed and happy. The sun hit Xiao Fuden, illuminating a metallic luster. Hardening move curing. After habitually using the hardening move 30 times on himself, Xiao Fuden felt stable. Before the battle, you don't need to have a hardening move 180 times, so you can go to the battlefield. With a pink body and a round stone with a bulging chest, Xiao Fuden was raised by Lee as a cute version with big shoulders and round waist. After practicing the most basic hardening move, Xiao Fuden continued to practice other moves. After practicing a set of moves, Xiao Fuden used the Angel's Kiss move on Lee. Asterisk, backquote, heart. The pink peach heart made Lee wake up immediately. He skillfully picked up the fruit of the chaotic tree on the table and took a bite. Lee said calmly. Want to have breakfast? Since becoming a trainer, Master Lee has not suffered from insomnia and hair loss at all. Sixtails and Zhengui are good at hypnotism, which can make Li Guanju fall asleep in seconds. Coupled with the dream manipulation skills of Zhengui and Lu Wei, Master Li can even recite certain knowledge points in the dream. No wonder the descendants of those elite trainer families are generally not bad. Li He looked strange. People have a good foundation. Combined with hypnosis moves, dream-eating moves, and nightmare moves, you can learn in dreams. I thought of another entrepreneurial idea. I can open a dream cram school. Li He murmured. Presumably, children who love learning in the future will be excited to tears. I really care about the next generation so much. After breakfast. Coming to the living room, Li He and Jahe Ninja packed their luggage together. Hey! Using the shadow claw move, the crustacean folded its clothes into neat little squares. Crustacean. Backquote. I can do it too. It's just 4 or 5 days of travel, and I don't need too many clothes. After packing up his luggage, Li He told Shinado. Take care of the crustacean and Xiaofuden. With the Koga ninja frog, Li He came to the professor's private training ground. On the empty training ground, Lu Wei and Gengar are playing Go. Flicking his tail, Lu Wei looked serious. Hollow bullet, slip. Gengar scratched his head from time to time, his expression tangled. Go see, ye, D. In the middle of the chessboard, there are glasses of knowledge, and they use Go to squeeze their brain power and develop tricks. This is the personal advice of the headmaster of water. When it was Gengar's turn to play chess, he put on his glasses of knowledge, and after thinking for a few seconds, his eyes lit up. Go hiss. Look at this uncle. Kill your dragon. Not, slip. Six Tails looked serious. According to the agreement, Six Tails and Zheng Gui, in each round, can only use the wisdom glasses 3 times to enhance their brain power. The Six Tails, who have a strong desire to win, are naturally unwilling to admit defeat. Yo-Yo, his eyes flashed blue light, and Lu Tai's eyes were focused. Slip, oh. Watch out. Then Yo-Yo counterattacks. Glancing at Lu Wei's breakout route, Zheng Gui scratched his head again. Go hista de convex. This thing is too brainy. Fortunately, my uncle does not need hair to set off, otherwise he will be bald sooner or later. After observing the chess game of Lu Wei and Zheng Gui, Li He's expression was subtle. Use Go to hone the brain power of the elves, my dear. The master trainers in the Huasha area are really good. According to Principal Shui, Hu Di, a national Go player, studies chess manuals day and night. Although the actual combat was close, the strength of the Hu Di was definitely not inferior to the spiritual power of the main elf of the master trainer. In the upper level of the trainers in the Huasha district, the super-type spirits who can't play chess are not necessarily weak, but the super-type spirits with superb chess skills must be strong. Lu Wei, Zheng Gui, become a god as soon as possible. Li He encouraged silently. As for me, Master Li, this kind of exercise that will crit my hairline is not suitable for me, Master Li. The other side. Silently put away the shuriken, Jahe Ninja's hand made a seal, and his expression was serious. The water cannon moves are already familiar to Koga Ninja. This time, Koga Ninja wanted to use his water cannon with all his strength to test his limits. Strengthening the attack power 3 times with acupuncture moves requires the assistance of Li He's waveguide power. Okay, Li He nodded. The power of the waveguide surrounds the body of the Koga Ninja frog, creating a circle of airflow. Here. Koga Ninja frog's expression was serious. In the state of 3-point pointing moves, the whole body of Koga Ninja is surrounded by substantial blue water. Every stream of water is highly condensed water attribute energy. With the Koga forbearance frog pinched out the seal formula. The dark blue spiral body condensed in front of the Koga Ninja frog, and quickly expanded into a dazzling light body with a diameter of 1 meter. Su Xiao, who also came to the special training, shouted. This Jahe Ninja frog can still use the cannon water cannon move. Give me he equals 3 hollow circle. Koga Ninja re-energized, and the power of surprising strike and dark attack dyed the water cannon moves black. Next second, The dark water cannon disappeared from Su Xiao's field of vision. Boom! A loud bang exploded from the ceiling. Su Xiao heard the sound and looked at the hole in the ceiling. Su Xiao's scalp was numb. The professor's private training ground has been specially reinforced, and even the top professional level trainers will not leave a trace of scratches. With the ability to hit the ceiling like this, even the main water cannon moves of expert level trainers are not enough. However, the color of the water cannon is black. Su Xiao murmured. However, although the power of the water cannon is terrifyingly strong, it also has the weakness of being stiff after being attacked. Seeing the Jiahe ninja frog preparing for the next shot, Su Xiao couldn't believe it. What the hell? Don't say that there is no stiffness, but also with continuous hair. Brother Li, your Jiahe ninja frog, this is the water cannon move as a water cannon move. Su Xiao exclaimed. I don't know how to call Professor Li, so I just use the name Li Jie. No, this is the water cannon move. Li He looked strange. Water cannon moves are stiff. Su Xiao. If you don't want to talk about the mystery of solving stiffness, don't talk about it, I didn't ask. Professor Li's mouth is a ghost who deceives students. Whose water cannon moves are like this? Saturday, April 17th. Li He was awakened by the excited cries of Lu Wei and Zhengui. Yo-yo, carrot, oh carrot. He slapped Li He's cheek with his tail, and the 6 tails screamed excitedly. Gengar packed his luggage. Stuffing the 28-inch suitcase into his mouth, Gengar clapped his hands and grinned. Now you can get on the plane. Aren't you two playing chess? Li He reluctantly opened his eyes and sighed. The plane in the afternoon is too late to leave at noon. Circle all but upper left quadrant filled, for all, circle all but upper left quadrant filled, slip. The 6 tails raised their heads proudly, and the little tail flicked and flicked. Can a mere tricky move make it difficult to live in your own pocket? Gengar made an, okay, gesture. Backquote, no musical note go sizzle. Li He's expression was complicated. So soon, will it be? Having said that, the dream of living a 2-person world with Xiaojue. Wasted. In the past, he was also forced to follow Lu Wei to the trainer to practice his moves. Or follow Lu Wei and pay for medical bills. Can't do it. It's better to give it to the 6 tails and the Gengar find a more difficult target and make these 2 little guys sleepless. But, really, Li He murmured. Look at the 6 tails and Gengar. Sure enough, a new column appeared. Open black lens bracket trick close black lens bracket. Trick move, activate the mind. Greatly increases the attack power of spirits. Although Ho Ming has an idea, the 6 tails can also use tricks to increase their mental power. The power of spiritual power allows the 6 tails to more easily control the 2 legendary powers of Orange Flame and Blue Lightning. After breakfast, Li He received 2 packages. Lin Xin, General Gem Mother Mine. Ayako, Minos and Hark Dragon Scales and Skin Powder. Li He. After quickly dialing Casey's number, Li He questioned. Ms. Casey, you are. A few days ago, I chatted with Nazi, and I heard that your Jiahe ninja is practicing the Black Fog move. I think this is definitely needed. Casey waved her hand with a smile. It just so happened that I was also a coordinator, and Mikuri and I were familiar with each other when we were young, so I asked him for some Minos scales and shed skin. Although the number of Halcrons is small, one of my past students is cultivating Harcrons. You don't need to say thank you, there is nothing to be polite. Casey apologized. I'm sorry, I was just going to go to the district doctor to go through the formalities for Xiaoguang today. It's okay, no problem. After hanging up the phone, Li He sighed. In this way, I must not take care of Xiaoguang as my own godsister. They didn't talk about what to do with themselves throughout the whole process, but Li He really liked this. This is the so-called emotional intelligence, let you understand in your heart, but also comfortable. That Uncle Lin wasn't very strong. What was it that attracted Ms. Casey? After opening the package, A pale pink fist-sized diamond blinded Lee's eyes. General Gem Mother Ore. It contains unusually pure energy of general attributes, and the mother ore of ordinary gems has peculiar effects that ordinary gems do not have. Seeing this gem, Xiao Fudan's eyes twinkled. Omega Boo Library. As a general attribute elf, a general gem mother ore, Xiaofudan has a natural attraction to Xiaofudan. Take it. Lee smiled and said. This is for you. Holding up the ordinary gem mother mine, Xiaofudan's body burst into a soft white light. The other side. Union District, Raven City. In the Raven Gymnasium, Xiaojuer sighed repeatedly in the face of her parents' questioning. How many people are in his family? There are some beautiful people who are exactly like Xiaojuer, and Xiaojuer's mother is elated. No, it doesn't matter. If his family can't support it, we support him, and he can be a family cook. Of course, we also have to take care of people's face, and say that it is your agent, right? Just quit that agent and let him be your agent, so that the two of you will spend more time together. Your mother is right. At your age, your mother is already preparing for pregnancy. With a serious expression, Xiaojuer's father said happily. Great, Raven Gym finally has a new heir. Xiaojuer covered her head and sighed. After a pause, Xiaojuer sighed again. It's not what you think, at least, it's not what you think, he also has his career. Wait, Xiaojuer's mother's expression became strange. Impossible, it's the owner of the Li Pavilion. That Li Guanju. Xiaojuer's father also had an embarrassed expression. This is troublesome. Mom and I, you know. Daughter, tell the truth, you. Can you beat him now? Xiaojuer's father coughed. My mother and I don't think so. If so, won't he be able to restrain him? Otherwise, please ask your grandfather to come back from the Shanao area, so that if he doesn't obey, we can take special measures. Little Juer. Dad, I really want to see my great-great-grandson in my lifetime. Xiaojuer's father covered his face and burst into tears. Cough, cough, don't blame your father for urging you, it's really our body, alas. Xiaojuer's mother sighed. Mom, you and your bestie just finished swimming from Tianguan Mountain yesterday. Xiaojuer fluttered and blocked her way back. Still not in good health. Your body can make a white-haired person send a black-haired person. Right. Xiaojuer's mother ignored Xiaojuer and said to herself. Should I prepare a red envelope for the welcome gift for the owner of the museum? Well, it's true. Xiaojuer's father fell into deep thought. Since the object is the owner of the Li Pavilion, it is necessary to prepare a reasonable meeting gift. At the same time, located in the Hinoki Gym in Hinoki City, Hezhong District, the owner of the Hinoki Gym is connected to the notice of the apprentices of the gym. Oh, Li Guan is mainly coming to the Hezhong area. Wearing a suit, Hylian's eyes flashed. As the master of the gym in the Hezhong area, since Jim Li is here, how can I not greet him? Hylian murmured, his eyes burning with fiery fighting intent. There was no chance last time. Don't miss it this time. Blue Star Alliance University. In the living room of the villa. Bu Ku. Holding a common gem mother mine, Xiao Fudan's heart is full of warmth for the trainer. From initial care. But today, all kinds of memories have settled in my heart, and turned into an indescribable warm current, overflowing from my heart. This gave Xiao Fudan strength and strengthened Xiao Fudan's determination. Although I am afraid of pain, if it is for the trainer, I must become the strongest shield in his hands. A soft white light enveloped Xiao Fudan's body, and in the evolutionary fluorescence, the outline of Xiao Fudan's body changed dramatically. Evolution has begun. Chapter 394 Ant-Man Auspicious Eggs. 2-in-1, 4,100 words. Looking at the evolving Xiao Fudan, Professor Li had a complicated expression. The little padded jacket that I raised at home has not been warmed for a few days. The little padded jacket is about to grow up. As an old father, Master Li is in a complicated mood. But the evolution of the elf really cannot be returned. Looking at Xiao Fudan, who was getting bigger and bigger, Li He thought of a serious thing. As a Hercules character, Xiao Fudan's strength is exaggerated. The furniture kitchen of the hotel has been renovated 7 or 8 times. Even at Blue Star Alliance University, Xiao Fudan would occasionally shred the dishes. If this gets stronger, Li He twitched the corners of his eyes. It is not difficult to turn housework into demolition. Others are one punch and one monster. After Xiao Fudan evolves, one punch is one real estate. If this is in the central city of Leiwan City in the Hezhong area, where the housing price is 50,000 to 61,000 yuan, even if my owner, Li, is worth hundreds of millions, it is not enough to pay. Raising a Kirby is at best stable and poor. But raising a destructive little blessing egg may be the 3rd generation of poverty. After getting stronger, don't try to gain strength. But, seeing that Xiao Fudan's gradually enlarged palm easily squeezed out the cracks in the ordinary gem mother ore, Li He's eyes gradually burst into tears. Isn't it evolution? Have you grown up? As for crying, Shinado muttered in a low voice while watching this scene. But, unexpectedly, this guy has such a sensual side. After a dry cough, Shinado blinked and touched Li He's head. Omega, no, underscore, backquote, it's okay, we will always be by your side. Li He. What the hell? In the white light, Xiao Fudan's body gradually became larger, from half a meter high to 1 meter 4 or 5. The original round stone on the chest was also integrated into Xiao Fudan's body under the power of evolution. Instead, a white oval egg the size of a cantaloupe appeared at the position of the round stone. Whole body pink, lovely appearance. Coupled with the small dark eyes, Gili Egg waved his hands happily and stuffed the general gem mother ore that was about to be broken into the egg bag in his abdomen. Asterisk, backquote asterisk, lucky tilde. The gift from the host must be kept close to the body. Li He looked strange. Like Gengar, do you have a dimensional pocket? Doraemon egg. After evolution, auspicious eggs can produce edible eggs by themselves. This auspicious egg is also one of the top 10 top delicacies in the world, as famous as the tail of the dumb beast. Li He's eyes lit up. So, you don't need to buy eggs in the future, and directly realize the freedom of eggs. But on second thought, the eggs of Gili eggs are also made by the power of Gili eggs. According to the unreliable law of conservation of energy, the wool comes out of the sheep, and the egg comes out of the auspicious egg. It won't save any money either. After evolution, Gili Egg looked at his new body curiously. After seeing the egg on the chest, Gili Egg's eyes flashed. Lucky. For all backquote. After making scrambled eggs, there are ready-made materials directly. Slip equals carrot equals tilde. Looking greedily at Gili Egg's egg, Lu Wei swallowed and nodded expectantly. I don't know what the taste of egg tarts will be with this egg. No. Goxi equals carrot dish equals. Zhang Gui looked curiously at the egg bag of auspicious eggs. Didn't expect this thing to be so capable. Lucky. Gili Egg was in a happy mood. The first egg after evolution, naturally let the host eat. Looking at the auspicious eggs that started to prepare omelets, Li He hesitated. Lucky. Looking at the handle of the pot that was squashed by himself, Gili Egg scratched his head. Is this thing so soft? Li He looked up at the sky. Deciding to ignore this, Li He checked the list of Gili Egg's moves. In addition to the previous moves, the evolved Gili Egg has 4 more moves. The first one is rounded. By rounding your body, you can increase the defense of the auspicious egg. Unlike the hardening move, the rounding move improves the unloading ability of auspicious eggs. In the face of an attack, the hardened move improves the overall defense, and the rounded move reduces damage by dispersing the attacking power. Rounding moves and hardening moves complement each other. Although my auspicious eggs are fatter, rounder, and bigger, but also more flexible. Li He looked strange. It is conceivable to what extent the defensive-loving Gili Egg will make rounding moves. As long as my auspicious eggs are round enough, no attack can hurt me point to point. The second move is a smaller move. By making the body smaller, Gili Egg can greatly improve its evasion ability. Leahy's expression is subtle. This, isn't it, Ant-Man? After using the rounding move and the hardening move. Then use the smaller move, Xiaofudan's treasure punch. Wouldn't it be possible to get close to the opponent and directly hit the opponent's vitals? This punch is a bit ruthless. Leahy muttered. Originally, the treasure punch was terrifyingly powerful, and if you count the critical attack, it would explode with one punch. Besides, raw egg move. Use the nutrients stored in the egg to restore your maximum physical strength. Close black lens bracket. The raw egg move did not surprise Leahy, but what made Leahy's expression subtle was the serial slap move. Cross slap moves. Slap the opponent with a chain of slaps to attack. Attack 2 to 5 times in a row. Close black lens bracket. Other people's serial slaps are just a slight fan, but Gili Egg's serial slaps are terrible. In the kitchen, Gili Egg damaged many kitchen utensils. After initially learning to control the power, Gili Egg took half an hour to cook a simple omelette with chopped green onion. On the plate, the scallion omelette the size of a pie exudes a tempting aroma. The golden omelette is shiny and translucent, with the aroma of chopped green onion. The pure egg fragrance that bites down. Leahy swallowed his saliva. I'll start first. Cut a piece with a knife and fork and put it in your mouth. The unique egg fragrance bombarded the tongue buds, and an indescribable sense of satisfaction hit Leahy's heart. Unrivaled taste. The taste of this chopped green onion omelette. In Leahy's eyes, this simple omelette with chopped green onion exudes a shimmer. Presumably this is luminous cuisine. Slip oh. Go, asterisk, Sue tilde. Good to eat. Lube, carrot, ling, carrot. Give it to you. For Gili Egg's scallion omelette, the little guys all praised it. Even the Koga ninja frog, who doesn't like to show expressions, can't help but light up. After dinner, Leahy slowly wiped the poke ball. In the kitchen, Koga ninja was wearing an apron and scrubbing the dishes. The crustacean excitedly circled around the Gili Egg, and the Gili Egg was also trying to use the rounding move. After discovering that it can enhance defense, Gili Egg happily raised the corner of his mouth. Gengar circled the villa, making sure that nothing fell. Shinado was broadcasting live with his mobile phone. Squatting on Shinado's shoulder, Luwei shouted excitedly towards Leahy. Slip, carrot, carrot, asterisk. It's time. Leahy put away the poke ball. It's nice to be in one place though. But the life of a trainer is still adventure and the sea of stars. Thinking of Raven City, which he had never been to, Leahy also looked forward to it. So, let's go. Saturday, April 17th at noon. At Shancheng Airport, Lee and the little guys were waiting in the VIP lounge for the civil aviation flight to Raven City, Hezhong area. Originally, Lilia suggested that the owner of the library should take a private jet, but the owner of the library refused. I'm used to private jets, and it's a good experience to do a civil aviation once in a while. It had absolutely nothing to do with the melancholy wounded pilot. That one, is the Master Lee. Who? Which star? He looks good. What movie have you filmed? Can you go up and ask for an autographed photo? I said so, but in my complicated mind, no one stepped forward. As the CEO of the group, Lee Guanju has no rest time at all. Mr. Lee, immediately it will start the next up, and the planning of the event needs your approval. I haven't seen you for a while, and Lilia's dark circles are obviously heavier. Leahy worriedly said. Or, how many secretaries do you hire? No, there are too many commercial spies during this time. Let's talk about it after all the procedures are down. Lilia shook her head firmly. Thank you, Mr. Lee, for your love. But I can do it. That's right. Leahy didn't bother. You can hire a Shinado, or another high IQ elf as a secretary. You can handle this for yourself. I have a plan here. I want to set up a late-night cram school. Using hypnotism and nightmare moves, I will tutor some students who can't keep up in their dreams, so that they can embark on the road of trainers more smoothly. Lee He was impassioned. Lee He's heart. Students' money is the best earning. Lilia's eyes lit up. In this case, companies need to pay taxes every year, and the money invested in public welfare activities is a reasonable tax avoidance. Mr. Lee's intention is to use the money to help those students who cannot attend cram schools. Mr. Lee, it really is Mr. Lee. I have not been blinded by temporary success and money and polluted my heart. I understand what you mean, Lilia said with admiration. Mr. Lee, during this period of time, I was too addicted to data and revenue, and I forgot your philosophy. Don't worry, I will handle this matter alone. Looking at Lilia who hung up the video call, 3 question marks popped up in Lee He's mind. Lee He. I haven't finished yet, you understand. What do you understand? Do you understand me so well? After getting on the plane, Lee He yawned. I'll sleep for a while, call me when I get there. It only takes 6 hours to fly from Mountain City to Raven City. Sixtails and Gengar play go next to them. Obsessed with the game of chess, Gengar grabbed the airline meal and poured it directly into his mouth. Slip tilde, he wrapped a French fries with his tail, and Luwei stared at the chess game while eating. With the chess game anxious, Six-tailed eyes flashed blue light, Jangwe's eyes were scarlet, and both elves used tricks to improve their brain power. Luwei, ~tilde, hollow bullet Ben Yo-Yo will never lose. Jangwe, *D, even the eldest sister can't beat this uncle every time. Time flies by. When it was time to get off the plane, Luwei gasped slightly, and his eyes were full of exhaustion and excitement. Gengar, the whole body is hollowed out. Passengers, please note that this plane is about to arrive at Raven City Airport. Hearing the broadcast, Lee He yawned and woke up slowly. Arrive. Look further. Raven's largest landmark, the Ferris wheel, comes into view. At night, ride the Ferris wheel with Xiao Juer, he. Lee He rubbed his chin. Yo-yo oh carrot. Putting his face against the window, the six-tailed eyes twinkled. Xiao Juer's electric dragon said that there are many delicious food in Raven City. Six Tails have been thinking about it. New city. New strong enemy. New gourmet. Yo-yo, omega, asterisk. Go ni equals carrot dish carrot equals. Jangwei imitated Lee He and rubbed his chin. It just so happened that the fans in the live broadcast room were tired of the previous live broadcast content. This time, I can take the opportunity to live broadcast new content. Open black lens bracket Raven City Gym Challenge Series close black lens bracket. Go sizzle tilde. Thinking of the new live broadcast theme, Gengar grinned. This uncle is really a live broadcast genius. Looking at Raven City below, Geely Egg showed curiosity. Like flying in heights, the crustacean growled in excitement. Closing his eyes, Koga Ninja opened his eyes slightly, and a gleam of light flashed in his red pupils. The practice of black fog moves needs the training of the opponent. The gym master near Raven City is the best whetstone. In this way, you can also send victory and glory to the Lord. Raven City, Airport. As soon as he got off the plane, Lee He was stunned for a moment. Standing inside the airport, dressed in a gray coat, the handsome guy from the International Police Department waved. Master Lee. Lee He looked strange. Why is this troublesome man here? Hard to do. Is it to fight the underground force plasma group in the United States area? I just want to fall in love safely. Good guy. Get off the plane directly, and someone will greet you when you don't leave the airport. A platoon. This is the platoon of Master Lee. Shish, I feel like that guy is an international policeman, not Raven City. What's the big news? So Lee Guanju came to the town, right? Not caring about the discussions around him, Lee He greeted him. You or this? Nothing else, the consultant is here, I can't pick it up. The handsome guy smiled heartily. By the way, take a sneaky vacation and feel the fish. Don't you know how crazy my boss is? He's just obsessed. I've been working overtime for a month in a row. The handsome guy complained. Finally, the consultant came over, just to accompany him to take a good rest. The phone rang suddenly, and the handsome guy answered, "Hello. Where are you?" "I'm picking up our consultant Lee, and I'll be responsible for his safety by the way." "Ha, Consultant Lee still needs your protection. You used to protect you, right?" Handsome guy. Can you have a little emotional intelligence and tell the truth all day long? At the same time, Master Lee is also replying text messages to Xiao Zhuer. "Not yet," Xiao Zhuer asked suspiciously. "I'm in the red sports car outside the airport, you just come over and get in the car." As a famous model, if Xiao Zhuer showed up at the airport and didn't call the police, she wouldn't want to walk out easily. "I think too, why is another one here?" Li He explained. Halfway through the explanation, Li He saw a troublesome figure. Wearing a black trench coat, Lian walked towards him. He waved his hand to shake off the corner of his clothes, and Lian said in a serious tone, "Master Li, you've been waiting for a long time. The opportunity is rare, but please fight." After a second of silence, Li He looked up at the sky. "I, the owner of Li, didn't come to Raven City for these two rough guys." Chapter 395. My Master Li will also be able to change elves. 2-in-1, 4,300 words. Saturday, April 17th. At 6:30 in the evening, a name appeared on Li's blacklist. Black Even. "The man who almost made me the owner of Li Guanju, I remember you." Looking at Hylian with hot eyes, Li He had a headache. Trainers are persistent people. Shanao champion Sharona can choose the ice cream persistently for the last day. A certain doctor, in order to study elves, can pretend to be elves and do elves cosplay. Same. Although it is the villain boss, there is also a persistent side in Sakaji's temperament. Although this request is a bit presumptuous, Lian smiled and said seriously. "However, in fact, I have been paying attention to you, Li Guanju, since the last time. This time I really can't stand it anymore. Hello. Can you stop making the battle so ambiguous? Guests, please don't stay here too much, okay?" The voice of the flight attendant was completely unable to control the enthusiasm of the crowd. Is that the head of the Hylian Pavilion at the Hinoki Fan Gym? Hylian Pavilion's eyes are so fiery. Could it be something? What you just said? Listening to the gossip around him, Li Hesheng was afraid that he would make more lace news tomorrow, or become the cover character of some comic book books. Li He's scalp was numb, and he said quickly. "It's not convenient here, let's go outside first, okay?" "Yes, this is indeed not a good place to fight." Hylian nodded in response. "There are so many people nearby, what if someone accidentally hurts?" Presumably, this is the consideration of the owner of the Li Pavilion. In the face of challenges, he did not forget his duty and justice as a gym owner. "Master Li." His eyes became more fiery, and Lian murmured. The collision of ideas and ideas depends on who has a deeper understanding of elves. The handsome guy has a subtle expression. Two gym owners, fighting at the airport. Are you sure you two don't want to demolish the airport? If there is a real fire, the friendship will be directly turned into a terrorist attack. No, Li He opened his mouth. I actually didn't want to pick up. Slip. Standing on Li He's shoulders, Lu Wei shouted excitedly. Opening parenthesis dot question mark. Backquote omega. Ben Yo-Yo can't ask for it. Goxi, filled circle. He quickly opened the live broadcast room, and Zheng Gui happily broadcasted it. As soon as I got off the plane, I got the live broadcast material. This uncle is indeed a Zheng ghost who has luck in his life. Come here, I'm going. This man is handsome and immature, I can do this, little brother. It's my sister upstairs, my dear, you can, but people are not happy. I want the owner of the Cypress Fan Gymnasium, Hei-Lian, to stop working hard. How much does it cost? Cough cough, this Hei-Lian Pavilion Master looks at our Li Pavilion Master's eyes. Why do I feel that something is wrong? Koga Ninja didn't speak, but betrayed Koga Ninja's heart with the liquid shuriken that he was playing with. Crustacean competitive, he couldn't hide his small eyes at all, and Gili Egg shrank, but after seeing his shadow, Gili Egg thought that he had evolved, and the enhanced defense gave Gili Egg confidence. Lucky. For the sake of the master, I can also do auspicious eggs. The morale of the little guy made Li Guanju hold back his words. Although Hei-Lian is also a well-known gym owner in the Hejong area, even if his reputation is not as good as that of Xiao Juer, it is not much worse. But if you don't need Mega Evolution, I am not afraid of Master Li. The key is this kind of blocking behavior. If you don't get out of your breath, is it possible that the owner of Li Guan is easy to bully? Li Yi smiled slightly. As a trainer, it is also very important to respond to the spirit of the elves. Master Hei-Lian, I accept this competition. At the same time, with the introduction of a candid picture into the battle exchange group, it caused a chat among the group members. Isn't this, Hei-Lian? It's still that baby face, cute. Seeing the picture, Kona smiled slightly and sent a message to it. Pay attention to your age, Miss Kona. Invited by Hyerna, the gentleman Du Tianwang replied. Asshole, will not speak. If you have the ability, come one-on-one with the old lady. Du Tianwang is the one, be careful not to catch a cold. After all, Du Tianwang is afraid of cold. Kei Na replied sharply. This tense topic made Xiaoxia quite uncomfortable, and quickly changed the topic. Isn't the owner of the Hei-Lian in Cypress City? Did you go to Raven City to meet the owner of the library? But, isn't the owner of the library Li Xiaojuer greeted? Could it be triangle relation? Wow. Although she is the owner of the gym, Xiaoxia, who has opened her love brain, has made up a 52-episode classic plot in her mind. It covers classic plots such as, it's true that you are my brother, may all lovers in the world become brothers and sisters, and, want me to give up and step on my corpse. Opening parenthesis question mark. Epsilon. So curious. Mr. Hei-Lian is looking for Master Li to challenge him. Xiaoging explained. Some time ago, I talked to Mr. Hei-Lian. Regarding the Master of Li in the same field, Mr. Hei-Lian should be unable to hold back his desire to fight. Agree. Sharona agreed. Also a trainer who cultivates dragon attributes, Sharona is also looking forward to the growth of the crustacean. At that time, there will be a battle. Bite Blue Shark and the future flying dragon. If these two meet, something will definitely be born. Sharona smiled slightly, her eyes deep. Hei-Lian, I remember that Hei-Lian is good at general attributes. In the gap between the code words, Wanlong took the time to interject. Black Lian's exclusive Destruction Light move and Ultimate Impact move are also very powerful. As the first-tier gym owner in the Hejong area, if Hei-Lian is serious, he also has the power to threaten the Heavenly King. Among the general attribute gym masters, the strongest is the Chunghua Gym Master Qinli in the Fengyuan area. The absolute main force is the Leave King. Qinli is a well-deserved general attribute master. Note, the King of Leave. The King of Leave, a general elf who is lazy by nature, but has a physical quality comparable to that of Bankulas. He is extremely powerful and is the uncrowned king among general elves. Unfortunately, there is no way to see this battle. Pavilion Master Li will fight against Pavilion Master Hei-Lian. This battle must be interesting. In the garden of her own villa, Katoya regretted while drinking black tea. At the same time, Master Li and his party joined Xiaojuer and came to Raven's gym. Borrowing the venue of the Raiwan gym, Hei-Lian couldn't wait to fight against the master of the Li Pavilion. Standing on the command seat of the ordinary venue of Raiwan gym, Hei-Lian put his hands in his pockets and his eyes were stern. It is true that tactics and understanding of elves are the domain of Master Li, but I am not weak. Today's surprise attack is also a part of the tactics. Presumably, Li Guanju will send Lu Tai or Zheng Gui to fight the battle. With mental calculations, it is not impossible for me to win. Holding a poke ball, Hellion shouted. Come on, electric spider. Note: electric spiders, insects and electric dual attribute elves, look like tarantulas that have been magnified several times. With yellow hair, electric spiders can make electrical energy into spider webs. Opposite to Hylian, the two of them were chatting in low voices. Someone is really attractive and popular, Xiaojue quipped with her arms crossed. Li He sighed. I don't want this kind of charm and popularity. However, the opponent is Hellion, the master of the Cypress Fan Gym. You should be serious too. Seeing Hellion's elf again, Li He's expression was weird. Good guy, as the master of a general attribute gym, but fighting with other attributes of elves, this operation is very black. Although he is a general attribute gym owner, Hellion is good at all attributes. Yo-yo, asterisk. Six Tails were ready for battle. Goxi. Handing over the phone to Shinado, Zheng Gui asked to fight. Li He looked at Lu Wei and Zheng Gui. Jiaga Ninja, I'll give you the starting lineup. Six Tails. Slip. D. Go hiss. Give it. Unexpectedly, the Lord's first starter would be himself. Jahe Ninja took a deep breath, his eyes resolute. The opposite is strong though. But we must not live up to the trust of the Lord. The battle adopts the mode of choosing 3 out of 6. During the battle, both sides can change the elves. The professional referee working in the Raven Gym shouted. Now, the battle begins. In the auditorium, Xiaojuer's die-hard fans and gym apprentices whispered. Both are so handsome. Traitor, are you trying to betray Sister Xiaojuer? Although both sides are handsome, I feel that Lord Hylian will win. There is no reason, just fan his face. On the battlefield. Shaola, his eyes were cold and full of prey, and the electric spider was weaving a power grid around his mouth, ready to turn the venue into his own hunting ground at any time. Here, standing calmly in front of Li He, Jahe Ren Frog was tall and straight, and his eyes were solemn. Following the referee's order, Hylian waved his hand with a cautious look in his eyes, and shouted. Electric Spider, Grid. After using the grid move, the electric spider can weave a cobweb of electricity. As long as they come into contact with the grid woven by the electric spiders, the elves will inevitably be injured by electric shocks, paralyzed, their speed will drop, and they will eventually become prisoners of the electric spiders. The electric spider's eyes narrowed. Like a golden fishing net, a large net made of electric current was spit out by the electric spider, covering the Koga ninja frog. Li He raised his eyebrows, and the power of the waveguide turned into a gust of wind, blowing the corner of Li Pavilion Master's clothes. O.L. Surrounded by the turbulent waveguide, Jahe Ninja raised his hand and quickly shot a black water cannon. So fast. Hylian's pupils suddenly shrank, and he shouted. Back off, hold on. The black water cannon ripped apart the power grid, and with lightning speed, the violent power of the black water cannon was vented on the electric spider. Gritting his teeth against the blue barrier, the electric spider was repelled to the edge of the field. The ground was plowed out of scratches by the limbs of the electric spider. I glanced at the defense move barrier that cracked the texture of the spider. Looking at the scars on the electric spider again, Hylian's expression became extremely solemn. An attack that even electric spider's defending move couldn't completely prevent. Is this a water cannon move? The power of the water cannon moves of the Mega Water Arrow Turtle is no more than that. Standing in the corner of the venue, the handsome guy had a weird expression. Did I hear it wrong? In fact, the owner of the Li Pavilion is shouting cannon water cannons. Xiaojuer nodded and replied. This blow already has the power of a water cannon. Hey, it's so strong. The first start has an advantage. Is this Li Guanju? That move just now was water cannon. The attack speed of the water cannon move is so fast. Look, this is the hard power of Master Li. In the face of Hylian, the owner of the Cypress Fan Pavilion, the Patriarch Li did not hold back. After all, Cypress Fan Gym, in the official rankings, although not as good as Raven Jim, but not much worse. At the stage of gaining momentum, Li Guanju blessed Jiaga Ninja with the power of waveguide. But the Black Company is the Black Company in the end, and it also blocked Li Pavilion Master's opening lore with precise guarding instructions. In the end, it's the master of the Battle Flow Gymnasium who has experienced hundreds of battles. This hand is very slippery to defend the move. Li He narrowed his eyes. Koga Ninja Frog, don't stop, continue the water cannon move. The black water cannon condensed again. Haley-en took a deep breath, his eyes flashing. Just blocked the blow of the Koga Ninja Frog with the hold move, it is already the limit of the electric spider. If you use a stand-in move, it's just a waste of physical energy. That being the case. Seeing that the Koga Ninja Frog was about to attack, Haley-en made a superb move. The terrified electric spider was taken back and replaced with a new elf. Great Sword Demon, See-Through. See-Through moves, as a move that uses waveguides, elves can use see-through moves to see the trajectory of the opponent's moves, so as to avoid them. The big sword ghost has a majestic demeanor. The red light in his eyes flickered, and the great sword demon moved to the right in advance, avoiding the attack route of the black water cannon. At the same time, while avoiding the attack, use the revenge move to perform the ultimate impact move. Hellian's order was issued again. While avoiding the black water cannon, the great sword demon deliberately inflicted a little scratch on himself. After being injured, the revenge move takes effect, and the great sword demon's counterattack will be able to explode with astonishing power. Coupled with the powerful to terrifying the ultimate impact trick, if the Koga Ninja Frog is hit, it will be seriously injured and fall to the ground. Amazing. Watching this, the handsome guy's eyes were solemn. As expected of the rumored owner of the Hylian Pavilion, who was known for his calmness, he turned around and reinvigorated Pavilion Master Li's army. It's amazing. Xiao Zhuer glanced at Haley-en indifferently. But the traces of this defensive counterattack are too heavy. It lacks a bit of natural meaning. Sure enough, facing Master Li, Haley-en was under a lot of pressure. Li He smiled. Want to take down the Koga Ninja Frog with the ultimate impact move, and let the sword ghost retain plenty of physical strength. Hall Master Hylian, you are too greedy. Because it's too greedy, the tactics are too deliberate. Li He took out a pokeball and aimed it precisely at the Jahei Ninja Frog. At the same time, blood red all over, the great sword demon rushed in front of the Koga Ninja Frog with an unstoppable tragic aura. Successful. Even with the mentality of Haley-en, it is inevitable to stir up at this moment. The hero Koga Ninja, who took the lead in eliminating Li Guanju, this battle is too tempting. However, the light from the Pokeball made Hellian's heart sink. Hold on. Replacing the Koga Ninja Frog, Gili Egg used the hold-up move to take a blow from the Great Sword Demon from the front. Immediately after, with only the last trace of blood left, Gili Egg's heart was beating wildly, and his pupils were full of fear and confusion on the verge of serious injury. Generally speaking, there are two reactions after fear. One is losing the ability to resist, and the other is crazy. Double return. Gili Egg's face flushed, and he slapped the Great Sword Ghost in a circle. With another slap, the Great Sword Demon made a reverse turn. Serial slap moves. Immediately after, the body suddenly shrank, and Ji Liden waved his shrunken fist and punched the big sword ghost in the eye socket. Vital attack. Treasure moves. Boom. He was blasted dozens of meters away by Gili Egg's punch, and the big sword ghost smashed into the wall and lost consciousness directly. It's not a good thing to be too obsessed with the present. Li He smiled slightly. The overall situation of the owner of the Haley-en still needs to be tempered. It is accepted. Chapter 396 The Special Field of Auspicious Eggs, 2-in-1, 4,100 words. Black even looked ugly. As Li Guanju said, he placed too much importance on the immediate victory and gain and loss, so he didn't even consider whether the Great Sword Ghost would be killed by the defensive counterattack tactics. Of course, the lack of data on the auspicious eggs of Li Guanju is also an objective factor, which is a crime other than war. But even so, not taking this into account is a terrible mistake. Black even looked gloomy. A possibility had to be considered. That is it because his previous tactical plan has actually been read through by Li Guanju? Standing on the edge of the field, the handsome guy had a solemn expression, and there was a hint of exclamation in his eyes. To be able to take down the two cadres of the rockets, Li Guanju's field strength is beyond doubt. But did not expect. In the regular event, the rotation of the Master Li is also so exciting. The surrounding Xiaojuer's fan group and gym apprentices were also shocked by this series of confrontations. The strength of these two masters. I don't know how the patriarch Xiaojuer is. There was a muttering from the crowd. Lord Xiaojuer is definitely more powerful. A female fan replied subconsciously. But inside, the female fans were a little shaken. Whether it is the owner of Hylian or the owner of Lihe, they all look very strong. Especially Lihe, the pavilion owner, actually made the black even pavilion owner, who is good at calculating, fall down. Even the little Juer-sama. No, if it's Xiaojuer-sama, it will be fine. But even female fans can't calm down their inner unease and turbulence. On the field. The battle has not continued. After taking back the great sword demon who was eliminated by Gili Egg, Heilian slowly calmed down. On the opposite side, following the raw egg instruction from the owner of the Li Pavilion, Gili Egg ate his own egg. Using the nutrients stored in the eggs, Gili eggs restore part of their physical energy. Carapace Dragon, Prey. Then, Li Guanju used quick rotation skills to restore the physical fitness of Gili eggs to the original. Lihe's series of magical operations. Even the auspicious eggs were taken aback by their almost intact state. Gili Egg. L, degree L, my trainer is too strong. Looking back at Lihe, Gili Egg gained a great sense of security from Lihe. With such a trainer, I must not have thing. Having experienced the bloody battle together, Gili Egg's trust in Li Guanju has deepened. At the same time, Gili Egg's small dark eyes also showed a little more determination. Even if you are afraid of pain, sometimes, the pain in the heart is more painful than the pain in the body. In this battle, Gili Egg does not want to lose. The general attribute gemstone mother ore in the chest cracked again, and the pure general attribute gemstone power was added to the auspicious egg. A certain power hidden in the Gili Egg was stimulated, and an invisible coercion erupted from the inside of the Gili Egg and swept the audience. Gravity moves. Note: gravity moves, super energy attribute moves, cover the entire field with a gravity field, oppressing all flying attribute elves and elves with floating characteristics. Boom. Facing the sudden force field oppression, Heilian's flaming lion let out a low and angry roar. Note: Flame Lion, Fire, General Dual Attribute Elves, with flaming mane, Flame Lion looks like a male lion. Under the oppression of the force field, the flaming lion had to use stronger strength to maintain the stability of the body. Not only that, but even the flames burning on the flaming lion were suppressed to the point of being almost extinguished. This. Black Lion's pupils tightened. He knew that gravity moves could oppress opponents, but when did gravity moves weaken the opponent's firepower? Lihe's expression was subtle, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Ordinary gravity moves are indeed unable to suppress the flame power on the flame lion. But the new look move on Gili Egg is the secret move of Fu Wen, a master trainer. It can be combined with other moves to suppress and disperse the power of flames, which is also the power of this secret. However, doesn't it mean that this secret scripture is quite difficult to practice? Lihe's expression was complicated. Why, it seems that Gili Egg has suddenly entered the market. Is my auspicious egg talent so buggy? This scene directly caused heated discussion in the eyes of the surrounding female fans and gym apprentices. Master Li, what is the situation that directly suppressed the master of Hylian? Isn't it? The master of Hylian, who is good at calculating, was counter-calculated by the master of Li. This scene makes people have to ponder. The owner of Hylian is like a black butterfly bound in a spider web, and the master of Li, a wily spider, is a step-by-step, calculating too deep. Shocking. Seeing this, Xiao Zhuer shook her head slightly. Hylian and Li He can be said to be the same type of trainers with the most overlapping fields. Both of them relied on their knowledge and understanding of elves, as well as in-depth research on moves, to show complex and changeable tactics and crush their opponents. However, the biggest shortcoming of trainers in this field is that if you encounter a higher level of the same type of master, you will be beaten in reverse, and there is almost no power to fight back. In this regard, Li Guanju, who has a deep understanding of legendary elves, is undoubtedly standing at the pinnacle of this field. Hylian is facing the dimensionality reduction blow of master-level trainers in the same field. Another 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Boom! Facing the punch of Gili Egg, the Fire Lion retreated in embarrassment. Competing in hard power, the gap between Gili Egg and Fire Lion is not small. If you don't hold on to the move, the Flame Lion can solve the auspicious egg with one blow. Even if there is a hold-up move, the flame burn after the Fire Lion's attack can quickly take away the last trace of Gili Egg's physical strength, making the hold-up move useless. This is also the plan of Hylian's Fire Lion. It should be so. But Gili Egg's brand new move not only directly removes the burn characteristics and flame attachments on the body, but also removes them all arrogantly. It can also be blessed on the serial slap moves under the Hercules characteristics of Gili Egg. In the face of Gili Egg's new look move suppression and the speed suppression of gravity moves, the Flaming Lion forced by Gili Egg had to fight with Gili Egg hand to hand. The result is that the horror of the auspicious egg is huge, and the skeptical beast is suppressed. In the end, with the ingenious rotation of Li Guanju, Koga Ninja, who suddenly appeared on the field, wiped the Fire Lion's neck neatly. The shuriken of Koga flowing water, the secret attack. Huo Yensha's pupils dilated for a moment. Facing the sudden death of the enemy of the same level, Jahei Ninja, Huo Yensha barely controlled and did not cry out, maintained his last dignity, and fell to the ground. Immediately, there was dead silence all around. The fans and gym apprentices in the audience were all silent. I thought that the owner of the Hylian Pavilion still had a good chance of winning. Even once again, it is an evenly matched battle. Did not expect. It turned out to be a slow collapse like a snowball, and finally, the whole line collapsed, and the trend is over. The handsome man swallowed hard. Although I can guess that Li Guanju has a bigger chance of winning, I didn't expect it to be a complete suppression. International police isn't it too much to search for this amount of money left by the police department for a year? Brother Li, you are really strong. Master Li, YYDS. In the live broadcast room, there were a lot of rewards, which made Zheng Gui laugh. 6 tails lay on the ground board, flicking their tails, 6 tails. Omega, the reason for not letting Ben Yo-Yo go, is it to be able to play longer? Xiao Zhuer smiled slightly. Really? After the initial defeat, Black Lian couldn't get it back at all. This is also normal. In the face of this kind of trainer who masters the general trend, winning or losing is often determined by the initial loss. It is almost impossible to think of a headwind. At this moment, Hylian smiled slightly. He sighed again, and Hylian shook his head slightly. Fortunately, it is not that there is no gain at all. Although the trend has passed, it is not his style to admit defeat. The electric spider was dispatched again, and Hylian shouted, "Superior!" At the same time, in the battle exchange group, a group member who traveled in Huasha shared that Gengar's live broadcast room was in the group. Other people's Zhenggui will broadcast live, do new media work, and support trainers. What about me? Wan Long complained. I'm still staying up late coding, and then skincare. Sigh, Hylian is still nervous. It should be that when he faced Pavilion Master Li, his too strong desire to win interfered with his thinking. Xiao Gang said pertinently. The result should be 3-0. In her own room, Xiaoxia rubbed the duck head of Da Duck with a hint of joy in her eyes. Seeing that the dignified Cypress fan gym owner Hei-Lian was like this, Xiaoxia found a little comfort in it. It's not that we are too brittle, but this guy named Li is too insidious. At the same time, the electric spider was scarred. Facing the crustacean's ferocious flame-throwing move again, the electric spider sighed in resignation and closed his eyes. The strongest power grid moves were completely suppressed in the face of Gili Egg's new look. Electric spiders, who are not good at face-to-face attack, can't find opportunities at all. Under the constant rotation of Crustacea and Gili Egg, the physical fitness of the electric spider also continued to decline. In the end, he didn't even have the power to evade the crustacean's flame-spraying move. As the electric spider fell, everyone couldn't help sighing. There is no need for the Koga ninja frog. Instead, the crustacean was used with the auspicious eggs, and the rotation was constantly changing, which just killed the electric spider. Master Li, it's too dirty. The electric spider is incapacitated. The referee announced the result. Therefore, in this battle, Master Li won in the end. So dirty, so dirty. Master Li's old routine, killing people by the way. Li He looked strange. Can this be my fault? It's clear that the crustaceans and Gili eggs are too happy. Is it wrong for me to want them to be happy? Lucky, at no. Lu Bai, for all backquote. Although it was a joint effort, it was able to defeat a powerful opponent like the electric spider, which made Crustacea and Gili egg very happy. Forget it, just be happy. Li He muttered. This pot, I carry it. Lu Bai. Crustacea roared excitedly at Li He. The Dragon Palace can also play the main attack. Gili Egg sat on the ground, calming down, while Gili Egg had lingering fears. Although the end result is good. But if it's close, my egg will be cold. Really? Still practicing defensive moves. This is my way of auspicious eggs. After winning the victory, Koga Ninja's tense spirit suddenly relaxed. Looking at Li He, Jahei Ninja said silently. Lord. I have lived up to your expectations, I won the victory you wanted. The other side. Looking at the reward in the live broadcast room, Shinedo's mouth twitched. Once again determined to make Li He a cash cow, Shinedo secretly clenched his fists. This is how my Shinedo makes money. After dispersing irrelevant personnel, there were only Li He, Xiao Juer, Hei-Lian, and Handsome Guy left in the huge venue. Hei-Lian sighed and said to Xiao Juer and the Handsome Guy. This time, let the two of you laugh. No, no, the Handsome Guy waved his hand hurriedly. You are all laughed. Then I don't even have the qualifications to be laughed at. It always feels a bit like Versailles. What is there to be unsatisfied with to be able to play master-level trainers in the same field at this level? Xiao Juer nodded with a smile, and did not reply politely. At the level of Xiao Juer, she has already no need for any more politeness. Master Li, I took the liberty in the end, Hei-Lian said sternly. Thank you for the pointer. Indeed, I was blinded by my desire to win, and I almost forgot that the most important thing was the general trend. Cough, actually, you can fight. Li He said with a smile. I also broke a cold sweat halfway through. Hei-Lian coughed several times in embarrassment. Isn't that what you did too? You're breaking a sweat, so what am I? Quickly changing the subject, Hei-Lian took out a badge and handed it out. Although it's a small private battle, I heard that you like to collect badges, so I also prepared this. Cough, no need. Li He looked strange. What do I want this thing for? The voice did not fall. Sixtails took it with excitement. With this, you can participate in any regional competition, right? I have no interest in the prize money of the competition, but the continuous battles in the regional competition can satisfy the Sixtails' desire to fight. Oh, *******, oh slip. Next time, I'll do it myself. Seeing that Lu Wei took the badge, Koga Ninja nodded slightly. Presumably. Although it seems heartless, the big sister is also heartbroken for this family. Open black lens bracket quest progress update. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket obtain the badge of the Hinoki fan gym. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket reputation value increased. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations, Master Lee, this time, you are one step closer to the regional conference. The handsome guy who doesn't speak politely flattered. As we all know, bullying Mengxin and smashing the trainer's wool is the consistent style of Li Guanju. Before parting, Heilian slapped his forehead and apologized. I almost forgot. Master Li, according to the rules of the gym, I should also provide a secret biography of the move. I don't have anything I can take out, that is, the secret legend of normal attribute moves destroying light. Although for this move, Li Guanju, you should study more deeply, haha. Helian said politely. I hope it can be useful for you. Go sizzle for all backquote. Slip hollow bullet hollow down pointing triangle hollow bullet. Looking at the excited Lu Wei and Zheng Gui, Li He's expression was subtle. Then I will thank you. I'm well versed in destroying rays of light. Why didn't I know about this? Li Guanju himself. Chapter 397. Destruction of Light's Secret Moves, 2-in-1, 4,000 words. Sunday, April 18th. Because Xiaojuer's fan group and the apprentices of the gym did not keep their mouths shut, the master of the Hylian gym stopped the plane to challenge the master of the Red Lotus gym, but he was lost by the master of Li at 3-0 and disappeared like wildfire. There was a heated debate in the United States. Quote question mark. I'm going to opening parenthesis, Su 0 seal. 3-0, are you kidding me here? Last time I went to the Hinoki fan gym, I was directly beaten by 3 ordinary elves. I saw such an exciting news early in the morning. Is Li Guanju here to dominate Hejong? Eat melon and watch a play. This is to beat Heilian as a junior. Of course, there are voices of doubt, but in the face of the sneaky video clips circulating on the internet, even the gangster can't find a flaw. This is a real fight. At the same time, this small video of the masters of Li and Heilian was also passed on to the chat group of the local gym owners in the Hejong area. Looking at the video in the group, Shaka, the master of the Dragon Attribute Gym in Shuanglong City, folded his arms with a solemn expression. When he was young, he was also a very good-looking gym owner. Although he is old now, Shaka is still the top male god in the eyes of the grandmothers. Tall, with a gray beard, as a well-known older generation dragon-type gym owner in the Hejong area, Shaka has a majestic temperament. The owner of the Red Lotus Gym in Guandu, that Heilian is no match at all. Shaka's eyes were deep and he murmured. The owner of the Li Pavilion is really young and unfathomable. Indeed. Alo, the owner of Qibao Taoist Hall in Qibao City, Hejong District, agreed. The skin is dark and lustrous, and the appearance of aloe vera is dressed like an ordinary black ant. Together with Heilian, the master of the General Attribute Gymnasium, Alo knows the strength of Heilian. Because of this, he was able to seal the black even 0. This Li Guanju is really unfathomable. It actually sealed the black company 0. With Catalia and Wan Long, the lingonberry eyes narrowed slightly. Dressed like an ancient aristocrat, the lingonberry is the evil king of the Hejong region, born from a noble family, but after a famous family. After watching the whole video, the lingonberry pondered and fell into thinking. Although Heilian is young, Heilian does not have the pride of a young gym owner. It can almost be said to be a flawless gym owner. But it is such a Taoist master. It was turned out to be the owner of the Li Pavilion. Oppressed like this. In addition, it is said that the owner of the Li Pavilion once fought with Catalia to draw Wanlong and Zyrna. I also had a private discussion with Dao in the Fengyuan area, and the gossip was open every 5 to 5. Is this the master of Huasha district? It's interesting and interesting. Lingberry rubbed his chin and muttered. I just don't know what the odds are if I face him. Although expensive as the four heavenly kings, the Lingonberry, like a certain female ninja, likes to gamble and has a bad habit. Thinking of life and battle as a big gamble, the Lingonberry leaned against the back of the chair. Holding his chin with one hand, Lingonberry evoked an interesting smile. If you have a chance, you can gamble with him. It seems that the owner of the Lee Pavilion is staying at the Raiwan Gymnasium and living with Xiaojur. Really, what is their relationship? Living with Xiaojur. What's the situation? Washa's son-in-law, dominating Hejong. Looking at these group news, Li He, who was pulled into the group by Xiaojur, dived silently. The remark was changed to, passerby B, and the owner of the library sighed deeply. I swear to God, Master Li. I really don't have any plans to sweep the congregation. Li He's scalp felt numb at the thought of being kicked by many Hejong gym owners. My host Li had a good holiday. I came to talk to Xiaojur about life ideals, not to collide violently with your group of gym owners. I beg you. Don't think about divergent thinking, crazy brain supplements, self-strategy is here. Li He coughed and sent a message. Mengxin is bubbling, this pavilion owner Li is actually very peace-loving, a very gentle and anti-war patriarch, just here to fall in love. No. This new kid is naive. Tian Tong, the owner of the Sanyao Gym in Sanyao City in the Hejong area, posted a picture of, cuttingly, waving his hands. Dressed like a staff member of a star-rated hotel, Tian Tong's hobby is bartending, and he is engaged in the profession of a Pokemon sommelier. In his own restaurant, Tian Tong joked. According to my observation, this Master Li is an extremely belligerent gym master. It is said that when he returned to his hometown of Chengdu province, the master of the Li Pavilion changed his tricks and turned all the masters of his hometown. Remember, it's all. Some of them went to battle in person, and some simply let the elves go. All in all, it was really ruthless. More than that, it is said that the Li Guanju was a bit shameless at the beginning. He even took the newly cultivated Six Tails to participate in the rookie competition, and used his master-level commanding skills and tactical strength to crush the past. Insane, this is it. Lingberry's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but complain. Good guy. This Li Guanju is in the Washa district, and he was a master of evil attributes before. It's not a human thing to do. These things, I have no face to do it. Under the sympathy of each other, Lingberry actually admired the owner of the Li Pavilion. Being a little confused by the rich experience of the owner of the Li Pavilion, the owner of the Aloe Pavilion asked inexplicably. What is he drawing? Happy. Tian Tong's expression was serious, and his eyes were full of confidence. According to my guess, this is the business hobby of the owner of Li Pavilion. Just like how we adjust our lives in business, we are engaged in other occupations. The business and hobby life of this pavilion owner is to play against newcomers, kick the gym, challenge the gym owner to win the badge, and participate in various low-end events. Having a good discussion with Mengxin trainers, using Mengxin trainers and gym owners to hone their elves, and picking up the wool of various competitions, this is the happiness of the Master Li. Tian Tong said with certainty. This Li Guanju, he is such a person. Master Li, is there some serious illness? Fukio City in the Hejong area, Fukio Gym Master Fenglu was stunned and complained. Although he is the owner of the gym, Fenglu is not very interested in the battle, but prefers to fly jet planes. Feeling that too busy working in the gym will affect the joy of flying a jet plane, Fenglu tries every way to persuade challengers every year. However, if the Master Li came to the door. So troublesome. In case of winning the Li Pavilion Master, wouldn't it be famous and the challengers would come in an endless stream? Very troublesome to say. The true love is to fly a jet plane, and Fenglu can also sit in the famous gym Fukiji Gym, entirely because Fenglu is talented. And the talented person is so confident. Li He looked up at the sky. These people, actually think of me, Master Li. I am obviously so gentle and so kind. In the guest room of Xiaojuer's house, Li He turned his head and said to Shinado with a blank expression. Don't you want to earn money by live streaming? Go, take the 6 tails with you, I allow this matter. Facing Lu Wei again, Li He was serious and said with serious eyes. I know you want to challenge a powerful enemy. I heard that the Master Tiantong of the Sanyao Gym in Sanyao City is quite strong. Go, the Master of Li, was never the type of person who would suppress his elf nature because of his own personal emotions. Let your elves develop freely and have your own hobbies is the consistent practice of my Master Li. Li He waved his hand. Go on, 6 tails. Dare to slander me on the internet, Li Guanju, do you really think I can't kill Li Guanju along the network cable? Did you take the wrong medicine? Lying on the bed and kicking, Shinado's eyes widened. Didn't Li Himo suffer from some serious illness? Shinado hurriedly sat upright with a serious face. Li He, I can give you a burlap and filial piety. Can you give me some of the inheritance? Climb. Slip, heart. Jumping on Li He's shoulder, Lu Wei excitedly rubbed his little head against Li He's cheek. Li He is still the painful Li Heliu back then. By the way, be careful, don't get hurt. V. Hollow bullet, Omega, hollow bullet, heart slip. Go see, where. Zhang Gui's eyes lit up. Packing up the laptop that uploaded the esoteric tale of Black Leon's destruction light move, Gengar is ready to go. Shinado has travel experience. With Lu Wei and Zhengui, the safety of Shinado's 3 little guys doesn't have to worry about the safety of Li Guanju. Anyway, the elf of my patriarch, Li, will not be deceived by Team Rocket's metaphysical camouflage tricks. Raven City and Sanyao City are both economically developed central cities. It only takes 2 hours by plane from Raven City to Sanyao City. On the plane, taking the luxury private room, Shinado broadcasts while typing. It's a pleasure to take Lu Wei and Zhengui to the bombing street hall. Gym owners in the Hejong area, danger. 6 tails, Omega, high voltage, it's time to make the gym owners in the Uho area feel the pain. I didn't pay attention to Shinado in the live broadcast. Facing the upcoming gym challenge, 6 tails and Gengar carefully study the secret legend of He Lian's destruction ray. On the laptop screen, the Circle Bear was dispatched, and while Hylian explained, he let the Circle Bear demonstrate the light-destroying move. The destruction of the light moves is to let the elf mobilize the power of the whole body to attack. In one blow, the full strength of the elf is gathered and poured on the opponent in the form of light. Hylian said seriously. Because of the speed of energy attacks, this move is difficult to dodge. But because this move requires the use of all body strength when attacking, it is difficult for the user to change direction when using it. Therefore, if you can read the direction from the opponent's eyes and seize the opportunity, you can also avoid light-destroying moves. As he said that, Hylian directed an Ibrahimovic to use a see-through move, which easily avoided the destructive beam move of the Circle Bear. At this time, the weakness of the light-destroying move comes out. After using the light-destroying move to attack, the user will have sequelae due to excessive force, that is, the inability to move for a short time, commonly known as stiffness. Yo-yo. Flicking his tail, Lu Tai's eyes were focused. Go sizzle. Mei Maida sucked in a mouthful of joy, and Zhang Gui tore a piece of chicken thigh in a big mouth. While enjoying the food, Gengar nodded vaguely. It is so it is. No wonder Li He didn't say anything, this move doesn't look difficult. The uncle understands. On the laptop screen. Using the rigidity of the Circle Bear after using the destroying light move, Ibrahimovic slammed into the circle, knocking the Circle Bear out. Seeing this scene, He Lian smiled and said. This is the traditional destruction light move. It has strong attack power, but it also has big flaws. If you use it well, you can solve your opponent with one move. If you use it badly, it's a gift. So, generally speaking, the improvement of the trainer's light-destroying moves is divided into 3 directions. One is to adjust the power of the light-destroying moves to avoid stiffness. The second is to increase the attack speed of the damage beam move, making it harder for opponents to dodge. The third is to enhance the control over the esoteric technique of destroying the light. In the end, not only can it be used to break the face, concentrating and enhancing the power of the destroying light, but also reduce the side effects. Generally speaking, a trainer who can improve the destruction ray moves in any aspect is enough to be called a professional-level general attribute trainer. Speaking of this, Halian's eyes showed a hint of pride, and said plainly, "And my Black Company's changes are all-inclusive." As the gym master of the general type gym Hinoki Fan Gym, the secret of destroying the light is the pride of Hylian. Go sizzle. Yo-Yo, Noshi. Sixtails and Gengar looked at each other, and the two little guys nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Only children make choices. Adults often want it all. The other side. Sanyo City. Three Lights Gym. In rocky grounds. Facing the challenger, Tian Tong, the master of the Three Lights Gym, with a smile in his eyes, snapped his fingers handsomely, and ordered. Give it a blow to its opponent, Cauliflower Ape, Energy Ball. The hair is green and the body is like a monkey, and the eyes of the Cauliflower Ape are playful. He shot an energy ball at random and hit the fire-breathing dragon's face. With a dull explosion, the fire-breathing dragon was knocked to the ground. Cauliflower Ape clapped his hands casually. Fire-breathing dragons can't fight. This battle is the victory of Gym Master Tiantong. Hearing the referee's voice, Tiantong comforted the frustrated challenger softly. It's okay, you still have a lot of room for improvement. Don't be discouraged, Sanyao Gym welcomes you to challenge again next time. Thank you. After bowing and thanking, the challenger asked. Master Tiantong, if you are serious, who is stronger between you and Master Li of the Red Lotus Gym Island? I don't mean anything else. It's just that I want to go to the Red Lotus Gym to challenge, and I want to know in advance. The challenger scratched his head. The gym apprentice who was the referee coughed and said, although Li Guanju is strong, our Tiantong Pavilion owner is not without a chance of winning. As an apprentice in a gym, how can you not support your own gym owner? That's right, I'm taking the liberty, the challenger nodded. It was difficult to interrupt in the middle. Tiantong coughed awkwardly, then. Yo-Yo tilde. Following Shinado to the door, Lu Wei greeted happily. Then Yo-Yo came to challenge. Go hiss equals ko equals. A drop of cold sweat fell from Tiantong's temples. I just finished talking about people's right and wrong in the morning. This is the door. Would it be so fast? After 2 minutes. Holding the badge of the Three Lights Gym in his mouth, Lu Wei walked out of the gate of the Three Lights Gym with a comfortable face. Slip O**, Sue. Still rushing to the next one. Inside the gym. Looking at Shinado and Zheng Gui who went out, Tiantong's eyes twitched, and he withdrew the coke-colored cauliflower ape. The challenger looked blank. What just happened? Looking at the time again, the challenger has a complicated expression. I played with Tiantong Pavilion for about 8 minutes. And even if you count the opening and the end, the Six Tails of the Li Pavilion and the Tiantong Pavilion only fought for 2 minutes. This day. Gym owners in the Hejong area put on masks of pain. Just arrived at the residence, will update during the day tomorrow. On May 1st, tourists are going crazy. Degree. One more night please. Arigato. Omega ideographic period. No heart. M___ winking face M. Chapter 398 The elf of Li Guanju has been killed. 2-in-1, 4,400 words. Monday, April 19th. Early morning. In the training ground of Raven Gym. Koga Ninja is practicing the Black Mist move. Using the hot water move, the Koga Ninja frog heats the water flow formed by the energy of the water attribute into water vapor. Give me. Surrounded by water vapor, the Koga Ninja frog's hand seals. Oh. Using the supernatural power move again, the Koga Ninja frog was suspended in the sky with a serious expression. Li stood on the edge of the field with a strange expression. Is this the legendary soaring clouds and mists? Immortal special effects Jahe Ninja Frog.jpg. Isn't bound transformation a fairy mode? Li's internal complaints did not affect Jahe's practice of the Black Mist move. The practice steps of the Black Mist move are not complicated. With the scales and skins of Hakron and Minas, the special ingredients in the scales and skins of Hakron and Minas are integrated into the fog controlled by the Koga Ninja Frog. After changing the nature of the mist, the Koga Ninja Frog allows the body to absorb the mist. After the body gets used to it, the Koga Ninja Frog will naturally be able to use the Black Mist move. Black Fog moves, Ice attribute moves, create Black Fog. You can use the power of Black Fog to change the ability of the opponent's elves back to the original point. Li muttered. For enhanced flow, Black Mist is also a key move. Taking advantage of the Black Mist move, Koga Ninja's 3-Duan acupuncture will be more threatening. Li rubbed his chin with a subtle expression. Is this the only way for me? Like light blue fine sand, the skin and scales of the Harkron glittered with powder. Combined with Minas, multicolored flake powder, these are mixed together in a glass bottle, like a beautiful piece of art. First Ren Frog controlled the fog, and every time the fog entered and exited the glass bottle, it would be dyed with a layer of colorful blue light. Seeing this scene, Li looked complicated. Each bite is worth several figures. At the same time, Master Li's friendly door-to-door greeting has aroused a burst of praise and frantic complaints in the circle of gym owners in the Hujong area. I heard that you were beaten by someone's 6 tails. At Sanyudao Gong Zuti Entong, expression, dog's head eats melon. In the exchange group of gym owners in the Hujong area, the main style of the gymnasium with his eyes shining brightly, he ate melons with great interest. Oops. This is so much fun. Eating the melon from the owner of Li's house is much more fun than dealing with challengers. Compared with the wind and dew at Fukio Gym, Aloe Vera from Kibao Gym had a serious expression and asked. Is it so strong? Tiantong, tell me in detail. Unlike Fenglu, who doesn't care about the position of the master of the gym and just finds it troublesome, Aloe has to rely on this profession to support her family. In the face of the attack of Li Guanju, Aloe has to be cautious. Ya tilde auntie, you are too cautious ha ha ha. I read the news on the internet. Tiantong uses the grass-type elf cauliflower ape, which happens to be restrained by the fire-type 6 tails. Fenglu said indifferently. In addition, Li's 6 tails are all attacking. If cauliflower ape is head-on with the 6 tails and hits the 6 tails head-on, if he is hit on the key point again, the damage will be several times. It's normal for an ape to be knocked out by the 6 tails. Auntie, although the age is the age of the ant, the age of women is a taboo, and the aloe vera veins explode. This arrogant little girl. Just your work attitude, be careful that you will be dismissed due to complaints. Aloe said angrily. Really? Yeah, I quit my job many times, but I just can't quit. Fenglu didn't care at all. Heartless, completely self-centered, Fenglu is such a temperament. Otherwise, he wouldn't play any fantasy battles with the trainers, trying to persuade the challengers by all means. Well, the two of you should stop arguing. Although losing to Li was a little hard to tell, Tiantong was not angry and smiled. Indeed, what Miss Fenglu said is not wrong. When the 6 tails came on the field, they used orange flames and a sword energy. The sword energy-like thing directly killed them, and the cauliflower ape reluctantly staggered the position, but did not thinking that the orange flame sword energy of others will turn. Tiantong said helplessly. I couldn't dodge it. After this blow, the cauliflower ape fell to the ground with serious injuries and lost consciousness. As for the critical attack. Cough. Tiantong is also the owner of the 3 Lights Taoist Pavilion. Even if he was caught off guard, the cauliflower ape barely avoided the key point. Even so, I couldn't resist. The 6 tails of Pavilion Master Li are such a terrifying flame move. Tiantong analyzed. This orange flame should be the special ability of the 6 tails, plus the auxiliary attack of the supernatural power move. As the owner of the Three Lights Gym, Tiantong also has a vision. Even if he only saw it once, he also analyzed the doorway of the six-tailed attack. Orange Flame. Shuanglong Taoist Pavilion owner Shaka had a solemn expression. Could it be the flame of Lithium? As the gym master trainer of the Yulong clan in the Hejong area, Shaka also maintains contact with the king of Guangdong Crossing and the champion of God Oxyrona. Knowing that the Six Tails not only possess orange flames, but also possess blue lightning that is suspected to be the thunder of Zekrom, Shaka's eyes are deep. What is the purpose of this Red Lotus Taoist Pavilion? Who came to unite the public? Hard to do. Is he playing Kuram's idea? Shaka muttered to himself. Kuram, the most powerful legendary elf in the United States, transformed into a dragon and an ice attribute legendary elf named Kuram. As a legendary elves of the dragon attribute, Kuram has mastered the ice attribute power to restrain the legendary elves of the dragon attribute. From the three legendary elves, Kuram, Lahiram, and Zekrom, we can see the mystery and tyranny of the ancient dragons. Recalling the information held by the Hejong Yulong clan, Shaka sighed. After all, Shenlong was the highest existence that dominated the entire Hejong region in the past. If all the legendary elves in the Hejong area are regarded as a god, Shenlong is the worthy supreme god. Therefore, according to the mysterious connection between Kuram, Lahiram, and Zekrom, if Kuram's ice attribute power is obtained again. Shaka raised her head suddenly, her eyes shocked. Is he using the power of the dragon to build the foundation of the Heavenly King for the Six Tails? Is this the handwriting of the masters of Huasha district? I'm getting old, I really can't compare to these young people. Shaka said to himself with a complicated expression. All in all, everyone, it's better to be careful. Tiantong reminded. The Six Tails of the Li Guanju are quite belligerent, and they won't stop like this. Let's make a big deal out of it. Feng Lu is full of confidence. According to my fantasy battle thinking, the Six Tails should start a fierce attack at the beginning, and then I will use the defense, and then attack while defending. Then I will use a substitute, at the cost of consuming the substitute, to deal damage to the Six Tails. Using this routine, my odds of winning should be above 80%. Aloe really doesn't want to complain about this little girl. Can you be more confident? Is this kid really sick? Master Li is here. Xiaojuer's parents seem to be out on a trip, and Li He had no chance to see them these days. At noon, Xiaojuer was going to shoot a new fashion show. Li Guanju accompanied Koga Ninja to practice black fog moves while managing the company. Mr. Li, I have already held a pilot program in the late-night cram school before, and the parents responded very well. Lilia said excitedly through the video. Originally thought it was just a public welfare project, but after a bit of budget, not only can it be profitable, but the income is not small. Li He coughed. Thanks a lot. It's not hard, Lilia said sternly. We are only physically hard, but you who think about these plans are mental hard. Looking at Li He's hairline, Lilia secretly clenched her fists to encourage President Li. Mr. Li, don't go bald. After hanging up the phone, Li He searched the internet for comments and posts about late-night cram school. Learning demon cultivation class, late-night tutorial. Today, my mother came home and excitedly told me that from today onwards, I can study in my sleep, and I can improve my points when I sleep. I thought my mother was obsessed with evil, but as a result, I think I cried. I didn't expect that reality would finally take hold of my dream. I'm so embarrassed. I used to dream of little sister and big sister, but now I dream of the 10 sets of the college entrance examination wizard, which is a simulated battle drill. Master Li, I love us so much. I really thank you. Li He rubbed his chin. It seems to have received unanimous praise. At noon, it was the turn of auspicious eggs to cook. Lucky, carrot oh carrot. While researching the principles of increasing fertilizers, I happily made egg fried rice with auspicious eggs. As long as the body is rounded and fat is added, the unloading effect of rounding moves will be even greater. 10 minutes later. Leahy was eating egg-fried rice with auspicious eggs, and his mouth was full of fragrance. Sure enough, you can eat a tail sashimi if you raise a dumb beast, but a real gourmet still has to raise auspicious eggs. The eggs of Geely eggs are the real all-purpose ingredients. Steamed egg custard, egg-fried rice, tree fruit scrambled egg, chopped green onion omelette, egg-wrapped fried pork. Geely eggs are really fragrant. Looking at the electric dragon training with the Koga ninja frog, the crustacean dragon's eyes were serious. Is this the reality of the world? A fat house that is not a dragon is so strong. This dragon palace still needs to work hard. After Leahy sent Xiaojue a picture of lunch. Let the crustacean take the lunch to Xiaojue to deliver food. Leahy glanced out the window. I don't know what happened to the six tails and the Gengar. The gym owner in the Hejong area is not a parallel importer. In case of injury, or, let's go to see later. At the same time. Taking the plane and subway, the three little guys, Luwei, Gengar, and Shinado, came to the second stop. Fukusho Gym. Go Sig go Sig. Pointing at the phone with his finger, Zhenghui logged into Leahy's account, and while browsing the content of the Hejong Gym Masters Exchange Group, Zhenghui recounted it. So, the owner of Fukio's gym should be much better than the previous hotel waiter. Shinado said vaguely while eating the specialty steamed buns from Fukio's city. Is this a public tour? Will Leahy be reimbursed? So cool. Hollow down pointing triangle. No. The owner of Fukio's. Isn't this the Windu? The one who said in a few words last time that I was not qualified to challenge me and persuaded me to quit. You have today too. Luwei, rush for the Lord. The challengers in the live broadcast room also complained about Fenglu's irresponsible attitude. Sitting on Shinado's shoulder, Six Tails nodded thoughtfully while listening to Gengar's description. It's rare to see such a confident gym owner. Flicking its fluffy six tails, the big dark eyes of the six tails gleamed, showing a strong fighting spirit, and the six tails screamed excitedly. Yo-yo, W***. Defeating powerful opponents will make Ben Yo-yo stronger. After learning the lines he saw before, Luwei raised his head, nodded his chin, and muttered a sentence with interest. Yo. Fukio Gym Master, let Ben Yo-yo happier. Open black lens bracket supernatural power close black lens bracket a move. The door of Fukio Gym was pushed open. The eyes of the gym apprentices in charge of guarding the gate immediately focused on the six tails, a line of little guys. Shocked, curious, panicked. Gym apprentices with all kinds of eyes looked at each other, not knowing which apprentice swallowed hard. Gudong. Mother. The elves of Pavilion Master Li have really come to the door. At the same time. Inside the gym. Feng Lu, who was about to fly a jet plane, sneezed suddenly. No, this is God warning me. Feng Lu had a serious expression. As predicted. Hearing the hurried footsteps of the apprentices in the gymnasium, Feng Lu sighed helplessly. Challenger or something will only affect the speed at which she can fly. It's been suffered, the Pavilion Master, come. The apprentice of the gymnasium showed panic. Who's here? Lu Wei's six tails, kicked the door. HMPH. Oh, Feng Lu smoothed her bangs and said indifferently. According to my fantasy battle calculation, my win rate is 80%, why panic? The gym apprentice opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. I can't say that, the owner of the museum, I think your trick is really unreliable. At this time, in the battlefield, Shuanglong Taoist Gym Master Shaka was already sitting on the viewing seat. Shaka folded his arms and his eyes were deep. Actually really let the elves challenge other gym owners. Do you use this method to hone the elves' autonomous fighting consciousness? It's really yours, Master Li. Fenglu came to the gymnasium venue. Looking at the six tails standing in the middle of the field, Fenglu asked in surprise. What, haven't the fight started yet? If you want to challenge me, you have to get through the 4 auditors of Fukio Gym first. Let's start, Feng Lu urged. The 4 reviewers looked at each other, and one of them smiled awkwardly. It's over. Finished. Feng Lu's eyes widened. I walked over in less than 2 minutes, right? You're done. Did you go on together? Play. Cough. In the face of the dignified pavilion Master Li's elf, we have to do our best. Let's go together. The eldest reviewer had a complicated expression, and his voice became lower and lower. Then, let's go down together. Fenglu. Looking at Lu Wei again, Fenglu's eyes lit up. So cute. Are you sure you want to fight me? If you beat your hair bald, I'm not responsible. Feng Lu advised. Actually, there is no need to win. My fantasy battle drill tells me that my winning rate is 80%. Slip. Backquote W. Six-tailed eyes narrowed, six-tailed fluttering, fighting spirit high. In that case, Feng Lu sighed. I'm sorry, I was in a hurry to fly the plane, so I took out my main lineup. Facing Fenglu, a blue flash of lightning gathered between the 6 tails of the 6 tails. Slip. O, W, asterisk, O. Open black lens bracket ding. Mission progress update. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket get the Fukio Gym badge. Close black lens bracket. Lihi was stunned for a moment. So fast. Lihi looked strange. According to this rhythm, if I lie down for 8 days, I will be able to participate in the Hejong Regional Convention. Is my patriarch Li too strong? Or are the gym owners in the Hejong area more brittle? Fukio Gym. Holding the Fukio Gym badge in his mouth, the 6-tailed expression was subtle. Slip. W. That's it. Go sizzle. End of work. That's it. Shinado looked strange. This gym owner is so ordinary, yet so confident. Master, are you alright? The owner of the pavilion, it's not just 6 consecutive seconds when Lu Wei uses blue lightning for 3 seconds, not 6 consecutive seconds. Feng Lu looked at a loss. That's unreasonable. Obviously my calculus is an 80% chance of winning, how could this be? There are a lot of things in the past few days, and the updates are irregular, sorry. Before the 9th, the update will not be very regular, sorry for that. Chapter 399, Black Mist Move, 10,000 Snakes. I create psychic beasts in the elf world. Monday, April 19th. In the afternoon, the weather turned from cloudy to sunny. That's when the 6 tails got the Fukio Gym badge. At the same time, the Koga Ninja Frog also achieved a new breakthrough. Black Mist Move, Ice Attribute Change Type Move. The black mist rises, and the ability changes of the spirits fighting on the field return to the original point. Close black lens bracket. At the Raven Gym training ground. Seeing the information about the new move of Koga Ninja Frog, Lihi's expression was indifferent. As for the setting that his own elf talent is too buggy, Master Li has already begun to accept it. No wonder. I've also seen the drill video for the Black Fog move. The question is what's going on with your Black Fog move? The Koga Ninja Frog who was using the Black Mist move, Lihi murmured with a complicated expression. The black mist created by the Black Mist move can change the ability of the elf back to its original point. In order to increase the attack speed and effect of the Black Fog move, Koga Ninja naturally combined the supernatural power move with the Black Fog move. Theoretically, the greater the amount of opponent's exposure to black mist, the faster the opponent's ability change status will be cleared. In addition, for better attack effect, Koga Ninja also added the poison created by the poison move to the Black Mist move. As such, the specific appearance is the Black Fog created by the Black Fog move, behind the Koga Ninja Frog, condenses into a purple giant python with a huge snake head the size of a locomotive, which can swallow the opponent in one bite. The more he looked, the weirder Lihi's expression became. You sure? Isn't this thing the psychic beast of Orochimaru from Naruto? Before, it was okay to play water escape ninjutsu, but now you have even connected the spirit beasts. Good guy, Kishimoto really is a manga artist, how can you understand Hokage? Lee couldn't help but complain. But the complaints are returned to the complaints, and the owner of Lee is still very pleased with the self-innovation ability of Jahei Ninja. This must have been cultivated by me, Lee Guanju, so well. Cough. Lee Guanju coughed lightly, and said to Jahi Ren Frog seriously. Not bad, keep up the good work. Give me. Make persistent efforts. Could it be that the meaning of the Lord is, the black mist move has room for further improvement? After pondering for a few seconds, Koga Ninja came to a realization. Yes, wow. It should be combined with the hot water move, so that the black mist of the black mist move can be turned into high temperature steam. Add another burn effect to the black mist move. As expected of the Lord. Really unique and far-sighted. Every sentence has a hidden meaning and is being broadcast on demand. Give me, Delta. Koga Ninja nodded earnestly. This continues to improve. Looking at the black mist move 10,000 snakes, that gradually emits high-temperature heat, Pavilion Master Lee. At the same time, inside the Fukio dojo, with a white beard and a majestic face, the older generation of gym owners in the Hujong area and the mayor of Shuanglong City, Shaka, slowly got up. Isn't that, Shaka, the gym master of Shuanglong City? That dragon attribute gym owner? Dragon attribute master Shaka. There was an uproar from the onlookers. In the Hujong area, Shaka is not only the mayor of Shuanglong City, but also the gym owner of Shuanglong City. He is also a rare dragon master in the Hujong area who specializes in dragon attributes. Ignoring the noise of the crowd, Shaka glanced at Feng Lu with a solemn expression. Looking at the six tails again, Shaka squeezed out a rare smile and said in admiration. I haven't seen an elf like you in a long time. As a dragon-type trainer, Shaka greatly appreciates the strong fighting spirit and competitive spirit of the six tails. With his arms folded over his chest, Shaka's white eyebrows were raised like swords, and he smiled and invited Lu Wei. It's better, let's learn from the old man and me. Slip, Omega. Do not want to slip. In the internet age, the speed at which any event spreads is terrifying. After less than 10 minutes of deliberation, the news of Li Guanju's six tails defeating the Fukiji Gymnasium in the Hujong area has been on Twitter's hot search. Open black lens bracket 1 wears 3. No command all the way. Master Li's six tails defeat Fukiyoshi Gym Master Fenglu hot. Close black lens bracket. Fortunately to be at the scene, the six tails of Pavilion Master Li are really strong. He actually used a special blue thundering move to directly explode the three elves of the owner of Fenglu Pavilion. It's outrageous. That's the thundering move, isn't that the six-tailed tail-wagging move? Dog head saves life. This Li Guanju doesn't talk about martial arts, but he actually bullies us Fenglu with the attacking six tails that can use powerful electric-type moves. If you have the ability, your six tails will let us show a paw, and let's see if our Fenglu doesn't make you hairy. 2. Hey, the six tails seem to be flicking their tails. Master Li, rabbits don't eat grass at the edge of the nest. My master, Master Li, eats grass at the edge of the nest, and is unparalleled in mowing. On the edge of the training ground of Raiwan Gym, Master Li looked strangely at the news on Twitter. Is my patriarch Li like this? Who only eats the grass on the edge of the nest? Also mowing unparalleled. However, if this continues, it will affect the reputation of my patriarch Li. If I marry Xiao Zhuer in the future, and a group of patriarchs in the Hujong area block the door for me, it will be a bit of trouble. Li he muttered. Of course, this is by no means the main reason. The main reason is that the owner of the library, Li, is worried about the safety of Lu Wei, Jingui, and Shinado, and it has absolutely nothing to do with the owner of the library. Thinking like this, Li he dialed Shinado's video call. After the connection, Lu Wei squeezed in front of the camera, showing off the 2 gym badges he had obtained, and Lu Wei shouted proudly. Yo-yo. Check it out. Ben Yo-yo, how capable you are. Good job. Li he coughed and said sternly. But let's stop here. It's too dangerous. Dangerous. Shane Duo's expression was subtle as he glanced at Six Tails, who had not lost a single hair. Did Lee Heda misunderstand the word danger? Go see Go Ni. Using his claws to support his chin, Zhang Gui assumed the posture of a famous detective with a serious expression. Danger. Recalling the elf whose 6 tails were electrocuted into coke-colored wind dew, Zhang Gui had a flash of inspiration and slammed the palm of his hand with his fist. Zhang Gui realized. Go hiss. It turns out that the trainer was afraid that the eldest sister would not be careful in her freshman year and could not control her strength and send other people's elves to the hospital. It doesn't cost money. It's very dangerous. Sure enough, the trainer still lives like this. Li Guanju was serious and said. You guys just stay where you are and I'll go right over. Hearing this, Shuanglong Taoist Pavilion owner Sha Ka touched his delicate white beard. The owner of the Li Pavilion was not there when he was fighting with that kid Tiantong, and the out-of-tune girl Fanglu. Now, he actually has to rush over in person. What does this mean? It shows that the owner of the Li Pavilion attaches great importance to the old man. In the face of this kind of respect, I have to do my best, old man. Chapter 400. Master Li. Open black lens bracket. The legendary person close black lens bracket. April 19th, Monday, afternoon. After saying hello to Xiaojuer who was going to work all night, Li He took the crustacean, Gili Egg, and Koga Ninja Frog to Fukio City. 3.5 hours later. At the brightly lit Fukio Airport, a white civil aviation swooped to the ground. It's Civil Aviation Flight 865. It's the flight that Li Pavilion Master took. The reporters who were guarding the airport immediately followed the wind and blocked the exit of the airport. It is said that Li Guan is mainly due to the master of the dragon attribute Shaka. Is it true or false? It must be true, otherwise the news agency would not have notified me quickly and asked me to rush over to get first-hand information. Can this matter be fake? Our company's reporter said that Senior Shaka is now waiting at the Fukusho gym. Flash on. They were blocked at the entrance of the airport lobby again, and the reporters were anxiously waiting for the flight while having heated discussions. I just don't know who wins and who loses between these two. Master Li is unfathomable, but the old master of Shaka is also a dignified dragon attribute master, although this dragon attribute master has a certain amount of water. These two should score 5 or 5 points. But there doesn't seem to be any powerful elves in the hands of Pavilion Master Li who has a special advantage and can restrain the dragon attribute elves. The old pavilion owner Shaka may have a bigger chance of winning. As the mayor of Shuanglong City and the master of the Shuanglong Gym, Shaka is a well-known dragon-type gym master in the Hezhong area. In addition, Shaka's old pavilion owner is very senior and highly respected. Even if Guandudu Tianwang is in front of him, he has to respectfully call Shaka, Senior Shaka. 10 minutes later. As soon as he walked out of the airport gate, Li Guanju was immediately surrounded by a group of reporters. Master Li. Master Li, you came here in person this time, are you very cautious about this battle? Master Li, do you have anything to say about the battle with the old master of Shaka? Who is going to fight against Shuanglong Taoist Gym Master Shaka? Li He. The other side. Kalou region, the scene of the World Championships. On the high platform of the huge circle facing the battlefield, Ho-Oh's immortal flame was burning, illuminating the surroundings. A fast dragon with a flat expression and restrained momentum quietly suspended in the air. Only when he glanced at the flame of the king, Kuailong's eyes closed, exuding an astonishing fighting intent. Old man, don't worry. As long as you keep walking, you will be able to see this Phoenix King sooner or later. Standing with his hands behind his back, his cloak was lifted by the night wind, and the King of Heaven comforted Kuailong Dao. Kuailong nodded silently, and suddenly, Kuailong glanced in one direction and met the murderous golden dragon's eyes. With an astonishing murderous aura all over his body, Libite Lu Shark slowly walked out of the darkness. The two elves didn't move, and the oppressive aura collided violently, actually suppressing the power of Ho No Flame, making the surroundings darken. Hyerna. Listening to the sound of high heels tapping the ground, Du Tianhuang smiled slightly and greeted him flatly. Now, on the bright side, only the fierce biting land shark of Shanao champion Sharona who can compete with his own fast dragon. Guandu Heavenly King, God Oxyrona champion, these two represent the strength ceiling of dragon attribute trainers. Fairy, the long golden hair shone with a beautiful brilliance under the light of whose flame. Sharona smiled and nodded, and responded. I remember that when I participated in the Kanto Regional Conference in the past, on the night of the finals, I also stood under the Hanoka flame all night. Language. The conversation turned, and Du's eyes were deep. How much confidence do you have in the face of Dandy's gigantic fire-breathing dragon in the Kalo region? The final of this World Championship will be held at the Royal Battlefield in the Galar region. For Dandy, the champion of the Kalo region, it is a good place at the right time and place. In the Royal Battle of the Galar region, Dandy's fire-breathing dragon can exert its peak power. And the terrifying gigantic power flowing in the ley lines of the Royal Battlefield in the Galar region will suppress other powers. It's a pity, the timing is wrong. Without waiting for Sharona to reply, Du said lightly, with a trace of regret in his eyes. At the same time, there was also a trace of regret in Kuailong's eyes. I really want to have a showdown with that fire-breathing dragon, but unfortunately. Standing beside Lai Bite Lu Shark, Sharona lifted the hair on the side of her face with her hands and sighed softly. Yeah, the timing is wrong, it's a pity. Although Du Tianhuang does not have the title of champion, he is also the uncrowned king of the Guandu area and the strongest trainer in the eyes of the people of the Guandu area. Burdened with the expectations of a region, Guandu Du Tianhuang's ace-fast dragon cannot fight against Dandy's giant fire-breathing dragon in the royal battlefield in the Galar region. Win or lose, such a showdown will stir up conflict between the people of the two regions. The same goes for Hyerna. Although they were champions and heavenly kings, as trainers, the two of them could not fight against Emperor Dan wantonly, which was naturally a pity. So, every time I get to this time, I envy the Master Li. Du smiled helplessly. Being able to fight Feng Yuan Dao in private, even if Dao didn't do his best, this Li Guanju at least has the strength of a master trainer. Coupled with the daring of this Li Guanju to take the power of the legendary dragon for his own use. If this Li Guanju has a title, it must be the legend. Facing Yi Feng, Du smiled slightly. Not all master-level trainers can have the title, but the master-level trainers who have the title are definitely the few people in the trainer's strength ceiling. Sharona nodded and cast her deep eyes in the direction of Fukio Jim. He invited Senior Shaka to fight, presumably he also wanted to get the sleeping position of Kurum from Senior Shaka. Take Kurum's power again, and create a perfect foundation for the Six Tails. If he dares to do this, he must have full confidence in his own strength. The title of legend is well deserved by Master Li. Backquote for all. Thinking of the Six Tails, Lai Bite Lu Shark narrowed his eyes slightly, and a hint of anticipation flashed in the golden dragon eyes. Presumably, sooner or later, one day, I will be able to have a hearty full-fledged battle with Lu Weilai. Seeing the idea of biting Lu Shark fiercely, Sharona evoked a smile and responded. Don't worry, the mountain of the trainer is not big. We are standing here, sooner or later, there will be a battle. Standing in front of Fukio City Airport. In the night wind, the owner of Li Pavilion sneezed several times in a row. Li he looked strange. Good guy. Why do I suddenly feel an aversion to the cold? Is it someone who is secretly attacking my Master Li's idea? Here, worrying about the Lord's body, Jahe Ninja thoughtfully put a black trench coat on the Master Li. Lucky hollow bullet. With a serious expression, Gili Egg used his strength to open up a passage for Pavilion Master Li. He Beru, Crustacea used the staring move to scare off the strange force holding the flash. In the face of many reporters, Pavilion Master Li walked out with a complicated expression, sighed in a low voice, and murmured. I really didn't want to challenge the old Shaka owner. Chapter 401 Becoming Li Zhao's Son-in-Law from Today. Monday, April 19th. Fukio's Gym vs. Battlefield. At 7:30 in the evening, even if the stomach was hungry, everyone looked at the gate of the battlefield eagerly. Master Li, come quickly. Today, I will rely on this battle to eat. Stomping on. With the rapid footsteps, everyone's eyes subconsciously looked at the handsome trainer who appeared at the door of the opposite battlefield. Sorry, I was surrounded by reporters in the middle, which delayed a little time. Concentrated, Li He apologized to Fenglu. Is this the owner of the Winddu Gym? I'm sorry, my 6 tails have caused you trouble. I really don't want any badges of the Fukuji Gymnasium. Hearing the words of Master Li, Fenglu smiled reluctantly, showing 2 little tiger teeth. What's the meaning? Don't want the Fukio Gym badge. Then why did you let Lu Wei come to Fukio Gym? Just for fun. Wrong. What he means is. Fenglu resisted the urge to beat up Li Guanju, and replied. I understand what you mean, and then I will prepare the secret formula will make you satisfied. Damn. The dignified master-level trainer not only came to bully me, the owner of the Fukioshi Gymnasium, but also licked my little girl's wool. Li He was stunned for a moment. I mean this. How do you feel that these gym owners don't understand me too well? Slip, Noshi. Seeing Li He, Lu Wei let out a few cheers. Goss goss. Zhang Gui cheerfully presented 2 gym badges. Li He subconsciously took over the 2 gym badges and praised. Good job. Sure enough, it turned out that he really let his own elves go to suppress the Fukioshi Gym and Sanyao Gym and win the badge. I heard that Master Li and Master Leiwen are about to get engaged. Does this mean that you declare sovereignty in advance? Li Zai's son-in-law has been hammered. Seeing that Li Guanju did not reply, Fenglu's eyes rolled. You can't just be shorn of wool, everyone will die. Tiantong from the 3 Lights Gym should also have prepared the secret of the move, and we will serve it together when the time comes. Good guy. Master Li's coming down this trip is a direct result of both talents. Could it be that this is the money of the gym owner? Ignoring the surrounding noise. With gray hair, a tall and straight posture, and a majestic bearing, the Shuanglong Taoist Pavilion Master Sha Ka folded his arms with his chest, a rare smile squeezed out of his awe-inspiring face, and the old Master Sha Ka nodded. Master Li, the old man has been waiting for you for a long time. The trainer and the elves have been together for a long time. Not only the elves will become more and more like the trainers, but the temperament of the trainers will also be closer and closer to the elves. Lu Bai O Omega, O. The crustacean jumped out of the pokeball, sensing the inexorable smell of the same clan on Dragon Master Shaka's body. Eyes longing, full of combativeness, the crustacean roared. Looking at Li He again, the crustacean roared excitedly. Lu Bai, Since birth, he has received all-round care from Mrs. Lu Wei and the trainer. Today, it's time to show my worth. I'm not eating dragons for nothing. Come on. The Dragon Palace is on fire. Looking at the crustacean's competitive eyes, Li He sighed secretly. Although he is respected as the Dragon Attribute Master, Shaka is only highly respected and cannot be regarded as a powerful master. In the special episode animation, Shaka was taken away by the Sage of the Plasma Group, the Wedge of Fund. Although the sages of the Plasma Group are powerful, they are still far from the master level. In terms of real strength, there is still a big gap between Shaka and quasi-masters like Nazi. Plus, there are also 6-tailed formations that are good at ice-type moves. Li He's eyes slowly became strange. The main elf, 6 Tails, the master of the Red Lotus Gym, is good at using ice-type moves. What kind of painting style is this? Cough. Li He coughed dryly and said sternly. Senior Shaka, I'm not good at dealing with dragon attribute trainers, please be merciful. Shaka's eyes narrowed. In a trance, a figure with long golden hair seemed to overlap with the young man in front of him. Back then, no one would have imagined that with a fierce bite of a loose shark, she would actually stand at the top of the trainer. The young man in front of him gave him the feeling that it was exactly the same as the figure with long golden hair. Is this the commonality of legendary trainers destined to stand at the top of trainers? Unexpectedly, when I am about to retire, I can still play against such a trainer. Shaka took a deep breath, her posture became a little taller, and her expression was solemn and serious. The old man is also excited after a long absence. What, did Fenglu also lose? He was also worn 3 times. Tiantong, who was far away in the Sanyao gym in Sanyao City, looked at his apprentice in amazement. Gym master, the pressure on our gym is a lot less now. The gym apprentice breathed a sigh of relief. Even Fukio Gym's genius gym master Fenglu fell under Master Li's slacks. As a result, it's not that our Sanyao gym is too hydrated, but that Master Li is too strong. Tiantong smiled awkwardly and coughed a few times to cover up. This child is too sincere to say the truth. Now, Master Li is fighting against Senior Shaka. Tiantong rubbed his chin and his expression became serious. Because the dragon-type elves have a long lifespan, the dragon-type gym owner is also old and stronger. In addition, Shaka-senpai hadn't made a full effort for a long time, and no one knew the depth of this old senior. But the level of the Master Li is also beyond the grasp of the masters of the gymnasium. These two are fighting. If you are not careful, both of them will suffer a lot. Tiantong murmured. At the same time, under the focus of many eyes, Li and Shaka have been testing each other for 5 minutes, and they have started a showdown. The old pavilion owner of Shaka's eyes dignified, and he shouted with vigor. Double axe fighting dragon, gather chi. The bronze-colored double axe dragon with sharp teeth like an axe blade roared, and the double axle dragon's attention was highly concentrated. The chi gathering move allows the double axe dragon to concentrate, and when attacking, the double axe dragon is more likely to deal critical damage. Knowing this, Li He ordered without hesitation. Assault on the key. The figure of Jahei Ninja disappeared instantly, and in the next second, a pitch-black sword light slashed down like black lightning, as if to split the 2 axes and dragons. Click. The sword light flashed away, and the blue barrier on the top of the double axe fighting dragon cracked a dazzling crack, and the defending move that shielded the double axe fighting dragon was almost split by a move by Koga Ninja. In this scene, Shaka's eyes were solemn and his expression solemn. The attack power of this Koga Ninja frog is terrifying. Next moment. Taking advantage of the opportunity of defending the move, the double axe battle dragon's move that was ready to go was finally used. A golden fireball sprayed into the sky from the mouth of the double axe fighting dragon, and the golden fireball burst suddenly and scattered, like a cracked meteor. Meteor swarm, Shaka roared. As the lore move in the dragon attribute moves, the power of the meteor group move is very terrifying. Under the control of the dual axe fighting dragon in the gas gathering state, the meteor group moves like a chain of meteors, overturning. Meteor group moves in the state of gathering chi. Feng Lu widened his eyes. Worthy of being a veteran among the dragon attribute trainers, Master Shaka's move did not waste the power of the meteor group move, turning a map artillery attack into a single body onslaught. Even Koga Ninja, if he takes this move head-on, there is a possibility that he will be hit at the key point and lose his ability to fight. Surfing move. Li He calmly provided a wave guide to the Jahei Ninja frog. Hey, entering the state of the 3-stage acupoint pointing move, Koga Ninja's face was calm, he pinched the seal with his hand, and made a move, surf. Shaka frowned. Surf. I don't understand why Li He gave such an order, but Shaka believed in the power of the esoteric meteor group move, which he had been refining. Whether it is a stand-in move or a defensive move, it cannot stop this blow. Boom. The two moves collided, and the meteor-like swarm moves crazily poured onto the surf move, but the surf move was like the sea, engulfing that meteor swarm. This move is the secret biography of the meteor group moves that Senior Shaka has been studying for many years. Jahei Ninja and I also tried our best to block it. It's really a lesson, Li He said. His eyes were dignified to the extreme, and the double axes and dragons put away the meteor group move that could not break through this surfing barrier at all. Shaka took a deep breath and didn't answer Li He's words. Although I had long expected this young man to be difficult to deal with. But I didn't expect him to be so difficult to deal with. Not only the attack is terrifyingly strong, but even the defense is impeccable. This Koga ninja frog bred by the owner of Li Pavilion. Too tough. Just a monster frog. This is simply a special Koga ninja frog that maintains the state of mega evolution. Back to normal tomorrow. Equals daddy. Chapter 402. Shame of Crustacean vs. Dragon. On the battlefield at Fukio Gym. Even the dragon-type gym owner and the veteran among the trainers, the two-axe fighting dragon of the old gym owner Shaka, the powerful one-hit meteor group move, was unexpectedly used by the Koga ninja with a move, surfing. An understatement of the defense down. The audience discussed in a low voice, and cast a shocking gaze to Li He. After several rounds in a row, the old pavilion owner Shaka not only did not take advantage of it, but was suppressed by the pavilion owner Li everywhere. Strengthen the genre. Staring at the Jahei ninja frog, Shaka murmured. Even so. The power that ordinary mega evolution can improve is just this level, right? It's an amazing method. Shaka folded his arms around his chest, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. But, the old man's double axe fighting dragon is not only at this level. Double axe fighting the dragon, show your true strength. Dragon dance. Shaka shouted with a majestic expression. Oh! Head up with astonishing momentum roaring, the two-axe dragon stomped on the ground frequently. Boom, boom, boom. As if stepping on everyone's heart, the audience couldn't help breathing heavily. The double-axe fighting dragon with rising momentum stared at Koga ninja and Li Guanju, and there was a real wild fighting intent in the dragon's eyes. This is going to go all out. Li Guanju murmured. We also have to show the corresponding sincerity. Jahei ninja frog, water cannon. Under the reinforced state of the three-stage acupuncture move, the water attribute power that Koga ninja can control is terrifying. With the solemn expression of Koga ninja frog, he pinched the seal. The surfing waterfall, which blocked the meteor group move, compressed into a blue-black energy sphere the size of a locomotive in front of the Koga ninja frog. Looking at the water cannon moves of the Jahei ninja frog, Li He had a strange expression. I really didn't order the cannon water cannon. Reverse scale, Shaka shouted in awe. The next moment, his eyes became blood red, and the two-axe dragon roared suddenly. The astonishing roar was deafening, causing the audience to cover their ears in pain. The ground beneath his feet burst suddenly, and the double-axe dragon rushed out facing the water cannon move. With the power of the dragon dance move, the double-axe battle dragon unleashed the strongest power of reverse scale. Boom! Inverse scale like a blood-red cannonball. Water cannon piercing the air, causing a piercing sound of breaking through the air. As if two missiles collided, in a series of roars, the entire battlefield trembled. In an instant, the white smoke of the explosion spread out from the center of the collision. The two tyrannical moves overturned each other, and they both wanted to crush each other, and everyone's eyes were nervously looking at the collision center. It's an amazingly powerful water cannon move. Feng Lu's eyes were solemn as he watched this. But, at the cost of the chaos after use, the reverse scales move can make the double-axe fighting dragon explode with astonishing power, and can launch a series of all-out onslaughts. Thinking of this, Feng Lu murmured. Do you want to let the Koga ninja frog temporarily avoid the edge? Black fog. Pavilion Master Li's sudden command made the old pavilion owner Shaka, who had a majestic and solemn expression, take a deep breath. Are you waiting for me here, old man? Master Li, good calculation. Here. The black fog move of the Koga ninja frog is like a black giant python that has been lurking for a long time. Under the control of the Koga ninja frog. The giant mouth was split open, and the black giant python transformed by the black mist move swallowed the two-axe battle dragon in one bite. The power blessing from the dragon dance moves declined from the body of the double axe fighting dragon, and the momentum of the double axe fighting dragon slumped suddenly and fell to the bottom. Bang! No longer able to resist the double axe fighting dragon with the water cannon move, it was shot directly to the edge of the field, and the entire back slammed into a big hole in the wall of the field. After a few breaths, the double axe fighting dragon barely stood up straight. Under the ingenious power of the black mist move, the two-axe fighting dragon, which was on par with the Koga ninja frog, was instantly severely injured by the water cannon move. But as a seasoned veteran, the old pavilion owner of Shaka knows that crises can sometimes be opportunities. Looking at the Koga ninja frog attacking again, quickly suppressing the instability in his heart, the old pavilion owner Shaka had sharp eyes, a cautious expression, and solemnly ordered, "Bring the dead back to life." Resurrection. This move, the more the elf is on the verge of exhaustion, the more powerful this move can be. With the current situation of the two axes and dragons, it is completely possible to use the most powerful resurrection. Coupled with the fighting style resurrection restraining the Koga ninja. OD filled lower right triangle equals 3. Facing the attacking Koga ninja frog, the 2x fighting dragon took out the fighting spirit of a dragon-type elf, endured physical weakness and pain, and the 2-axis fighting dragon the tail flashed the tragic bloodlight of the resurrection move. Bang! This is the old man's counterattack. It is also the powerful fighting will of the 2-axe dragon as a dragon-type spirit. There was a hint of pride in Shaka's eyes. As a Jedi counterattack, the double-axe dragon will also use the resurrection move to take away the unexpected Koga ninja before losing its ability to fight. However, looking in front of him, the double-axe dragon's eyes widened. Lu Bai filled down pointing triangle dish filled down pointing triangle. With amazing murderous aura, the crustacean slammed into the chest of the double-axe fighting dragon, making the double-axe fighting dragon close its eyes unwillingly. Dragon's dive pseudo move. Seeing this scene, Shaka's eyes were solemn. I sensed the old man's plan, so I was stuck in time and let the crustacean who was ready for the stand-in move on the field. Is this an amazing prediction? Still too stable. Li Guanju's battle command that did not reveal any flaws made Shaka's heart heavy and his expression more solemn. The old master of Shaka is trapped in a hard fight. Obviously it was beaten by Master Li. To actually let the crustaceans play to gain experience, I give full marks to this wave of operations. I didn't expect that the 2-axe battle dragon would be easily taken down by Master Li. The elves that this old man carries with him are the only ones left to be displayed on the stage. Although the defeat has been revealed, the old pavilion owner of Shaka showed his demeanor, smiled slightly, and said, "So, this is the last game. Come on, red-faced dragon." With a crimson dragon head, the red-faced dragon looks like a dinosaur with wings. The red-faced dragon with the force characteristic is also a type of attacking hand. Note: forced feature. The pursuit effect of the move disappears, but as a result, the power of the move increases. As one of the main elves of the old pavilion owner of Shaka, the strength of the red-faced dragon is no trivial matter. Roar! After a dull glance at the crustacean, the red-faced dragon crossed the crustacean and roared at Lihi. In the eyes of the red-faced dragon in its prime, the crustacean is no different from a child. Whether it is physical fitness or strength, the crustaceans have no advantage. Luo, filled down pointing triangle he hash. Facing the red-faced dragon in its heyday, the crustacean dragon's eyes narrowed tightly without giving way, and his pupils were full of burning desire to fight. Although it is facing a powerful kin in the prime of life, the crustacean also has the courage to fight against it. Crustacean. Me, no. Chapter 403. Battle of Blood, Crustaceans. On the battlefield at Fukio Gym. The crustacean and the red-faced dragon faced off against each other. Red-faced dragon. Fuck dish. Crustacean. Filled down pointing triangle dish filled down pointing triangle. As an adult dragon elf, although the red-faced dragon is known as the shame of the dragon family, the red-faced dragon cultivated by Shaka is naturally not comparable to the ordinary red-faced dragon. Exuding astonishing power, the red-faced dragon glared at the crustacean dragon with ferocious eyes. Ow! However, it was only by relying on the strength of human trainers that he gave the two-axe battle dragon the last shot and picked up a cheap crustacean. What did he use to fight him? After roaring towards the crustacean dragon, the red-faced dragon looked bad and his eyes were fierce. Lubai, filled down pointing triangle he hash. Crustacean roared back, not to be outdone. To be able to grow so quickly to the present stage, the crustacea relies entirely on the catalysis of the six-tailed, orange flame, and blue lightning. As the unique powers of the legendary dragons Lexiram and Zekrom, the powers of orange flame and blue lightning naturally carry the dragon might of the legendary dragons. Although it is not all the coercion of the legendary dragon, but the carapace dragon faces these every day, and it has also sharpened the momentum of the dragon that belongs to the flying dragon. Affected by the aura of the crustacean, the red-faced dragon's pupils shrank slightly, and became unnaturally stiff for a moment. The old pavilion owner of Shaka looked surprised. This crustacean actually has a bit of the domineering power of a flying dragon. How long did the owner of Lee Pavilion cultivate this crustacean? It actually gave the crustacean a momentum of transformation and evolution. This amazing cultivation strength is simply. This is. The mutation on the crustacean interrupted Shaka's contemplation. Shaka's beard trembled, and his face became solemn. The physical energy consumption after using the stand-in move, the exhaustion of the crustacean dragon's demeanor, disappeared without a trace in a burst of white light. Oh, this is the prayer move of this crustacean. Shaka's expression was serious. Being able to restore half of one's own or replace half of the elf's physical strength, this prayer move is quite tricky. The crustacean fights against the red-faced dragon, and the bear child fights the shame of the dragon family. Can this win? Master Lee is sloppy. It is estimated that I want to use the red-faced dragon to sharpen the crustacean. In the audience, everyone has their own opinions. Lee's expression was slightly cautious. Although the red-faced dragon is definitely not the strongest main force of the dragon-type Gym Master Shaka, but the crustacean is not a violent dragon. Even if it is hailed as the shame of the dragon clan, the true strength of Shaka's red-faced dragon has to be fought to know. Mind hammer, Lee ordered cautiously. The crustacean looked fierce and grinned. Lu Bai O, filled down pointing triangle dish filled down pointing triangle me winking face O. Using superpowers, the crustacean slammed into the ferocious red-faced dragon with amazing momentum. Hey, mind hammer, let's give it some color too. Shaka folded his arms and shouted. Dragon claw. The purple dragon claws ripped apart the air, and the red-faced dragon's dragon claws swung head-on. Bang! The power of the moves of the two elves collided head-on, setting off an astonishing wave of air, sending both elves flying. Me. The crustacean retreated more than 10 meters, and after rolling around in the air, the crustacea used its superpower to stabilize its figure. The red-faced dragon's eyes were slightly surprised. It was shaken back a step, and the dragon's claws on its right arm trembled slightly. Although the strength of the crustacean was beyond the expectations of the red-faced dragon, in comparison, the crustacean was undoubtedly at a disadvantage. Lee shook his head slightly. Really? Even with sufficient resources and the catalysis of the power of the six-tailed legendary dragon, the carapace dragon will still be at a disadvantage when facing the red-faced dragon, the main elf of the gym owner who specializes in the dragon attribute. That being the case, there is no need to let the crustacean suffer unnecessary injuries, take down the red-faced dragon with the Jahe Forbearance frog, and go back to have a candlelight dinner with Xiaojuer. Wouldn't it be fun? Lifting the poke ball, Lee skillfully tried to retrieve the crustacean. Shaka sighed slightly. The retraction of a trainer of this level is unstoppable. I wanted to take this crustacean and save face a little. However, the red light of the Pokeball's retraction shot on the crustacean, but it was freed by the crustacean. Lu Bai, I_ideographic period. The crustacean turned his back to Li He, his eyes serious. The Dragon Palace still has to fight. Since he was born, he has lived under the wings of the six-tailed sister, as well as Gengar and Koga Ninja. The opponent that the trainer faces is also a very, very strong opponent, so all along, he can only hold back his mood of winning or losing and just wanting to fight with all his heart. I don't want to interfere with the master's career, so I always stand behind the master's powerful spirit. But now, the smallest Xiaofuden has evolved into a happy egg. Seeing that the happy egg has caught up with him, and has also worked very hard to defeat the strong enemy for the master. The Dragon Palace also thinks so. Stand on the front line, do your best to defeat your opponent, and win. Because this Dragon Palace is a dragon attribute spirit. It's the future stormtrooper. Catering to the desire of the crustacean, the dragon attribute energy in the crustacean overflowed like boiling water. Covering the surface of the crustacean dragon, it was like a pair of blood wings exuding a strong killing intent spreading out. Crustacean's eyes were filled with blood, and there was only one figure left. The figure of the red-faced dragon. Lu Bai O, filled down pointing triangle Guan filled down pointing triangle me winking face O. Exuding astonishing murderous aura, accompanied by a fierce roar, the crustacean relied on the desperate desire to destroy the target in front of him. Like a ray of blood, the crustacean slammed into the red-faced dragon at an astonishing speed. Open black lens bracket dragon dive close black lens bracket. Different from the previous dragon's dive, pseudo. Shushi gave the last blow to the double axe battle dragon. Shushi's strong desire to fight allowed the crustacea to unearth the power hidden in its genes, which belonged to the moves of the ancestors of Bao Feilong, which had undergone countless bloody battles and hard work, and thus engraved into their genes. The real dragon dive. Dragon dive. Shaka's pupils widened and he murmured. It's this kind of momentum. Dragon-type elves, they have a loneliness and pride that is different from other elves. It is this uniqueness that deeply captured the old man's heart. However, the dragon's diving move alone cannot defeat the old man's red-faced dragon. Shaka roared. Full-strength dragon claw. The same dragon claw move, but more powerful, as the red-faced dragon swung out one claw. The purple dragon claw whose energy materialized, the purple dragon claw the size of a car, slapped it fiercely. As if two locomotives collided, after the violent roar, the two elves actually flew out backwards. Boom! The dragon claws of the red-faced dragon plowed into the ground, and the whole body slid back nearly 7 or 8 meters before it gradually stopped. Panting slightly, the red-faced dragon looked at his dragon claws in disbelief. The blood-red barbs on the dragon's claws were broken several times. Roar! The red-faced dragon looked angry, and there was a hint of shock in his eyes. How could a crustacean that has not evolved yet have such strength? How could it be possible to hurt yourself? The crustacean also flew backwards. Stopping on the other side, the crustacean spewed purple dragon breath from its mouth and nose, its eyes were full of blood, and its murderous aura was boiling. This is thinking of something. Shaka's expression became solemn. At the same time, Li He felt the belief of the crustacea with the power of the waveguide. Trainers and elves. For the sake of the trainer, the elves will do their best on the battlefield. So, trainers will also do their best to respond to the elves when needed. This is the relationship between trainers and elves. Abandoning the plan to rotate the Koga Ninja Frog, Li He saw a new column that appeared on Crustacea. Since you want to fight with all your might, then I will work with you to defeat this red-faced dragon. Li Heru ordered. Carapace Dragon. Dance of the Dragon. Chapter 404I, The Master Li, loved to tell the truth. Perhaps the thrill of continuous battles. Let the crustacean comprehend that dragon dive move, and at the same time awaken the move. Open black lens bracket dragon dance close black lens bracket. Note: dragon dance moves. Dragon attribute moves, intensely dance mysterious and powerful dances, thereby increasing their attack power and speed. Although the dragon dance moves are not as domineering as the acupuncture moves to increase the power of the crustacean, the dragon dance moves increase the speed and strength at the same time. With the frequency of quadruped stepping on the ground. As if dancing a tap dance, the crustacean dance the dragon dance. With its own dragon power, the oppressive blood-red dragon attribute energy surrounds the crustacean. The murderous crustacean dragon stared at the red-faced dragon with a pair of blood-stained dragon eyes, and roared fiercely. "Lu bai, me, no." After the strengthening of the dragon dance move, the blood wings transformed by the dragon dive move continue to extend. And a layer of blood-colored coat was formed on the body of the crustacean. With the sharp dragon claws transformed from the dragon's dive, murderous blood-colored dragon eyes, and blood-red axe-shaped wings, the crustacea looks like a smaller-sized storm dragon at the moment. As a dragon and flying dual-attribute elf known as the quasi-god of the dragon system, the strength of the flying dragon is terrifying. As the dragon king who dominates the sky, the appearance of the flying dragon was synonymous with hegemony in the past and a symbol of absolute power. Even if it didn't evolve, the crustacea used the powerful power of the dragon dance to gain some of the power of the flying dragon in advance. Aggressive growl. An oppressive sight. The current posture of the crustacean made the red-faced dragon's eyes solemn. Looking at the two elves who were accumulating strength and confronting each other, Li-He looked strange. The dragon dance move is indeed a powerful move. Continue the dragon dance, accumulate power to the peak, and let the dragon fly down with one move, and even the gods will kill you. But after evolving into a stormy dragon, the crustacean must be able to learn the reverse scale move. Turn on dragon dance and then use reverse scale. After evolution, Bao Feilong's house-breaking strength is no longer available, and Li Guanju can make a one-time compensation to the next life. Small, be careful. Thinking of this, Li-He hesitated. Chalu, .. With his back to Li-He, the crustacean was waiting in full force, and responded confidently. Crustacean, me, at such a critical moment, the trainer is most worried about the body of the dragon temple, .. This battle must be won, filled down pointing triangle he hash. Dragon dance, this crustacean. Looking at the current state of the crustacean, Shaka squeezed a smile on his serious intense face, and a hint of emotion flashed in his eyes. I really look forward to seeing it soaring in the sky in the future. As a traditional male in the United States, Shaka believes that a trainer must have the will to keep moving forward and to fight incessantly. The dragon-type elf's desire to fight, which is different from the fire-type elf, and his dedication to victory firmly attracted Shaka's heart. The crustacean in front of him, the potential that burst out for victory, the eyes eager for victory, is the soul of all men. Because of this, the old man can't lose. Shaka restrained her smile, her eyes serious. Red-faced dragon, use all your strength. Oh, fuck duck. Shaka's red-faced dragon takes the physical attack route, and the strongest attack is the reverse scale move. Although the reverse scale move has the defect that it will fall into a state of chaos after use, but as long as the opponent is terminated during the use of the move, the defect of the reverse scale move is no longer a defect. Thinking of this, Li-He glanced at the crustacean again. Relying on the strong physical quality and profound background, the crustacea has already used the second dragon dance move. The whole body is full of blood, and the crustacean is arrogant. Filled down pointing triangle where hash. In this way, if you face the attack, you will not necessarily lose. Dragon dive, Li-He ordered without hesitation. In a head-to-head confrontation, I, Pavilion Master Li, are not necessarily afraid. Are you here? Shaka said with a solemn expression. Bite. The special effect of the bite move is to reduce the opponent's defense. With the forcing feature, the red-faced dragon's smashing move has no special effects, but using the forcing feature, the red-faced dragon can make a powerful version of the bite. Broken moves. The pitch-black evil energy turned into a pair of fangs, biting towards the crustacean. Under the power of the forcible characteristic, the power of the smashing move is greatly increased, and the huge pitch-black fangs are extremely ferocious and lifelike. If the crustacean before the dragon dance move was not used, it would not have been able to avoid this attack. After being hit, the crustacean would also drop its momentum, and the power of the dragon's dive move would be greatly reduced. But after using the dragon dance move, the crustacean not only improved its strength, but also its speed. Mind Hammer. Using the speed boost brought by the Mind Hammer move and the dragon dance move, the carapace dragon folded a lightning bolt, avoiding the red-faced dragon's crush raid, and attacked the red-faced dragon at an astonishing speed. So fast. Feng Lu's eyes widened as he watched this. You can even avoid the smashing move. Is this still a clumsy crustacean? Looking at the swooping crustacean, Shaka's expression was solemn and his eyes solemn. This move, the dragon's dive, has been combined with the strength and speed of the dragon dance, as well as the Mind Hammer and other moves, and its power has become alarmingly powerful. That being the case, let's come up with that trick too. Shaka roared abruptly. Red-faced dragon, reverse scale. With its reverse scales erected, the red-faced dragon will lose some of its sanity, allowing anger to sweep through its heart. At the same time, the dragon attribute power sleeping in the body will also ignite with anger. The full power of the body is stimulated to attack the opponent. The reverse scale move is powerful and is the strongest blow of the red-faced dragon. The roar of the red-faced Long Gentian and the blood-stained eyes came into the vision of Pavilion Master Li. The dragon claws exerted force, and the metal ground under his feet was like tofu, unable to withstand the power of the red-faced dragon at the moment, and suddenly two deep pits appeared. With the roar, the red-faced dragon rushed towards the face. Comet filled lower left triangle D filled lower right triangle, Comet 00. And the power of the dragon's dive move of the crustacea has also climbed to its peak, and suddenly vented out. Equals is defined as sigma, su dish, su su. Boom. The reverse scale move made the red-faced dragon burst out with all its strength and swung out a claw. The dragon's diving move exploded an astonishing wave of air, like a red meteor. The two elves collided and exploded with a loud noise. The thick explosion smoke mixed with the rolling air waves swept the surroundings, cracks appeared on the walls of Fukio Gym, and dust fell from the sky. The entire gym was shaking violently, making a creaking sound like a wailing and groaning. My lady's gym. Feng Lu's face was ugly. Co-author, are you two here to demolish my house? In the mood of worry, everyone sitting in the spectator seats held their breath. Red-faced dragon. Carapace dragon. Who's winning? Next moment, a figure flew out of the white smoke, and the crustacean was knocked out and fell to the ground. There was exhaustion in the crustacean's eyes. The body that originally shone with metallic luster was completely burnt black. As the smoke slowly dissipated, the figure of the red-faced dragon standing on the field entered everyone's sight. Red-faced dragon won. Before the audience could cheer, the red-faced dragon was recovered by Shaka into the Pokeball. Taking back the Pokeball, Shaka sighed slightly. Exhausting the last shred of physical strength to keep himself standing on the field, this is the last pride of the red-faced dragon. I lost. Shaka's old pavilion owner folded his arms. Although he lost, there was a smile on his tense and serious face. Looking at Master Li, who was checking the status of the crustacean, Master Sha sighed. It is possible to cultivate the crustacean to this level in a short period of time. Master Li, if we have time, we should communicate more. While checking the status of the crustacean, Li Guanju said bluntly. Actually, I haven't cultivated much. The 6 tails are all cultivating crustaceans. I just encourage them occasionally. Slip filled parallelogram, lower half circle, filled parallelogram. Slip right. Feng Lu blinked her eyes. Glancing at Shaka again, Feng Lu's eyes were strange. Not bred. Are they all bred by the 6 tails? Good guy. 6 tails can breed crustaceans like this. Then, if you, Master Li, take action personally, is it still good? Are you sure what you're saying is human?